Chapter 1 Rebirth, The Demon Hunter God. Disclaimer. This narrative is a pure, dark-themed post-apocalyptic tale, featuring only zombies, technology, and various mutated beings, including humans, animals, plants, microorganisms, parasites, and insects. Rest assured, there will be no elements of immortality, dungeons, or fantasy in the latter part of the story. The malevolent wind, the Earth's soul, and the Azura have betrayed us. Chuyu, you must lead the captain to break through and seek the antidote at the Dragon City Research Institute. Our escape route has been severed by the evil god. Then we charge forth. Even if we must pile up corpses, we shall forge a path for the captain to escape. Captain, live well for us. You are the soul of the demon hunter. With you here, the demon hunters endure. Tian's ears were filled with the thunderous roar of explosions and the whistling of bullets. The battle cries surged with fervor. The chilling screams pierced through the chaos. The sound of flesh being torn apart echoed ominously. Countless voices intertwined, resembling a nightmare emanating from the depths of hell. The virus infecting his wounds began to wreak havoc within Tian's body. He felt as though he were being dragged into the abyss of the deep sea, the immense pressure pressing down on him, threatening to crush every muscle and bone within him. That he yearned to open his eyes to prove his existence, yet he could not even move a finger. Deep within, Tian's spirit roared, "My brothers still need me. How can I fall here? Awaken, awaken. Tian, you must awaken." Tian let out a frantic scream, as if his vocal cords were about to tear from the string. Yet, as he widened his bloodshot eyes, the sight before him left him momentarily in a daze. Outside the window, a tranquil city shimmered with neon lights. Cars flowed through the streets like blood coursing through the veins of the metropolis. Before him lay an office desk, a computer, and a mountain of documents. Everything felt disconcertingly foreign, yet within that strangeness lingered an unsettling familiarity. Suddenly, something caught the corner of his eye, and his pupils constricted like those of a beast. Above him, a meteor blazed with blue flames as it streaked across the night sky, beautiful like a specter amidst the stars. Tian's hands and feet turned icy as he fixed his gaze on the bottom right corner of the computer screen. June 13th, 2078, 20:00. This was the moment before the apocalypse, with only half an hour remaining until the end. At this moment, the meteor known as Azure was brushing past the Earth, its myriad blue crystals destined to rain down upon the planet. Seemingly beautiful, it was, in truth, a concentrated form of the nightmarish virus. They would descend with the downpour, and any genetic life form exposed to this rain would succumb to mutation. Zombies, mutated beasts, aberrant flora, and various mutated bacteria, viruses, and parasites. The entire world would descend into a terrifying realm of aberration. The global population would plummet by 80, falling from the pinnacle of the food chain to scurrying like rats, while mutated monsters and zombies would reign supreme in this new world. Tian had fought valiantly in the apocalyptic battlefield for a decade, forging bonds of brotherhood and establishing the Demon Hunter Squad, becoming the sole individual in the land of China to achieve an 8th-tier genetic breakthrough before the age of 40. He was revered as the Demon Hunter God. However, as he launched an assault towards the 9th-tier genetic limit, the malevolent wind, Earth Soul, and Azura, all 8th-tier genetic powerhouses, ambushed him while summoning the only 9th-tier mutated beast at that time, the evil god. In the end, the entire Demon Hunter Squad perished at the claws of the evil god while covering for Tian. Tian, unable to withstand the 9th-tier, nightmarish virus coursing through the beast, fell into the depths of zombification, recalling the gruesome deaths of his brothers before him. Tian's eyes blazed crimson with fury. Wicked wind, Earth Soul Azura, since fate has granted me a second chance at life, I shall make you pay in blood for your treachery. And for my brothers, this time I will not allow you to perish at the hands of the evil god. Ding. Countdown to the apocalypse, 30 minutes. The Demon Hunter system is officially activated. Name, Tian. Strength, 6. Agility, 7. Physique, 7. Spirit, 9. Current system level, LV1. Required Demon Hunter points for upgrade, 0/20. Current task, acquire the first comrade of the apocalypse. Task reward, unlock ammunition synthesis system. Activate rapid synthesis function for Desert Eagle ammunition. The rapid synthesis function requires the consumption of demon hunter points, which can be obtained by slaying zombies and mutated beasts. The demon hunter system? Is it my squad that has returned to me in a different form? Could it be that heaven, in its mercy, has allowed them to come back to my side? Complex emotions surged within Tian's eyes, but he had no time to waste in reminiscence. As a programmer, Tian possessed considerable hacking skills. He quickly breached the government website's backend, utilizing their channels to disseminate a message throughout the entirety of China. The apocalypse is imminent. All citizens are advised to remain indoors and seal doors and windows. Within the next 12 hours, do not venture outside into the rain. Refrain from consuming any food or water not in sealed packaging, and avoid contact with any rain-soaked items or individuals. Do not sustain injuries. Remember, after sending the alerts, Tian promptly cut the power and shut down his computer. That a grand plan began to take shape in his mind, and this public warning would serve as the prologue to that ambitious endeavor. Wicked wind, earth soul, Azura, we shall meet again one day. Bang! Suddenly, a magazine, clutched tightly in someone's hand, slammed down on Tian's desk, narrowly missing his head as he instinctively turned aside. Tian, you good-for-nothing slacker. I summoned you here tonight to work overtime, and you dare turn off the computer? I tell you, if you don't finish the reports today, you shall not leave this office. Tian looked up to see a rotund man standing beside him, with beady eyes fixated on him, the flesh on his face quivering with a smug smile. That in an instant, an overwhelming aura of murderous intent erupted from Tian. Jiang Yuhao, the project manager of the company, and the nephew of President Jiang Qing, would frequently concoct various reasons to trouble Tian into working overtime. In the past, Tian had endured this as a mere office worker, while his girlfriend, Wang Suxin, would often wait for him at the company, which had once filled him with gratitude and determination to strive for a brilliant future for both of them. Yet all of it had been a lie. Wang Suxin had long since become Jiang Qing's mistress, and every time Jiang Yuhao forced Tian to work late, it was to allow Wang Suxin to clandestinely meet Jiang Qing at the company. The president's office loomed directly above Tian. This blatant betrayal had been the burden Tian had carried for 3 long years, until the day of the apocalypse when he finally encountered the fleeing couple. Enraged, Tian had been beaten by Jiang Qing's security and locked in the president's office to await his demise. Yet fate would not allow him to perish. All those who fled had been infected and transformed into zombies, leaving Tian fortuitously alive through the darkest initial 12 hours of the apocalypse. Jiang Yuhao trembled at the murderous aura emanating from Tian, but this instinctual fear was fleeting, igniting instead his fury towards Tian. Damn it! You pathetic office worker dare to glare at me. You won't receive your bonus this month. If you dare look at me again, I shall erase all your performance metrics for this year, and you can forget about your year-end bonus. Jiang Yuhao roared, jabbing the magazine at Tian's nose, the spittle flying almost hitting Tian's face. That in the past, Tian had not been entirely compliant, yet whenever the topic of bonuses and performance arose, this corporate drone would immediately fall in line, obediently adhering to orders, a tactic that had proven effective time and again. However, as he awaited Tian with an air of arrogance, he was taken aback to find not a hint of despondency in Tian's gaze. Instead, it was as cold and sharp as a blade. In fact, he felt a shiver run down his spine under Tian's piercing stare. Jiang Yuhao, today we shall settle our old scores. Suddenly, Tian rose to his feet, the palpable aura of menace enveloping Jiang Yuhao in that very moment. In his previous life, as a level 8 gene evolver, Tian had vanquished countless mutated beasts and zombies, and the number of other gene evolvers who had plotted against him. Only to meet their demise by his hand was beyond measure. Jiang Yuhao, paralyzed with fear, instinctively stumbled backward, retreating several steps, yet the surge of indignation quickly quelled his innate terror. Without a second thought, he swung the magazine he held towards Tian's face. Why Tian? Are you looking to get fired? Then just leave. You're terminated. Why you? Before he could finish his sentence, it morphed into a scream of agony. Tian swiftly knocked the magazine from Jiang Yuhao's grasp, seizing his wrist and wrenching it outward with brutal force. With a sharp crack, Jiang Yuhao's wrist was shattered. In truth, most individuals lack the proper technique. Once one learns to effectively channel core strength from their abdomen into their fists and feet, even an ordinary person can deliver a blow with the lethality of a professional fighter. It hurts like hell. How dare you bite the hand that feeds you? I'll have all your teeth pulled out. I swear I'll kill you. Someone come here. His arrogance transformed Zhang Yuhao's searing pain into a tempest of rage, completely overlooking why the typically submissive Tian had suddenly acted with such decisiveness. Brother Hao, we're here. Damn it, Tian. What are you doing? Let go of Brother Hao. At that moment, four security guards burst into the office, brandishing their batons and aiming for Tian's face. Normally, they were nothing more than Zhang Yuhao's lackeys, adept at dealing with Tian. However, before their batons could strike, a thunderous roar echoed like an avalanche in their ears. Get lost! With a series of swift kicks, Tian sent the four guards flying like cannonballs, crashing into the office furniture, which splintered upon impact, leaving them unconscious. Before they could even utter a C or Y.as, Tian adapted to the physique he once possessed. Despite spending his days in an office, he had maintained a habit of running, resulting in commendable physical coordination. The effectiveness of his kicks was, at best, satisfactory. For the first time, Zhang Yuhao's face drained of color, panic flooding his features, his eyes filled with desperation and dread. Tian, I was just joking before. Don't take it seriously. Then let's consider this my jest in return. Before the smile could fully form on Zhang Yuhao's face, Tian forcefully twisted his wrist, brutally yanking Zhang Yuhao's arm outward. With another sickening crack, Tian employed precise technique, shattering Zhang Yuhao's shoulder joint, leaving his right arm dangling uselessly at his side, causing him to writhe in agony on the floor. Yet, Tian had no intention of ending things there. Chapter 2. The dog and the woman. Upon witnessing the right hand extending towards his neck, Zhang Yuhao finally grasped the cold, murderous intent radiating from Tian. Stop! You cannot kill me. If you do, you will perish as well. Let us each take a step back. I swear, I shall never provoke you again. The icy grip halted merely half an inch from Zhang Yuhao's throat. He exhaled a sigh of relief, realizing that Tian was not a fool and understood that there existed laws in this world. Yet, as he pleaded, a fierce glint flickered deep within his eyes. To him, the law was but a triviality. If Tian spared him, he possessed a myriad of ways to ensure Tian's demise. But in the next moment, he watched as Tian seized a wallpaper knife from the desk and brutally plunged it into his own palm. Not only did the blade pierce through his hand, but it also embedded itself into the office floor. Blood swiftly stained the carpet beneath them, while Tian elegantly stepped back, avoiding any splatter that might mar his person. The speed was so staggering that Zhang Yuhao witnessed everything, yet his body failed to react in time. By the time he comprehended the excruciating pain overwhelming him, he was already howling in torment. Ah, my hand. Doctor, please, contact a physician. I was wrong. I will never bully you again. Spare me. His cries echoed like a slaughtered pig's wail. However, when he lifted his gaze, he met Tian's frigidly cruel eyes, a mocking smile within them sending chills down Zhang Yuhao's spine. Enjoy this moment. Those monsters revel in the scent of blood. What monster? What are you talking about? With a swift motion, Tian twisted his wrist, the sharp blade fracturing as it embedded itself deeper into Zhang Yuhao's flesh. The 200-pound Zhang quivered violently, his features contorted by agony and fear. Yet, he soon witnessed Tian stride towards another desk, casually picking up a second wallpaper knife. In that instant, Zhang Yuhao was utterly paralyzed by terror, his trousers already stained with a foul, yellowish liquid. Do not come closer. I beg you, spare me. I will give you money, so much money. I know you work overtime to buy Wang Suxin a Patek Philippe watch. I will finance it for you. You truly know everything, don't you? Zhang Yuhao's heart-wrenching pleas only ignited a feral ferocity in Tian's gaze, who then seized Zhang's remaining left hand and pinned his wrist down with his foot. Relish your final moments. The wallpaper knife forcefully pierced through Zhang Yuhao's palm, twisting to leave a shard of the blade embedded within. Tian averted his cold gaze from the writhing Zhang Yuhao and strode towards the elevator, pressing the button for the upper floor. As he departed, Zhang Yuhao, suppressing the agonizing pain, dialed the security office. Brother Hao, what is it? Leave one guard at the entrance. The rest must arm themselves and head upstairs to help me deal with that bastard Tian. Understood. We are on our way. Disconnecting the call, Jiang Yuhao struggled to rise and seated himself on a chair, a fierce glint igniting in his eyes. "You Tian, just wait. I shall bring about your demise." Suddenly, an unanticipated deluge poured from the heavens, accompanied by icy hail of a pale blue hue. A brilliant flash of azure lightning cleaved the sky, as if attempting to rend it asunder. Through the window, Jiang Yuhao observed the frantic crowd outside, rushing towards the nearest sanctuaries from the rain. Supermarkets, hotels, shopping malls, and subway stations, all seeking refuge from the torrential downpour. At the entrance of the office building, he caught sight of Xiaomei. "What brings you here?" he inquired. "I left something behind at the office and returned to retrieve it. Let me help you with your soaked coat." "Thank you. This rain is simply relentless, and the hail is quite unexpected." Xiaomei unfastened the buttons of her coat, turning her back as the security guard assisted in removing her trendy leather jacket. Her fair shoulders shivered slightly, exuding an allure that tempted one to savor the moment. As a striking beauty from the sales department, the deep V-neck dress clung to her curves, accentuating her figure after the rain. Water trickled down her long, ivory legs. Yet the dim light revealed a hint of pink on her otherwise pristine skin, suggesting a reaction to the cold. "Damn it, how alluring." The security guard, taking advantage of the moment, peered down, captivated by the sight before him, his throat involuntarily swallowing in anticipation. "Am I allergic to the rain?" Xiaomei began to rub her arms and thighs, yet the more she rubbed, the itchier it became. Her frantic movements intensified, her manicured nails digging into her delicate skin, leaving tender marks. But it was still insufficient. She began to tear at her clothing, discarding it recklessly. Under the flickering light, her skin had turned a deep crimson, akin to a perfectly cooked shrimp. "Xiaomei, don't panic. Let me help you scratch it," the security guard offered, his intentions turning bold as he lunged forward. Wrapping his arms around her, his rough hands exploring with a sense of urgency, Xiaomei reciprocated, clinging to him and grinding against him. "Tighter, please. I itch." "It's unbearable." The security guard, exhilarated, felt a surge of fortune dawning upon him. "You all go ahead and toil. I shall revel with Xiaomei." His excitement was palpable, his eyes glimmering with desire, as he steeled himself for what was to come. Suddenly, an excruciating pain erupted in his chest. Xiaomei had bitten down fiercely, crimson blood quickly staining his uniform. With a savage snap of her head, she tore a chunk of flesh from his chest through the fabric, blood splattering in all directions. "Ah, Xiaomei, what are you doing? Get away." The security guard, filled with terror, attempted to push Xiaomei away, yet she seemed to have transformed into a different person. Her slender frame unleashed an astonishing strength, rendering the security guard helpless as she seized his wrists and forced him to the ground. This became the guard's final struggle. With a primal roar that defied human nature, Xiaomei sank her teeth into the guard's throat. As he flailed helplessly on the ground, his movements grew weaker and more sporadic. 15 seconds later, Xiaomei, drenched in crimson, arose from the floor and ventured deeper into the dimly lit building. Behind her, the security guard staggered to his feet, his eyes now a lifeless shade of gray. Such events unfolded frantically across the entirety of Huaxiao and the world. On the top floor of a corporate building, outside the CEO's office, a conversation unfolded. "Mr. Jiang, you are quite troublesome. You haven't even closed the door before you start undressing me. Aren't you afraid that wasteful fellow downstairs will hear?" "Rest assured. With Jiang Yuhao keeping an eye on that brat, and besides, he's currently preoccupied with saving money to buy you a watch. He wouldn't dare come upstairs." "Humph. What a joke. I fancied that watch 3 months ago, and he still hasn't managed to save enough. What a pathetic fool. Ha ha, indeed a pitiful wretch. But look at this. Ah, it's the Patek Philippe, the diamond-encrusted version. Mr. Jiang, you are truly generous. Please help me put it on. Knowing I'm fond of it. You better behave. This time, Yuhao has assigned that fool a task that will keep him busy for 3 hours. We have plenty of time. Hee, Mr. Jiang, just relax. I will ensure that these 3 hours are worth every penny." From the slightly ajar door of the CEO's office, Tian approached, already hearing waves of lascivious laughter, which soon morphed into debauched moans. "Scoundrels!" With a resounding crash, the grand office door was kicked open, revealing Tian, icy and menacing, standing at the threshold. The half-clad couple sprawled on the sofa turned, startled like birds caught in a snare. "Tian, what are you doing here?" Wang Suxin instinctively grabbed a garment from the sofa to cover herself, her previously flushed face rapidly draining of color, freezing her movements. Yet, Jiangqing coldly wrapped his arm around her slender waist. What are you afraid of? Does this pathetic fool dare to touch you in my presence? You Tian, I'll have you know, your girlfriend has been mine for 3 years. If you know what is good for you, you'll leave now? Wang Suxin. Make it clear to him and send him away, he added, pinching her thigh sharply, without needing Jiangqing to speak again. The momentary panic in Wang Suxin's eyes was swiftly replaced by a thick, frigid resolve. You Tian, let us break up. You, a pathetic fool, cannot provide me with the life I desire. If you wish to cling to your laughable pride, just leave now, and I'll pretend I saw nothing. With a dismissive flick of her hair, Wang Suxin began to dress as if nothing had transpired, her demeanor unflinching. Do not speak of guilt. She even considered that exchanging a mere glance or uttering a single word with Yu Tian was a squander of time. In her eyes, it seemed as though Yu Tian was the unwelcome third party disrupting their affair. Yu Tian's gaze swept over the woman who was ostensibly his. It must be said, Wang Suxin possessed a figure that was undeniably alluring, and her pair of enchanting, fox-like eyes were utterly captivating. It was these very eyes that had once entranced him to the point of obsession. However, compared to the alluring companions he had encountered during the apocalypse, Wang Suxin was, at best, akin to a lowly courtesan soliciting customers at the entrance of the black market, unworthy even of being treated as a servant. Simultaneously, Yu Tian noticed the Patek Philippe adorning Wang Suxin's wrist. Perceiving Yu Tian's gaze, she deliberately raised her wrist, showcasing the watch. Did you see that? Mr. Zhang specially purchased this for me today, and it cost over 10 times what you intended to gift me. This was the man Wang Suxin sought. She declared, you, poor wretch, should quickly depart and not disturb the pleasure Mr. Jiang and I share. A cold smile suddenly crept onto Yu Tian's lips. So, your worth is equivalent to that watch you flaunt? Truly a fine harlot. Chapter 3. Bonding. The first comrade Wang Suxin was momentarily taken aback. Then, like a cat whose tail had been stepped upon, she exploded in fury. Yu Tian, shut your mouth. My relationship with Mr. Jiang is consensual. What need is there for you to prattle on? She continued, if you utter another word, I shall have your tongue severed. Do you believe me? With that, she actually seized a fruit knife from the table, ready to advance, only to be restrained by Jiangqing. Jiangqing pulled Wang Suxin onto his lap. A lewd grin plastered across his face. Is he wrong in what he says? Are you not a fine harlot? A fleeting expression of indignation crossed Wang Suxin's face, but it was swiftly replaced by an unabashedly coy demeanor. Mr. Jiang, your words are gospel. I relish even your reproaches. But what is this pitiful wretch? His insults directed at your woman are merely veiled jabs at you. I am only seeking to vindicate you. After saying this, she cast a glance at Yu Tian, her malice unabashedly evident. Ha ha, well said. Even if I am a harlot, I am your harlot. How dare others act with such impunity? She raised her hand to press the emergency button beneath the table, her eyes filled with venom as they landed on Yu Tian. Yu Tian, you need not return from tomorrow onward. If I hear a whisper of today's events outside, I will break your legs, ensuring you cannot survive in all of Beijiang City. Jiangqing's demeanor was haughty, as if he were dismissing a beggar groveling at his feet. With his connections and experience in the industry, it would be a trivial matter for him to orchestrate Yu Tian's social demise. Wang Suxin gazed at Jiangqing with eyes filled with longing, playfully pouting as she nestled into his embrace. What of me? Do you still desire this harlot? Curse you, brazen hussy! How dare you flirt with me? You seek your own demise. The two shamelessly embraced before Yu Tian, as though they intended to continue their illicit affair. Yu Tian disregarded the two amorous stray dogs and strode directly towards Jiangqing's presidential desk. As he was engaged in a passionate kiss, Jiangqing furrowed his brow and pushed Wang Suxin away, exclaiming, what do you think you're doing? Remove your filthy paws from my desk. However, Yu Tian paid no heed to the couple, deftly reaching beneath the presidential desk until his fingers encountered a concealed compartment. Click! The mechanism sprang to life. When Yu Tian withdrew his hand from beneath the desk, he held a gleaming Desert Eagle and a fully loaded magazine. Wang Suxin let out a sharp scream upon seeing the Desert Eagle, while Jiangqing's mind buzzed with disbelief. As a weapon enthusiast, he had procured this genuine Desert Eagle and its ammunition through foreign connections, secretly toying with them in his office. How could Yu Tian have discovered it? But there was no time for contemplation. Like a startled bird, he shoved Wang Suxin aside and charged at Yu Tian. Yu Tian, what do you intend to do? Yu Tian didn't even spare a glance at Jiangqing, turning his back to deliver a ferocious blow with the grip of the desert eagle. Thud! The metallic end struck Jiangqing's brow, causing him to wail in agony and collapse to the ground, blood streaming from the fractured corner of his eye. He barely had time to cover his wound before he crawled to kneel before Tian, resolutely slapping his own face twice. Tian, please don't do anything rash. I am no man. I am a beast, a scoundrel. Just spare me, and I will grant you anything you desire. Name your price. 1 million? 2 million? Or perhaps 5 million. Just name it. Yet, Tian remained deaf to his pleas, meticulously inspecting and polishing the desert eagle. Old friend, we meet again. In his previous life, Tian had been locked inside the presidential office and had stumbled upon this desert eagle and its magazine, which enabled him to escape the encirclement of zombies in that accursed building. This was his first weapon, accompanying him through the darkest and loneliest days of the apocalypse. His inaugural comrade-in-arms. Ding. Main quest completed. The host has bonded with the first comrade-in-arms. The bonding item will be designated as indestructible and irreplaceable, automatically transferable to the system's warehouse. Activating the ammunition synthesis upgrade system for the Desert Eagle's Nightmare Ammunition Rapid Synthesis feature. Nightmare crystals can be utilized for swift synthesis of suitable nightmare ammunition for the Desert Eagle. Nightmare ammunition. Even the unflappable Tian could not suppress a gasp upon hearing those words. No one understood the significance of nightmare ammunition better than he. In one fluid motion, he inserted the magazine, racked the slide, and aimed, the familiar sensation of destruction coursing through the grip of the Desert Eagle, transporting him back to the battlefield of his former life. A heavy, frigid aura of death seeped from his very bones, plunging the temperature in the room by several degrees in an instant. The ominous cold muzzle of the gun loomed before them, akin to the beckoning of death. Jiangqing and Wang Suxin shuddered violently in the biting chill, their cold sweat long since dried up. Jiangqing was on the brink of madness, incessantly raising his bid. Yet in Tian's frigid gaze, he discerned not a flicker of hope. Only the all-consuming darkness and silence surrounded him, enveloping him in despair. Suddenly, fierce footsteps echoed from beyond the door, and a dozen security guards wielding electric batons surged into the office. Seize him. Beat him to a pulp. Zhang Yuhao yelled from the back, pointing at Tian. The gun is fake. Don't be afraid. Kill him. 5 million for each of you. Jiangqing, startled, sat up straight, his eyes bloodshot and filled with a fierce determination. The earlier terror completely evaporated. The security guards summoned by Zhang Yuhao and Jiangqing were all their trusted confidants, accustomed to carrying out their illicit tasks. Initially, they had felt fear upon seeing the Desert Eagle, but upon realizing it was a mere prop, all apprehension dissipated. In their eyes, the frail Tian had transformed into an easily attainable 5 million. You little brat, if you know what's good for you, drop that toy gun. Whether you do or not, you're already doomed. Brothers, take him down. This is 5 million. The electric batons crackled with blue arcs as they were swung mercilessly toward Tian. With such numbers, even a bear would be subdued in an instant. Yet, confronted by the encircling guards, Tian did not even spare a glance back. His right leg shot out like a bolt of lightning, leaving a phantom in its wake. Bang, bang, bang. In the next moment, thunderous booms erupted within the crowd of guards. Without looking back, Tian propelled himself forward, and the 6 guards at the forefront were sent sprawling, crashing into the door and collapsing in the corridor, unconscious. The electric batons flew from their grasp, and Tian seized one midair, wielding it with such speed that the blue arcs glimmered like a flash of light, darting past each guard. Crackling sounds resounded as several guards fell one after another, their bodies trembling and eyes rolling back from the high-voltage shock. Not a single one managed to touch Tian. How is he so powerful? Zhang Yuhao exclaimed in panic. Uncle, I'm sorry, I'm out of here. The sight left Zhang Yuhao and the impeccably suited building security chief in a state of bewilderment, fear compelling them to abandon everyone and flee to the emergency exit, slamming the door open. The fire door of the emergency exit began to close automatically, but just as it was nearly shut, a scream erupted from within. Yet, in the next instant, the fire door sealed shut, severing all sound, as if nothing had transpired. The office, once filled with chaos, returned to an eerie silence in less than 10 seconds. Jiangqing and Wang Suxin's cheers caught in their throats, unable to escape. In the midst of their fearful gazes, Tian's icy eyes once again turned toward them. No, you can't kill me. If you must, then take this woman instead. She seduced me. On the day of your interview, she seized the opportunity to knock on my office door and initiated an inappropriate encounter with me. You ought to direct your wrath towards her. Jiangqing forcefully pushed Wang Suxin towards Tian, desperately seeking a final glimmer of escape. Stumbling, Wang Suxin fell to her knees before Tian, her once proud eyes now filled only with a desperate plea. My dear, do not heed Jiangqing's nonsense. It was your project leader, Zhou Wenkai, who orchestrated this. On the day of your interview, he served me a glass of water, laced with a sedative. I was ensnared in confusion and ended up in an encounter with Jiangqing, who recorded it and threatened to ruin me should I refuse to comply. I was coerced. I know you still love me. Haven't you always desired me? Don't you wish to marry me? I can marry you right away, and once we return home, I will yield to your every wish. Please, do not kill me. I do not wish to die. Tian shook his head with a cold sneer, not believing a single word that Wang Suxin uttered. He kicked her away as she crawled towards him, his icy gaze and the dark barrel of his gun now aimed at Jiangqing. Bang! Unlike the movies where a bullet merely grazes the leg, the .50 caliber bullet from the Desert Eagle, fired at such close range, had the power to tear the human body apart instantaneously. The roaring bullet pierced Jiangqing's thigh, exploding into a gaping wound. Jiangqing clutched his injured leg, his temple crashing violently against the ground, yet the intense agony surged through him like a tidal wave, consuming his entire being. Wang Suxin, positioned beside the gun's muzzle, was splattered with blood, now kneeling on the ground like a dog, trembling in fear. In this apocalyptic world, being stained with blood or injured was tantamount to receiving a death sentence. Now, you too may relish the terror of this apocalypse. Just as the words left his lips, an unusual sound echoed from outside the door, footsteps chaotic and unsteady, accompanied by low, suppressed growls. A figure appeared in the corridor outside the office door, dressed in orange work attire and a hard hat, with a severed safety rope at the waist. The wet sleeves bore the bold letters "Emergency Repair." Come help us. He wants to kill, he wants to kill. Jiangqing cried out in madness, but the next moment, his desperate pleas were stifled by the horrifying sight before him. The construction worker, drawn by the noise, turned around to reveal a face mangled and bloodied, a large chunk of flesh torn from his shoulder, blood gushing and staining half his body. His lifeless eyes reflected nothing but a ravenous desire to feast. Roar! The zombie construction worker suddenly seemed to catch a scent in the air, charging towards the office in a frenzy. Behind him, multiple growls echoed, and disordered footsteps rushed this way. He lunged towards the unconscious security guard, who had been kicked into the corridor by Tian, viciously sinking his teeth into the shoulder, tearing away a large swath of flesh. It hurts like hell. What in the world is this? The security guard was jolted awake by excruciating pain, only to behold a blood-soaked monstrosity looming over him, causing his spirit to plummet. Get away. Leave me be, he shouted, attempting to kick the zombie worker off him. Yet his foot met nothing but air. As the creature's gaping maw lunged toward his arm, he instinctively reached out to cover its mouth. However, his fingers slipped inside the zombie's mouth, and with a savage snap, 3 of his fingers were gruesomely severed. Simultaneously, 3 more zombie workers emerged from behind, tackling him to the ground, while 2 others lunged toward the other security personnel in the corridor. Help me! Save me! The guard cried in agony, his trembling arm outstretched helplessly toward the office. Blood streamed from the stumps of his severed fingers. The zombie workers again attacked the other guards, who had just been awakened by the horrific shrieks. Zombies! They are zombies! Jiangqing, witnessing the chaos, was paralyzed with fear, unable to move as he lay on the ground, incessantly kicking Wang Suxin. You wretched girl, close the door. Hurry! But Wang Suxin, trembling uncontrollably, could barely muster the strength to move. Just then, a figure darted into the corridor like a flash of lightning. Chapter 4. Tian, lead us to safety. A zombie, engrossed in feeding, suddenly lifted its head, only to be met with a swift kick to the temple from a boot. With a sickening crack, its neck shattered, and the creature collapsed, motionless. To the right, another zombie worker lunged at Tian, who deftly sidestepped, swiftly maneuvering behind the creature. With gloved hands, he seized its jaw with the strength of a vice and twisted violently. A resounding crack echoed as the zombie's neck snapped, sending it crashing to the ground. Tian had no interest in rescuing anyone. He was merely compelled to act. 9 guards, rendered unconscious, lay sprawled in the corridor, And with nearly half of them now overrun by zombies, it was essential that they served as distractions to prevent him from being overwhelmed. This allowed Tian to methodically eliminate the zombie workers, minimizing the risk of infection. Should all 9 succumb to bites and transform into zombies, they would be besieged by nearly 20 of these creatures, leaving even Tian, an ordinary man without equipment or the advantage of awakened genetic evolution, facing certain doom. In these fleeting seconds, Tian discovered a sliver of hope amidst despair. Like a precise assassin, each of his strikes was lethal, and within mere seconds, he had eradicated all the infected workers without discharging a single bullet, thus avoiding attracting more zombies. Ding! Killed a first-tier zombie. 6. Current demon hunter points. 6. Those in the office behind him were left awestruck by Tian's commanding presence on the battlefield. The unconscious guards had been roused by the uproar, gazing at Tian as though he were a deity. A man, unarmed and undeterred, had plunged into the horde of zombies, dispatching over a dozen with nothing but his bare hands. This was the descent of a celestial being, especially Wang Suxin, her eyes frequently flickering as she gazed at Tian. Suddenly, she sprang to her feet and ran barefoot towards him. At this moment, being by Tian's side felt like the safest refuge. She was determined to cling to him with all her strength. Yet, as she took her first step, terror rooted her in place. The first security guard, who had been bitten, began to tremble violently, his bones cracking ominously. In the next instant, like the other zombies, he rose, his black pupils clouded with a pale hue. Indeed, the 15 seconds had proven true. Seizing the moment before the zombie guard fully engaged in its attack mode, Tian delivered a fierce kick to its temple. The guard's neck snapped with a sickening crack, rendering him weak-kneed and collapsing to the ground, yet even incapacitated. His jaw continued to chew incessantly. Tian furrowed his brow slightly. His body felt significantly weaker than in his previous life, unable to penetrate the skull to damage the zombie's brain. 6 points of strength were utterly insufficient. He needed at least 7. However, as his momentary distraction allowed another guard to transform into a zombie, Tian swiftly dispatched 2 more, while a third lunged directly towards the office. Instinctively, Tian reached for his gun to take aim, but he refrained. "Enjoy yourselves, you despicable pair." The zombies charged into the office, and compared to Tian, Jiangqing's fresh wounds were far more enticing. Whoever kills him would receive a bounty of 10 million. Quaking, Jiangqing sat on the floor, issuing his desperate plea for help. Having been shot, every movement sent searing pain through him, and this was nearly his final means of survival. The guards, obediently brandishing their electric batons, rushed forward. Observing Tian's formidable prowess outside, they began to believe that these zombies were not as terrifying as they seemed. After all, they were a dozen strong against one. Yet, they were entirely unaware of the enhanced strength of the zombies. The electric batons merely caused irritation, failing to inflict lethal damage, resulting in 3 guards being swiftly overpowered and bitten. "I've been bitten, help me. Get away, stay far from us. Help, help." The once united front against the enemy collapsed in an instant, as panic set in and everyone began to frantically evade both the zombies and their bitten comrades. The presidential office, which had stood firm, fell into chaos due to a single misguided command. The zombie guard's gaze fixed hungrily on Jiangqing, leaping onto him and sinking its teeth into his thigh, thrashing its head like a rabid hound, tearing flesh and leaving a gruesome trail of blood. "Help me. Kick it off me. I'll give you 50 million, 100 million. But at that moment, who had the energy to heed his pleas? Everyone was frantically searching for anything nearby that could serve as a weapon. Jiangqing waved his arms wildly in desperation, hoping to grasp anything that might save him, when suddenly he seized a smooth, slender calf. Wang Suxin was running towards the window in search of an escape, and his grasp sent her tumbling to the ground like a dog in a tumble. "Wang Suxin, save me, please." "Jiangqing, let me go. Don't drag me into this." Behind her, the blood-soaked zombies and Jiangqing left Wang Suxian's face as pale as death. She relentlessly kicked Jiangqing's head with her legs, yet in his eyes, Wang Suxian had become his last lifeline, and he refused to let go, his fingers gripping her ankle so tightly that they threatened to crush it. "Bite her, gnaw at this wretched woman, just don't come for me," Jiangqing screamed in madness. The zombie security guard seemed to comprehend his fervent plea, raising its lifeless eyes to fixate on Wang Suxian, its gaping mouth revealing blood-stained teeth, with bits of flesh lodged between them. Despair surged in Wang Suexian's eyes, but in her moment of desperation, she caught a glint of something on the carpet. With a roar, the zombie lunged at her. Seizing the crystal ashtray from the ground, Wang Suexian swung it desperately at the zombie's head, landing a direct hit on its temple. The sharp edges of the crystal shattered its skull, creating a gaping wound, causing the zombie to momentarily falter. Die? Just die? Wang Suexian cried, mercilessly striking again and again, until the zombie's face was utterly obliterated, reduced to a grotesque mass of flesh and blood. Panting heavily, she suddenly fixed her gaze on the one who had nearly led to her demise. You did well, Suexian, you saved me. When this is over, I'll buy you all the luxuries you desire. Jiangqing's eyes brimmed with uncontainable joy. Moreover, as 15 seconds had passed without him transforming into a zombie, did that mean he was immune? Perhaps he was the fabled chosen one, naturally endowed with an antibody. But before he could fully revel in his elation, he caught sight of Wang Suexian's icy gaze directed at him, and the ashtray, now tainted with zombie blood, raised high above her head. What are you planning, Suexian? He cried out, panic rising. You're destined to become a zombie eventually. Why not send you off now? No, don't. Ding. Killed 8 first-level zombies. Gained demon hunting points. 8. Current total, 14. In the corridor, Tian snapped the neck of the last zombie before turning toward the office, a fleeting look of surprise crossing his face. Could it be that this wretched woman had been the one to eliminate the zombies? At this moment, the survivors in the office gradually regained their composure, though blood stained many of their bodies, making it unclear whether they were injured or merely smeared with the blood of others. Each person tightened their grip on their weapons, eyeing one another warily. The trust that once existed had completely shattered. As Tian strode into the office, he immediately drew everyone's attention. Wang Suexian was the first to rush toward him. Suddenly, 2 meters away, she began to tear at her clothes until she was completely bare, spinning around with her arms outstretched in front of Tian. Look, Tian. I'm unharmed, not a scratch on me. I want to be infected. Please, take me with you. Only then did the others begin to comprehend the situation. Tian possesses formidable strength and seems to have an extraordinary understanding of these zombies. At this moment, following Tian is the best chance for survival. We have not been bitten. Look, I am unharmed. Tian, we shall follow you from now on. Lead us to safety. The security personnel hastily removed their jackets to reveal the unscathed areas of their bodies, despite being splattered with blood. However, the other 5 hesitated, unwilling to approach. Chapter 5, Dissection. The precious nightmare crystal instantly, all the uninjured individuals converged, their weapons aimed at the 5 individuals among them, including their security captain. The captain, in a state of panic, exclaimed, Tian, look, we have not turned into zombies. Perhaps we are immune. Please, take us with you. We will obey your every command. The 3 behind him nodded vigorously. At this moment, Tian was their savior. As long as he did not allow them to take their own lives, they would comply with his every request without question. No, we cannot heed their pleas. We must corner them, declared Wang Suexian, her brows furrowed in determination, leaving no room for negotiation. Yet, she slowly positioned herself behind Tian, believing that if these individuals were to suddenly transform, she would be far safer than the others. The other security personnel remained oblivious to Wang Suexian's subtle maneuvering, instead blindly supporting her proposal, raising their weapons to force the 5 into a corner of the office, unwittingly forming a protective barrier in front of her. Tian cast a deep glance back at Wang Suexian. Earlier, after he had dispatched all the zombies in the corridor, he had seen her crush the zombie security guard and Jiangqing with a crystal ashtray, causing his pupils to constrict in surprise. This woman had spent 3 years with him and Jiangqing, and he could only imagine how many nights she had endured with Jiangqing on top of her. Yet, she exhibited no sentiment and directly killed Jiangqing after neutralizing the threat posed by the zombie guard. Now, she revealed such a calculating nature. Decisive, ruthless, vengeful, cold-blooded. Yet, it is undeniable that those with such traits thrive in the apocalypse. He had underestimated her. Rest assured, they will not transform into zombies. They are safe now. Tian's sudden declaration brought a sigh of relief to everyone present. Although doubts lingered, each person felt a weight lift from their hearts, especially the 5 individuals who visibly relaxed. Come here. I have some important matters to discuss with you, he commanded. The 5 stepped forward eagerly, their faces alight with anticipation. Brother Tian, Whatever you need, just say the word, the security captain proclaimed, thumping his chest confidently. But in the next moment, Tian's hands shot forward like lightning towards the 5. Crack, crack, snap. A cacophony of bone fractures echoed as, in less than 2 seconds, Tian had twisted the necks of all 5 individuals. Due to the fusion of the nightmarish virus crystals with rainwater, the concentration of the virus in the rain is at its peak. However, the route of invasion occurs through dermal absorption. Thus, it takes approximately 23 minutes for an individual to succumb to zombification. Yet, if the first generation of zombies, infected by the rainwater, inflicts a bite on a human, the high concentration of the nightmarish virus present in their saliva can transform the victim into a zombie within a mere 15 seconds. In contrast, the second generation of infected zombies exhibits a diminished concentration of the virus, leading to a transformation that may take 30 minutes or even several hours post-bite. It was not until the bodies of 5 security guards fell that the others finally reacted, collectively gasping in shock as the office's recently restored warmth plummeted back to freezing temperatures. Why did you kill them? Didn't you say they wouldn't turn into zombies? One guard trembled, questioning. Fool. Tian was merely deceiving those monsters to lower their guard. Otherwise, how could he have dealt with them so decisively? I surmised that as the infection rate escalated, the time for mutation in the infected would gradually increase, which is why they had yet to transform at that moment. With an imposing stride reminiscent of a model, Wang Suxin approached Tian, her gaze unwaveringly locking onto his. Wang Suxin would seize every opportunity to showcase her worth before Tian. And it was precisely this air of cool nobility that had allowed her to firmly ensnare him in her grasp. However, as she reached Tian, her demeanor unexpectedly softened, and she unconsciously bit her lip ever so slightly. To the untrained eye, this nuance would go unnoticed, but to Tian, this minuscule gesture transformed her icy demeanor into one of fiery allure, as if she were both inviting and resisting. Tian, am I right? Wang Suxin's eyes brimmed with emotion, glistening like a captivating spring, yearning to draw closer to him. It must be said that her performance was nothing short of exceptional. Yet, Tian remained unfazed, suddenly extending his right hand with lightning speed to grip Wang Suxin's neck, lifting her off the ground. Tian, what are you doing? Cough, cough. Let us talk this out. Put me down, cough, cough. Wang Suxin clung desperately to Tian's hands, her long legs flailing in the air, her eyes rolling back as she neared the brink of unconsciousness. Do not attempt such theatrics in my presence. And you all, do not expect me to carry the burden of your incompetence. The guards' faces turned ashen. Tian flung Wang Suxin to the ground. She watched helplessly as he stepped over her, suddenly erupting in a desperate frenzy, clutching his leg. Tian, I am willing to be your woman. I could join you in bed right now. I would adopt any degrading position. I beg you, let me follow you. Without you, I cannot survive alone. As she spoke, Wang Suxin began to tear at her clothing, but before she could rip her jacket, she felt the cold, unyielding pressure of an object pressed against her forehead. I spare your life not out of compassion, but rather to allow you to fully experience the terror of the apocalypse, rather than subject you to the grotesque display of your own degradation before me. Now depart. Wang Suxin collapsed onto the ground, exerting all her strength, believing she could return to Tian's side, only to discover his heartlessness. No, this cannot be. As she sat there in despair, her world crumbled around her. In the eyes of the onlookers filled with fear, Tian seized a fruit knife from a security guard, donned disposable gloves, and resolutely advanced into the corridor, beginning to dissect the zombie with precision. The others recoiled in horror, some collapsing to the floor, retching uncontrollably. Their gazes towards Tian were filled solely with terror. Tian, indifferent to their reactions, swiftly extracted blue crystals the size of fingernails from the corpses. These were nightmare virus crystals, akin to tumors formed by conventional viruses. Each creature infected by the nightmare virus bore these crystals, and those freshly infected belonged to the lowest tier, with the crystals scattered throughout their bodies. From the second tier onward, these crystals would merge into a single entity. The higher the creature's tier, the larger the amalgamated nightmare virus crystal would become. Though perilous, these crystals held immense value. In a previous life, the entirety of the world's nightmare virus vaccines, gene enhancers, and even raw materials for weapon manufacturing were derived from nightmare virus crystals. All tiers of these crystals contained vast reservoirs of energy. It was calculated that a first-tier nightmare crystal could release energy equivalent to the power of 3 bullets of the same mass, while the full release of a 5th-tier nightmare crystal could obliterate an entire urban area. Should the energy of an 8th-tier nightmare virus crystal be unleashed in its entirety, it would surpass even that of a nuclear weapon. Undeniably, the research into nightmare crystals sparked the 7th technological revolution in the human world. Chapter 6. Retrieving what was taken from you. Tian cautiously used the knife's tip to lift these blue crystals, placing them into a sealing plastic bag in his hand. A single zombie yielded 5 of these crystals, while the remaining fragments were too small to possess any value. The 2nd, 3rd, and 4th zombies were dissected, resulting in 75 fingernail-sized nightmare virus crystals. Detected 75 first-tier nightmare virus crystals, binding possible for the creation of Desert Eagle nightmare ammunition, ratio 11. Each production of 10 nightmare ammunition requires 1 demon hunting point. Proceed with production. Produce 50 pieces. The decision not to produce all was due to the remaining crystals having significant utility. 50 nightmare ammunition completed. Demon hunting points consumed, 5. Remaining demon hunting points, 9. The number of first-tier nightmare virus crystals in Tian's hand immediately decreased to 25, while the system warehouse now housed 50 blue glowing Desert Eagle bullets. He retrieved one. Delicately pinching it between his fingers, scrutinizing it closely, a smile gradually forming at the corners of his lips. The nightmare virus produces nightmare ammunition that is larger and possesses a greater destructive capacity against mutants than standard bullets. This effect may not be apparent against lower-tier mutants, but it becomes particularly pronounced against higher-tier ones. In a previous life, Tian was the first in all of China to conceive the idea of crafting ammunition from nightmare crystals, and no one understood it better than he did. Even by the highest standards of quality assessment in his prior existence, the nightmare ammunition produced by the system remains unparalleled. While a first-tier zombie's hardened skull might withstand ordinary bullets, it would undoubtedly falter against this superior nightmare ammunition. Tian replaced all the Desert Eagle bullets with special ones and retrieved 2 empty magazines from a drawer to complete the loading. With a total of 3 magazines containing 21 rounds of nightmare ammunition, he felt adequately equipped for the current situation. Initially intending to store the Desert Eagle in the system's warehouse, he refrained after considering that the sudden disappearance of a firearm might raise suspicions. Moreover, having the Desert Eagle on his person provided a greater deterrent against those around him, leading Tian to decide to keep it at his waist for the time being and to stow it away after leaving this place. Currently, he possessed a fruit knife, the Desert Eagle, and 50 rounds of nightmare ammunition, yet he still felt underprepared. He rummaged through the books on the shelf and then retrieved Jiang Qing's fishing rod from beside the bookshelf. Selecting 2 softcover books of moderate thickness and length, he bound them securely to his left arm with resilient fishing line, wrapping them from his elbow to an inch beyond. He then pried off a large piece of decorative metal from the bookcase door with the fruit knife, bending it into a suitable shape for the outer elbow of the bound books, and meticulously tied it with fishing line at both ends, folding the metal inward to conceal the bindings and prevent them from being severed. This was Tian's makeshift arm guard, which could also serve as a shield in times of need. As everyone watched Tian diligently complete his task, they immediately began to frantically seize the remaining materials. However, the few items each managed to grasp were scant, and the pallor on their faces deepened. The bald security deputy captain, observing the 2 thin magazines in his hands, glared with malice, having not even managed to procure a length of fishing line. His gaze turned towards Tian, who was wrapping his wrist. Fixating on Tian's elevated waist, his eyes filled with greed. "Shao Kai, come here." The bald man beckoned to a thin fellow standing a meter away. "Brother Bald, I know it's not very convenient for you. Just tell me what you need, and I will listen." The security guard named Shao Kai approached with a sycophantic smile, yet halted after only 2 steps, deliberately tucking the fishing line and electric baton into his pocket. "Damn, even I need to be wary," the bald man cursed inwardly, though his face betrayed no anger. "Nothing much, just gather our people. I want to say a few words." Upon hearing the bald man's words, the group huddled in the corner turned pale. "You want to seize Brother Tian's gun? No way. Are you not afraid of dying? We are. I do not wish to die. I cannot take this on. Brother Bald, better look for someone else." The bald man inwardly cursed this entire group of spineless wretches through generations. "Do you fear him, yet not the zombies lurking outside?" You witnessed the demise of our captain. What use are the electric batons you wield against the undead? Only with firearms can we ensure our survival. Do not forget how we treated you, Tian. Can this coward truly protect us? It is solely our duty to safeguard ourselves. Upon hearing this, the others raised their heads in unison, their eyes gleaming with newfound determination. Yet none dared to nod in agreement. The bald man, gritting his teeth, proclaimed, "Rest assured, he wouldn't dare to fire. A gunshot would attract the zombies. And he too would meet his end. Just wait and see. I shall strike first. If he does not kill me, then you may proceed. But the gun must belong to me." "Very well, we shall adhere to your plan." "I concur." Once Tian had finished preparing, he stood to leave, only to be immediately blocked by the bald man at the door. "Tian, I believe we should remain here and await rescue. Our nation will not forsake us. Indeed, we should anticipate national assistance and refrain from rash movements. Perhaps the military will arrive shortly. We shall wait. Do not leave us." A group of security guards hastily chimed in, though their eyes flickered with insincerity as they subtly inched closer. Should Tian be willing to stay and serve as their protector, they had no desire to sever ties. However, Tian coldly uttered two words: "Get lost." The expressions of all present darkened considerably. The bald man's eyes glinted with malice as he inhaled deeply. "I shall not step aside. What will you do about it?" Tian furrowed his brow but refrained from drawing his weapon, for in his eyes, the bald man had yet to earn the right to invoke his trump card. Yet this hesitation only elicited a knowing smirk from the bald man. "See, he doesn't dare to fire." The bald man's voice ignited a spark of hope amongst the onlookers, who chose to relinquish their fate into the hands of others rather than take control themselves. Instantly, the security guards' eyes blazed with ferocity as they encircled Tian, electric batons crackling ominously. Any strike against him would render him defenseless. Tian's immobility emboldened these men even further. "Indeed, you must relinquish the gun to leave. The armed guards, crafted from our materials, must also be surrendered. And my knife." The security guards converged tightly, leaving no room for escape. At this moment, Tian would have no opportunity to draw his weapon. "Tian, I advise you not to resist. Our electric batons may not suffice against the zombies, but they are more than adequate for you." The bald man slowly raised his hand toward Tian's waist, where the distinct outline of a desert eagle rested. His excitement surged. Should this weapon fall into his possession, he would reign supreme in this apocalyptic world. At last, he grasped the desert eagle in his hand. "Ha ha ha, the gun is mine." He cackled triumphantly. But in the next instant, Tian's hands shot out like lightning, seizing the bald man's arm. With a sharp crack, the bald man's wrist was instantly dislocated under Tian's twisting grip. Before he could emit a cry of agony, he felt a cold, hard object pressed firmly against his chin, the desert eagle. "Tian-gu, don't." The sound of a gunshot echoed, and the top of the bald man's head was blown away, splattering blood across the ceiling like paint. A drop of the splattered blood landed on Tian's face, yet it did nothing to thaw the icy gaze in his eyes. The security guards, who had been shouting moments before, were now utterly stunned. "Wasn't it said that Tian wouldn't dare to shoot?" Who claimed he was timid? "I have no desire to fire my weapon. I simply deem you unworthy of my ammunition," he stated with a chilling voice, scanning the room. The guards instinctively recoiled, their electric batons clattering to the ground. At that moment, soft footsteps echoed from the end of the corridor. There were more zombies on this floor. Not just the few they had seen. The gunfire had drawn them in. Chapter 7. Encounter in the reception room. "No. We're going to die? The bald man has doomed us. Tian, we didn't mean it. Take us with you. We are willing to follow you. Tian, please." Yet, Tian's pace towards the exit showed no sign of slowing. As he moved further away, despair welled in the eyes of all. However, their courage faltered, preventing them from fleeing this place. They could only helplessly shut the office door, which, in that instant, sealed their last hope of escape. Despair spread like wildfire, quickly morphing into a primal instinct for survival. All eyes turned towards Wang Sushin, their animalistic desires igniting within them. After suffering a blow, Wang Sushin sat helplessly on the ground, but the raw intensity of their stares jolted her awake. The surrounding guards closed in. "What do you want?" "I want to leave." "Tian, please take me with you." In a panic, Wang Sushin crawled backward, suddenly springing to her feet and dashing towards the door. Yet, she was immediately grabbed by a guard and thrown back to the ground, where countless hands began to tear at her clothing. "It's all your fault, woman." You angered Tian. Go. Let's finish her off together. We won't let her have it easy before she dies. I've never been with such a beautiful woman. I must have my fun before she meets her end. Please, let me go. I beg you. You Tian, save me. Please. Wang Suxin's agonized screams resonated from the office, yet they were drowned out by the roars of zombies outside. This building boasts 47 floors, with the CEO's office nestled deep within the 47th floor. Besides an elevator and a fire escape, there are only 2 long corridors stretching east and west. Guests awaiting their appointments with the CEO typically linger in the small lounges flanking these corridors. At this moment, the gunfire had attracted a horde of zombies, completely blocking the eastern corridor. Fortunately, the western corridor remained eerily silent. Yu Tian cautiously retreated through the western corridor, moving at a deliberate pace. The stillness enveloped him, pierced only by distant, sporadic howls and cries that echoed off the walls. Even a seasoned survivor like Yu Tian, who had faced countless trials in his past life, could not discern the precise location of the commotion from the sounds alone. Pressing his ear to the ground, he listened intently, then exhaled a sigh of relief. The corridor was devoid of chaotic footsteps or abrupt collisions, suggesting that the nearby zombies had likely been lured away by some distraction. Alternatively, there could be zombies lurking nearby, waiting to encounter the living. The latter scenario was far more terrifying. However, the growing agitation of the zombies outside the CEO's office compelled Yu Tian to press on. He edged along the wall, taking care to place his heel down first with each step. Utilizing a specialized technique to control the muscles in his feet, he managed to move almost soundlessly. Ahead lay a small reception room. Cautiously, he peeked around the corner, using a large indoor plant as cover. What he beheld within was utter devastation. The room was in disarray, with overturned sofas, shattered coffee tables, disheveled bookshelves, and blood-stained carpets littered with severed limbs and gory remnants. The walls were splattered with blood, and handprints marked the surfaces where panicked individuals had fled or struggled in their final moments. The bright, grand crystal chandelier still illuminated the room, standing as the sole intact object amidst the chaos, though it too bore the stains of blood, casting a faint crimson hue over the entire space. Everything bore silent witness to the massacre that had unfolded here. Yet, what unsettled Yu Tian was the absence of any corpses. Given the rapidity of the transformation, it was evident that the outbreak had occurred amidst a downpour of zombies, and their numbers appeared to be substantial. After a brief search of the small reception area, Yu Tian felt a twinge of disappointment for failing to find food. But he was fortunate to discover several unopened bottles of mineral water. He tore a sizable piece of fabric from the sofa to wrap the bottles securely around his waist before continuing onward. Ahead lay the corridor leading to the offices of senior management. As he advanced, he scrutinized the bloodstains and footprints on the floor and walls, his brow furrowing deeper with each step. One group of zombies was pursuing him, while another comprised survivors, likely fleeing toward the same destination Yu Tian had planned as his first strategic objective, the employee lounge. There, the company had stocked various snacks and beverages, providing ample food and water. In his previous life, it was here that Yu Tian had received his first supply in the apocalypse. However, it now seemed that this primary objective might no longer be attainable. As he was about to step forward, Yu Tian suddenly heard frantic and chaotic footsteps coming from outside the emergency exit. He quickly retreated to create distance. In the next moment, the emergency exit was violently burst open from the outside, and a bloodied figure rushed into the corridor, crashing into the wall due to the force of inertia. The moment the fire door swung open, Yu Tian immediately heard the disordered footsteps and roars behind him. There were certainly no fewer than 5 zombies. The man, upon colliding with the wall, pushed himself off it with all his strength, disregarding his numerous injuries, and kicked the emergency exit shut, swiftly inserting the handle of his fire axe into the door's latch. Simultaneously, a loud thud echoed from outside as the zombies ferociously slammed into the door, their violent force and momentum lifting the man's feet off the ground as he collided with the wall again, leaving a gruesome trail of blood and flesh. Nevertheless, the fire door managed to withstand the initial onslaught, and a look of joy spread across the man's face. I made it out. I finally escaped. Ha! I'm the leader. You pathetic fools are merely here to cushion my fall. You think you can drag me down? Bah! Sitting on the ground with his back against the wall, the man laughed maniacally, as if he had just eluded death. His face, drenched in blood, rendered him unrecognizable. Yet the exquisite suit he wore, despite being stained, still hinted at its opulence. The glossy black crocodile skin boots he wore, which would have cost a fortune before the apocalypse, reflected a life of luxury. Upon catching sight of those shoes, a glint of murderous intent flashed in Tian's eyes. Although the man's features were obscured from those boots, Tian inferred his identity, the head of the project management department, his direct superior, Zhou Wenkai. He recalled Wang Suxin's words. Despite her penchant for exaggeration, the fact that she thought of Zhou Wenkai as a shield in desperate times indicated his deep involvement in the affairs between Wang Suxin and Jiang Qing. After all, he was Jiang Qing's most loyal sycophant, the kind who would wag his tail even when fed scraps. Just as Zhou Wenkai chuckled a couple of times, 3 loud thuds echoed near his ears. The zombies outside possessed immense strength, and the screws holding the emergency exit door began to loosen under the relentless pressure. The smile that had just graced Zhou Wenkai's face abruptly transformed into one of terror as he frantically lunged at the door, bracing it with his shoulder. While the door held firm, the glass panels could not withstand the zombies' assault. Crash! Crash! The frosted glass shattered as the zombies clawed at it. 3 blood-soaked hands reaching through, grasping wildly in vain, as if trying to devour everything within their reach. As the door threatened to give way, Zhou Wenkai's heart plummeted into despair. At that moment, he spotted Tian. Chapter 8. The thumping heart. Tian stood at the corner, as though he had only just arrived. A flash of malice flickered in Zhou Wenkai's eyes, but it was swiftly suppressed, replaced by a facade of excitement and flush. If it weren't for Tian's keen perception, the rapid change in expression would have gone unnoticed. Tian, you're here too? That is wonderful. Come quickly and help me block the door. I will retrieve the fire hose from over there, and together we shall secure this door, preventing that rabble from entering, ensuring our safety. Yet, Tian remained motionless. Instead, the murderous intent in his eyes became increasingly apparent. Did Zhou Wenkai truly believe he was unaware of the door's precarious state? To assist Zhou Wenkai in holding the door would be tantamount to inviting disaster. This Zhou Wenkai, even now, sought to endanger him. Tian refrained from action, observing the exposed flesh of Zhou Wenkai's arms, marred by no fewer than 4 bite marks. Similarly, the tattered fabric bore traces resembling gum, blood oozing profusely, gradually tinted with a faint azure hue. The fact that Zhou Wenkai had survived thus far indicated that his assailants were merely second-generation infected zombies, yet it also implied that during the preceding hours before his transformation, he had been a delectable morsel, exuding an enticing aroma. Zhou Wenkai bellowed while desperately bracing against the emergency exit, attempting to conceal the fact that the screws on the door had long since loosened. However, Tian stood immobile, forcing Zhou Wenkai into a desperate struggle. Ultimately, Zhou Wenkai could no longer endure. Frustration led him to unleash a torrent of curses. Tian, are you just standing there, doing nothing? Can't you see I need help? Hurry over here. If you assist me, I will ensure you become my subordinate, enjoying a life of luxury instead of toiling away for a meager salary of 4,000 a month. Just help me, and I will instantly transfer 1 million as a reward. Surely that will suffice. At last, Tian took a step forward. As he advanced, Zhou Wenkai felt a surge of exhilaration, though his expression remained unchanged, urging him to hurry. Tian, move faster. I can barely hold on. He continued. Do you have food behind you? Set it down first. Once we secure the door, we can escape with the supplies. A glint of cold malice flashed in Zhou Wenkai's eyes as he devised a plan. He needed not wait for Tian to take his place. Once Tian entered the door's collapse zone, he would immediately let go and flee, confident that Tian would instinctively brace the door. As for the food on Tian's person, he would either seize it if time permitted or simply escape without it. This plan seemed foolproof. However, just as Zhou Wenkai eagerly anticipated Tian's descent into the trap, Tian halted before him. He was but a step away from the threshold of the emergency exit's imminent collapse. Yet Tian did not advance. Why aren't you helping? Just a little further, Zhou Wenkai urged, sweat beading on his forehead, his eyes betraying a glint of menace. If I take another step forward, I would likely perish. A chill enveloped Zhou Wenkai, panic momentarily flashing across his eyes. What nonsense are you spouting? That is impossible. Once you brace the door, I'll immediately go fetch the fire hose. We will secure the handle. And these zombies, I only want to know, Jiang Qing and Wang Suxin. Are they acquaintances of yours? Tian's icy voice caused Zhou Wenkai to tremble violently, his unfinished words shattering into silence. What on earth is happening? I do not comprehend your words. We must prioritize our survival. Tian remained silent, yet from Zhou Wenkai's panicked gaze, he had gleaned the answer he sought. If you choose not to speak, so be it. Tian's eyes glinted with coldness as he slowly drew forth a fruit knife. Zhou Wenkai was momentarily stunned. Tian, what are you attempting to do? I intend to make use of you, he replied. No sooner had he spoken than the knife descended with lightning speed, deftly slicing across Zhou Wenkai's shoulder, blood gushing forth. Ah, it hurts terribly. Tian, what are you doing? Zhou Wenkai's shock and fury mingled, the acute pain nearly causing him to loosen his grip. Yet the pungent scent of fresh blood swiftly permeated the air. Bang! Bang! The office doors 30 meters to Zhou Wenkai's right were forcefully shattered, and 3 blood-soaked, dismembered zombies charged into the corridor beside him. Simultaneously, Tian heard a series of growls behind him. A male and female zombie burst from a room into the corridor, their sunken eyes reflecting an uncontrollable madness driven by the overwhelming stench of blood. In the distance, a continuous chorus of growls approached, indicating that these areas were no longer safe. The only remaining quiet passage was to Tian's left. With a slight relaxation of his furrowed brow, Tian found solace in the fact that at least the path to his left was secure. At this moment, Zhou Wenkai had exhausted his final worth in Tian's eyes. His utility had come to an end. The 5 zombies turned towards the source of the noise, abruptly freezing as if they had caught a scent from the air, their eyes turning blood red in an instant. Roar! 3 zombies lunged at Zhou Wenkai, as if intent on tearing him apart and devouring him. Meanwhile, the male and female zombies raced toward Tian, blood dripping from their mouths, clearly having recently feasted on human flesh. In that moment, Zhou Wenkai was finally overcome with fear, instinctively wishing to abandon the door he was bracing against to flee. However, the screws on the emergency exit door were already precariously loose. Should he relinquish his hold, the doors would collapse before he could take a single step. At that point, he would not need the 3 zombies to tear him apart. The zombies bursting through the emergency exit would suffice. Please, don't come any closer. I'll tell you everything. I was the one who introduced Wang Suxin to Mr. Jiang, but it was that wretched Wang Suxin who insisted on it. I merely provided her with a contact. Please save me. I'll give you 5 million. No, 10 million. Help me kill these 3 zombies. Yet, at this moment, he held no further value in Tian's eyes. Roar! The female zombie from the corridor lunged at Tian, who did not flinch. He raised his left arm to block, and the female zombie immediately sank her teeth into it. Yet upon his left arm rested a finely crafted arm guard made by Tian. Although the female zombie's formidable bite force penetrated the outer layer of iron, the 3 layers of rolled-up hardbound books within thwarted further intrusion by her sharp fangs. With a swift sidestep, arched back, and a twist of the waist, he executed a graceful shoulder throw, sending the female zombie crashing to the ground. Without a backward glance, he lifted his right leg in a high kick just as a male zombie lunged forward, the blow striking him squarely under the jaw. In an instant, the male zombie's roar transformed into a deflated wail, his body propelled backwards to collide violently with the wall, producing a resounding crack before falling silent. The female zombie hit the ground heavily, but the force that would have shattered a normal person's spine had no effect on her. Just as she prepared to roll over, her gaze was met by a shadow descending upon her. Tian's fierce flying knee struck her nasal bridge with a forceful impact, causing her features to crumple inward. Simultaneously, as the back of her head collided with the wall, a sharp fruit knife, wielded by Tian's powerful wrist, plunged deeply into her eye socket. 2 zombies were dispatched in mere seconds. Ding! You have slain a first-tier zombie. 2 points earned, total demon hunting points, 11. Zhou Wenkai, witnessing Tian's ferocity, felt a flicker of hope surge within him. He cried out, Tian, for the sake of our shared work, for the sake of our humanity, lend me a hand. I implore you, I beg you. Yet, he was met only with the deepest despair as Tian resolutely turned and sprinted down the only corridor devoid of zombies. Zhou Wenkai could only watch as Tian's silhouette grew increasingly distant, his heart plummeting into an abyss of hopelessness. But in the next moment, despair morphed into a ghastly rage. Tian, I may perish, but you shall not escape. I curse you to an ill fate. With a frenzied roar, 3 zombies lunged at Zhou Wenkai just as the emergency exit door crashed down, allowing 5 more zombies to surge into the corridor. Zhou Wenkai emitted a heart-wrenching scream, but it was abruptly silenced, replaced by the muted gurgles of his throat being torn apart. He could only watch in despair as vitality slipped away from him. If only he could instantaneously transform into a zombie, the suffering might lessen, but having been bitten by a second-generation nightmare virus carrier, the viral load was insufficient to effect such a transformation. He was destined to die a painful death amidst relentless bites, only to become a mangled, lowly zombie in the afterlife. Meanwhile, Tian raced through the corridor, beads of sweat beginning to form. After a prolonged engagement, dispatching nearly 20 security guards, and the fierce battle in the president's office, his body was nearing its limit. This was the very reason he refrained from heading directly to the staff lounge. The most direct route to the lounge had been blocked by Zhou Wenkai. Tian required sustenance, he needed energy, and thus he had to select a different target. His mind swiftly recalibrated an escape route, shifting his primary objective from the staff lounge to the small conference room to the east. Meetings at the company can sometimes extend for several hours, which is why each conference room is equipped with an adjoining lounge stocked with a substantial supply of drinking water and snacks, and if fortune smiles, even high-energy food. After traversing the corridor's isolation door, Tian swiftly locked it behind him and placed a cabinet against the door for added security. Leaning against the door, he emitted a soft, rhythmic breath, employing a breathing technique learned in a past life to regulate his body's rhythm and conserve energy as much as possible. The Yun breathing technique, an advanced martial art he acquired from his dear brother Yunlan, serves as the core method of the Yun clan's ancient martial arts. Without this technique, Tian would have faced countless deaths in his previous life. Under the influence of the Yun breathing technique, his depleted energy began to recover rapidly. However, without prompt replenishment, this recovery would prove to be as ephemeral as water without roots, liable to vanish at any moment. Yunlan, the Yun clan. I am once again indebted to you. Wait for me. In this life, I shall ensure that the tragedies of the Yun family do not repeat themselves. With the looming threat behind him now mitigated, Tian finally felt a modicum of relaxation. He glided through the corridor like the wind, his destination in sight. Suddenly, a resounding bang echoed as the surrounding lights extinguished in unison. In an instant, Tian's pupils constricted, and he was plunged into darkness. Damn it, a power outage. He instinctively rolled forward, dissipating his momentum with a few agile tumbles before regaining his footing. The building possessed its own internal power supply system, which, under normal circumstances, would restore lighting within 10 minutes of a power failure. However, due to structural issues within the wiring, priority was given to essential large-scale equipment like elevators, and the lighting system would not be restored until the following day. After a few rapid blinks, Tian's pupils quickly adjusted to the darkness, but his pace was significantly hindered, forcing him to slow down. At that moment, a sound suddenly emerged from his right, reminiscent of a heavy heartbeat. Thump, thump, thump. Chapter 9. Let us descend into hell together. The rhythmically pulsating sound echoed through the silent corridor, sending Tian's heart racing to his throat. The source of the sound lay along the path to the small conference room. Having arrived at this juncture, altering his strategic objective was not an option. Furthermore, Tian lacked the surplus energy for any missteps. Gripping the desert eagle in his hand, he steeled himself. Should danger arise, he would not hesitate to use his weapon, even at the risk of revealing his position through gunfire. Tian pressed himself against the wall, holding the desert eagle in a relaxed stance before him, inching forward cautiously. As he approached the source of the sound, the tension in his nerves escalated to its zenith. He discerned that the noise emanated from the elevator shaft. Cautiously positioning himself at the door, Tian took a deep breath and stepped across the threshold in one fluid motion. Simultaneously, he pivoted, raised his weapon, and aimed with precision. Fortunately, the scene within the elevator shaft offered him a moment of relief. Before him stood the elevator, its doors ajar, revealing a gruesome scene within. A dozen individuals lay lifeless inside, each adorned in opulent attire, unmistakably high-ranking executives of the establishment. Yet, they now bore the grotesque marks of their demise. One corpse's right foot protruded from the elevator's threshold, obstructing the door's attempts to close, resulting in a haunting rhythm of thuds. It was evident to Tian that this unfortunate group had aimed to descend, only to be met with a horrific fate as a zombie surged into the cabin when the doors opened, activating the elevator's safety mechanism. Upon closer inspection, Tian noted the peculiar arrangement of the bodies. Only a few sprawled lifelessly at the periphery, while the majority huddled together in a corner, their expressions frozen in terror. He cast his gaze upward and discerned a slight gap in the escape hatch above, within which a flicker of cold light caught his attention. This shimmering glint appeared to tremble as if alive. "I am aware you are watching me. There are no wandering zombies nearby," Tian murmured, his voice echoing eerily in the confined space, akin to conversing with a specter. He sensed the gaze of another, for the quivering light was a reflection of someone's pupils. As anticipated, the hatch shifted, and a blond man emerged, revealing his identity. Philip, the building's safety supervisor, who had previously conspired with Jiang Yuhao to bring about Tian's demise. Tian frowned, recalling how he had witnessed Philip and Jiang Yuhao rush into the fire escape, accompanied by screams of despair. How had this man survived? "I thought I was doomed when the zombie came barreling in. Fortunately, I managed to climb atop the elevator just in time. I assure you, I was not bitten," Philip implored, desperation etched across his face. "Tian, I acknowledge my past transgressions, but can we set aside our grievances for now? We are the last two souls on this floor. We must unite if we are to survive." Yet, Tian's gaze remained icy, for he understood that every word from Philip was a deceitful facade. Though Philip had once possessed commendable skills, years of indulgence had rendered him incapable of leaping 2 meters to reach the escape hatch. The evidence within the elevator suggested he had likely devised a plan with the others, intending to ascend first and then assist the others. However, at this pinnacle level, only one could fit through the hatch at a time. Once Philip ascended, he would undoubtedly have cast the next person back into the maw of danger, watching as the zombies devoured those below. Thus, the pile of bodies had formed at his feet, faces contorted in terror, a mountain of the deceased, all yearning for the same escape. "Give me a hand, assist me down. I wish to avoid contact with them," Philip pleaded, his face twisted in a disingenuous grin, as he positioned himself above the elevator, preparing to leap. But Tian remained steadfast, his attention fixated on the mound of corpses below, his expression growing increasingly grave. As he beheld the corpse, he noticed the engorged veins and the subtle undulations of muscle rapidly accelerating beneath the still moist skin. Suddenly, an arm inexplicably stirred amidst the mound of bodies. It was as if struck by an electric shock. The muscles of the arm contracted violently, causing the forearm to jerk upward before it fell back down. The golden-haired man trembled in fright, instinctively retracting his legs onto the elevator as he cast a terrified glance below, desperately wishing it were an illusion. Yet, mere seconds later, the corpse moved again. This time, the hand emerging from the pile convulsed bizarrely as if in contact with high-voltage electricity. The 5 fingers twisted together like a helix, the joints cracking ominously, muscles contracting with such force that dislocations and fractures ensued. A normal person could never perform such contorted movements. But this was merely the beginning. The second, third, and fourth corpses within the elevator began to convulse violently, as if infected. At that moment, Tian's gaze sharpened to an extreme intensity. His entire body trembled uncontrollably, a hallmark of the nightmarish virus reaching its full manifestation. In no more than 2 minutes, these individuals would irrevocably transform into zombies. No, I cannot remain here." The last flicker of hope in Philip's eyes was swiftly extinguished by terror, and he lowered his legs once more, recklessly leaping down. However, with a tearing sound, the back of his suit jacket snagged on a screw at the edge of the elevator's escape hatch, the force of gravity tightening his clothing. The exquisite suit had now become a harbinger of death. The seams at the shoulders and armpits tightened like ropes, suspending him in midair, and he could not even remove the coat, leaving only his legs flailing helplessly in the air. Meanwhile, the zombie trapped deepest beneath the pile let out a hoarse growl, pushing the corpses aside in an attempt to break free. "No, I must go down. Let me down. Tian, save me. I will give you anything if you rescue me." Philip screamed frantically, inciting the zombies below to become even more agitated. Yet, these zombies merely lay on the ground, spewing blood in a frenzy without attacking. Simultaneously, Tian suddenly began to sprint towards the elevator doors. The blood spewing forth was a result of the zombies experiencing violent muscle contractions that crushed their innards. This marked the final window of transformation. The vomiting would last 10 to 15 seconds before the zombies would fully metamorphose. Hurry, faster. You must save me, you must," Philip shouted excitedly. his bloated face flushed as if intoxicated, his hands desperately reaching toward Tian. However, midway through his run, Tian executed a tactical slide, kicking at the corpse with its legs protruding from the elevator. Meanwhile, the elevator doors initiated their opening and closing sequence once more. What are you doing? You have to save me. Damn it, are you trying to kill me? I shall not spare you. Philip's visage instantly transformed into a devilish grimace as he struggled in a frenzy, fully aware that once the elevator doors sealed shut, it would descend, and he would be torn apart by the very monsters whose demise he had caused. His desperate and furious screams echoed through the corridor. Tian, I am to perish, and you shall meet a wretched fate as well. Let us descend into hell together. Chapter 10. The sudden monsters. Suddenly, Philip straightened his body and, summoning all his strength, kicked forcefully at the closing elevator doors. How dare you? Tian's gaze turned frigid, yet Philip was quick on his feet. His toes struck the safety lock of the elevator just in time, reactivating the safety protocol and causing the doors to slowly reopen. With a roar, 5 zombies sprang up from the ground. 2 lunged at Philip like rabid dogs, while the 3 nearest the entrance zeroed in on Tian. Philip emitted a blood-curdling scream, yet laughter erupted from his lips. Tian, if you deny me life, I shall ensure your death. Let us die together. However, Tian's expression remained impassive, a chilling glint flashing as he drew a fruit knife from his waist, gripping it in his right hand. He sidestepped the first zombie's lunge, thrusting the knife with precise force into the creature's occipital region. Years of life and death struggles had honed Tian's every movement to a razor-sharp precision. The blade penetrated the zombie's skull, causing it to collapse instantly. The remaining 2 zombies seized the opportunity to attack. Tian managed to kick one aside, but the other, with its gaping maw spewing blood, lunged toward him, leaving him with no avenue for escape. Haha, die, become infected like me. Philip cackled madly. Yet, in the nick of time, Tian raised his left hand, and the zombie's vicious bite landed on his forearm. The immense force of its jaws pierced the outer metallic layer, but the 3 layers of hardened material within warded off the sharp teeth, safeguarding Tian's flesh and skin. Utilizing the momentum from the zombie's assault, Tian fell backward, swiftly drawing the fruit knife to vertically pierce through the zombie's chin and into its brain. As the second zombie fell lifelessly, Tian sprang up from the ground, executing a swift kick that severed the neck of a third zombie attempting to rise. In the midst of the 3 zombies, Tian's rapid reflexes carved a path to victory, obliterating them all. Ding! Killed a first-tier zombie. 3. Gained demon hunting points. 3. Current total, 14. Philip stood in stunned silence, witnessing Tian's prowess akin to that of a seasoned zombie slayer, each movement seemingly crafted for the art of extermination. Yet, his astonishment quickly morphed into a scream as 2 zombies tore a massive chunk of flesh from his thigh, tugging at each other like wild dogs fighting over a meal. The arterial blood gushed forth, splattering wildly and staining the entire elevator crimson. Under the gruesome stimulus, the other zombies began to awaken, all lunging toward Philip. Tian observed coldly from the side, as the elevator doors attempted to close for a second time. Philip, besieged by the undead, let out a pained wail when he caught a glimpse of the desert eagle at Tian's waist. Tian, aware of Philip's gaze, felt a desperate plea emanate from him. Please, Tian, end my suffering. Yet, Tian remained an indifferent spectator, watching as the elevator doors inched closer together. Just before the doors sealed shut, Philip heard a frigid, merciless proclamation from Tian. People like you deserve to perish in hell. No. With a resounding thud. Just as the elevator was about to close, Philip's suit jacket, which had been caught by the zombies, finally succumbed to their relentless pulling, sending him crashing into the horde. Blood erupted instantaneously, rendering him a delectable prize for the ravenous undead. At that moment, a thunderous crash resonated from below the elevator. A massive entity struck the elevator floor with tremendous force, akin to 2 cars colliding at high speed. The violent impact sent Philip and the zombies soaring into the air, only to crash down heavily moments later. This collision triggered the elevator's safety mechanisms, halting the closing process once more. Tian's eyes widened in shock, as a sudden realization dawned upon him, prompting him to instinctively distance himself. Philip, dazed and disoriented from the fall, was met with yet another tremendous shock from below. Thud! A deep, resonant sound echoed as the solid ground beneath visibly buckled, as if something was attempting to break through from below. The zombies, previously drawn by the scent of blood, inexplicably halted their assault on Philip, their bloodthirsty, ashen eyes betraying an emotion previously unseen: fear. Thud. A third thunderous sound erupted from below, revealing 5 brutal, pale claws, each half a foot long, piercing through the thick metal elevator floor as if it were mere paper. One claw pierced through Philip's thigh as he lay in the elevator. With a sickening squelch, the claw withdrew beneath the elevator. But the fresh scent of blood sent the unseen creature into a frenzy. Thud, 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 thud. The entire elevator began to tremble violently, as if the entity below were relentlessly battering against the metal floor, intent on breaking open this iron canister. What is down there? What is it? Philip, disregarding the agony in his thigh and body, desperately attempted to rise and flee. Yet, the next moment, a nauseating sound of metal tearing filled his ears, as the brutal pale claws pierced through the elevator floor once more, this time a full set of 10 fingers. Slowly, they began to tear a gaping hole in the metal floor, right before Tian and Philip's horrified gaze. Philip merely glanced back, uncertain of what he had seen, and was suddenly seized by a tremor that coursed through his entire being. "Save me, oh please," he cried out in desperation as he lunged toward the door, an instinctive surge of strength emerging from the depths of his despair. In a frantic attempt, he reached for the swiftly closing elevator doors, but his grasp fell short. From the narrow opening, a massive claw, grotesque and veined with terrifying crimson muscle fibers, intruded into the elevator, seizing Philip's thigh. His leg crumpled like a mere matchstick under the monstrous grip, blood erupting in a violent fountain. The crimson deluge gushed from his torn flesh as the roar below grew increasingly frenzied. "I do not want to die. I do not want to die. Help me." Philip reached out for anything he could cling to, yet every effort proved futile against the inexorable pull toward the narrowing aperture. With a brutal crunch, his shattered thigh was the first to breach the threshold, followed by his posterior, right leg, waist, and chest. The creature's strength was terrifying, yanking Philip, a man of over 200 pounds, inch by agonizing inch through the gaping wound. It was akin to a meat grinder, relentlessly dragging him downward through the constricted opening. Philip's eyes bulged in horror as his body was mercilessly compressed, blood streaming from his orifices, leaving only his hands, shoulders, and head lodged in the opening. Suddenly, a bone-chilling sound of flesh being violently torn echoed from below. His lower half was brutally ripped apart, accompanied by the creature's frenzied and grotesquely satisfied roar. "Help me," was all he managed to utter in his final moments, as the surrounding zombies surged forth to feast upon the remains left by the monstrous entity. With a resounding chime, the elevator doors finally sealed shut, the descending light illuminating the way down. Chapter 11. Who is there? Tian stood frozen in place, holding his breath and striving to lower his body temperature. As the bright numbers of the elevator descended, the monstrous roars gradually receded within the shaft. He exhaled deeply, only then realizing he was drenched in cold sweat. Upon glimpsing the crimson muscular arm, he immediately recognized the entity lurking below. It was undoubtedly a second-tier mutant. However, he could not ascertain its exact classification. Even for a battle-hardened warrior like Tian, the thought made him swallow hard. A second-tier mutant, in the absence of substantial firepower, was nearly invincible, a foe only genetically enhanced soldiers and fully equipped combat units could confront. It was Philip's voice that had lured him here, but it was also the overwhelming scent of fresh blood that kept the second-tier mutant oblivious to Tian's presence. Otherwise, he would have met his demise just moments ago. To think that a second-tier mutant had emerged so soon. No wonder the mortality rate of this building's past was unexpectedly high. It must be related to this second-tier mutant. Tian quickly composed himself, relieved that the second-tier mutant had descended with the elevator. As long as he remained cautious, he should not easily encounter this calamity. He wiped the blood off the fruit knife onto the leaves of a nearby indoor evergreen plant. The knife had already developed its first chip, likely from being lodged in the cervical spine of the first zombie he encountered. Fortunately, Tian's subsequent actions proceeded smoothly, and he safely arrived outside the resting area of the small conference room. The vacant corridor instilled a sense of caution in Tian, prompting him to suppress any sound. He grasped the doorknob firmly and, with deliberate slowness, pressed it down to create a slight opening. The interior was shrouded in darkness. Yet, a heavy stench of blood soon alerted Tian that something was amiss in the room. Thud. The door he pushed against evidently collided with an object behind it. From the impact's texture, Tian swiftly discerned what it was. Simultaneously, a terrifying roar erupted from behind the door. In response, Tian summoned all his strength and forcefully slammed against the door. Thud! The immense impact sent the zombie behind the door crashing to the ground. Tian swiftly dashed into the room, and as the zombie raised its head, he decisively crushed its neck with a kick. Following that, the fruit knife plunged mercilessly into its eye socket and into the brain. With a vigorous twist of his wrist, a sound of shattering bones echoed as the zombie succumbed to death. Click, click. The door behind him began to close slowly on its own. But Tian did not relent. His keen gaze fixed intently on the partitioned door connecting the resting area to the small conference room. Bloodthirsty roars came from the main conference room, rising in intensity. Bang, bang, bang. The noise from Tian's earlier collision with the door immediately caught the attention of the zombies within the conference room. They frantically pounded on the door connecting it to the resting area, their tremendous force causing the flimsy wooden barrier to tremble precariously. The not-so-thick wooden partition, faced with the reinforced strength of the zombies, crumbled like paper. Within moments, a large hole was shattered in the center of the door, and a corpulent zombie poked its head through, desperately trying to lunge at Tian. With quick reflexes, Tian delivered a swift kick that snapped the zombie's neck. A second kick landed squarely on its abdomen, causing the zombie to rebound into the partitioned door, its body becoming lodged in the splintered remains, effectively blocking much of the gaping hole. The other zombies, driven by madness, attempted to squeeze through, but they could only manage to extend their heads over the body of their fallen comrade. This was precisely the outcome Tian desired. With the fruit knife transformed into a lethal weapon, each head that ventured forth was met with a fatal thrust. However, despite Tian's efforts to protect his weapon, employing the knife to penetrate each eye socket, it inevitably suffered from dullness and chips. Ultimately, after dispatching the ninth zombie, the blade broke, leaving a portion of it embedded within the creature's skull. With a soft chime, the notification declared, First tier zombie slain. 10 points earned. Total demon hunting points, 24. The weapon remains woefully inadequate. Tian hastily tore a strip from his clothing, wrapping his fruit knife securely before stowing it in his makeshift backpack. The pressing need now was to procure a new melee weapon, for relying solely on his hands and feet would lead to an exhausting drain of stamina. Seizing a chair, he deftly disassembled one of its legs. The legs of these chairs were crafted from hollowed metal tubes, square in shape. After removing the plastic anti-slip pads at the base, Tian employed the chair to compress one end of the metal tube into a conical shape. He then tore a piece of fabric from a nearby zombie, binding it around the midsection of the metal rod, and fashioned a cloth bundle at the end, creating a makeshift spear slightly longer than his forearm. While not a proper spear, it was certainly a considerable improvement over the fruit knife. After dismantling one chair to create 4 melee weapons, Tian finally pushed open the door to the adjoining room. The conference room contained little more than tables and chairs, accompanied by 2 bookcases and a green potted plant. Papers littered the floor, stained with blood, rendering the room nearly devoid of useful items. However, the solidity of the doors offered some reassurance. At that moment, Tian caught a glimpse of movement in the darkness. Swiftly turning, he drew the makeshift spear from his waistband. Gripping its midsection with his left hand while pressing the blunt end with his right palm, the not-so-sharp tip aimed at the bookcase behind him. "Who's there?" Step forward. The cabinet, only half a meter tall, had its double doors firmly shut. Yet beneath it, a small tuft of hair was visible. "Come out, miss. I know you're hiding inside, and if I open the door from the outside, you won't be able to stop me." The cabinet door trembled before being pushed open from within, and a strikingly beautiful woman in professional attire tumbled out awkwardly. Standing nearly 175 centimeters tall, her long, flowing hair cascaded behind her, and her large eyes sparkled like dancing sprites in the shadows. The exquisitely tailored secretary outfit accentuated her alluring figure, complemented by black-rimmed glasses and high heels, presenting her as the epitome of a chaste beauty. Yet her delicate features bore the innocence of a porcelain doll, reminiscent of the charming girl next door. The juxtaposition of these 2 distinct qualities within one person was enough to awaken an endless instinct for conquest within any man. Tian instantly recognized her, Lin Qingya, a colleague from the secretarial department and renowned for her beauty within the company. Although their interactions were minimal, She was well regarded for her warmth and efficiency, soon to be promoted to the president's secretarial office next month. It seemed Lin Xingya had immediately hidden in the cabinet upon the outbreak of the zombie transformation. Her slender frame was indeed the only one capable of such an escape. However, Tian was not filled with elation at the sight of a fellow human. Instead, his gaze radiated a chilling intensity. Chapter 12. The Transaction. How wonderful. All these monsters are dead. Did you slay them all? You are remarkable. I was nearly terrified to death, Lin Xingya exclaimed, tears of excitement welling in her eyes as she instinctively rushed towards Tian. Yet, his expression remained cold, and he brandished the spear, forcing her to retreat. Stop. Maintain your distance. What are you doing? I am a living person. I have not been bitten. Prove it to me. Lin Xingya raised her hands and turned around twice in front of Tian. Yet, the chill in Tian's gaze remained unyielding. Not enough. Remove all your clothing and show me once more. You lecher. What do you want from me? Lin Xingya's face turned pale, and she hastily retreated, clutching her chest, terror evident in her eyes. I have no interest in your body. I am merely eliminating all potential safety hazards around me. If you refuse to undress, I will throw you out, or you may prefer to be treated as an infected individual. Lin Xingya's autumn-like eyes widened in disbelief, filled with incredulity at the existence of such a cold-hearted monster as Tian. However, she recognized the frost in his eyes and understood, as someone well-versed in psychology, that refusal could lead to dire consequences. Miss Lin, my patience is wearing thin. You have 3 seconds. Tian, holding a spear, advanced menacingly. 1, 2. Gazing at the corpse of a zombie on the ground, Lin Xingya finally grasped the gravity of the situation. This was the apocalypse, a world devoid of the moral and legal constraints of the past. I will undress now, but you must not come near me. Lin Xingya was resolute. Once she made a decision, she would see it through despite her discomfort. She stood, kicked off her high heels, and began to remove her clothing piece by piece, starting with her coat. All right, I am completely undressed. Lin Xingya turned around in front of Tian. I've even removed my underwear. With her delicate porcelain teeth biting down on her red lips, Lin Xingya shed her final layer of protection, exposing herself entirely to Tian. The moonlight streamed through the window, illuminating the room in silvery hues. For a brief moment, Tian was entranced by the sight before him. Lin Xingya was truly beautiful. Resembling a fairy in the moonlight, her body devoid of any excess flesh, her skin taut, and clearly the result of regular exercise. In his past life, countless women had thrown themselves at him, showcasing various styles of beauty, yet all were marked by the harshness of survival in the apocalypse. It had been a long time since Tian had encountered someone like Lin Xingya, who stood apart as a true work of art. Do you enjoy yoga and fitness? Tian instinctively inquired. Have you had your fill of staring? Lin Xingya's dissatisfied voice brushed against Tian's ears. As Tian raised his gaze, he found himself locked in the fierce eyes of Lin Xingya, filled with defiance and fury. Yet, to him, it resembled a small kitten baring its teeth. Lin Xingya fixed her gaze on Tian, fully prepared to resist fiercely if he attempted to seize the opportunity to attack. In her mind, even if death was imminent, she would prefer to die with her honor intact, refusing to let any scoundrel take advantage of her. Fortunately, she noticed that Tian's gaze began to soften after she had shed all her defenses. Lowering the tip of the short spear, Tian turned to search the room. Put your clothes back on, and if you wish to survive, remove your high heels and find a way to cut your long hair. A casual remark, considered a ticket to witness this unfolding scene. Ignoring Lin Xingya, who was preoccupied with getting dressed, Tian locked the doors to the break room and conference room, meticulously inspecting every corner of the space. Water and food were all gathered on the conference table. In this moment, Tian finally felt a sense of relaxation wash over him. The state of demon hunting was lifted. This was a combat technique Tian had distilled from countless hunts in his past life. Entering a cold, ruthless hunting state allowed his mind to remain in a state of absolute calm, minimizing any negative sensations that hindered his combat effectiveness. This was the first combat technique he had devised, which he later imparted to his teammates after forming the Demon Hunters Squad. Thus, in the eyes of everyone in his previous life, the Demon Hunters Squad became synonymous with rigor and efficiency, akin to the merciless blades of a meat grinder, tearing apart all adversaries, whether they be mutants or humans. Now, as he exited the demon hunting state, The accumulated fatigue and muscle soreness surged through Tian's limbs like a tidal wave. He barely had time to find a chair before he sat down abruptly on the floor, swiftly twisting open a bottle of mineral water and gulping down a few mouthfuls, followed by tearing open a bag of biscuits and shoving them into his mouth haphazardly. At this moment, what he needed most was energy. As the food and water settled in his stomach, Tian felt the long-lost weakness gradually receding from him. Although food and water could not be absorbed so rapidly, the psychological comfort derived from swallowing them proved far more beneficial than their nutritional value at this time, an insight gained from countless desperate situations. While eating, Tian began to organize his memories of the apocalyptic world from his past life, and some of his confusions now had answers. He had known in his previous life that the outbreak of zombies in this building was peculiar, occurring simultaneously on the first and top floors. Now he understood it was due to the construction team on the rooftop. They had become infected while repairing the glass, quickly occupying the emergency and fire escape routes connecting to the rooftop, which led to the entire top floor being among the first to be infected. Survivors fled downwards with zombies closely pursuing them, resulting in Tian emerging from the CEO's office to find not only had the rain ceased, but all the zombies on that floor had vanished, allowing him to reach the staff break area unscathed. Ignoring Lin Qingya, Tian proceeded to dissect 10 zombie corpses again. Acquiring 51st tier nightmare crystals, he expended 2 demon hunting points to create 20 nightmare ammunition rounds. At this moment, the number of nightmare crystals on Tian had reached 55, while the nightmare ammunition had increased to 69, leaving him with 19 demon hunting points. After dressing, Lin Qingya stood beneath the window, her face a mask of terror as she stared at Tian, particularly horrified by his meticulous dissection of the zombies, the gruesome sight instilling an involuntary fear within her. However, Lin Qingya was acutely aware that she had no other options. Casting a glance at the nearby corpses of the zombies, she clenched her teeth resolutely and declared, "I wish to accompany you, ensure my survival, and I shall barter with you. But do not entertain any thoughts of exploiting me. I must regrettably inform you that, in this apocalyptic era, a woman's most valuable attribute lies in serving as an outlet for a man's negative emotions, which is, regrettably, the sole worth I can ascertain from you. So tell me, aside from that, what else do you possess?" Chapter 13. Remember, heed my words. Tian had not forgotten the second-tier mutated beings he had previously encountered. Alone, he had ample space to flee. Bringing along an additional burden would only significantly diminish his chances of survival. Lin Qingya's eyes brimmed with restrained indignation. Yet she understood that expressing anger would yield no benefit in that moment. Suppressing her disdain for Tian, she deliberated before speaking. "I am aware that you require a substantial supply of food and water and tools as well. I know where to find them. The staff break room? Apologies, but there are too many zombies there. I will not consider it in the short term. Not that. I know there is a small storage room on this floor, containing food and various tools. If you take me with you when you leave tomorrow, I will guide you there." Tian halted his eating abruptly, his sharp gaze abruptly piercing into Lin Qingya. "How do you know I intend to leave?" Lin Qingya met his gaze unflinchingly, a flicker of confidence illuminating her eyes. "I trust my judgment. Your physical exertion is considerable, and your appetite must be immense. These snacks and water will scarcely sustain you for 2 days. Moreover, the metal plating on your arm guard is damaged. Should you encounter another couple of zombies, the contents within could be compromised. You undoubtedly require new tools and materials." Tian fixed his gaze on Lin Qingya until her confidence began to waver, a hint of trepidation surfacing. "Why not simply extract the information from you and venture there myself? I could even seize the opportunity for a bit of amusement." A cold smirk crept across Tian's face, particularly chilling under the silvery moonlight. "No, you would not." Panic flickered in Lin Qingya's eyes, yet it was swiftly subdued by a surge of rationality. "I do not believe you would resort to such actions, for you are exceedingly shrewd and composed. In a situation of scarce food and water, you would not squander your energy on me. Doing so would only diminish your chances of survival in this desolate world." The cold smirk on Tian's face abruptly faltered. A full 3 seconds passed in silence. Afterward, a genuine smile graced his lips for the first time since his rebirth. "Pure and unguarded. You are quite intelligent. I enjoy conversing with intelligent individuals. However, I harbor a deep aversion to deceit. Should I discover that you have misled me, I will show you no mercy, regardless of your appearance or physique. Do you understand?" Lin Xingya instinctively recoiled, taken aback by the starkness of Tian's threat. Yet, she felt increasingly certain. Tian was profoundly pragmatic. Only by demonstrating her value could she hope to remain by his side. I understand, Lin Xingya replied, nodding. Miss Lin, congratulations on earning my respect. Tian casually tossed 2 bags of biscuits and a bottle of mineral water at Lin Xingya's feet. Hurry and eat. The first rule of survival in this apocalyptic world is to never squander any opportunity that replenishes your energy, nor waste even a morsel of food. Lin Xingya promptly tore open the packaging and began to stuff biscuits into her mouth. She was uncertain of what tomorrow might bring. Yet she was acutely aware that if she failed to keep pace with Tian, he might very well abandon her. Observing Lin Xingya consume every last crumb of food, even scavenging the remnants from the ground, a faint smile finally graced Tian's lips. Eat, he urged. After discarding another 2 packets of biscuits, Lin Xingya continued to eat. Although 1 packet was pocketed by him, leaving half a bottle of water behind. These are for tomorrow. Lin Xingya cast a wary glance at Tian, fearful that he might reclaim the uneaten provisions. The smile on Tian's lips widened. This woman adapted quickly, recognizing the significance of food and water, and her mind had already begun to develop a rational approach to resource allocation for survival. She possessed an astute ability to read subtle cues, discerning much from the minutiae, an aptitude he lacked. As long as she did not create trouble for herself, Tian was willing to grant her a chance at survival. In this desolate world, where the ever-present zombies posed a danger, fellow humans could be an even greater threat. Without trust, without reliance, only the despair of solitude remained. That feeling could drive one mad, akin to a slow-acting poison. After 3 months of enduring this existence, Tian had nearly succumbed to despair. But fortune smiled upon him when he encountered a friend, the first brother of his demon-hunting squad. Suddenly, a woman's figure flashed in his mind, and he involuntarily smiled. He wondered how that rogue Chuyu was faring. Just as they exited the building, a sudden noise erupted from outside. Bang, bang, bang. It sounded as though a steel cable was being strained to its limits, dragging across some hard protrusion. Both Tian and Lin Xingya deduced that the sound originated from above them. The design of the top floor of this building featured a 70-degree vertical mirrored slope entirely covered in tempered glass, with the window behind Lin Xingya being one such pane. What was happening up there? Lin Xingya leaned against the glass, straining to see what lay above, only to be met with the horrifying sight of a bloodied figure crashing violently against the tempered glass before her, causing it to crack with a spiderweb-like pattern, stained red with blood. Lin Xingya was rendered speechless, her legs buckling beneath her as she fell to the ground. Shut up. Tian's icy voice pierced through her ears, prompting Lin Xingya to instinctively cover her mouth. A construction worker clad in an orange-yellow safety uniform had just collided with the window, the safety rope tethered to his waist still linked to the rooftop above. The impact left him bloodied, yet he appeared remarkably unscathed, brimming with vitality. From above echoed a chilling roar, infused with a bloodthirsty rage and insatiable greed. Come and catch me, you wretched monsters. You can't reach me. The man raised his middle finger defiantly, laughter erupting from his blood-soaked face. But the ecstasy of narrowly escaping transformed into sheer terror in an instant. No, don't come any closer. Stay back. The cacophony from the rooftop suddenly intensified as a zombie lunged down the staircase, hurtling towards the construction worker, gliding down the tempered glass. The first creature opened its gaping maw and lunged at the worker, only to be forcefully shoved away, plummeting into the abyss below. The other zombies, spurred by their companion's actions, roared louder, dozens of them leaping off the tempered glass wall towards the worker. Help! Help! Open the window, please. The construction worker cried out in despair, pounding on the glass with frantic hands, his gaze locked on Lin Xingya inside. We must save him. We can save him. Lin Xingya rushed towards the window lock, but in the next moment, a large hand seized her from behind, yanking her backward. She found herself enveloped in a sturdy embrace, Tian's strong arms gripping her waist, rendering her immobile. Don't move. Do you want to die? Tian's voice was cold and devoid of emotion. What are you doing? We should save him. He's been bitten. There's no saving him. How can you be so heartless? He's a human being. You want to let me help him? Tian's tone turned icily resolute. Listen to me. Chapter 14. Fierce battle. The furious growls echoed in her ears, causing Lin Xingya's mind to buzz, her limbs involuntarily ceasing their struggle. The second ironclad rule of survival in the apocalypse: do not act upon your sympathy, or you will not only endanger yourself, but also those around you. Lin Qingya bit her lip fiercely, refusing to nod this time. She was still grappling with her conscience. But what unfolded next utterly shattered her understanding. A dozen zombies leapt from the rooftop onto the construction worker, who fought desperately, managing to kick off 3 or 4 of the creatures. Yet 7 zombies clung to him, their blood-soaked teeth gnashing as they viciously tore into his flesh. The worker and the zombies became entangled, suspended outside like a colossal pendulum, blood splattering against the tempered glass, staining its surface crimson. "Help! Save me!" he screamed, continually battering the glass as the safety rope swung back and forth, leaving terrifying bloody handprints on the transparent barrier. As the blood splattered against the tempered glass, Lin Qingya was rendered utterly motionless. Everything unfolded before her eyes, separated only by a pane of glass. Had she disregarded all caution and flung open the window, the colossal opening would have perfectly ensnared the zombies, allowing them to tumble into the small conference room, thereby swapping her and Tian's identities with those of the outside workers. Do you see? This is the apocalypse. If you wish to court death, so be it. But do not drag me down with you. You should be grateful that I am here, offering you this lesson free of charge. Outside, the anguished cries of workers mingled with the ravenous growls of the undead, yet Tian's icy voice lingered in Lin Qingya's ears, instilling within her an inexplicable fear that he was far more terrifying than the zombies beyond. Trembling, Lin Qingya nodded. I understand. I will listen to you from now on." Tian lowered his gaze to scrutinize the woman before him. Thus far, her performance could not be described as merely good. It had been exemplary. From her earlier panic during the full-body inspection to her current composure in the face of the nearby zombies, she had begun to gradually accept the grim reality before her. Though coerced into this acceptance, she was already 100-fold stronger than her former self. In his past life, Tian had desperately sought to evade this fate, only truly coming to terms with it after a month of hiding away. Congratulations. You have earned the fundamental qualification to survive in this world. Now, allow me to impart another lesson free of charge. Releasing Lin Qingya, Tian tore open a box of biscuits, devouring them with vigor while his gaze remained meticulously fixed on the horrific scene outside. Ignore the commotion beyond. Nourish yourself. Replenish your strength, for survival in this apocalypse demands it. Lin Qingya stood there, dazed, instinctively trembling as she stammered, "How can you still eat? I do not expect you to reach my level immediately, but you must first learn to conquer your physiological fear and revulsion." As Lin Qingya gazed at the biscuit Tian offered her, she hesitantly took a bite. Yet in the next moment, she witnessed a worker expel a torrent of blood against the tempered glass. The ghastly sight of bloodied teeth, mangled arms, and a face with half its skin torn away, revealing stark, white cheekbones, overwhelmed her. Ugh! Lin Qingya could no longer suppress her visceral disgust and instinctively retched. Do not forget the first rule. No wasting food, eat. Tian swiftly covered Lin Qingya's mouth, lifting her chin to prevent her from vomiting. He even pried her eyes open, forcing her to witness the gruesome demise of the worker. Then, she beheld a zombie climbing onto the worker's back, sinking its teeth into his neck. Blood gushed forth, splattering against the tempered glass. Lin Qingya's eyes widened in horror. She felt as though she might lose her sanity at any moment. A demon. This person is a demon. Why must she force herself like this? Whoa. Lin Qingya struggled desperately in Tian's grasp, yet he showed no intention of releasing her. He even twisted open a bottle of mineral water, using his finger to pry open her lips, forcing several mouthfuls of water down her throat. After 2 minutes, Tian finally noticed Lin Qingya's throat moving, as he compelled her to swallow the small piece of biscuit. Only then did he release her, his gaze now laced with a hint of admiration. He had prepared himself for a standoff with Lin Qingya lasting 15 minutes. Cough, cough, cough. You scoundrel. How dare you cough? Tian let go of Lin Qingya, who immediately fell to her knees, retching violently, her delicate face flushed with a deep crimson, her eyes reflecting sheer terror as they met Tian's. You will thank me later, Tian remarked coolly, increasingly appreciating Lin Qingya. Just as he contemplated offering her a few words of praise, a crisp sound resonated in their ears. An ominous crack echoed softly, yet it sent shivers down their spines. Not good. It's about to shatter. They both glanced up at the tempered glass overhead, where fissures began to rapidly spread, signaling imminent destruction. Damn it! I should have dealt with them first, Tian thought, swiftly seizing Lin Qingya and, with a surge of strength, hurled her backward. While he quickly retreated to avoid the impending shower of glass, Lin Qingya crashed onto the floor, and as she raised her eyes, she witnessed the slanted tempered glass before them suddenly shatter, cascading like snowflakes into the small conference room. The lifeless construction worker dangled from a safety rope above, while 7 zombies tumbled to the ground. Roar! Hiss! The zombies, now disinterested in the deceased worker, surged towards Tian as they scrambled to their feet. Stay back! You're courting death. Tian hurled his spear, striking the zombie nearest the window squarely in the chest. While the damage was minimal, the force of the impact caused it to stagger back, leading it to step off the ledge and plummet from the office. The Desert Eagle appeared in Tian's hand in an instant, and he raised it, firing 2 shots. Bang! Bang! 2 nightmare rounds struck the heads of 2 zombies. Upon entering their brains, the explosive rounds detonated, causing their heads to burst open like watermelons, their bodies collapsing backward under the tremendous force. However, time allowed Tian to fire only 3 bullets, and in that fleeting opportunity, 3 zombies lunged at him. He kicked the first zombie to the ground, then swiftly grasped the arm of another, twisting its joint with force, causing it to half kneel, its chin colliding with the muzzle of his prepared gun. With closed eyes and a lowered head, he pulled the trigger. Bang! The zombie's skull shattered against the ceiling, and blood splattered across Tian's face and hair. Yet, even with his eyes tightly shut, Tian's expression remained utterly devoid of emotion. Be careful! Lin Qingya let out a sharp scream. In the brief moment Tian had his eyes closed, 2 zombies lunged at him. However, the slightest twitch of his ear allowed him to discern their positions. His left arm guard swung back and connected forcefully with one zombie's face, followed by a sweeping kick that sent another zombie crashing to the ground. Regrettably, the zombies were oblivious to fear. They swiftly rose and resumed their assault on Tian. As he opened his eyes, he swiftly drew a short spear from his waist, piercing one zombie's eye socket and embedding it firmly into its brain, pinning it to the ground. The other zombie, lunging towards him, was deflected by Tian's quick movement as he seized its left arm, preparing to employ the same tactic to topple it. Yet, the flesh and blood in the elbow of the zombie had been nearly devoured, and as Tian exerted force, the joint fractured, failing to transfer strength to the creature. This misstep allowed the dislocated zombie to lunge at Tian's waist. There was no protection. Caution! Lin Qingya screamed in terror from behind, instinctively grasping the ashtray on the conference table and hurling it. The ashtray struck the zombie squarely on the head, causing it to stagger. Tian evaded the oncoming zombie, maneuvering behind it to grasp its neck. Then, with a decisive crack, the zombie collapsed, motionless, although its teeth continued to gnash wildly at the air until Tian crushed its skull with a forceful stomp. Chapter 15 Congratulations. You are qualified. Notification. Killed a Tier 1 zombie. 7. Gained demon hunting points. 7. Total demon hunting points. 31. Lin Qingya's wide eyes were round with disbelief at the spectacle before her. Every movement of Tian was executed with precision. Each attack was meticulously tailored to exploit the zombie's weaknesses, exhibiting a terrifying efficiency. Even as a novice, Lin Qingya could discern the sheer horror of Tian's combat prowess. From throwing, to shooting, to dispatching all the zombies, it all transpired in less than 10 seconds. He was a killer born for the sole purpose of exterminating zombies. That last hit was well done. Tian's emotionless praise resonated in Lin Qingya's ears. She looked up to witness an image that would be etched in her memory for a lifetime. Beneath her feet lay a chaotic array of zombie corpses, the vibrant red blood staining the carpet a deep crimson. Tian stood at the center, drenched in blood, every pore emitting an unparalleled chill of murderous intent. Lin Qingya stared at the scene, momentarily unable to break free from its grip. Then, she saw Tian begin to undress. Piece by piece, he stripped away every article of clothing, twisting open a bottle of mineral water to cleanse the blood from his face. It was only after witnessing the sculpted definition of his muscles that Lin Qingya realized her surroundings, her face flushing crimson as she promptly turned away. You are remarkably skilled, and I cannot help but feel that you possess an uncanny ability to hunt these creatures. A wise individual ought to understand what inquiries are appropriate and which are best left unasked. Upon hearing this, Lin Qingya immediately clasped her lips shut. Aside from the sound of rain outside, the only noise that remained was the sound of Tian washing his hair and body. Don't just stand there. Come over and help me rinse off. Doing it alone would be wasteful. Lin Xingya hastily approached and took the water bottle, gently pouring it over Tian. In that moment, she beheld Tian's physique up close. His taut skin, glistening with perspiration, shimmered a beautiful silvery hue under the moonlight, exuding an intoxicating blend of masculine pheromones and the scent of sweat, leaving Lin Xingya, who had never sought a boyfriend before, momentarily flustered. What are you getting so excited about? Tian suddenly spoke. Who is excited? I'm not. Then why are your hands trembling? Do you not realize that this will waste water? Lin Xingya's face flushed with embarrassment at his reprimand, and she turned away, muttering under her breath. The earlier hint of romantic tension dissipating in an instant. A slight smirk appeared at the corner of Tian's mouth, only to fade away gradually. By his standards, Lin Xingya had thus far performed admirably, but he wondered if she would be able to handle what was to come. Just as this thought crossed his mind, an unusual sound resonated within the small conference room. Lin Xingya turned in astonishment to see the body of a construction worker, suspended mid-air by a safety rope, convulsing violently as if struck by electricity. The rigidity of his muscles caused his joints to emit a cacophony of sharp cracking sounds, reminiscent of a torrential downpour. Suddenly, the worker expelled a copious amount of blood, and the convulsions ceased. Yet, in the next moment, the zombie construction worker's eyes snapped open. His once black pupils now transformed into ashen orbs, locking onto Lin Xingya's gaze. After a fleeting second of silence, the zombie construction worker abruptly lunged towards Lin Xingya. With a ferocious roar, he frantically swiped at the air with his sharp, decaying claws, his legs thrashing wildly. Yet the safety rope kept him suspended, immobilizing him in midair. Tian stood with his back to the zombie, unperturbed by the commotion behind him, while Lin Xingya, mere feet away, was frozen in fear. The zombie's clawing hands were less than half a meter from her face, and the sheer terror sent her mind spiraling into chaos. With a thud, Lin Xingya, overwhelmed with fright, collapsed onto the ground, her legs trembling uncontrollably, spilling half the bottle of water. You have wasted water. Tian's icy voice jolted Lin Xingya back to reality, and she hurriedly attempted to retrieve the rolling water bottle. I'm sorry, I'll pick it up right away. Yet her trembling fingers struggled to grasp the plastic bottle, only sending it rolling further across the floor, causing more water to spill. Tian loomed above her, observing her with an indifferent gaze. At that moment, Lin Xingya could hear Tian's chilling warning echoing cruelly in her mind, and suddenly, tears began to cascade down her bright eyes. Lin Xingya, in a fit of despair, began to weep uncontrollably, finally seizing the water bottle from the ground, only to find it contained but a single sip of water. Her eyes, filled with helplessness, and her trembling body, prompted a sudden outburst of tears. I'm sorry. It wasn't my intention. I'm truly sorry. A moment of reflection led her to question whether she had been too harsh on her. The icy gaze of Tian softened for a fleeting instant, yet that tenderness swiftly dissipated into an unfeeling indifference. Get up and look at me, Tian commanded, pinching her cheek. Lin Xingya, understand that I am aiding you. If you wish to remain by my side, you must force yourself to accept everything you witness. What I require beside me are competent warriors, not mere vases meant to serve tea. Do you comprehend? He made it abundantly clear that he was deliberately compelling her to confront all of this. If you cannot endure it, you are free to leave. Do not presume that the knowledge stored in your mind holds any significance for me. Without you, I shall thrive even better. Tears continued to cascade from Lin Xingya's eyes, resembling autumn waters, as she gazed at Tian in a daze, her pupils beginning to focus amidst the confusion. This marked her first intimate encounter with Tian's gaze. Their breaths brushed against each other's cheeks, causing a blush to bloom on Lin Xingya's face, compelling her to turn away, unable to meet his eyes any longer. I understand. I will do well. Very well. Now I shall impart upon you your final lesson. With a clang, a short spear was tossed at her feet by Tian. Pick this up and slay the monster behind you. From now on, it shall be your weapon. Though instinctively trembling, Lin Xingya gritted her teeth and picked up the spear, turning to face the zombie worker. That's right. I will teach you how to wield it. Place your right palm firmly on the end for strength, while your left hand aims. Always target their eyes, for this rudimentary weapon cannot penetrate the reinforced skulls of zombies. Only through their eyes can it reach the brain. Zombies hunt through the heat they sense around them, so you must remain calm to avoid excessive adrenaline. Otherwise, your elevated body temperature will only incite the zombies to attack you more fervently. Standing closely behind Lin Xingya, Tian observed her gradual, yet resolute movement toward the zombie worker. Die! Lin Xingya thrust the spear, narrowly missing the forehead. The hardness of the skull caused her to stumble forward, but Tian swiftly pulled her back. Roar! The zombie swung its claws, narrowly grazing past Lin Xingya's face, sending a chill down her spine. Conserve your strength with each attack, otherwise, a single miss could mean your demise. Fear not, I am here. Again, Lin Xingya attacked repeatedly, each attempt faltering, yet the terror in her gaze rapidly diminished with every strike. Finally, on her 8th attempt, she struck the right eye. Seeing that it did not penetrate deeply, Lin Xingya instinctively slammed the end of the spear down once more. The zombie finally lay still. I killed it. I truly did. Lin Xingya suddenly sprang up from her daze. After vanquishing the zombie, it seemed that the overwhelming fear had diminished significantly. Overwhelmed with excitement, she turned and embraced Tian, exclaiming, I did it, thank you. This unexpected embrace left Tian momentarily bewildered. Lin Xingya wore nothing but a shirt, while Tian was drenched, his upper body bare. The thin fabric of her shirt doing little to conceal the astonishing texture beneath. Both sensed the awkwardness of the moment, and Lin Xingya hastily released him. I congratulate you. You have passed the test, and may now rest. Without allowing Lin Xingya a chance to respond, Tian turned and departed, a bead of cold sweat forming on his brow. This girl was truly remarkable. He had nearly lost control. Chapter 16. The bloodied severed arm. The rain had ceased outside, yet the 4 zombie corpses remained soaked. Thus, he abandoned the idea of dissecting them for first-tier nightmare crystals. For safety's sake, they moved to a nearby lounge. Lin Xingya slept fitfully, murmuring occasionally. However, Tian found his slumber even more elusive. The second-tier mutant loomed over him like the scythe of death, rendering him unable to rest. It was at that moment he recalled the system. Tian was still somewhat unaccustomed to its presence. Having always relied solely on himself in the apocalypse, the existence of a system held little significance for him at this juncture. System. Is there any way for me to become stronger immediately? Beep. The host currently possesses 31 Demon Hunter points. 3,120 points are required for upgrade. You may consume 20 points to complete the upgrade. What are the benefits of upgrading? Upon upgrading, the system's exchange mall feature will be unlocked, allowing items to be exchanged for corresponding Demon Hunter points. The level of the exchange mall increases alongside the system level. The higher the mall's level, the more items available for exchange. Advice. After upgrading, in addition to unlocking system functionalities, you will also receive attribute points. For each level gained, 4 free attribute points will be awarded, which can be used to enhance the host's abilities. There are actually attribute point enhancements. A spark of unprecedented brilliance ignited in Tian's eyes, and his breath quickened. In his previous life, there was no concept of attribute points. Yet standards for evaluating a warrior's various capabilities did exist. The rarity of gene-enhancing potions stemmed from their ability to rapidly enhance a warrior's physical attributes upon injection or ingestion. In other words, gene-enhancing potions effectively served to increase attribute points. Now, the possibility of achieving this effect without needing gene potions filled Tian with uncontainable joy. Upgrade immediately. Initiating upgrade process. Congratulations, host has reached LV2, acquiring 4 free attribute points. Current system level, LV2. Upgrade requires 1150 Demon Hunter points, unlocking exchange mall. 2 points in strength, 1 in agility, and 1 in constitution. As Tian's thoughts flickered, he could immediately sense a transformation in his physical attributes. Name, Tian strength, 8 agility, 8 constitution, 8 spirit, 9 first. His muscles became notably more toned, and the excess flesh around his arms and abdomen diminished. His joints throughout his body grew increasingly agile. To his surprise, aided by the reflection on the glass of the bookshelf, Tian discovered a significant improvement in the condition of his skin and eyes, which astonished him. The elevation of his attributes was nearly equivalent to absorbing 1/3 of a vial of primary gene enhancement serum. Remarkable. Tian tested his capabilities, his elation becoming uncontrollable. In his previous life, all gene enhancement serums were strictly regulated by the military. Even a low-quality primary serum with a high failure rate was exceedingly rare on the black market, and the finished products commanded astronomical prices. The Bai family, who had shown him great kindness in his past life, had faced catastrophe simply for possessing knowledge of a finished tertiary gene enhancement serum. With this, I find myself in a position where I no longer require gene enhancement serums. I can focus solely on the more advanced gene unlocking serums. Gene enhancement serums serve merely as the fundamental means to strengthen the physique, while gene unlocking serums can unravel the genetic locks deeply embedded within human DNA, representing an evolution across species. In his former life, Tian was revered as the demon hunter precisely because he had successively unlocked 8 genetic locks. Tian did not forget the exchange shop within the system. Upon accessing the shop, he found only one item, yet it left him gasping in astonishment. The price of a primary gene enhancement serum was an astounding 50 demon hunter points, sufficient for him to ascend another level. However, weighing the pros and cons, Tian decided to prioritize acquiring this serum. Possessing a primary gene enhancement serum would mean he truly had the means to confront second-level mutated beings. Calm down. Tian took a couple of deep breaths to soothe his excitement, realizing that hunting zombies had now become his foremost objective. As he drifted into a deep sleep, he faintly heard the rain outside intensifying once more. Yet, merely 2 hours later, Tian suddenly sat up with wide eyes. A soft knocking sound had echoed in his ears. Thud, thud, thud. The noise culminated in the adjacent small conference room. Tian dashed into the small conference room, where raindrops splattered against the shattered tempered glass. Yet amidst the cacophony of the storm, greedy howls emanated from the rooftop above. On the floor of the small conference room, drenched by the rain, lay a fresh, severed arm, oozing blood. Lin Xingya, having awakened in shock, rushed to Tian's side. Upon seeing the arm, a chill coursed down her spine. She instinctively knew what the fresh scent of blood indicated to the zombies outside on the rooftop. How could this arm be here? Lin Xingya trembled as she inquired, but neither had the time to ponder, for the ravenous howls of the zombies above were drawing ever closer. Dozens of zombies were the first to leap down the sloped tempered glass, eagerly sliding down in pursuit of the scent of blood. Most zombies, owing to their lack of bodily control, plummeted from heights. Yet, a dozen or so managed to tumble into the small conference room, while several clung desperately to the window ledge, fervently attempting to climb up. Tian, hurry and shoot. Lin Xingya's face turned ashen as she tightly gripped the spear in her hand, ready to engage in combat. However, an epiphany struck Tian, and he gritted his teeth. No, we must abandon this place. We must leave. But the sky remained shrouded in darkness. I will return immediately to gather our belongings. Lin Xingya discerned the urgency in Tian's tone and promptly dashed back to the resting area, loading all of their food and water onto her back. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of Tian's gunfire reverberated, but zombies continued to cascade from above, leaving him overwhelmed. In the blink of an eye, his demon hunting points surged to 15. Yet his expression grew increasingly grave. He harbored no fear of the zombies. In fact, he desperately needed those points to exchange for a first-tier gene enhancement potion. Nevertheless, he dared not approach those rain-soaked creatures. If he frequently employed the Desert Eagle, the gunfire could very well attract that second-tier mutated entity. Abandoning this location was undoubtedly the wisest choice. Have you gathered everything? We must leave, Tian urged Lin Xingya, retreating while simultaneously fending off the advancing zombies from the small conference room. The air was thick with the furious roars of the undead, and the thunderous banging on the door echoed hauntingly through the desolate, dimly lit corridor. Chapter 17. Little beggar, do you think you have a say here? With so many zombies, the door to the small conference room could not withstand the onslaught for long. Once breached, this area would be irrevocably overrun by the undead. As they navigated the shadows, Tian's countenance darkened ominously. The fresh severed arm was unmistakably that of a human, recently detached, and the sound he had heard was that of the arm colliding with tempered glass before plummeting into the conference room. Someone had deliberately lured the zombies with a bloodied limb. Yet, he found himself perplexed. If this person had cast their arm from the rooftop into the conference room, they too would have been drenched, undoubtedly succumbing to zombification. Who would be so foolish as to risk their life to attract the undead here? Tian could not fathom whether this individual was targeting him or Lin Xingya. This way, the warehouse is ahead. Lin Xingya, barefoot and anxious, followed closely behind. Her provisions secured on her back, gripping the spear Tian had bestowed upon her. Lin Xingya, does anyone else know you are alive? Do you have any enemies at the company? I have no enemies. Moreover, those who were in the meeting with me have all turned into zombies. You've taken care of them, so no one knows I am still alive. Although he had anticipated this conclusion, Tian's heart sank. This indicated that the adversary was indeed after him. A flurry of names flashed through his mind. Philip? That fellow was undoubtedly dead. It couldn't be him. Then there were the individuals from the president's office. It is highly improbable that those timid souls possess the courage and audacity required. The primary suspect is undoubtedly Zhou Wenkai, for he alone is aware of the path he has chosen. However, based on Tian's estimations, his chances of survival are exceedingly slim. Everything has descended into a deadlock. Tian could not help but slap his forehead, as if the presence of second-level mutants relentlessly hunting survivors within the building were not enough. There are still individuals attempting to lure zombies to their own demise, a true case of misfortune compounded by calamity. As he dashed around a corner, Tian's gaze suddenly sharpened. Ahead in the corridor stood a closed gate, akin to the one he had previously charged through into this area. Yet this gate was not only locked from the inside, but had also been barricaded with an assortment of debris, rendering it impossible to move in a hurry. This indicated that, besides themselves, there were surely other survivors present. However, Tian could not afford to dwell on that. He immediately began to clear the area. Lin Xingya had developed a profound respect for Tian, responding to his every instruction without hesitation. The noise they generated echoed through the empty corridor, yet fortunately, the other side of the door remained eerily quiet, likely because those relentless predators had been lured away by the living, perhaps even descending to lower floors. Don't move. Raise your hands. A hurried footfall and a low growl resonated from behind. Tian froze. Without needing to look back, the faint prickling sensation at the back of his neck made it clear that the objects in the hands of those behind him posed a genuine threat. Lin Xingya also raised her hands, yet a glimmer of joy sparked in her eyes. Sister Liang, is that you? It's Lin Xingya. Indeed, it was Lin Xingya. And she was still alive. You too, slowly turn around and don't try any tricks. Lin Xingya cautiously cast a sidelong glance at Tian, who nodded in affirmation, prompting them to turn around together. Behind them stood 5 individuals, led by Deputy General Lu Wentong, who aimed an old-fashioned double-barreled shotgun at Tian. Although his gaze fixated intently on Lin Xingya once she turned. Beside Lu Wentong stood Secretary Department Head Liang Hong, in her 40s yet well-preserved. Appearing more like a woman in her 30s, graceful and dignified, never one to bully others with her position, she was among the most respected leaders in the group. However, her face bore an unusual pallor, which no amount of makeup could conceal. Upon seeing Lin Xingya, a peculiar light flickered in her eyes. Behind the two were 3 security personnel known to Lin Xingya, each wielding baseball bats or square wooden sticks removed from chairs, their bloodstains indicating they were seasoned fighters against zombies. These were familiar faces to Lin Xingya, instantly eliciting a long-lost smile. Sister Liang. She instinctively started to run forward. But upon receiving a mere sidelong glance from Tian, she reflexively withdrew her foot. Who are you? What do you want? Lu Wentong furrowed his brow at this scene, directing his gun at Tian. Others wore expressions of palpable anger, as if Tian were a heinous kidnapper, and the atmosphere became suffocating. Mr. Lu, Sister Liang. Please do not misunderstand. This is Tian from the project department. He saved me yesterday. We wish to leave, which is why we are attempting to clear the obstruction at the door. Lin Xingya, recognizing a familiar face, immediately lowered her guard and, without much thought, revealed their plan. Tian frowned slightly, but remained silent. Upon hearing this, Lu Wentong and the other 4 men instantly darkened their expressions. The men exchanged glances, and 3 security personnel swiftly encircled them from different directions. No, you cannot leave. What if the door opens and zombies rush in? Indeed, no one is allowed to exit. We must wait for the military to rescue us. Lu Wentong and the 3 security guards approached them, their conversation increasingly aggressive. Although subtle, Lin Xingya could still feel their burning gazes sweeping over her, which made her uncomfortable. They had never behaved like this before. Noticing Lin Xingya's furrowed brow, Liang Hong quickly plastered on a smile and interjected, Xingya, why don't you just stay? If Tian wants to leave, let him go alone. It's so dangerous outside. Wouldn't it be better for us sisters to stick together? Hearing this, Lin Xingya felt a silent tremor in her heart. Sister Liang was right. Everyone here was familiar to her, and despite not having spent every moment together over the years, there was a bond. In contrast, she had only just met Tian a day ago. It was a realization she had not fully grasped until now, but encountering familiar faces intensified that feeling. Noticing Lin Xingya's silence, Liang Hong seized the opportunity to reach for her hand, but Tian stepped in front of Lin Xingya. What if we insist on leaving? You little brat, you're just a small fry from the project department. Who here isn't your superior? What right do you have to speak? Lu Wentong jabbed his double-barreled shotgun harshly against Tian's chest. Exactly. Who do you think you are in relation to Xingya? We've known each other for years. While you've only just met her yesterday, you think you can take her out on an adventure? Dream on. Liang Hong, not waiting for Tian to respond, unleashed a torrent of scolding that left Lin Xingya paling. Hurriedly, she skirted around Tian and ran to Liang Hong's side. All right, Sister Liang. Please don't take out your anger on Tian. If you have something to say, just tell me. I'm listening. Seeing Lin Xingya approach, a glimmer of cunning flashed in Liang Hong's eyes as she quickly donned a smile, grasping Lin Xingya's hand and pulling her closer. Xingya, don't believe him. Did he say that it's safe outside, prompting you to accompany him? That is complete nonsense. There are zombies everywhere. If he encounters danger outside, he might just throw you into a horde of zombies to save himself. Chapter 18. Humanity in the Apocalypse rightly said, I see this kid has ill intentions. He has only known you for a day. Who knows what his true motives are? It seems he intends to use you as a shield, throwing you to the zombies when necessary to ensure his own escape. Xingya, you are still young and cannot fathom the malevolence of human hearts. In such times, it is crucial not to accompany strangers. The 3 security guards nearby chimed in, each articulating their thoughts with conviction, causing an inexplicable wavering in Lin Xingya's heart. However, the situation was becoming increasingly perilous, with hordes of zombies likely to appear at any moment. Lin Xingya weakly protested, yet unconsciously found herself being drawn away from Tian. You mean the other gate? Impossible. That area has been fortified, and we conduct patrols every 2 hours. No zombies could possibly breach it. Did that little brat tell you this? He is merely attempting to ensnare you. Lin Xingya gritted her teeth, her mind battling within itself. She instinctively glanced at Tian, only to be met with a pair of eyes devoid of emotion. If you wish to leave, I shall take you. Yet if you choose to stay, I will not hinder you. With that, Tian turned his back, continuing to remove the clutter as if he were oblivious to the unfolding drama. This time, Lu Wentong and the others did not deter Tian. Rather, they seemed to harbor a sense of urgency. Behind Lin Xingya, Lu Wentong's aggressive gaze scanned her without restraint. A fleeting moment of guilt flickered in Liang Hong's eyes, only to be swiftly replaced by a deeper coldness as she incessantly called Lin Xingya sister. Yet, at that moment, Lin Xingya could only gaze blankly at Tian. Previously, after enduring a series of trials, Tian's icy demeanor towards her had begun to thaw. But just moments ago, his attitude had reverted to that of when she had undergone a thorough examination, an unending coldness, as if her existence was entirely irrelevant to him. Lin Xingya involuntarily shuddered as the events of the previous night replayed before her. Though Tian's methods were brutish to the point of being somewhat twisted, there was no denying that the occurrences of last night had shattered her previous perceptions, granting her the courage to emerge from that room. Otherwise, she would likely still be too afraid to crawl out from beneath that cabinet. Suddenly, a surge of determination ignited within Lin Xingya. Tian, wait for me. Mr. Lu, Sister Liang, my 3 elder brothers, I trust Tian. He is certainly not that kind of person. Moreover, this place is truly dangerous. If you wish to survive, you should come with us. As she finished speaking and attempted to rush towards Tian, Liang Hong firmly restrained her. Xingya, I think it would be best if you did not go. At that moment, Liang Hong wore no smile, but rather a mask of indifference, with a hint of madness lurking in her eyes. Abruptly, she forcefully shoved Lin Xingya backward, causing her to stumble into an awaiting embrace. Upon looking up, she was met with the leering grin of a security guard. One hand tightly gripped Lin Xingya's arm, while the other inappropriately encircled her slender waist. Mr. Lu and Sister Liang are right. Miss Lin Xingya, you should stay and keep us company. Xingya, I apologize, I am compelled to do this. Please, consider it a way to save your sister. A flicker of guilt surfaced on Liang Hong's face. Lin Xingya, if you remain oblivious to what has transpired until now, that would be utterly foolish. Her eyes widened, her eyelashes brimming with terror, Sister Liang. Why? Of course, it is for my own sake. The dignified and graceful smile that once adorned Liang Hong's face vanished in an instant, replaced by a chilling gaze that Lin Qingya had never encountered before. That piercing stare sent shivers through her heart. Sister Liang, what has caused this transformation in you? You were once so kind. How have you become a beast like the others? Do away with that ignorant, innocent facade. Do you have any idea what I endured yesterday? I was trapped in the restroom by 2 zombies, and it was they who vanquished the undead to rescue me. However, Lu Wentong informed me that all the zombies in this area have been lured away. To continue waiting for rescue and safety, I must submit to their desires. Otherwise, I would be expelled from this office space. As a result, vermin took turns ravaging me for an entire night. 7 grueling hours. I felt as though my body was being crushed, every moment fraught with the terror that I might perish at their hands. I have become a filthy woman. Akin to mud, my husband will surely never forgive me. Yet, it matters not, for I must survive, to return home to my son. My poor child is only 13. He must be waiting for his mother's return. For my son, I shall muster every ounce of strength to live, even if it means becoming a devil. You are younger and more beautiful than I. They must find you far more enticing. Your arrival would grant me release. Suddenly, Liang Hong began to roar in a fit of hysteria, her guilt dissipating into an abyss of frenzied hatred. Her anguished cries contorted her previously elegant features into a grotesque mask, erasing any trace of her former grace. The events of the previous night had driven her to the brink of madness. Lu Wentong and the 3 security guards instinctively stepped back, creating distance from the frenzied woman, who inspired a palpable sense of fear in them. Yet, Tian remained utterly unfazed, not even a tremor gracing his eyelashes. Such occurrences were familiar to him from his past life, where affluent young women willingly surrendered to the advances of numerous strong men to survive, where globally renowned starlets were exploited by mercenaries for mere morsels of sustenance. In this post-apocalyptic world, such scenarios were commonplace. You are mistaken. What of us women? We too can slay zombies and rely on ourselves to survive. Lin Qingya clenched her teeth in frustration, her eyes blazing with indignation. You lack the right to mock me. Were you in my position, you would undoubtedly choose to flee, but within 5 minutes outside, you would be torn apart by those zombies. I am stronger than you. At least I have sold my body, yet I am still alive. As her words reached a crescendo, Liang Hong began to laugh maniacally, her body trembling uncontrollably. A nauseating warmth trickled down her legs, and the dampness behind her fitted skirt expanded rapidly. Well done, Liang Hong. As a reward, let Lin Qingya accompany us tonight. You may take a rest. Lu Wentong cast a glance at Lin Qingya, and his blatant possessiveness swiftly quelled the fear instigated by Liang Hong's earlier presence. Upon hearing this, Liang Hong let out a long sigh in front of Lin Qingya. That would be splendid, but I sincerely hope you never seek me out again. She is more beautiful, younger, and possesses greater stamina than I do. She will undoubtedly satisfy your perverse inclinations. For ordinary pleasures, come find me again, if you have those particular desires. Torment Lin Qingya instead. Chapter 19. The situation exceeds control. Liang Hong, you scoundrel. Witnessing Liang Hong utter such chilling words, Lin Qingya's heart plummeted into despair. Lu Wentong was about to signal the security to force Lin Qingya back when he suddenly caught sight of an individual, and his weapon was swiftly raised. Kid, I warn you, if you wish to leave, you may do so, but Lin Qingya must remain. There is no room for negotiation. The crowd looked up in astonishment, only to discover Tian had already cleared the clutter at the entrance, leaning against the wall with his hands on his hips, observing them nonchalantly. In that moment, Lin Qingya's gaze was solely fixed on Tian, filled with hope. Tian, take me away. I was wrong. I will never dare again. Lin Qingya bit her lip tightly, yet a flicker of hope reignited within her. Tian, being the person of substance he was, would not engage in futile endeavors. If he had not departed yet, it signified that she still held value in his eyes. However, Tian did not spare Lin Qingya a glance. Coldly extending his hand towards Lu Wentong. Produce the key, or do you prefer I break down the door? The hope that had just surged within Lin Qingya instantly morphed into a deeper despair. Tian was not there for her. He merely sought the key to the locked gate from Lu Wentong. She understood that her choices had disappointed Tian. He had expressed his stance through actions, while she had failed to firmly stand by his side. To Tian, This was tantamount to abandoning their alliance. Tian, I was wrong. Please save me. I am willing to follow you. I beg you, Tian. Lin Xingya struggled desperately, yet Tian continued to disregard her, his eyes only reflecting a chilling glare. The third ironclad rule of survival in the apocalypse: never trust your kind upon first meeting. The more familiar a person is, the more dangerous they become. This is the final lesson I imparted to you. Lu Wentong laughed heartily. You little brat, as long as you don't play tricks, we won't impede you. Just wait, I'll fetch the key for you. With that, he turned to head towards the adjacent vice president's office. However, at that moment, a sudden surge of murderous intent erupted from Tian, his eyes fierce. Damn it, you fool. Did you not wear the key on you? Lu Wentong shuddered at the aura of malice. I left it in the office. How could? Tian dashed towards the open office like a gust of wind, as swift as lightning. Just then, two loud booms echoed from around the corner of the corridor, resembling the sound of a reinforced security door crashing to the ground. The rustling sounds permeated the corridor, but after echoing for some time, they had become distorted, resembling the howling of a tempest outside. Tian suddenly halted, the force of inertia causing him to skid half a meter across the tiled floor. Tian, they are coming. We must flee. Lin Xingya shouted. What is happening? Li Shan, Wang Gang, go take a look. Li Shan and Wang Gang exchanged glances, retracting their hands from Lin Xingya and swiftly making their way toward the source of the commotion. As they vanished around the corner, Lu Wentong refocused his attention on Tian, raising his firearm to compel him toward the exit. Don't move, I will get the keys for you. But if you dare to play tricks, Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream erupted from behind, and everyone recognized it as Wang Gang's voice. Zombies! Zombies! So many zombies! Li Shan's disheveled figure burst from the corridor's corner, his momentum causing him to collide violently with the wall. Run! Wang Gang has already been devoured. Run! No sooner had he spoken than ferocious roars erupted from behind him. Chaotic footsteps and screams emerged from the corner, followed by a horde of frenzied figures surging forth. In the dim light of dawn, at 5 o'clock in the morning, the sight that lay ahead sent shivers down everyone's spines. The zombies, completely ignited by the scent of the living, surged forward like a raging tide. Though some of the zombies fell to the ground, those behind showed no regard, trampling over their fallen comrades in a relentless onslaught, as if a dam had burst, seemingly without end. Judging by their attire, some were overworked employees who had pulled all-nighters at their corporate offices, but the majority appeared to be members of a construction crew. At that moment, ominous noises emanated from the ventilation ducts above, and as the savage roars grew louder, Tian instinctively looked up. Just above him was a vent, and behind its slats, a pair of hollow, ashen eyes stared down, accompanied by a gaping maw, from which blood dripped through the slats. With a thunderous crash, the vent cover was violently dislodged, and Tian barely managed to step back as a blood-soaked zombie tumbled from the opening, landing heavily on the floor, clad in the garb of the construction team. Without waiting for the creature to rise, Tian delivered a powerful kick to its temple, the force snapping its neck at an unnatural angle, rendering its body unresponsive. Ding! Killed a first-tier zombie. 1. Gained demon hunting points. 1. Current total, 16. Yet, more sounds emerged from the vent, echoing ominously from the depths. Is it merely 2 broken windows? How could there be so many workers laboring through the night? Tian felt a surge of alarm and fury. The scene had exceeded his expectations. It appeared that they were workers repairing the building's wiring, likely infected after rainwater seeped through the skylight, bringing them into this nightmare. The corridor was labyrinthine, and now it seemed that the entire ventilation system of the building was teeming with zombies. Tian, possessing a mental blueprint of the architectural design, was acutely aware of the safest routes to take. In her state of panic, Lin Xingya desperately sought to regain Tian's attention, having exhausted all her efforts. Tian's icy gaze bore an unprecedented gravitas. He had never encountered such a situation in his previous life, and for the first time, events had spiraled beyond his control. Simultaneously, Lu Wentong, Liang Hong, and the security guard who had seized Lin Xingya were rendered speechless by the sight before them, their widened eyes brimming with disbelief, swiftly morphing into an overwhelming terror. Zombies, countless zombies. The guard shrieked in sheer fright. Silence. Bang, bang. Lu Wentong, in a fit of rage, raised his weapon and fired twice. Yet, His aim was woefully inaccurate. He failed to fell a single zombie, instead attracting their attention, which prompted them to lunge toward him. His face drained of color. He abandoned the notion of reloading, hoisting his double-barreled shotgun and sprinting away. Back to the office. We retreat. Lu Wentong had not even considered leaving the safety zone. After clubbing a zombie down with the butt of his gun, he frantically fled toward the office, their stronghold, where ample food and water awaited. To him, entering that sanctuary promised absolute safety. Wait for me. Cover me. Li Shan unleashed an indescribable will to survive, his feet moving with astonishing speed. He managed to reach the door just a step behind Lu Wentong, squeezing inside. Don't close the door on me. The last guard, resembling a frightened rabbit, dashed toward the office, though he hesitated for Lin Qingya, wishing to pull her along. However, the next moment, a figure abruptly blocked his path, and he felt a sudden, excruciating pain in his leg. Chapter 20. If there is no breakthrough, then we shall create one ourselves. Tian's short spear had brutally pierced through the guard's thigh. Attack! Tian roared, and Lin Qingya seized the opportunity to free one of her hands, swiftly withdrawing the short spear from her waist and plunging it into the guard's side. Though her strength was insufficient, the weapon still sank in, blood gushing forth. Go! Tian grabbed Lin Qingya, and together they sprinted toward the gate. The guard, racked with pain, immediately released his grip, collapsing to the ground in a frenzy of howls. He quickly regained his composure, gritting his teeth to crawl toward the office. Limping frantically, wait for me, don't close the door. Yet, his pleas were rendered meaningless in the ears of Lu Wentong and the others, who were solely focused on surviving. Thud! The office door slammed shut. The guard hurled himself against the door, pounding furiously. But all he heard in response were the sounds of locks being engaged and heavy objects being piled behind it, along with Lu Wentong's urgent curses filtering through the cracks. Damn it! If you're going to die, don't do it at our doorstep. You'll attract the zombies, do you understand? Get as far away as you can. The security guard was suddenly engulfed by despair, yearning to turn back in search of an escape, only to be met by the lifeless, grayish eyes that lunged toward him. A zombie unexpectedly pounced, sinking its teeth into his calf, causing him to collapse to the ground in agony. Gazing at the grotesque visage and the sharp fangs clamped onto his leg, he momentarily forgot the wooden club in his hand and retaliated by delivering a powerful kick to the zombie's face with his only free foot. Let go of me. Let go. Yet, as he kicked the creature away, more zombies surged forth from behind. The horde descended upon him like sharks drawn to blood, while his anguished cries echoed through the corridor, proving futile against the relentless onslaught, only serving to incite the zombies further into a frenzy. In the throes of despair, a sudden uproar erupted from the office. Li Shan, why are you wet? No, you've been bitten by the rain-soaked zombie. Stay away from me. You're seeking your own death by coming in here. I didn't mean to. If I hadn't come in, I'd be dead by now. Li Shan. Li Shan. The anguished cries resonated. Damn it. How can the transformation occur so rapidly? Don't come near me. Bang. Bang. The double-barreled shotgun discharged twice. Yet after the gunfire, Li Shan did not fall. Through the transparent glass, Li Shan's spectral form surged like a projectile toward Lu Wentong, who raised his shotgun in defense. However, he was still overwhelmed by the zombie that Li Shan had become. A horrifying scream erupted, and blood splattered across the glass. From the onset, Liang Hong had been paralyzed by fear, collapsing to the ground, her pupils dilating and trembling in panic as a foul substance began to seep from her legs. It was only upon witnessing the blood erupting from the office bed that she jolted back to reality. She clearly discerned that there were at least a dozen zombies pouring out, with more surely to follow. In light of such overwhelming numbers, retreating to any office would merely mean waiting for death. No, I refuse to die. I cannot perish. I must escape. Tian had already dashed to the gate, closely followed by Lin Qingya. However, to their astonishment, Liang Hong chose not to flee back to the office, but instead rose from the ground and ran toward the gate alongside them. Take me with you, please. I'll do anything you ask, Liang Hong pleaded, desperately following Tian's side. Yet, Tian had no time to attend to her. The desert eagle materialized in his hand, its barrel aimed at the lock. Bang, bang, bang. He fired 3 shots, shattering the lock, and then forcefully shoulder-barged the door open. As he did so, he swiftly raised the desert eagle, aiming ahead. However, upon witnessing the scene outside, his expression darkened significantly. In the corridor's junction, A zombie lurked every 2 meters, their movements having attracted even more of the undead. A dozen pairs of lifeless gray eyes fixated on them. The zombies' mouths twitched, resembling feral beasts poised to pounce. In the next instant, amidst the furious roars, all the zombies lunged towards them in unison. Behind, a dozen of the undead, resembling hyenas, tore into the fallen security guard, but those that charged forward found no respite, their ashen eyes fixated solely on the trio. Surrounded and cornered, they were trapped in a dire predicament. Move to the right, towards the area away from the skylight. Lin Xingya urged, pointing to the right. Tian immediately turned and began to sprint, with Lin Xingya quickly following suit. However, Liang Hong stumbled and fell after just a couple of steps, her high heels betraying her. It was then she noticed Lin Xingya had already discarded her shoes, sprinting barefoot across the tiles. Hastily, she followed suit, kicking off her heels and racing forward, but the delay allowed the zombies from the other direction to close in on her. In a surge of fear, Liang Hong unexpectedly quickened her pace, surprisingly gaining distance from the pursuing zombies. Tian frowned slightly, yet he had no time to attend to Liang Hong. Prepare for battle. Remember what I taught you, he urged. Use 7 parts of your strength, reserve 3, aim for the eyes, and avoid their claws. Following closely behind Tian, Lin Xingya gripped her short spear tightly, trembling with fear. Given the overwhelming horde of zombies, merely standing her ground was commendable, let alone recalling Tian's tips for dispatching them. Aside from her earlier choice, Lin Xingya had adhered to all of Tian's expectations of a teammate. Tian paid no further attention to her, and with a thought, the desert eagle materialized in his palm. He gripped the weapon, disengaged the safety, chambered around, and aimed, all in one fluid motion. The sound of gunfire erupted down the corridor as the zombies ahead fell swiftly under the onslaught, each shot resulting in the explosive demise of a zombie's skull. Yet, Tian's targeting was peculiar. He did not merely eliminate the zombies in front, but also took down several that surged from both the front and back. This may have seemed trivial, but after several shots, the horde that had nearly coalesced before the trio was thrown into disarray, the fallen bodies creating barriers that gradually distanced the remaining zombies from one another. Stay close. Don't fall behind. Tian's desert eagle morphed seamlessly into a tightly gripped short spear. With a swift thrust, the spear pierced the eye socket of the first zombie, and with a deft motion, he swept his arms outward, casting the lifeless corpse aside and extracting the spear with the momentum of its fall. This was executed with remarkable fluidity. The spear then continued to reap the next zombie. In the face of the terrifying undead, they now appeared as mere chives awaiting harvest before Tian, as long as there were no more than 3 clustered together. Even 1 or 2 zombies could not impede his relentless advance. Witnessing the spectacle unfold behind him, Lin Xingya was almost rendered speechless. Only now grasping Tian's intent, he was forcibly creating a breach amidst the throng of zombies. With no natural opening, Tian carved one out for himself. Lin Xingya felt she had overestimated Tian, only to realize now that she knew nothing at all. From the moment he burst through the gate to launching his attack, merely a second had passed. Such a brief interval left no room for strategic contemplation. This was clearly Tian's instinctive reaction, honed through countless experiences in battle. When confronted with such a situation, his body and muscle memory propelled him to initiate an assault according to this ingrained pattern. There was no pause, as if he were a computer program set to execute commands. It was cold and mechanical, like a combat machine designed solely for this purpose. Who, exactly, was Tian? Chapter 21. The near second stage zombie Liang Hong was utterly bewildered when Tian pulled out the Desert Eagle. Having been responsible for facilitating the acquisition of this weapon through foreign black market channels, she was well aware that it was a genuine firearm. Tian possessed a gun and demonstrated formidable skills. No wonder Lin Xingya was so intent on staying close to this man. Compared to Tian, Lu Wentong and his cohorts were nothing but worthless beasts. However, with Lin Xingya present, Liang Hong pursed her lips, casting a furtive glance at her, her expression fluctuating between uncertainty and resolve. Tian's face remained impassive. In his past life, he had encountered such scenes countless times. Within the Demon Hunter squad, he had meticulously crafted detailed strategies for various complex skirmishes, readily deployable upon encountering similar circumstances. It was akin to the simplicity and directness of basketball tactics. With a swift motion, he pierced the final zombie's brain. Tian left the now dulled spear embedded in the creature's eye socket. Ding. First stage zombie killed. 13. Demon Hunter points gained. 13. Total Demon Hunter points. 29. He retrieved a new spear, having prepared 10 to avoid wear and tear, ensuring he had ample supplies for a prolonged engagement. Yet, his expression darkened as he noticed the zombies behind them disregarding their fallen brethren, leaping over the corpses to charge toward them. This was unusual. Typically, zombies would halt to feast upon their kind. Freshly deceased comrades were always considered a delicacy, unless the three of them possessed something that incited madness in the zombies. Blood. Fresh blood. Who is injured among you two? Tian shouted, turning around in anger. I'm not. I didn't even encounter a zombie, just now. Lin Xingya hurriedly replied. Neither did I, Liang Hong insisted, matching Lin Xingya's urgency. Tian's frown deepened. Although Lin Xingya and Liang Hong appeared flustered, their responses were decisive, and their eyes bore no signs of deceit. Concurrently, he felt confident. He had just dispatched all the zombies, leaving no room for error. Yet, he could conjure no other explanation. There was no time for further contemplation. The office door ahead was smashed open by the zombies inside, and suddenly 7 of them surged forth, completely sealing off the path ahead, while 5 more zombies continued to converge from behind. Though first-stage zombies were not particularly swift, they had effectively trapped them with no avenue of escape. Quick shoot! Liang Hong shouted frantically, cradling her head in her hands. Tian abruptly halted, turning back to strike her across the face with a resounding slap. If you don't want to endanger us all, stop your incessant screaming. Otherwise, don't blame me for throwing you out to clear the way. Liang Hong's cries were abruptly silenced. And as Tian tightened his grip on the short spear, he kicked down a zombie and plunged the weapon into its eye socket. As a second zombie lunged towards him, Lin Xingya mimicked Tian's move, kicking at it. However, she soon realized the immense power of the zombies as her petite frame was forced back by the creature's weight. Thankfully, her sense of balance was commendable, allowing her to regain her footing and pierce the zombie's eye with her spear. Tian remained utterly focused, his attention fixed on the 7 zombies ahead as he suddenly charged forward. Though it appeared he was merely rushing, his body swayed rapidly from side to side, executing tactical evasive maneuvers that seemed insignificant. Yet, the zombies, lacking Tian's agility, mirrored his movements, stumbling and swaying as he advanced. Within mere steps, 4 of them lost their footing and fell, causing those nearby to teeter as well. At that moment, Tian accelerated, sweeping one zombie aside, while simultaneously driving his spear into another's eye socket. The strength he possessed allowed him to pierce the skull effortlessly without injuring his wrist. As he executed the lethal thrust, he shifted his weight, swapping his right foot for his left, delivering a powerful kick to the inner knee of a third zombie, which fell again just as it attempted to rise, inadvertently blocking the advancing zombies. Knockdown, block, kill. Knockdown, block, kill. Again with the knockdown, again with the block, again with the kill. His movements flowed like water, yet within that fluidity lay the might of thunder. To the onlookers, it appeared as though Tian was simultaneously battling 6 zombies, but in reality, only ever 2 could approach him at once, with one consistently falling to create an obstacle for those behind. Thus, Tian continued this relentless cycle, dispatching the zombies one by one, while Liang Hong and Lin Xingya watched in awe, perceiving that these zombies were merely rushing to their demise before him. Liang Hong followed behind, her eyes vacant, unable to comprehend how Tian executed such precision and efficiency, effortlessly vanquishing the zombies, creatures enhanced by strength, which would typically require 3 ordinary men to defeat one. Thrilled, Liang Hong clenched her fists. The stronger Tian became, the safer she felt, with her charm and allure. She believed that this young man would surely be drawn to her type. She resolved to attach herself to him, to ensure he would lead her to safety. No. With Lin Xingya still present, Tian would undoubtedly prefer a youthful and beautiful girl like her. What should I do? Liang Hong's previously fluctuating gaze gradually succumbed to an unyielding chill. She cast her eyes upon the lifeless corpse of the zombie beneath her, silently repeating to herself, I cannot perish, I must survive. No one shall obstruct my path. Lin Xingya, from the very beginning, had eyes solely for Tian, lacking understanding but determined to observe and learn. This was her greatest strength. She felt she had discerned something, a vague concept taking shape in her mind. Yet it eluded her grasp. Only the final zombie remained. Tian bent low, executing a sweeping kick. If he could topple it, he could thrust his spear into its eye socket from above. Just as he was about to make contact with the last creature, his heart suddenly raced violently, akin to a heavy hammer striking against it. Something was amiss. Tian forcefully retracted his leg while airborne, the backlash disrupting his entire rhythm. At that moment, the last zombie let out a furious roar, not from its throat, but from its belly. Suddenly, the zombie's shirt ripped open, revealing its protruding abdomen, which split into 3 petals, exposing rows of sharp teeth within. The intestines within had mutated, resembling a nimble tentacle, and at the moment of the belly's blossoming, it shot forth. Tian's pupils contracted as he rolled to the side, narrowly avoiding the tentacle's tip, which struck the wall, burrowing several centimeters deep. If it had hit a person, it would have pierced straight through. A second-tier zombie. No, rather, a quasi-second-tier zombie in the midst of transformation. Upon evolving into a second-tier zombie, the crystallized nightmare virus would concentrate in a specific body part or organ, providing a continuous energy source to mutate it into a formidable combat weapon. This creature had concentrated its mutation in its belly and intestines, an organ-enhanced, long-range zombie. Tian's expression turned gravely serious, relieved that it was not a physically robust type. Otherwise, his weaponry would prove ineffective. With a swift motion, he drew 3 short spears from his waist and hurled them with ferocity at the split-bellied zombie. The spears viciously pierced the gaping maw of its abdomen, but the zombie only paused briefly before charging at Tian with renewed ferocity. Chapter 22. Slaughter Lin Qingya. Stop the 5 behind. Understood. Like Liang Hong, Lin Qingya had been momentarily paralyzed by fear upon witnessing the mutated zombie's true form. Yet her instinct to obey Tian's command surged forth. She rushed toward the bookshelf by the corridor, gritting her teeth in an attempt to topple it. However, even using all her strength, a single woman could not budge a bookshelf laden with books. Liang Hong, intending to assist, suddenly hesitated, her foot retreating as if struck by an unseen thought, an action so subtle that even Tian failed to notice. If you wish to survive, go and help. In the midst of Tian's icy roar, Liang Hong suddenly came to a realization. She hurriedly rushed to Lin Qingya's side, and together the 2 women managed to topple the bookshelf. The cabinet crashed down with a thunderous noise, striking the wall on the opposite side of the corridor and wedging itself diagonally in the center. The 5 zombies behind them had already surged forward, but their path was obstructed by the fallen bookshelf. They could only scramble over it or attempt to crawl beneath. Regardless of the approach, the moment they emerged, they would be met with the sharpness of Lin Qingya's spear. Although her aim remained unsteady, the peril had significantly diminished in this scenario. If one thrust missed, there would be another, and yet another. The dark red blood, tinged with blue, splattered across Lin Qingya's chest and skirt, and her wrist was already aching from the recoil against the hard skulls. Despite the discomfort, Lin Qingya gritted her teeth and drove the spear into the last zombie's eye socket. There was no time to hesitate, for she understood that in Tian's eyes, she was already a sinner. To remain in his good graces, she had to execute orders with unwavering precision. Liang Hong observed Lin Qingya in this moment, her eyes widening as if she were seeing her for the first time. Usually as gentle as a kitten, Lin Qingya now exhibited the fierce courage and ferocity of a mother leopard. What made her so resilient? How could she muster the courage to resist in the face of such terrifying zombies? Yet beneath her bangs, a chilling glimmer grew ever more pronounced in her eyes. Suddenly, a voice echoed in Tian's mind, startling him momentarily. However, his pupils constricted as the tentacle was once again retracted deep into the belly of the split-belly zombie, only to be shot forth again in a swift motion. Tian, who had been crouching in preparation for a tactical dodge, realized that the target was not him at all. Liang Hong instinctively leapt to the side as the tentacle shot toward her. A tremendous force pierced through the wall behind her head. The split-belly zombie let out a frenzied roar, its fleshy tentacles writhing like a serpent in the air, spraying crimson viscous fluid everywhere. Liang Hong watched in horror as the tentacle, now alarmingly close, writhed violently, causing her flesh to tense in fear. Tian's gaze sharpened as he locked onto the nightmare crystal nestled within the split-belly zombie's core. The precious crystal, still discernible as 5 separate entities, was visibly beginning to merge at an alarming rate. His right hand moved to his waist, where 5 short spears remained. With a frigid determination, Tian devised a strategy. As he drew the first spear, the split-belly zombie abruptly retracted its tentacle, spinning rapidly before him to form a protective shield. It seemed as if Tian had been deliberately awaiting this moment. With a powerful throw, the spear pierced through the midsection of the tentacle. The split-belly zombie attempted to retract its tentacles, only to discover that a short spear was lodged in the middle, preventing the complete retraction. Without the ability to withdraw them, it could no longer perform its bullet-like projectile attacks, and the creature's heart let out a series of furious roars in frustration. The half-retracted, fleshy tentacles shot forward with a whip-like motion towards Tian, but their power was noticeably diminished, nearly half compared to when they were launched like bullets. Tian swiftly dodged to the side, evading the lash while maintaining a safe distance, his gaze suddenly igniting with a cold glint as he hurled the short spear once more. This time, the spear struck closer to the base than before. Repeating the same tactic, he cast the spear again and again, each projectile finding its mark, causing the tentacles that could be retracted into the zombie's abdomen to shorten incrementally. Lin Xingya and Liang Hong initially did not grasp Tian's intention, but as the tentacles continued to retract, the strength of the split-belly zombie's attacks visibly waned. This creature could only transmit power when its tentacles were drawn back into its abdomen. If it couldn't retract them, they were rendered useless. Lin Xingya quickly recognized the critical point and noticed that Tian's last 5 short spears had been exhausted. Lin Xingya, Tian now? They spoke in unison. And as Tian reached back, Lin Xingya's spear had already landed in his hand. Well done. A smile involuntarily crept across Tian's lips as his right arm's muscles contracted sharply, stretching his sleeve taut. At that moment, his physical prowess surged to its peak. And with a resounding shout, the sharp spear was launched from his hand like a javelin. The split-belly zombie roared thunderously, yet at that moment, it could not retract its tentacles, which lay limp on the ground like a desiccated eel, barely responding to its commands. The sharp spear, akin to a precision-guided missile, struck the heart of the merging nightmare crystals directly. With a crystalline shatter, the 5 first-tier nightmare crystals that were in the process of merging instantly fractured, the explosive force reducing them to fragments smaller than a fingernail. The split-belly zombie emitted a furious roar, but it quickly faded, lacking the strength to sustain itself. Its once formidable body visibly weakened, swaying as if it would collapse at any moment. Drawing his weapon, Tian aimed. Bang, bang, bang. In a flash, he fired 3 consecutive shots, employing a specialized muscle shock absorption technique that ensured each bullet struck precisely at the center of the zombie's forehead. With a thunderous explosion, the head of the split-belly zombie burst apart, its headless body wobbling unsteadily before finally crashing to the ground. The tentacles, once heaving with breath, rapidly shriveled and oozed a pool of blood at the moment of the explosion. Ding! Killed a quasi-second-tier zombie. Gained demon hunting points. 10. Total demon hunting points. 44. Lin Xingya's face lit up with surprise, but as she opened her mouth to speak, she suddenly heard a noise from around the corner behind her. A group of 6 zombies surged into the trio's line of sight from around the corner, their mouths stained with torn flesh. Among them were Lu Wentong and Li Shan, who had recently succumbed to the undead. Tian wrenched a short spear from the belly of a zombie and donned a plastic bag over his hand, swiftly extracting a clump of nightmarish crystallized flesh that encased a second-tier zombie. Let us go. Just keep moving straight ahead to the warehouse. As they approached a fork in the path, Lin Xingya pointed forward. However, after securing the bloody mass, Tian made a sudden pivot and dashed towards an emergency exit. Without hesitation, Lin Xingya followed closely, while Liang Hong, in a state of panic, had no time to consider her actions. Once they rushed through the main door, Tian quickly locked it behind them. Just then, Lin Xingya, quick on her feet, grabbed a long pole and wedged it into the door handle's interior. As she released her grip, the emergency exit door slammed inward with a resounding thud. Thud, thud, thud. Outside, the furious pounding of zombies echoed, and the 2 rectangular glass windows shattered in an instant. Dozens of enraged arms reached in, desperately clawing at Tian, oblivious to the sharp glass that tore into their flesh, creating a gruesome spectacle. Lu Wentong's arm, half-ripped and grotesque, swung wildly before Lin Xingya and Liang Hong, splattering crimson droplets across their clothing. Trembling uncontrollably, Lin Xingya felt an overwhelming sense of relief for having undergone Tian's rigorous training the previous night. Otherwise, she would have surely succumbed to paralyzing fear at this moment. Suddenly, A violent retching erupted beside her. Liang Hong, helplessly bracing herself against the wall, bent over, gagging repeatedly. But nothing came forth. The memory of last night's torment at the hands of these creatures sent tremors through her body. Without warning, Tian seized Liang Hong's shoulder and pinned her against the wall, tearing at her shirt with a fierce motion. Tian, you, Lin Qingya began. But her words were cut short as Tian exposed Liang Hong's skin, marred only by the remnants of last night's assault, bruises of purple and red, yet devoid of any bite marks. The bare expanse of Liang Hong's long, white legs showed no signs of injury either. Rather than feeling shame at her exposed body, Liang Hong's face lit up with an exhilarating thrill, as if she had been granted a reprieve from death. Tian, you see, I have no wounds. The injuries must be on Lin Qingya. She was deceiving you. The sudden accusation stunned Lin Qingya. I'm not hurt. It absolutely wasn't me. Are we wrongfully accusing you? If it wasn't me, it must be you. Tian cannot be injured. Liang Hong's voice escalated into a frenzied scream, her conviction as fierce as if she had witnessed the events herself. The glint in her eyes sent a chill through Lin Qingya. Sister Liang, how can you speak so recklessly? Where have I wronged you? If you have the courage, show yourself to Tian just as I do. Do you dare? Lin Qingya pressed my lips together, hesitating to speak. She was certain she bore no injuries, yet she had already been examined by Tian once. To have him examine her again was simply unbearable. Tian, you must believe me. Did you not ascertain this yesterday? Lin Qingya gazed into Tian's eyes, her voice trembling with emotion, on the verge of tears. A sudden chill coursed through Liang Hong's heart. The fact that Tian had already inspected Lin Qingya yesterday implied that he had likely received corresponding rewards from her. It was no wonder. Any man would be captivated by a young and beautiful girl like Lin Qingya after spending a night in her company. How infuriating. If Lin Qingya remained here, how could Tian possibly protect me wholeheartedly? This thought unleashed a tempest in Liang Hong's mind. Lin Qingya must not stay. Only I should remain by Tian's side. If not for Tian's presence, Liang Hong would have longed to tear Lin Qingya's clothing to shreds, exposing her wounds to Tian. You yourself said that was yesterday. We just ran here. Who can guarantee your purity without a check? If you have wounds, Tian and I would both be doomed. Tian, we cannot take this risk. Since you refuse to undress, there is another option. Let us leave her here to fend for herself, and we shall depart alone. As long as you ensure my survival, I promise to perform even better than Lin Qingya did last night. Liang Hong's blatant accusations and temptations left Lin Qingya astounded. Is this truly the sister Liang I know? Just having escaped, has she sunk to such depths to enhance her chances of survival? Lin Qingya's face oscillated between shades of blue and purple, and finally, with a determined bite of her lip, she declared, Very well, Tian, I shall undress for you. She raised her hand toward her buttons. Tian remained silent. Yet he was not idle. He was carefully observing the movements of the zombies outside. His gaze then fixed upon a particular individual. As Lin Qingya's hands began to unfasten her clothing, Tian seized her wrists. I trust that Lin Qingya bears no injuries, and I possess a more precise means of verification. With force, Tian yanked Liang Hong from the ground and shoved her against the door. The zombies, who had previously clamored around Lin Qingya, abruptly redirected their attention, their arms reaching desperately toward Liang Hong. Liang Hong screamed in terror, instinctively retreating 2 steps. Crashing against the wall, the situation was painfully clear. No, I am not injured. This must be a mistake. Tian, you saw it. I am entirely unhurt. But Tian did not spare her a glance. Lin Qingya, these zombies are now your responsibility. Lin Qingya took the spear without hesitation and thrust it toward the zombies outside. One by one they fell, and the fear that had once filled her eyes began to dissipate bit by bit. To dispel the fear of zombies, the most effective method is to slay them with one's own hands, and the more one kills, the better. Liang Hong contemplated pleading at Tian's feet, but suddenly darkness engulfed her as Tian swiftly knocked her to the ground. As Liang Hong hurriedly attempted to rise, she found a blood-red spear pointed directly at her eyes. I warn you, you must walk alone from here on. Do not drag us down with you. Liang Hong's mind buzzed, her entire body trembling violently. I swear I am not injured. I am not deceiving you. Please, do not abandon me. Liang Hong lunged to grasp Tian's leg, but was met with a chilling kick that sent her sprawling away. Qingya, please intercede on my behalf. There must be some misunderstanding. Speak a kind word for me. I do not wish to die. She then turned to Lin Qingya, even kneeling to bow in apology. I was wrong. I should not have wronged you earlier. But for the sake of our past collaboration, please save me. I do not want to perish. Do you know if she is injured? Tian perceptively detected something in Lin Qingya's gaze. Lin Qingya bit her lip, but nodded slightly, regarding Liang Hong as one would a corpse. Sister Liang, I am sorry. I thought it would not come so swiftly. Given Liang Hong's proud disposition, after being tormented by these scoundrels last night, she would surely have sought emergency contraception without delay. Lu from the secretary's office has a box always kept on her desk. You are aware of this. Of course, I had to take it after what they did to me, Liang Hong instinctively blurted, only to suddenly realize something, her throat tightening in horror. No, I did not take it. Oh, I did not consume anything. Tian, do not listen to Lin Qingya's nonsense. I am merely a promiscuous woman. I have never taken contraceptives, never. Liang Hong clutched her head, desperately tugging at her hair, her eyes wide and pupils constricting in terror. A fleeting shadow of sorrow crossed Lin Qingya's eyes. Liang Hong's character was exceedingly proud, and her familial values deeply entrenched. After enduring that hellish darkness, she would undoubtedly seek emergency contraception immediately and in large quantities. However, consuming a significant amount in a short period yields but one outcome, an early menstruation. No, this is all false. It cannot be true. I am not menstruating. If you do not believe me, I will show you. Look at me. Liang Hong's voice abruptly ceased. Her words lodged in her throat, unable to escape. The crimson stain upon her skirt was unmistakable. Yet no one had noticed earlier, as she had been the last to run. No, this cannot be real. I do not want to die. Tears filled Liang Hong's eyes, and she suddenly widened them, fixing her gaze on Tian as if grasping at a final lifeline. Tian, you are so formidable. You can surely protect me and help me escape, right? If you assist me in fleeing, I will give you anything. Money, a house, a car. I can provide it all. Or is it that you desire me? My skills are exceptional. I can accompany you in slumber, as long as you grant me the chance to survive. I am willing to concede to any of your requests. Please, I yearn to live and witness my son again. At this moment, Liang Hong has transformed into a pitiful wretch, evoking a sense of pity even in Lin Qingya. Has the onset of the apocalypse already driven those around her into such despair? Yet, the only response to Liang Hong's pleas is the cold glint of a blade. Tianjiang kicks Liang Hong, who desperately clings to him, down to the ground, severing any possibility of physical contact. Keep your distance. Otherwise, I shall not hesitate to treat you as a zombie and eliminate you. This is my final warning. Tianjiang reloads his empty magazine and pushes through the emergency exit. Outside, the zombies have been reduced to lifeless corpses by Lin Qingya. The ensuing horde is rapidly approaching the door. Liang Hong trembles all over. Almost in despair, she makes one last desperate plea. Tian, could you possibly spare me a weapon? You have so many. Please, just one. There is no answer, but even Lin Qingya knows the response. Instinctively tightening her grip on the short spear, bestowing a weapon upon one destined for demise is an utter waste. Lin Qingya's movement extinguishes the last flicker of hope in Liang Hong's eyes. That raw, desperate gaze causes Lin Qingya to lower her head, unable to meet it. However, unbeknownst to Lin Qingya, as hope fades, a frenzied determination ignites within Liang Hong's eyes, burning ever more fiercely. With a swift motion, Tianjiang flings open the emergency exit and thrusts his weapon into the brain of a zombie lunging at him. But as Lin Qingya steps forward, she is suddenly yanked back by her hair. You little vixen, this is your fault. Why was it I who was captured by Lu Wentong and not you? You are far more beautiful. You should be the one to perish. Sister Liang, have you lost your mind? Let go of me. Liang Hong, in a frenzy, seizes Lin Qingya's hair and, seeing the approaching zombie, pushes Lin Qingya down at its feet. Die now? Let your blood attract the zombies. They shall lose interest in me. And you Tian and I can escape. Liang Hong's deranged laughter resonates with utter madness. Tianjiang raises his weapon, preparing to rescue her. Yet Liang Hong unexpectedly throws herself in front of him, obstructing his shot. Don't worry about her. She can buy us precious time. We must seize this chance to flee. Don't delay. The optimal rescue window is closing. The zombie, akin to a leopard, lunges towards Lin Qingya, aiming straight for her neck. Even Tianjiang believes Lin Qingya has no chance of survival. Yet, In this moment of impending doom, Lin Qingya suppresses her panic. Swiftly positioning the end of her spear against the ground, its tip steadfastly aimed at the zombie's skull. The once humble short spear, designed solely to pierce flesh, astonishingly penetrated the zombie's skull under the force of its own momentum and the support of the ground, driving through the bridge of its nose and out the back of its head, casting its brain matter into the air. Although the zombie continued its lethal lunge, its movements abruptly ceased. Tian's gaze, typically stoic, betrayed a rare flicker of admiration, while Liang Hong, upon witnessing the survival of Lin Qingya, was suddenly engulfed by an overwhelming dread. Tian rushed forward to assist Lin Qingya, but she defiantly rebuffed him, delivering a sharp slap to Liang Hong instead. The resounding crack echoed as Liang Hong's head collided with the emergency exit door, a dull thud following as blood trickled from her nose. Do not waste time on her. We must go, Tian urged, leading the way as Lin Qingya followed closely. She gasped for breath, still startled by her own reaction. It had been a primal instinct. Your performance exceeded my expectations, Tian noted, his voice resonating in Lin Qingya's ears. The fourth rule of survival in this apocalypse: never underestimate the madness of a cornered individual. Had you been foolish enough to arm her, she would have targeted you before the zombie. Lin Qingya shuddered at his words, finally recalling a long-forgotten lesson, akin to the early morning declaration. Congratulations, you have passed. Her cheeks flushed with an unusual warmth, the heat rising inexplicably. Liang Hong will surely pursue us, Lin Qingya thought, glancing back with clenched teeth. Tian surveyed the approaching zombies ahead. No, I shall not grant her that opportunity. Chapter 24. Encounter with a second-tier zombie. A growl erupted as a zombie lunged at Tian. In an unexpected display of ferocity, he struck it down and vaulted over its body. Lin Qingya hastily followed suit. No, don't leave me. Don't abandon me. Liang Hong, finally grasping the situation, scrambled to her feet, desperately attempting to catch up. Yet, the recently felled zombies had already regained their footing, and the ones that had intended to pursue Tian and Lin Qingya abruptly halted, their gaze locking onto Liang Hong. No. Liang Hong's complexion drained of color as she frantically retreated to the emergency corridor, locking the door and barring it with a shovel. The zombies outside pounded against the door with relentless ferocity, each thud sapping her strength and resolve. Suddenly, a surge of impulsive determination ignited within her. Perhaps the shovel could serve as a weapon, granting her the chance to escape, much like Lin Qingya had done. But just as she reached for the shovel, the unmistakable sound of approaching zombies echoed, their footsteps and growls reverberating ominously. The creatures on the other side of the corridor, drawn by the scent of blood, were hastening toward her. Indeed, two horrific visages soon appeared outside the door, their battered arms straining to breach the threshold, the tantalizing scent of blood driving them into a frenzy. Liang Hong's hand instinctively recoiled, and she sank into despair in the corner, overwhelmed by the encroaching terror. Confined within the confines of the emergency passage, Liang Hong could only urge herself onward, buoyed by a glimmer of hope that perhaps fortune would favor her, sparing her from an encounter with the undead. Yet, her trembling feet remained stubbornly rooted in place. Suddenly, a distinct sound echoed in her ears, a click, resonating with unnerving clarity in the desolate corridor. It was unmistakably the sound of a human hand manipulating a door lock. Zombies could never operate a door in such a manner. With a surge of elation, Liang Hong lifted her gaze, her heart racing as she stood frozen, nearly overwhelmed with joy. Someone! I'm here, there are others! She cried out, yearning for rescue. But in a heartbeat, her jubilant exclamation lodged like a stone in her throat, preventing her from uttering another word. In that moment, she recalled the grim reality of her surroundings, the rooftop. There was but one door above, leading out to the terrace. With torrential rain pouring outside, it was implausible that a human could enter. Instantly, her jubilance morphed into an engulfing dread, her face contorting in terror, her muscles twitching involuntarily. At that moment, a shadow emerged from the stairwell above, and a bare foot appeared at the corner of the stairs. Upon seeing the figure, disbelief washed over Liang Hong, replacing her fear with incredulity. How could it be you? What happened to your body? No, don't come any closer. Put down whatever you're holding. Lin Qingya's frantic footsteps faltered for a brief moment. Yet it was merely a fleeting hesitation. Just then, Liang Hong's desperate scream echoed in her ears. However, in Lin Qingya's eyes, Liang Hong's actions were deserving of her fate. gazing at the cold silhouette that still radiated an aura of dread amidst its haste. Lin Qingya felt a surge of curiosity towards Tian. Cold and unyielding, with a rationality that bordered on despair, every decision was the optimal solution for the moment. It was as though this individual were born for the apocalypse. But did such a paragon truly exist? The system initiated communication. Current demon hunter points, 50. Upon seeing the digits displayed, Tian pondered deeply. The system had made it abundantly clear that the zombies Lin Qingya had dispatched were also credited to him, which left him perplexed. System. Why are the zombies Lin Qingya has slain counted towards my total? Beep. Lin Qingya currently possesses 100 trust in the host, while the host's trust in Lin Qingya exceeds 50. The Demon Hunter system automatically designates Lin Qingya as a registered member of the Demon Hunter team. Under this condition, all zombies killed by Lin Qingya at the behest of the host will convert into the host's Demon Hunter points. The Demon Hunter system, the Demon Hunter team. A medley of emotions stirred within Tian as he glanced back at Lin Qingya. This woman was acknowledged by his system as a registered team member? Yet, this perplexity flitted through his mind like a fleeting shadow. In the past, there were thousands of warriors from Huaxia who earned their place as registered members of the Demon Hunter squad, each taking pride in their membership. Though it was merely an addition of one more to the ranks, which was inconsequential. Lin Qingya found herself perplexed by this scrutiny. Yet her feminine intuition revealed to her that deep within Tian's originally cold and indifferent gaze, something new had emerged, causing the prior chill to swiftly dissipate. As they proceeded further, they approached the warehouse they intended to reach. This storage facility was established by the logistics department on the top floor, housing an array of tools for the construction team to facilitate timely repairs. Additionally, the reserve food for all employees in the top floor's break area was stored here. Lin Qingya's voice brightened with enthusiasm, but before she could utter a third sentence, she suddenly noticed Tian abruptly halting at the corner ahead. Barefoot, Lin Qingya was unable to stop in time and crashed into Tian's broad back. Shoo, do not speak. Tian turned and firmly pressed Lin Qingya against the wall at the corner, his right hand tightly covering her mouth and nose. The surroundings fell silent, and Lin Qingya could even hear the rapid thumping of their hearts. Beep, detected a second-tier zombie nearby. Commencing second-tier zombie hunt mission. Current mission, hunt the first second-tier zombie. Mission reward, 5 cubic meters of survival space, accessible through system-bound items. Damn it. How could we encounter a second-tier zombie? Tian was startled by the system's notification. The prospect of 5 cubic meters of survival space was indeed tempting. However, it also meant that a second-tier zombie was lurking nearby. Lin Qingya widened her eyes in disbelief as she noticed the unshakable calm on Tian's face shatter for the first time, sweat beginning to bead on his forehead. Then, both of them sensed something unusual. A heavy scent of blood, more potent than any they had previously encountered, filled the air, tinged with a sickly sweet aroma. Simultaneously, an unfamiliar weighty footfall echoed from the end of the corridor they were about to enter. Thud, thud, thud. With each sound, both Tian and Lin Qingya felt the vibrations beneath their feet, as if they were standing near a pile driver. At the moment they heard the footsteps, cold sweat began to trickle down Tian's cheeks. Lin Qingya distinctly felt the warmth of Tian's palm, which covered her mouth and nose, also growing damp with perspiration. And panic swiftly gripped her. The footsteps abruptly ceased, only to resume an instant later, this time evidently advancing in their direction. Lin Qingya's delicate face turned ashen as she turned to glance back, faintly perceiving several elongated shadows slowly approaching. This was it. This was a creature even Tian could not contend with. What should they do? Was there anywhere nearby to hide, preferably in a smaller room? Do not speak. Just show me. Lin Qingya raised her hand, her trembling fingers pointing towards the office door not far away, upon which 3 characters were inscribed, storage room. Suddenly, Tian swept Lin Qingya into his embrace and sprinted towards the room. Yet, despite the frantic pace, Lin Qingya heard no sound in her ears. Upon reaching the door, Tian immediately twisted the doorknob, but a chill coursed through his limbs. Click, click. The door was locked. Chapter 25. Silent Peril. How could this door be locked when it has never been before? Despair flickered in Lin Qingya's eyes. The heavy footsteps behind them approached rapidly, while Tian's gaze remained eerily calm as he scanned the surroundings. Suddenly, he lifted his eyes to spot a ventilation duct overhead, large enough for 2 to crawl through in succession. Climb onto my shoulder, quickly. Tian whispered urgently as he hoisted Lin Qingya onto his shoulder. Understanding his intent, she placed her legs on his shoulders, straightened her back, and began to push aside the slats as she ascended. Above the vertical vent was a horizontal main duct, forming a flat L shape. The encroaching footsteps ignited an extraordinary physical potential within Lin Qingya as she clawed her way up the main duct using her hands. Inching towards the right angle, Tian followed closely behind, entering the square ventilation duct and carefully resecuring the slats. The horizontal duct was high enough for a person to crouch and advance, but its width could only accommodate one lying flat within. The slender Lin Qingya chose to lie down, allowing Tian to brace himself atop her. In an instant, their breaths mingled in the confined space, growing increasingly heated. Meanwhile, the heavy footsteps rounded the corner, drawing nearer, step by step, beneath the vent. The moment Lin Qingya caught sight of a figure, she nearly gasped. But Tian had already firmly covered her mouth. The imposing figure still donned the orange work attire of a construction crew, yet its body had grotesquely expanded, taut with muscle. While other aspects resembled a human, the right arm was unnaturally robust, having burst through the sleeve, trailing like a whip on the ground. The skin had vanished entirely, revealing muscles suffused with a brutal aura, stretching the skin outward, dripping with blood that flowed down the arm. Below, 5 pale, bony fingers emerged from the muscle, caked in dried blood. A chill gripped Tian's heart upon seeing this claw. This was the very creature that had dragged Philip, half his body, from the elevator through a gap of less than 30 centimeters. A second-tier strength-based mutated zombie. This type, even among second-tier zombies, was an absolute king of its kind, possessing formidable strength capable of effortlessly obliterating any adversary of the same tier, while the density of its swollen muscles served as a natural armor. All strength-enhanced mutants were akin to tanks of destruction. Dangerous cold light flickered in Tian's eyes. Its manager Luo from the engineering department, Lin Qingya tremulously inscribed in Tian's palm with her shaking finger. Do you recognize him? Lin Qingya nodded gently and continued writing with utmost caution. He was responsible for replacing the wiring in the building tonight, and it seemed he had been caught in the rain. Being drenched, however, would not directly transform one into a second-tier mutated zombie. Tian observed intently through the shutters when he suddenly caught a glimpse of a brilliant azure hue in the palm of Mr. Luo's dragged hand, instantly darkening his expression to its utmost severity. It was a nightmare crystal embedded within. The size was consistent with that of a second-tier nightmare crystal. Mr. Luo must have picked up this fallen crystal from the sky while working upstairs, and the high concentration of nightmare virus within it had swiftly permeated through his skin, obliterating his bodily tissues and organs, thereby converting him into a second-tier mutant. Damn fool. Just as that thought crossed his mind, Mr. Luo abruptly sensed something. Raising his head suddenly, with no time to retract, Tian instinctively closed his eyes and shielded Lin Qingya's gaze. In the pitch-black ventilation duct, devoid of any light, obscured from the reflection of their pupils, Mr. Luo peered for quite some time, but saw nothing, only letting out a low growl before bowing his head. Yet, he showed no intention of leaving. Instead, he began to pace back and forth beneath the vent, clearly enraged by the sudden absence of human presence. He swung his massive right arm and struck the wall with tremendous force. Bang! The sheer impact caused the entire wall to cave inward, the pristine white putty fracturing like a spider's web, and even the concrete wall was marred with alarming fissures. The entire duct trembled with each blow, while Tian lay atop Lin Qingya, bracing himself against both sides of the duct to stifle any sound. Finally, Mr. Luo's outburst subsided, and he slowly moved away, disappearing from view behind the shutters. The two exhaled a silent sigh of relief, but before they could relax, a sudden scratching sound echoed from deep within the duct, reminiscent of a heavy object being dragged across a metal surface, accompanied by the noise of a belt buckle scraping against the metal walls. Lin Qingya, filled with terror, raised her gaze toward her feet as a crawling zombie worker emerged within the ventilation duct, originally prowling for prey. Upon sighting the two, its ashen eyes ignited with raw desire, and it hastily crawled towards them, trailing a gruesome path of blood. Fortunately, the zombie worker emitted no sound, or rather, though it wished to roar, only a faint hissing escaped its throat. Its entire throat had been punctured, the torn trachea exposed to the air, rendering it incapable of producing any noise. Yet the cramped space left the two unable to turn, and the ever-present Mr. Luo below them rendered them utterly silent, forced to watch as the zombie inched closer. This is it. Are we truly going to die this time? Lin Qingya's eyes filled with despair as she watched the zombie crawl toward her exposed ankle, which, to the creature, must have appeared as tender and delectable as a succulent cabbage in the eyes of a human, as it opened its maw and lunged forward with ferocity. At that moment, Tian's eyes glinted with a chilling light. With an agility enhanced by his 8-point boost, his legs propelled upward like cannonballs. In an instant, he executed a scissor kick, ensnaring the neck of the zombie worker while tightly pinning its arms with his calves, rendering the creature incapable of struggle. The zombie worker, caught unawares by the sudden attack, attempted to break free, yet Tian's strength, bolstered by his elevated abilities, completely overwhelmed the first-tier zombie. The creature was immobilized, unable even to emit a sound to attract the attention of the overseer below. In the stillness, a life-and-death struggle ensued between them. Tian's entire body was taut, akin to a bowstring drawn to its limit. As he exerted every ounce of strength, tremors coursed through him, and beads of sweat cascaded down his face. He persevered for 5 excruciating minutes, waiting until he estimated that the overseer had moved around the corner, before suddenly twisting his thigh muscles with a violent force. With a faint crack, the sound of bone fracturing echoed through the ventilation shaft, though outside, it was merely a whisper. The zombie worker collapsed within the duct, groaning helplessly, its lifeless eyes fixated desperately on the white ankle before it. At last, Lin Qingya let out a sigh of relief, but before she could relax, she suddenly felt Tian's weight pressing down upon her from above. After grappling with the zombie in silence for 5 long minutes, even Tian's upgraded physique could not stave off the numbness in his limbs, and beads of sweat dripped from his chin, dampening Lin Qingya's shirt. Tian, don't move. Give me 15 seconds to rest, she urged. Oh, Lin Qingya blushed deeply. The words she had intended to express, about resting her head on his chest, never left her lips. Neither of them dared to move, and the passage was filled only with the sound of their intertwined breaths, accompanied by the faint gnashing of teeth from the zombie behind them. However, as their breathing gradually steadied, they suddenly sensed an unsettling shift in the atmosphere between them. Chapter 26. Battle. Second-tier zombie Tian had discarded his blood-stained outerwear outside the small conference room, now clad only in a thin shirt. While Lin Qingya wore a shirt that was completely drenched in his sweat, the pristine fabric revealing the contours beneath. Additionally, their bodies had been in close proximity during the struggle with the zombie, and only now, as they relaxed, did they realize the alarming heat radiating from one another. Lin Qingya, her cheeks flushed a delicate pink, averted her gaze. If you wish to lie down, then do so, but please, refrain from moving. I'm not moving. Tian replied, feeling an unprecedented sense of awkwardness. The tension had caused his body to secrete a surge of adrenaline and dopamine. Yet the aftermath of this hormonal excess transformed into a yearning for release. Having survived in this post-apocalyptic world for a decade, Tian had long since shed the shackles of civilization. In his view, the appropriate attitude in such times was to seize the moment and relish life. Moreover, in his previous life, he had not been limited to a singular romantic interest. In another setting, he would not have hesitated to seek a form of compensation from Lin Qingya. Yet in this moment, it was simply not feasible. Lin Qingya suddenly felt Tian's arms wrap around her slender waist, and then he inhaled deeply, like a wolf, as if to draw in her essence. Lin Qingya, consider this a debt owed to me, he declared. Upon uttering these words, Lin Qingya sensed an immediate alleviation of the pressure upon her, as Tian propped himself up, closed his eyes, and began to calm the tumultuous heat that surged within him through sheer will. Within 5 seconds, Tian had regained complete control over his body and steadied himself once more. Lin Qingya had undoubtedly perceived the fiery desire in Tian's gaze just moments before. Her mind became a chaotic whirl, as if her entire being had been commandeered. He had saved her, not just once, and if he were to demand recompense, what could she possibly do? The flush of crimson on her face devoured the pallor brought on by her earlier fear, leaving her momentarily at a loss. Can this ventilation duct lead to the interior of the warehouse? Tian's voice jolted Lin Qingya back to reality. Yes, it can. Then let's crawl through. Tian took the lead, maneuvering through the relatively spacious L-shaped structure of the ventilation shaft. With his assistance, Lin Xingya turned to follow, while Tian extracted the broken fruit knife and plunged it into the zombie's skull, ensuring its demise before unceremoniously crawling over its lifeless form. Yet, Lin Xingya hesitated, paralyzed by the thought of having to brush against the corpse of the deceased creature. Do we really have to crawl past it? The mere notion of nearly touching the cold, lifeless body sent a chill through her. Tian's increasingly cold gaze prompted Lin Xingya to swallow hard. All right, fine. With her eyes nearly shut, she gritted her teeth and swiftly crawled over the zombie, exhaling a sigh of relief once she was through. You must strengthen your mental fortitude. Moreover, if you continue to accompany me, you may find yourself frequently embracing the corpses of the undead. Tian's deep voice nearly brought Lin Xingya to tears. I refuse to do that, but that is the safest option. Zombies rely on their senses, sight, hearing, touch, and smell, to hunt their prey. Their most acute senses are smell and temperature perception. Maintaining the stench of decay is the most effective survival strategy in this apocalyptic world. If you cannot master this, then you need not follow me. Ignoring Lin Xingya, who was now paralyzed with fear, Tian kicked open the ventilation duct and jumped into the warehouse. The warehouse was devoid of windows, only featuring ventilation ducts, and Tian began to fumble in the dark for a switch. Just as his hand brushed against the wall, an extremely faint sound flitted past his ear. The noise was minuscule, yet in the silence of the warehouse, it was alarmingly distinct. Tian, there is something here. Tian swiftly pulled Lin Xingya to his side, pressing their backs firmly against the wall. Lin Xingya pointed her short spear ahead, but the unfathomable darkness before her made her tremble uncontrollably. A rustling sound filled the air, as if someone were dragging something across the ground slowly and rhythmically. Then, without warning, the pace quickened, and a massive shadow, towering at 2 meters, lunged towards Tian and Lin Xingya from the darkness. Get down. Tian forcefully yanked Lin Xingya, propelling her behind a shelf. In the darkness, they finally discerned the figure before them, a zombie construction worker. A conspicuous bite mark adorned his shoulder, likely a result of being pursued by his own kind, leading him to seek refuge here, only to ultimately succumb to the fate of infection. In his hand, he wielded a fire axe, not because zombies had learned to utilize weapons, but due to his arm undergoing a mutation, developing robust muscle fibers akin to those on the hand of the former Mr. Luo, effectively binding the axe to his arm. Yet, the most terrifying aspect was the fully integrated second-tier nightmare crystal on his back. A second-tier zombie. Even Tian's expression shifted instantly. A fully mutated second-tier zombie possessed not only an enhanced organ or torso as a weapon, but also exhibited an overall amplification of physical prowess. A simple spear? Before him, it resembled a mere toothpick. With a ferocious roar, the zombie swung the fire axe down upon him. Tian leaped to the right, narrowly avoiding the axe that sliced through the air above him and crashed into the shelf, which, constructed of alloyed frames, buckled under the immense force, sending its contents crashing to the ground. Lin Xingya let out a piercing scream and quickly rolled away, narrowly avoiding a massive iron object that thudded heavily to the ground, nearly striking her head. Find somewhere to hide. Tian managed to shout as the desert eagle landed in his hand. Bang! His first shot struck the zombie's right shoulder, a gaping wound erupting from the detonation of nightmare ammunition. However, this was his sole opportunity to fire. The second-tier zombie retaliated with a furious kick aimed at Tian, the explosive speed compelling him to cross his arms defensively before his chest. The impact was thunderous, akin to a car colliding with him head-on. His arms instantly went numb as the overwhelming force slammed into his chest, followed by the sound of cracking bones. The bracers he wore shattered upon impact, yet they mitigated some of the blow's ferocity. Tian was sent sprawling backward, colliding violently with a shelf that swayed ominously before collapsing. The desert eagle was knocked from his grasp, sliding beneath another shelf in the warehouse. Gritting his teeth, he forced himself to suppress the excruciating pain coursing through his body. A trickle of blood escaped from the corner of his mouth as he gasped for air. The intensity of the pain nearly disrupted his focus on maintaining his demon-hunting state. This was dire. His ribs were broken. The acute agony alerted Tian to his predicament. Yet he took a deep breath and compelled himself to expel the pain from his consciousness through sheer will, employing his demon-hunting state to minimize his sensory perception of agony. In the corner, Lin Xingya trembled in fear, while Tian could effortlessly dispatch first-tier zombies as if they were mere vegetables. He found himself utterly powerless against the second-tier zombie. It was truly terrifying. Yet Tian shook his head, urging Lin Qingya to securely conceal herself. His cold gaze increasingly filled with a fervent desire for victory. The previous encounter had already confirmed to him that this creature was neither a strength-enhanced type nor a defense-enhanced type. He might still stand a chance. He needed further probing to ascertain the type of this zombie. The most effective strategy was to provoke it. Roar! The second-tier zombie's right shoulder, from which the bullet had been extracted, gushed forth crimson blood, yet the blood trickling from Tian's lips sent him spiraling into a frenzied state. As it approached him with heavy strides, the fire axe descended like a guillotine, its speed now doubled. With no escape in sight, Tian's eye suddenly caught sight of something on the wall, and he leaped forward, pressing down upon it. Bang! The overhead incandescent light suddenly illuminated, casting its long-awaited glow upon every corner of the warehouse. The stark brightness, after a prolonged darkness, instinctively caused the second-tier zombie to shield its eyes, abruptly halting its axe attack. However, Tian, relying on his formidable physique and willpower, forcibly dispelled the instinctive urge to close his eyes against the blinding light. Enduring the searing pain in his back and chest, he rolled on the ground and sprang to his feet. Then, with tear-filled eyes, plunged a fruit knife deep into the right eye of the second-tier zombie. Though the second-tier zombie felt no pain, the sudden loss of half its vision consumed it with rage. Its fire axe flailed wildly in the air, devastating everything in its vicinity. Tian dodged an attack, and, leveraging the zombie's instinctive attempt to shake him off, executed a scissor kick that ensnared the right arm wielding the axe. Using the zombie's force to propel himself, Tian released his legs midair and soared towards a short-handled axe that had fallen to the ground. Upon landing, he rolled, twisting his waist to pivot and lock onto his target. All tactical maneuvers flowed seamlessly. In a split second, Tian unleashed the full force of his 8-point strength, hurling the short-handled axe with tremendous ferocity towards the zombie's skull. Just as the second-tier zombie turned its head, it was struck squarely by the axe. Even though the skull of the enhanced second-tier zombie was resilient, the full-force throw of Tian's 8-point strength was not to be underestimated. The axe blade embedded itself firmly into its cranium, directly affixed to its face. Although the blow did not shatter its skull, the immense force surged into the brain, causing the second-tier zombie to sway unsteadily. Just as Lin Qingya was about to cheer, a strange tearing sound suddenly sliced through the air. Chapter 27, Slaying. Special mutated form second-tier zombie. The second-tier zombie was finally incited to a frenzy by Tian, suddenly collapsing to the ground. A massive fissure tore open beneath the second-tier nightmare crystal embedded in its back, its spine extending like the wings of a bat, with ribs protruding from its flesh, transforming into glistening white blades. Bang! A deep, resonant sound echoed as the muscle in the zombie's back contracted violently, launching the first rib with force, hurtling through the air like a spinning blade aimed at Tian. Tian leaped, narrowly avoiding the razor-sharp rib that whizzed past the spot where he had just stood, directly piercing through a rubber tire mounted on a rack. Had it struck Tian, it would likely have impaled him against the wall, front to back. Damn! It's a special mutated form. In the realm of mutated creatures, the special variations of zombies exist across all tiers and are among the most formidable adversaries. Their mutated attack methods are as diverse as they are unpredictable, with transformations not confined to any particular organ or limb. With no regard for the worsening wound on his chest, Tian propelled himself forward, sprinting rapidly to the right, while the sharp whistling of wind rushed past his ears. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. A barrage of bone spikes hurtled towards Tian, each one akin to a razor-sharp projectile, capable of obliterating anything it struck or embedding itself forcefully into solid concrete walls. Tian adeptly discerned the trajectory of the incoming projectiles, evading them with the agility of a nimble monkey, as if engaged in a frantic race against time. In an instant, his foot slipped, transitioning into a sliding maneuver just as a bone spike whizzed overhead, the gust of wind nearly blinding him. With a resounding thud, a bone spike embedded itself into the wall. Tian, using the friction of his shoes against the ground, quickly dampened his forward momentum, then pushed off the wall while manipulating his position with the bone spike, making a sharp turn and vanishing behind the shelves. The bone-spiked zombie, enraged at Tian's disappearance, emitted a furious roar, its back muscles contracting back to their normal state as it charged toward the shelves where Tian had vanished. However, with half of its ribs missing, its movements grew sluggish, its locomotion becoming increasingly uncoordinated, transitioning from running on two legs to crawling on all fours. After a considerable detour, Tian finally reached the shelf where the desert eagle had fallen, drawing it from its resting place and turning to unleash a pair of shots. Lacking the defensive support of its ribs, the chest of the bone-spiked zombie was left vulnerable, akin to tender flesh. The nightmare ammunition unleashed its devastating explosive potential within the soft tissue, creating gaping wounds nearly the size of a bowl, causing the zombie to collapse amidst the chaos of the blast. With a furious shriek, the bone-spiked zombie's back ruptured once more. But Tian had already formulated a strategy. Upon witnessing its back opening, he swiftly turned to flee, leaving the zombie to emit a series of enraged roars behind him. It had transformed into a stationary artillery piece, making it more manageable for Tian. With a glint of determination in his eyes, Tian surveyed the numerous shelves and debris, providing ample opportunity for him to engage in a prolonged game of cat and mouse. He resolved to wait until the zombie had exhausted its rib projectiles before counterattacking. The zombie's roars intensified, realizing that Tian refused to engage him directly. Every time it exposed its back for an attack, Tian would simply turn away, allowing it just enough time to launch two rib spikes, which consistently missed their mark. As the confrontation progressed, Tian even slowed his pace deliberately, granting the zombie the opportunity to prepare its bone spikes, only to evade at the last moment. The zombie's fury escalated, but at one critical juncture, its bloodlust was abruptly replaced by a moment of confusion, despite exposing its back for an attack. No bone spikes were forthcoming. Raising its hand to its chest, it discovered that its ribcage was entirely empty. Yet, at that moment, Tian found himself in a precarious situation as well, realizing that all three of his Desert Eagle magazines were completely expended. Reloading at this juncture was clearly out of the question. The deafening roar of the bone-spike zombie reverberated throughout the warehouse. He sprang to his feet and sprinted towards Tian, brandishing a fire axe that glimmered ominously in the dim light. He resolved to remind Lin Qingya to assist him with reloading later. Tian's icy gaze swept the surroundings, searching for something that could deliver a fatal blow to this creature. Yet, there was nothing, absolutely nothing. With a furious roar, the fire axe swung down ferociously. But Tian rolled away just in time to evade the attack, seizing the zombie's ankle with both hands, channeling all his strength into an explosive twist. With a crack, the ankle of the bone-spike zombie dislocated under his grip. The creature lost its balance, and both it and Tian collapsed to the ground. However, Tian's expression tightened. He had intended to cripple the calf, but the zombie's second-tier bones were too resilient, resulting in only the ankle being twisted off. This delay was perilous, as a powerful gust swept overhead, compelling Tian to tilt his head aside just as the axe came crashing down, embedding itself into the ground mere centimeters from his nose. With a swift kick against the zombie, he propelled himself upward, narrowly escaping as the axe swept across the ground, carving a deep arc into the earth. Yet, the creature, already hindered by the loss of its ribs, was now utterly incapacitated with one leg gone. With an anguished roar, the bone-spike zombie, still determined, clawed its way towards Tian, relentlessly swinging the fire axe and forcing him to retreat step by step. Just then, Tian heard a dragging sound behind him. Tian, use this. The long-absent Lin Qingya emerged from behind the shelves, dragging forth an object, a nearly new lightweight chainsaw. Excellent work, Lin Qingya. Tian's eyes sparkled as he grabbed the chainsaw, discovering it was brimming with gasoline, courtesy of Lin Qingya. With a buzzing roar, he activated the chainsaw, seizing the opportunity to stomp down on the zombie's right arm, which was swinging the axe. The chainsaw met flesh and bone, severing the arm at the shoulder in a gruesome spray. He then directed the chainsaw towards the zombie's head. In an instant, blood erupted forth, drenching Tian in a crimson shower. Although Lin Qingya had mentally prepared herself, she could not help but pale at the sight of such carnage, retreating in horror. Tian, she began, but the sight overwhelmed her. Tian turned to see blood splattered across his face, a piece of shattered skull resting on his shoulder. Lin Qingya, unable to contain herself, collapsed to the ground, retching violently. Tian, unfazed, wiped the remnants from his head and remarked, "You've done well today. But this is merely a small scene. You shall witness far more gruesome sights in the future. Please, spare me the details. Give me a moment, Lin Xingya pleaded, kneeling as she pounded her chest and gulped down several mouthfuls of mineral water. It took her 10 minutes to regain a semblance of composure. Meanwhile, Tian had already completed the grim task of cleaning himself, now baring his torso as he extracted the second-tier nightmare crystal. The shimmering second-tier nightmare crystal glimmered in Tian's hand, encased within a plastic bag. Ding! You have slain a second-tier zombie. 1. Gained 10 demon hunter points. Current total, 60. Mission accomplished. Reward, 5 cubic meters of survival space, which can be bound to the system for item storage. Host has discovered a second-tier nightmare crystal, which can be utilized to craft second-tier Desert Eagle nightmare ammunition at a ratio of 1:10. Would you like to proceed with the crafting? Chapter 28. National Emergency Notification Refusal. It is preposterous. The second-tier nightmare crystal is the primary material for crafting second-tier gene enhancement serums. If the quantity is sufficiently abundant, it could even be used to create second-tier gene unlocking serums. In the early days of the apocalypse, this is an immensely precious strategic resource. How could it possibly be squandered on ammunition? Although the power of the second-tier nightmare ammunition was equally tempting to Tian, he pondered its alternative uses. Once the system's weapon synthesis and upgrade function is activated, it can be used to enhance weapons. Once the item synthesis function is enabled, it can be bound as a material for the system to synthesize potions or other combat auxiliary materials. Regrettably, these functionalities of the system remain dormant for now. Tian could hardly contain his excitement, his anticipation for the system's future potential growing ever stronger. Suddenly, an unbearable pain surged through his body like a tidal wave, washing away the exhilaration from his face, leaving him pale. Clutching his chest, he collapsed to the ground, crimson blood seeping from his mouth. Clang! Lin Xingya, who was tidying up, rushed over and caught Tian. Tian, are you all right? Tian shook his head. He was reluctant to reveal the secret of his demon hunter state to Lin Xingya. Slowly, he sat down, each breath igniting excruciating pain in his chest. Cautiously inspecting the area, his expression darkened. Originally, it was merely a fractured rib, not overly severe. Although broken, fortunately, the rib had not dislocated or deformed. However, the relentless intensity of his battles had exacerbated his injuries. Now, he had completely lost his combat capability. Fortunately, the warehouse was devoid of further dangers. Cough. Let us rest here. We may not be able to leave this warehouse for some time, Tian said to Lin Xingya, offering a wretched smile. Lie down for now. There's a medicine cabinet. I'll find you some painkillers. Just don't move. Lin Xingya hurriedly dashed towards a corner of the warehouse, frantically searching through a cabinet. The cacophony of their fierce battle had already attracted the zombies outside. However, the iron racks toppled by the bone spike zombies blocked the entrance securely, and the warehouse door was a particularly sturdy security door. The strength of ordinary first-tier zombies was utterly ineffective against it, as if merely scratching an itch. I found it. There are painkillers, Lin Xingya exclaimed with delight, rushing back to Tian, cradling something as if it were a treasure. With hands outstretched, Tian beheld a small plastic bottle. Ibuprofen. This is a valuable find. Tian poured 4 pills into his palm and swallowed them with water. Gradually, the effects of the medication began to take hold, alleviating the pain in his chest. He exhaled deeply, lowering his voice as he rummaged through his backpack for sustenance. All right, I'll go. You stay here and don't move. It's fine. While the painkillers are still effective, we must complete all necessary tasks. Tian shook his head, and Lin Xingya, noticing his gesture, hurried to assist him. They split up. Lin Xingya sought food while Tian searched for materials suitable for crafting weapons and armor. The warehouse fell into a hushed silence, interrupted only by the distant roars of zombies. As long as they remained quiet, the undead would disperse after half an hour. Together, they cleared the collapsed shelves to one side, with Lin Xingya gathering supplies into an open area. 15 boxes of mineral water were enough for both of them to indulge. Instant noodles, biscuits, and a variety of sealed snacks were plentiful, resembling a supermarket. They even discovered 2 backpacks filled with canned goods, chocolate, and energy bars, items that had become strategic resources in these dire times. Additionally, there were medicines. In addition to the 6542, there were some cold medications and antibiotics, which were invaluable in this apocalyptic world. A long-lost joy spread across their faces as they began to feast. However, Lin Qingya recalled Tian's warning about making noise. So they refrained from eating chips and similar snacks until the zombies had moved away. So delicious, I was just craving this, she exclaimed. After a series of training and experiences, Lin Qingya had learned to feast heartily even beside the bloody corpses of zombies. Meanwhile, having satisfied his hunger, Tian began to envision weapon designs in his mind, gathering all the tools and materials he had just seen. His first creation was a forearm guard. Given his current limitations, he could not exert too much force and instead directed Lin Qingya's actions. Together, they dragged out a discarded car tire pierced by bone spurs, cutting it into segments of approximately 10 and 20 centimeters with a utility knife. They punctured the inner side of the rubber with strong cord, shaping it to fit the length and curvature of their arms, and filled the inside with found sponges and folded fabric. Then, they located some sheet metal, cutting it to size with pliers, and used a handheld torque screwdriver to secure the metal pieces tightly onto the exterior of the rubber tire with screws. Once the form was established, Tian found a suitably sized iron pipe to serve as the longitudinal framework for the guard, designing a clasp mechanism for easy wear and removal. Thus, the forearm guard was completed. Even against the strength of a first-level zombie, it would withstand bites without breaking. With the remaining rubber tire, Tian crafted leg armor for himself. Lin Qingya, who had never engaged in such physical labor, was already drenched in sweat, her shirt thoroughly soaked, yet she never uttered a single complaint. Tian glanced at Lin Qingya with a hint of admiration and thought, "System, Lin Qingya is my teammate. May I access her physical data? Name, Lin Qingya. Role, registered member of the Demon Hunting Squad. Strength, 4 agility, 5 constitution, 9 spirit, 15, while her other attributes are relatively average. The remarkable score of 15 in spirit draws the attention of Tian, in contrast to ordinary individuals whose attributes typically do not exceed 10. Lin Qingya's extraordinary spirit indicates an unparalleled level of cerebral development. This realization inexplicably excites Tian. Gene-enhancing potions can bolster one's physical form and elevate the 4 foundational attributes according to individual physiological traits. Conversely, gene-unlocking potions can release genetic locks, granting humanity extraordinary abilities. However, research from a previous life revealed that the abilities one acquires are largely rooted in their basic attributes. If strength is predominant, the abilities obtained will lean towards physical prowess, positioning the individual as a melee warrior. If agility prevails, the abilities will enhance sensory perception and speed, typically resulting in the individual becoming a ranged attacker or assassin. An extraordinary constitution grants unparalleled physicality and defense, making one the strongest bulwark in a team. Yet, the most precious is the spirit attribute, as its capabilities transcend the traditional understanding of human civilization and can even be likened to magic. Advanced spirit evolutionists can develop terrifyingly lethal large-scale, destructive methods. In essence, spirit abilities are not bound by convention. In the previous life, most individuals initially specialized in the other 3 attributes, only to occasionally achieve a spirit ability after utilizing gene-unlocking potions at higher evolutionary stages. Even such half-baked abilities would be fervently sought after by various factions. Lin Qingya's foundational attributes, however, are akin to an uncut gem, brimming with infinite possibilities. What are you looking at me for? Lin Qingya's voice jolts Tian back to reality. He notices her cheeks flushed as if under the influence of alcohol, her petite hands clutching her shirt tightly, exuding an air of flustered uncertainty. Tian is reminded of their previous escapade in the ventilation duct. I'm still a bit unprepared for that, he admits. Lin Qingya's bashful and fearful expression elicits a chuckle from him, prompting him to playfully tap her on the head. Why are you imagining such things? I'm still nursing my wounds. You think I'd be willing? Tian's lighthearted laughter alleviates Lin Qingya's embarrassment as they resume crafting their equipment. Is this for me? Lin Qingya exclaims with delight upon receiving the arm guards and wrist guards Tian offers her. The tailored design fits her perfectly, providing excellent protection for her hands and feet. Next comes the selection of weapons. To Lin Qingya's surprise, Tian forgoes the powerful fire axe and chainsaw, scouring the entire combat area. Upon his return, he cradles 24 stark white rib bones, still stained with blood, remnants of the bone spike zombies. An inexplicable chill runs down Lin Qingya's spine. What purpose do you have for this? Crafting weapons? The enhanced skeletal remains of zombies are indeed a rare treasure, particularly for advanced mutants. Their bones serve as superb materials for weaponry, exhibiting remarkable resistance to acid, wear, and corrosion, rendering them far more durable than any other materials in this post-apocalyptic world. The mere thought of wielding the rib bones of a second-tier zombie as a weapon sends shivers down Lin Qingya's spine. Upon closer inspection, the enormous spines, having been reinforced, measure nearly 1 meter in length. The end connected to the spine is relatively smooth, while the other end transforms into a sharp, sword-like edge, curving like a blade. Once sharpened, it would undoubtedly be a formidable weapon. Tian selected 4 spines of appropriate length, carefully binding the spine-connected ends with strips of cloth. Then, using a discarded rib bone as a sharpening stone, he painstakingly honed the outwardly curved areas of the spines. After 2 exhaustive hours, he managed to craft 1 weapon, leaving him drenched in sweat. By this point, the effects of the painkillers were beginning to fade, compelling him to take a much-needed rest. Lin Qingya had already collapsed in exhaustion beside him, but as she watched Tian tirelessly forge weapons and armor for both of them, a complex array of emotions began to stir within her. She gazed at this man, her mind flooded with memories of their encounters. She recalled being forced by Tian to strip bare, to witness workers perish before her eyes, and to confront the grotesque scene of zombies feeding while she munched on biscuits. In that moment, everything seemed terrifying and repulsive, yet now, reflecting back, she realized that her survival to this point was thanks to those very experiences. From the outset of this apocalypse, Tian had proven himself a capable survivor, continuously guiding her toward becoming one as well. Encountering him was undoubtedly the most fortunate event of her life. "What manner of person are you?" Lin Qingya murmured, suddenly interrupted by a long-forgotten, crisp notification. Ding! You have received new messages. A cascade of alerts flooded in, startling Lin Qingya. It dawned on her that her phone had remained tucked away in her pocket all along, but after the apocalypse, all signal towers had ceased to function, leaving them devoid of connectivity. Receiving such a multitude of messages now suggested that the outside world had regained control and repaired the signal towers. With her heart racing, Lin Qingya eagerly opened her phone, revealing dozens of unread messages marked in crimson. However, the moment she glimpsed the contents, the vibrant color drained from her face, leaving her pale and speechless. "This is the National Security Department of Huaxia. An urgent notification is being disseminated nationwide. Chapter 29, Progression to First-Tier Gene Enhancer. The unknown virus has spread throughout Huaxia. We urge everyone to stockpile water and food as much as possible and to remain indoors. The government will organize military forces for rescue efforts as soon as possible. We kindly ask for your patience." Accompanying this were numerous precautionary notes, all speculative in nature, far less informative than what Tian had imparted to her. Could it be that we truly cannot return to the past? Lin Qingya sat trembling on the ground. The exhilaration of having defeated a second-tier zombie now entirely evaporated. A hand reached out to grasp Lin Qingya's phone, as Tian meticulously sifted through message after message, his expression revealing an unprecedented gravity. Finally, upon glimpsing a particular message, his brow relaxed, and a distinct cold smirk manifested upon his lips. This frigid smile, sharp as a blade, sent shivers through Lin Qingya's heart. As she caught the phone, Tian tossed back into her embrace. An inexplicable impulse compelled her to open the last read message in her inbox. The government had issued a notification seeking a hacker known by the network ID Demon Hunter across the nation. The last known online location before the calamity struck was the eastern district of Beijiang City. If the individual received this message, they were urged to contact the local military immediately. Furthermore, anyone providing valuable information regarding this person could also inform the military to gain protection. Lin Qingya felt her heart race uncontrollably upon reading this. The previous messages had clearly been a warning for everyone to fend for themselves. Yet now it stated that those who could offer valuable clues would receive military protection. Who exactly was this demon hunter to be of such significance to the military? Tian, a hacker with a background in programming, perfectly fit this description, and coupled with his unexpected knowledge about these monsters, a whirlwind of thoughts began to swirl in Lin Qingya's mind, completely oblivious to the fact that Tian had seated himself beside her. "Are you not tired? Shouldn't you be seizing the time to rest?" The voice remained cold, yet beneath that chill, a hint of concern could be discerned. "Aren't you going to rest?" "I'm waiting for you." Flustered, Lin Xingya hastily tucked her phone away, only to utter a hasty response. However, she immediately realized the ambiguity of her words. No, Tian. That's not what I meant. Her cheeks flushed crimson, and she felt a burning desire to find a crack in the ground to hide away. You needn't wait for me. I will rest when the time comes. Tian deliberately elongated his words. Next time, refrain from making such ambiguous statements. I am not a vegetarian. You should be grateful I am injured. Otherwise, you would undoubtedly struggle through the night. With that, he lay down beside Lin Xingya. Her flushed face remained warm for quite some time, her mind consumed by Tian's aggressive gaze and that warning about the night ahead. Fool, fool, fool. What nonsense are you spouting? Lin Xingya lay back to back with Tian, her heart pounding incessantly, rendering her unable to sleep. Tian, too, was not asleep. Instead, he entered the system. System, redeem a first-tier gene enhancement potion. Redemption complete. Demon hunt points consumed, 50. Current total, 7. As the thought crossed his mind, the first-tier gene enhancement potion materialized from the system's repository into Tian's hand. A precise syringe contained a gentle blue liquid, swirling within. The perfect grade first-level gene enhancement serum boasted a success rate of 999 for physical reinforcement, promising to restore every part of the body to its prime state. Without hesitation, Tian injected the serum into the vein of his arm. In an instant, he felt an intense burning sensation, far more potent than anything he had experienced in his previous life, as the liquid coursed through his limbs and body. Simultaneously, the cellular reinforcement and division induced by the serum brought forth a long-forgotten agony, causing beads of sweat to form on his forehead and his body to tremble uncontrollably. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Tian's heart tightened. The gene enhancement serum was categorized into 4 levels: ordinary, superior, exceptional, and perfect. The higher the level, the greater the success rate and effect of the enhancement, but the accompanying pain also escalated correspondingly. To make matters worse, several of his ribs were fractured. Under the serum's influence, the rapid proliferation of bone cells to heal the wounds only intensified the excruciating pain. However, Tian could not be blamed. In his past life, he had only utilized a defective product, unaware that the effects of a perfect-grade first-level gene enhancement serum would be so formidable. Lin Xingya felt the heat radiating from behind her, and, upon rising to see Tian's condition, a profound concern welled up in her eyes. Tian, what has happened to you? Hearing Lin Xingya's call, Tian struggled to respond as his metabolism surged, causing his body temperature to rise dramatically. It felt as though a fire burned within him, consuming him without any means of release, rendering even speech a challenge. So hot. Lin Xingya touched Tian's skin, her delicate hand recoiling instantly as panic set in. Hold on, I will help you cool down. Just hang in there. She swiftly fetched a case of mineral water, unscrewing the bottles and pouring them into a safety helmet she had found. Lacking a towel, she tore off a substantial piece of her skirt to continuously wipe Tian's forehead and neck. Yet, this meager cooling effort was utterly inadequate against the rapid increase in his metabolic rate. Tian's skin flushed a fiery red, and suddenly he opened his mouth, releasing a muffled groan. This sound sent a shudder through Lin Xingya's heart. Tian was the strongest man she had ever known, and he had never emitted such a pained groan, even when his ribs were broken. Her beautiful eyes misted over with unshed tears, but then her resolve crystallized. She unfastened Tian's shirt completely, using the damp fabric to wipe his entire body, replacing it with fresh water whenever it grew too warm, tirelessly attending to him for a full 2 hours without pause. Finally, after 2 hours, Tian's body temperature returned to normal. Lin Xingya, gasping for breath, collapsed beside him and slowly closed her eyes. When Tian finally opened his eyes again, the first thing he saw was the bright, incandescent light above him. However, he soon sensed a presence entwined around him. The slumbering Lin Xingya, resembling a small kitten, clung tightly to him, occasionally making chewing motions with her mouth, as if savoring a delightful treat in her dreams. It was the first time I had observed Lin Xingya from such a close distance. Her snow-white skin was delicate as if it could break with a touch, and her beautiful eyelashes fluttered like wings. Her charming little mouth resembled a ripe cherry, enticing beyond measure, not to mention the exquisite pink arms and fair, long legs draped over Tian, provoking an immediate response within him. Still under the lingering effects of the bodily enhancements, Yu Tian's involuntary reaction caused Lin Xingya to open her eyes, and in that instant, their gazes locked. Lin Xingya's fair and lovely face flushed a noticeable crimson. "Ah, you're awake," she exclaimed, recoiling her hand and leg from Yu Tian as if startled. Though the resulting friction only intensified his discomfort, he coughed and hastily turned to grab a bottle of mineral water, gulping it down to cool himself off. But soon his attention was drawn to his own physical condition. The pain in his sternum had dissipated, and he felt an overwhelming surge of energy coursing through him. This sensation was all too familiar. Name: Yu Tian. Strength: 14 agility, 12 constitution, 11 spirit, 10 gene enhancement level. First stage gene unlock level. None. Excitedly, Yu Tian swung his fists a couple of times. The sound of a sharp sonic boom emanating from the air as his fists sliced through it effortlessly. His muscles felt more taut, and his skin glimmered like jade, appearing delicate yet far more resilient than that of an ordinary human. The strength of his joints and bones had also been significantly enhanced. He felt confident that, barring the strength-enhanced zombies, he could withstand attacks from other second-tier zombies with sheer physical prowess. Powerful. Exceedingly powerful, at least twice as effective as the inferior first-stage genetic enhancement serum from his past life. Beep detected that the host has become a first-stage enhancer, now possessing the ability to protect oneself in the early apocalypse. Main quest issued. Current task: locate the laboratory and create a nightmare virus protective agent. Task reward: unlock rapid processing function for components. After acquiring materials, binding them allows for the expenditure of a small amount of demon hunting points to achieve rapid processing of components, with the cost evaluated by the system. Chapter 30. Second-tier agile variant. As the system concluded, a plethora of experimental data and operational methods flooded Yu Tian's mind, leaving him utterly astonished by the system's grand design. Whether one had injected a genetic enhancement serum or a gene unlock serum, immunity to infection was not guaranteed. Only by injecting the nightmare virus protective agent could one ensure lasting security. If Yu Tian were to create this protective agent, he would no longer need to act cautiously in close combat. Most importantly, the value of this nightmare virus protective agent data at this moment was immeasurable. In his previous life, after the apocalypse began, China lost its unified leadership, leading to the rise of various factions. The nightmare virus protective agent was not successfully developed by the launching research team until a year later, and mass production and injections didn't occur until 2 years after that. With this information in hand, Yu Tian would possess the leverage to negotiate with other factions. In an instant, Yu Tian solidified his strategic objective: the 35th floor of the skyscraper, the biological laboratory. Ready. As soon as we finish assembling all the tools, we set off immediately. Yu Tian's sudden excitement startled Lin Xingya, yet she voiced no objections. To her, every word from Yu Tian was a command. A crackling sound suddenly pierced their ears, reminiscent of electronic static, yet it felt muffled as if coming through thick walls. It was the body of a bone-spike zombie, which bore a walkie-talkie. The two rushed towards the zombie, with Yu Tian outpacing Lin Xingya, swiftly drawing a utility knife to slice through a large mass of necrotic flesh on its waist. Out tumbled a dark, blood-smeared walkie-talkie. Attention, all survivors within the building. This is the security department. Everyone should have received the government's message. We can no longer rely on state rescue in the short term and must fend for ourselves. We have established a temporary safe zone on the 36th floor, which is stocked with ample food and water, and all zombies have been eliminated. We urge all survivors to gather here. Together, we can persevere. A beep. The transmission attracted the attention of the zombies outside, and the sound of them clawing at the door echoed. Yu Tian promptly shut off the walkie-talkie. The 36th floor housed a large employee cafeteria, and for the time being, the building maintained its power supply and running water. If sufficient personnel could hold their ground, they could endure for a considerable time. To reach the 35th floor, they would need to pass through the 36th, which was now under their control. This indicated that the stairwell was firmly in their grasp. To descend, they would have to navigate through them. Yu Tian wiped the blood from the walkie-talkie and tucked it away. Do you wish to go? My next stop is the 35th floor. I could leave you there. Lin Xingya, gazing into Yu Tian's determined eyes, shook her head resolutely. I will follow you. Nowhere is safer than by your side. They may have gathered in numbers, and the cafeteria is well stocked with food and water. I have not forgotten Sister Liang's lesson. I trust no one but you. A mischievous smile crept across Yu Tian's face. Are you not afraid I might devour you? With that, he leaned closer. Ah! Lin Xingya instinctively tried to retreat, only to find herself sprawled on the ground. Tian slowly approached, a wicked grin on his face. Don't forget, you owe me a great deal. Their breaths mingled, close enough to feel on each other's skin. Lin Xingya's heart raced, her gaze darting away from Tian, her fingers nearly entangling in knots. But such injuries require 100 days of recovery without vigorous movement. Ha ha ha, Lin Xingya, what a flimsy excuse. Tian laughed heartily, pushing himself off her. I told you, I do not feast on vegetables, so you had better not give me the chance to devour you. Lin Xingya, her face flushed with embarrassment, nodded fervently, uncertain if Tian's words had truly registered in her mind. However, after a few playful jests, the bond between the two inexplicably deepened. In the following days, they dedicated themselves to the meticulous task of honing their bone knives. Once adequately prepared, they set forth once more. Each donned protective arm guards and leg guards, equipped with a fully stocked backpack, a motorcycle helmet, and a pair of durable plastic safety shoes. Their arsenal comprised a trio of bone knives, a long, a medium, and a short one. The long knife was slung diagonally across their back, the medium knife secured at the waist, and the short dagger was strapped to the outer side of the leg guard. Additionally, Tian carried 7 throwing spears. Before their departure, Tian made the most of their survival space, filling 5 cubic meters to the brim. All previous supplies of water, food, and medicine were entirely consumed, supplemented by various materials needed for repairing their gear. Lin Xingya observed in astonishment, her inquisitive eyes fixated on Tian. After a moment of contemplation, she finally spoke. Tian, have you come from the future? Do you possess some extraordinary equipment? This remark elicited a chuckle from Tian. You might not be entirely mistaken. When the opportunity arises, I shall divulge the details. Lin Xingya nodded, wisely refraining from further inquiries. Instead of using the main entrance, they crawled back into the ventilation ducts. However, upon reaching the main duct, their expressions darkened. Bloodstains marred the surroundings, remnants of a violent struggle. Though dried, the lingering stench of old blood was palpable. The source appeared to be from the direction of the skylight, likely the first batch of mutated zombies soaked by the rain. Lin Xingya's complexion paled slightly. These creatures harbored an exceptionally high concentration of the virus. Should they merge to form a primary nightmare crystal, they would undoubtedly mutate into second-tier zombies. After 2 days, it was probable that these terrifying beings had spread through the ventilation system to the lower levels, and they might encounter them along the way. Fear not. Our current equipment is sufficient to deal with them. Tian's confidence instilled a profound sense of assurance in Lin Xingya. The two moved at a steady pace through the ducts, eventually kicking open the louvered door near the previously designated emergency exit, leaping down. This was the most direct route downstairs. As Tian landed, he was immediately met with a chorus of growls, accompanied by a rush of wind at his back. Without turning, he executed a lightning-fast kick, striking a zombie directly in the face. The force of 14 points caused the first-tier zombie's head to snap back at a 90-degree angle before collapsing to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, a second zombie lunged at his thigh, but Tian countered with a knee strike, crushing the creature's face inward and turning its skull into a pulp. Withdrawing his bone knife, Tian swiftly decapitated the remaining 7 zombies with ease. At that moment, Lin Xingya also leaped from the ventilation shaft. Without hesitation, she rolled upon landing, increasing the distance while drawing her bone knife. As she swept the legs of a zombie, her knife decisively plunged into its eye socket. The remaining 5 are yours, she declared. Understood. The training of the past few days had rendered Lin Xingya thoroughly familiar with the attack patterns of first-tier zombies. Lacking intelligence, these creatures would instinctively target the nearest prey in their line of sight. Lin Xingya waved her left arm as bait, and the first zombie immediately lunged at the protective gear above. In an instant, she swept her foot towards the zombie's supporting right leg, causing it to stumble. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Xingya thrust her right hand forward, delivering a swift blow that severed its head. After dispatching the first foe, her confidence surged, and she repeated this maneuver with ease, ultimately eliminating all 5 zombies without difficulty. Silence enveloped the surroundings. Ding. Killed a first-tier zombie. 14. Gained demon hunting points. 14. Total demon hunting points. 24. How did I perform, Tian? Lin Xingya inquired joyfully, turning to receive his praise. However, Tian's expression suddenly sharpened, with lightning speed. He pulled Lin Xingya close to him. A tremendous crash resounded as the emergency exit door was violently forced open, a sharp claw shooting through the gap toward Lin Xingya. Tian's reaction was a fraction too slow, but fortunately, Lin Xingya instinctively raised her blade to block. The immense force struck her weapon, causing her to stumble awkwardly behind Tian. The creature inside, enraged by its failure, emitted a furious howl, its elongated arms thrashing wildly in the air. Then, with a deafening sound, even the sturdy emergency door was torn apart by its claws. A slender woman with disheveled hair rushed into the corridor, her upper body exposed. Jiangjia. Lin Xingya gasped in shock, her eyes falling upon the gleaming blue nightmare crystal embedded in Liang Hong's chest. How is this possible? A second-tier zombie? With a guttural growl, the zombified Liang Hong's eyes flashed with a human-like animosity as she spotted Tian and Lin Xingya. In a hoarse roar, her form transformed into a streak of darkness, hurtling toward Tian, her sharp claws glinting ominously. Speed enhancement among the agile variants. Her claws are venomous. Tian's gaze turned serious as he swiftly drew two short bone knives, gripping them tightly. Liang Hong's frenzied assault was as swift as lightning. Yet Tian's speed matched hers at 12 points, resulting in a fierce exchange of blows in the corridor. Fortunately, both of Tian's arms were protected by sturdy guards. But even the metal of the armor emitted a grating sound under Liang Hong's claws, leaving clear marks of her strikes. Chapter 31. I wait for you. Tian's eyes were as cold as ice. Each time his arm guard successfully blocked an attack, his right-hand bone knife would swiftly slice through Liang Hong's arms. After dozens of exchanges, her hands were drenched in blood, the muscles and tendons severely damaged. No matter how enhanced the zombie was, its physical strength relied on bones and muscles, and the extensive injury to Liang Hong's arm rendered her increasingly ineffectual. With a furious roar, Liang Hong realized her body was becoming increasingly unmanageable. In her anger, she exerted more force, but the greater her strength, the more her arm muscles tore apart. An opportunity. Tian's voice suddenly became indistinct as he closed in like a flash. Liang Hong instinctively swung her claws, but Tian bent low, using his bone knife to block. In a swift motion, he retaliated with a vicious strike to her wrist. Crack! The resilient bones of the second-tier zombie emitted a sound akin to metal clashing against metal under the friction of the bone knife. Yet its muscles and tendons could not withstand Tian's relentless cutting. The already torn wound was swiftly penetrated by his blade, and Liang Hong, who had lost control of her arm, let out an enraged roar as she continued to forcefully tighten her muscles. Suddenly, with a resounding snap, the tendons in her wrist, taut as a drawn bowstring, were torn apart by her own exertion. Liang Hong's left wrist fell limply, resembling a wilted leaf. It was only then that she realized the need to create distance, perplexedly flinging her left arm, still unable to comprehend why it had become unresponsive. Lin Xingya watched in astonishment from behind. How could it be that in just 2 days, Tian had grown so powerful? Previously, encounters with near second-tier zombies required constant evasion and the search for openings, yet now he could confront them directly without losing ground. His chest wound had completely healed. A smile graced Tian's lips as he suddenly reversed his grip on the twin blades and launched a surprise attack on Liang Hong. The loss of sensation in her arm elicited a series of frantic growls from her throat. For the first time, she chose to evade Tian's descending strike, propelling herself off the ground with a powerful push of her legs, her body springing up with the agility of a monkey. Her 10 toes and claws effortlessly dug into the pristine white wall, as if it were as fragile as tofu beneath her grip. Such strength, if applied to a human, could easily rend flesh. Even Tian's armored forearm would succumb to her grasp. With a resounding crash, Tian's powerful strike struck the ground, merely cleaving through Liang Hong's shadow. In that moment, the dynamics of offense and defense shifted entirely, with Tian seizing the initiative while Liang Hong was reduced to a rapid, evasive maneuver along the walls, too fearful to advance. Suddenly, Tian hesitated, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes, but Liang Hong seized this moment of distraction. She surged toward him like a cannonball. Yet, the astonishment in Tian's gaze dissipated as he intentionally lured Liang Hong into an attack. As she leapt toward him, extending her barely controllable right hand, Tian anticipated her move. He seized her right hand mid-air, twisting his waist and stepping forward, executing a brutal over-the-shoulder throw that sent Liang Hong crashing to the ground. With 14 points of strength and 12 points of agility, Tian's maneuver far exceeded the limits of human endurance. Upon impact, her body rebounded from the force, her spine cracking into 3 segments. Liang Hong writhed on the ground, her claws flailing in the air like a frenzied witch, her sharp nails seemingly intent on shredding the very fabric of the air around her. Yet, her waist was broken, leaving her to squirm on the ground like a dislocated serpent, posing no threat to Tian who stood behind her. Tian, and her suffering, Lin Qingya approached slowly, brandishing the long bone knife. But Tian suddenly widened his eyes. Back away. No sooner had he spoken than Liang Hong's gaze locked onto Lin Qingya, and from her open mouth, a dark projectile shot forth, a tongue, unleashed with lethal intent. At that moment, a blinding white light suddenly struck the dark hue, and a sharp bone dagger cleaved the tongue in two. The severed half-foot-long tongue fell to the ground, thrashing about like an anguished eel, splattering black blood that stained the surrounding tiles and emitted a hissing sound. Tian drew forth the bone knife and forcefully plunged it into Liang Hong's skull, twisting violently to shatter the brain. At last, Liang Hong ceased to writhe, though his tongue continued to beat weakly against the ground. Ding! Killed a second-tier zombie. 1. Gained demon hunting points. 10. Current total. 34. Tian stepped over Liang Hong and seized Lin Qingya by the collar, slamming her back against the wall, his right hand yanking off her full-face helmet. Lin Qingya, are you seeking death? You've barely emerged and already committed 2 grave mistakes. Did you not heed my warnings? Recite back what I told you. Lin Qingya trembled as she began to speak. First, always observe your surroundings, leaving no corner unchecked. Second, do not act impulsively when in doubt. Third, never linger at crossroads or in front of doors, for danger may erupt from within at any moment. Fourth, zombies are most perilous just before death, as one can never predict their final retaliatory strike. Good memory, but have you truly internalized it? Tell me, if I had not rescued you, if I had not severed that tongue, would you not have met your demise just now? I was wrong, Lin Qingya murmured, biting her lower lip, her eyes filled with remorse as she clutched the bone knife. Humph. Tian cast Lin Qingya aside, forcefully placing the helmet back on her head and delivering 3 stern knocks as a warning before turning his attention to Liang Hong. He pried out the second-tier nightmare crystal from Liang Hong's chest, his expression growing increasingly grave. Share your thoughts, he commanded icily. Lin Qingya struggled to think, yet felt as if an elusive notion hovered before her, just out of reach. Suddenly, a spark ignited in her mind. I understand. The fact that the body remains so intact despite internal bleeding is inherently abnormal. She should have been torn to shreds by a bloodthirsty zombie, not left so whole. With her thoughts clarified, Lin Qingya immediately set to verify her hypothesis. She parted the tangled locks of hair, discovering with astonishment that Liang Hong bore no bite marks whatsoever. This only deepened the anomaly. Not bitten. How could she have turned into a zombie? And a second-tier zombie at that. Even if bitten, the transformation would be too rapid. Lin Qingya glanced at Tian, only to find his expression darkening ominously. He recognized the method that could facilitate such a transformation, forcibly inserting a second-tier nightmare crystal into Liang Hong's body. This would enable her to transform into a second-tier zombie without a single trace of injury. Tian recalled having witnessed a group of deranged individuals employing this very technique in his past life. He was now nearly certain that someone had been shadowing him all along. The fresh, severed arm bleeding profusely and the forced transformation of Liang Hong into a second-tier zombie were all orchestrated by that individual, aimed squarely at him. Yet Tian could not comprehend. A being endowed with such intelligence was unlikely to be a zombie. However, if it were human, how could it have perfectly evaded infection? Dismissing the conundrum, he allowed a cold smile to grace his lips. After all, we are bound to meet. I shall await you. Unbeknownst to him, at the far end of the corridor, a grotesque visage peeked through the foliage, fixated upon him, its eyes reflecting a deep, abyssal hatred. Tian suddenly sensed something amiss and looked up, but it had already vanished behind the greenery, leaving only a few leaves swaying gently as if stirred by an unseen breeze. Chapter 32. The unceasing sound of masticating as they descended the emergency exit. Tian and Lin Qingya encountered little peril. The zombies had all transformed into mere training dummies for Lin Qingya. Peering out the window, Tian noted that the rain continued to fall, yet it no longer bore infectious properties. However, the nightmare crystals, once mingled with the rainwater, had completely merged with the city. Not only the plants along the roadside and in grassy patches, but all greenery was growing wildly within a mere 2 days. Verdant vines had burgeoned into an insurmountable green barrier. They even extended from flower beds, beginning to engulf every corner of the city as if saturated. The entire city had morphed into a desolate wasteland. Cars lay haphazardly strewn across the streets, several having collided, their alarms blaring incessantly. Zombies wandered aimlessly along the roads, their movements unsteady. Occasionally, faint glimmers of light emanated from certain supermarkets and nearby office buildings, as if someone was attempting to signal for help with a cell phone flashlight. Suddenly, a loud explosion echoed in the distance, causing every zombie on the street to freeze, turning their attention toward the source. Then, like a tide, they surged in that direction. Within Tian's line of sight, a small car abruptly roared to life, desperately trying to flee north like a rabid dog. Yet, 3 zombies lunged onto the windshield, obstructing the driver's view, and the vehicle careened into the greenery. The encroaching horde of zombies quickly engulfed the car, and Tian could scarcely hear the screams emanating from within. The atmosphere of the entire city was steeped in despair. In just 2 days, how had the city descended into such chaos? It felt to Tian as though the outside world was far more terrifying than the interior of the building. He turned back, his voice calm. It is not merely your perception. The outside is indeed far more dreadful. Therefore, if you wish to stay close to me in the future, seize every opportunity within the building to enhance your strength. Lin Xingyao bit her lip and nodded. Unknowingly, Tian had become a figure of reverence in her heart. Each time her beautiful eyes beheld him, they sparkled with a hint of infatuation. Tian chuckled softly to himself, neither affirming nor denying her admiration. Yet, a flicker of doubt passed through his eyes. It may be a mere illusion, but previously he always felt as though a pair of eyes were watching him from behind. However, as he approached the 40th floor, that sensation vanished in an instant. Simultaneously, he discerned a notable reduction in the number of zombies on this floor compared to those above. Xingyao, do you feel something peculiar starting from the 40th floor? Lin Xingyao wiped the blood from her bone knife. I haven't sensed anything unusual, but if I were to describe it as strange, it would be the conspicuous scarcity of zombies on these few floors. On other levels, we could continuously hear their incessant growls, but since we reached the 40th floor, the corridor has been utterly silent. Tian's gaze suddenly flashed with a dangerous glint. He had been so focused on searching for that pair of eyes behind him that he had overlooked this detail. Straining to listen, he indeed found the surroundings enveloped in silence, devoid of any zombie roars. Could it be that all the zombies have been drawn to the 36th floor by the traces of survivors? Tian nodded. This was the only plausible explanation remaining. Stay close behind me, and be wary of what lies behind the emergency exit door. We must reach the 36th floor swiftly. As Tian forged ahead, their descent quickened, and upon nearing the 36th floor, they finally heard the haunting growls of zombies once more. Lin Xingyao and Tian cautiously peered down from above, and Lin Xingyao was instantly horrified by the scene below, her complexion paling. Dozens of zombies were barricading the emergency exit door on the 36th floor, densely packed, filling the corridors both above and below, a chaotic mass pressing against the door. Each zombie frantically pounded against the door, leaving ghastly bloodstains in their wake. Many had been trampled underfoot by their own kind, reduced to a gruesome pulp, and there were at least dozens of them. The entire corridor was drenched in blood, with sticky, dark red liquid and severed limbs underfoot, an appalling sight. Suddenly, a dull thud resonated from within the horde, as a whip-like arm soared high above the mass of zombies, then viciously struck the emergency exit door. With a resounding boom, the door trembled violently, a dent appearing on the iron surface. Before the reverberations could fade, another similar arm was raised and slammed against the emergency exit door. The relentless barrage showed no signs of ceasing, and soon the door began to cave in grotesquely. Yet the emergency exit remained immovable. Through the glass above, they could see the interior barricaded solidly by a jumble of tables and chairs. A roar erupted, seemingly in frustration at the low-tier zombies that obstructed the way. Amidst the chaos, the leading zombie lashed out with wild fury, and in an instant, a multitude of surrounding zombies were swept away, with several flung from the railing down the emergency exit. The owner of the whip-like arm finally revealed herself. This female zombie bared her teeth at the nearby low-tier zombies, who could only weakly lower their growls in response. The female zombie continued to whip her arms, bombarding the door, the thuds resonating like thunder on a spring night. For some reason, Tian felt an unmistakable impatience in the movements of this zombie. The path ahead has become impassable. We must ascend. Tian gestured for the two to retreat silently to the 37th floor. Upon hearing the distant sound of heavy impacts, Lin Qingya could not help but exhale deeply. Since the 36th floor had been transformed into a safe zone by the survivors below, they had likely sealed off all but one passage for entry and exit. If we are to descend, it can only be achieved through the internal means of the 37th floor, Lin Qingya deduced. Do you know how many entrances lead down? To the east, south, west, and north, there are 4 passages. However, if they are to fend off the zombies, these entrances must be barricaded. This leaves only the fire escape and the emergency exit. No, there is another location. Suddenly, Lin Qingya recalled a specific area. Sketching the floor plan of the 37th floor before Tian and pointing to a location. Here lies a dedicated passage for electrical maintenance, a route seldom traversed by anyone. If they wish to maintain connectivity between floors while ensuring secrecy, this must be the optimal choice. Seeing Lin Qingya's decisiveness, Tian appeared somewhat astonished. The building's architectural plans were indeed archived in the engineering department, yet it was a towering structure of 47 floors. Who could possibly remember the structural design of each level with such clarity after merely a glance? Yet Lin Qingya not only recalled it, but could also illustrate it on the spot. This exemplifies a mind with a mental acuity of 15 points, akin to a living database. Without Lin Qingya, he could only imagine how long it would take him to decipher it all. However, Lin Qingya bit her crimson lower lip in contemplation. That dedicated passage lies on the opposite side of the building, which means traversing the entire 37th floor. This implies they are likely to confront a terrifying multitude of zombies, as the hordes from the upper 4 floors may very well be concentrated on the 37th floor. Follow me, we will proceed cautiously. Tian uttered not a word more, promptly shouldering his backpack. He grasped the bone knife tightly and slowly pushed open the emergency exit of the 37th floor with the blade's tip. Behind the door stood 3 wandering zombies. Tian swiftly dispatched them with decisive strikes, beheading one, while the remaining one, caught off guard, was pierced in the eye socket by Lin Qingya's blade. Only a bloodied corpse remained, motionless on the floor. Yet, in the instant Tian passed, the corpse suddenly lunged, attempting to grasp his ankle. But Tian's bone knife had already found its mark in the creature's eye. With a sickening squelch, dark blood gushed forth. The 6th ironclad rule of survival in this apocalypse: never trust any corpse. If it is not a zombie, it may well be a person feigning death, poised to ambush you. Lin Qingya nodded in agreement. The dim corridor above them was illuminated by flickering lights, and she strained her ears to follow Tian closely. The distant, inexplicable howls echoing ominously. Just as they were about to enter the next corridor, Lin Qingya suddenly sensed something, a chill running down her spine. Tian, there is something ahead. Do not speak. The two crept along the wall, inching forward, and as they drew nearer, the sounds emanating from around the corner grew increasingly pronounced. In the distance, a faint rustling was barely audible, but as they drew nearer, a chilling realization gripped the two. It was nothing less than the incessant sound of gnawing. Chapter 33, Parasite Variants. Crack, crack, chomp, chomp, gurgle, gurgle. The gruesome sounds of flesh being torn apart, the sickening crunch of meat mixed with blood, and the sharp snaps of bones being crushed by powerful teeth melded together into a hellish symphony that sent shivers down their spines. Lin Qingya's complexion paled in an instant from the tension, while Tian cautiously extracted a rear-view mirror, placing it on the ground to peer around the corner. Ahead lay a vast hall, where 8 zombies were hunched over a corpse, ravenously devouring it like hyenas. Yet, the unfortunate victim was not a living person, but another zombie. This particular zombie, for reasons unknown, had its head nearly severed, with only a thin strip of flesh connecting it to its body, lying on the ground like a lifeless carcass. Thus, it had become a delectable feast for the other zombies. How revolting! Despite Lin Qingya having undergone Tian's specialized training, she could not suppress her nausea upon witnessing a zombie tearing out a long, grotesque object from another zombie's belly and stuffing it into its mouth. Meanwhile, Tian silently observed these creatures, particularly the last female zombie. This zombie appeared unnaturally emaciated, resembling little more than skin stretched over bones, with an enormous bulge protruding from her abdomen. Yet, among the 8 zombies, she was the most voracious, as if insatiably driven by an unquenchable hunger. We must swiftly eliminate them and find a room to hide. However, that female zombie seems abnormal. Do not approach her. Upon nodding in agreement, Lin Qingya and Tian signaled their attack. 3, 2, 1. They charged forth simultaneously. The 3 zombies, caught off guard, were decapitated by Tian's bone knife, while Lin Qingya dispatched another. It was only then that the remaining 4 zombies reacted, but they posed no threat to the duo. However, the female zombie stood up, her gaze fixed intently on them, her ashen eyes brimming with an indescribable excitement. Suddenly, her distended belly began to visibly convulse, producing a cacophony of gurgling sounds, and she collapsed to her knees, retching violently. As if enduring immense agony, she clutched her head tightly while emitting tremulous shrieks. Ah! 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 The cries grew louder and more anguished until, with a sudden bang, the corner of her mouth was torn open by some unseen force, and the upper half of her skull was flung back like a teapot lid. A torrent of black blood erupted, spraying everywhere, and as her head was wrenched open, her screams ceased abruptly, and she fell to the ground, motionless. A dark, blood-soaked mass tumbled out from her neck. The fleshy orb, upon landing and rolling, unfurled its body and transformed into a creature resembling a 6-legged insect, its size akin to that of a human face, adorned with a shell reminiscent of a crab. It emitted a series of shrill, insatiable screeches directed at Tian and his companion, exuding an unmistakable aura of endless greed and longing, despite their differing species. Retreat behind me. Upon sighting the grotesque being, Tian bellowed in fury, conjuring a desert eagle in his grasp and unhesitatingly pulling the trigger. Bang! 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 Yet the 6-legged creature darted with remarkable speed, eluding all nightmare ammunition through its swift, zigzag maneuvers, circling the 2 in a frenzied search for an opportunity, its mouth producing piercing shrieks. Simultaneously, 3 zombies lunged at them with ferocious howls. You handle the zombies, and whatever you do not approach that thing. Lin Qingya nodded, her scalp prickling with unease. She couldn't shake the feeling that the creature's gaze was fixated upon her. She preferred to confront the zombies rather than this abomination. The creature's agitation seemed to escalate as Lin Qingya distanced herself, its velocity increasing dramatically. In a sudden lateral motion, it curved along the ground before leaping into the air, its massive body extending 6 sharp claws like talons, aiming directly at Lin Qingya's back. Get down! A sudden glint flashed, and the 6-legged insect let out a wretched cry as a silken thread, akin to spider silk, shot from its back, desperately pulling it toward the ground. However, the sharp bone knife severed 2 of its right side claws. The creature emitted a deafening shriek directed at Tian, who met its gaze from afar. The desert eagle materialized in Tian's hand in an instant. The 6-legged insect, upon sighting the weapon, hastily retreated, vanishing into a ventilation shaft before Tian could fire. Ding! Killed a Tier 1 zombie. 7. Earned demon hunting points. 7. Current total. 61. The conditions for leveling up had been met. Yet the moment for such advancement was not yet upon them. After dispatching the last 3 zombies, Lin Qingya was drenched in cold sweat, her eyes reflecting an unshakable turmoil. What on earth was that terrifying little creature? It is a parasitic mutant. Tian picked up the 2 severed slender claws from the ground. These claws resembled those of cockroaches and other arthropods, with tips bifurcated into sharp points. The exoskeleton bore countless tiny barbs that would make escape nearly impossible once ensnared. This is indeed a parasitic mutant. Lin Qingya's heart sank. Throughout the recent days of training, Tian had imparted knowledge about various types and characteristics of mutants, including this parasitic variety. They are parasites that, once infected by the nightmare virus, transform from living humans, capable of infiltrating zombies and controlling them to hunt, thus converting the nutrients consumed into sustenance for their own growth. The parasitized zombies would become increasingly emaciated, ultimately discarded, while these creatures would emerge in search of stronger zombies to infest further. Tian's gaze remained fixed on the severed legs of the 2 6-legged insects, his brow gradually furrowing. Nearby, the chorus of zombie growls echoed, prompting Tian to suddenly seize the female zombie on the ground and drag her forward. Clear out a room, quickly. Lin Xingya immediately secured a door to an office. Before the zombies inside could emit a roar, she kicked one down and swiftly dispatched it with a knife. The two swiftly pulled the female zombie into the office and locked the door, sealing the encroaching growls outside. Xingya, lend me a hand. Tian lowered the female zombie and his backpack, retrieving a set of knives he had collected from the warehouse. After donning black rubber gloves, he began to dissect with fervor, making the first incision directly into the zombie's abdomen. Lin Xingya, now acclimated to the gruesome scene, assisted him in separating the visceral organs within. The freshly infected zombie blood was a vivid red, destined to darken quickly, revealing a brilliant blue sheen when light struck it. For the blood was now saturated with nightmare virus. As time progressed, this blue hue would gradually permeate the entire body, transforming the zombie into a creature of azure. Carefully, Tian separated the organs, finally uncovering his target, though it was mangled beyond recognition, as if something had violently erupted from within. Amidst the shattered innards, he discovered a smaller shell of a six-legged creature. At last, Tian was convinced of the creature's identity. Chapter 34. Slaying the Six-Legged Black Widow. This is the Six-Legged Black Widow, a first-stage parasitic mutant. The male infests the brain, intestines, stomach, liver, and other organs, while the female specifically preys upon women, with its parasitic focus in the uterus. Please, stop. I do not wish to know. Lin Xingya's complexion had turned an ashen blue, and she instinctively distanced herself from every vent, even feeling a slight ache in her lower abdomen. Yet Tian shook his head. You must understand. Unlike other parasitic mutants, the female six-legged black widow prefers to inhabit living hosts. Judging by its form, it appears to be an adult, and its carapace is likely teeming with larvae. The adult utilizes its stinger to pierce the target's skin, injecting its larvae into the uterus, controlling the host while continuously siphoning nutrients for growth. Moreover, Tian emphasized with urgency, it has already set its sights on you. It will not stray far. A shiver ran down Lin Xingya's spine as she instinctively covered her abdomen, feeling an inexplicable sensation as if something were crawling inside, an odd itch beginning to manifest. Tian, do not frighten me. How do I find it? Find it? No, I have a better plan. A subtle smile creased Tian's lips, his eyes shimmering with determination. As night deepened and silence enveloped the surroundings, Tian sealed all ventilation pipes on the ground and walls, ensuring that the largest overhead vent was blocked, leaving only a fraction open, thereby preventing the zombies from passing through. He cleaved the office desk and ignited a bonfire directly beneath the central ventilation duct. The searing flames surged into the duct, rapidly spreading outward. It wasn't long before faint rustling sounds began to emanate from within. The zombies trapped in the duct, drawn by the unusual heat, instinctively gravitated toward the opening. Yet they could not pass through. Devoid of the scent of the living, they could only rage impotently in place. As the temperature soared, their agitation intensified. Just then, one of the crawling female zombies suddenly widened her eyes and began to retch violently. In an instant, her skull erupted, collapsing to the ground, and the six-legged black widow emerged, though now it possessed only 4 legs. Upon witnessing the six-legged black widow, a flicker of terror surfaced in the deadened eyes of the surrounding zombies, particularly in that of the female zombie, who recoiled in fright. Squeaking, the six-legged black widow's voice, akin to that of a rodent, suddenly lunged at the nearest female zombie. Its 4 barbed claws clamped down fiercely on the zombie's back, while its tail elongated like a fishing rod, swiftly plunging into the female zombie's waist. Certain insidious substances within were forcibly injected into her body. Having accomplished this, the six-legged black widow relinquished its grip, and the female zombie emitted a terrified shriek, frantically using her hands and feet to escape. The six-legged black widow, seemingly satisfied, let out a couple of squeaks before leaping over obstacles and eagerly advancing toward the ventilation opening. The ensuing commotion in the duct instantly roused Tian and Lin Xingya below. It has come. Lin Xingya's complexion drained of color, but Tian restrained her from rising, choosing to remain lying down and feigning sleep. Remember what I taught you. Keep pretending to sleep and do not open your eyes. Lin Xingya nodded, clutching her backpack tightly as the sounds from the duct grew louder, and a louver was gradually pushed ajar. The six-legged black widow adeptly crawled out of the duct, inverted upon the ceiling. Spotting Lin Xingya by the bonfire below, its abdominal carapace fluttered excitedly, producing a hissing sound. A silken thread shot from its back, securing itself to the ceiling, as the entire creature descended slowly, akin to a hanged man, towards Lin Qingya. It finally hovered just half a meter above her head, and the stinger elongated once more, lunging toward Lin Qingya's waist with lightning speed. At the critical moment, the seemingly sleeping Tian suddenly seized the incoming stinger midair, while Lin Qingya rolled over, drawing the bone knife beneath her to strike at the six-legged black widow above. As the silken thread was severed by the bone knife, Tian had already grasped the stinger, swinging the six-legged black widow down onto the ground with tremendous force. Boom! This strike landed with considerable impact, but it was merely the beginning. Tian, holding the stinger, began to thrash the six-legged black widow mercilessly, which emitted anguished cries, yet struggled in vain to break free. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The six-legged black widow, resembling a gaping maw, began to expel a viscous bluish-green fluid akin to blood. Suddenly, it emitted a piercing shriek, coiling its body in midair, its jagged teeth sinking fiercely into the base of its own tail. With a sharp crack, the tail of the six-legged black widow was severed, and a fountain of bluish-green ichor sprayed forth. The creature let out a hiss of seething hatred and swiftly charged towards the nearest ventilation duct, only to find it had been sealed off by Tian in advance. With a resounding thud, Tian brought down his long bone knife, severing two of the creature's legs at the base. The once formidable six-legged black widow was now rendered crippled, struggling to move with great difficulty. Die, Tian declared, kicking it into the campfire. Squealing and writhing, the six-legged black widow thrashed in the flames, but it was all in vain. Minutes later, its cries of anguish finally ceased. Tian stepped forward to sift through the charred remains, discovering that the creature had been completely incinerated. Lin Qingya felt a weight lift from her heart. But in the next moment, the seemingly lifeless black widow suddenly rolled over, launching its silk from its back towards her. I knew you weren't truly dead. Lin Qingya, ever vigilant, sidestepped to evade the attack, and with no flourish, drove her bone knife forcefully into the creature, pinning it to the ground. The six-legged black widow squirmed helplessly beneath the blade, its struggles rendered futile. Lin Qingya seized another bone knife and severed its head. Just as Tian's mind registered the system's notification. Ding. Killed a first-tier parasitic mutant. 1. Gained hunting points. 10. Total hunting points. 71. To his surprise, a first-tier parasitic hunting point was equivalent to that of a second-tier zombie. Tian paused momentarily, but soon understood. In the face of the incessant emergence of mutants, even a zombie, despite its transformation, remained the most rudimentary of entities. Conversely, what once appeared weak could become exceedingly formidable due to the nightmare virus. For instance, the malevolent deity. The thought of that entity tightened Tian's grip instinctively. That creature had likely already reached the second tier. I must ascend swiftly. With decisive action, Tian sliced open the six-legged black widow, extracting a complete second-tier nightmare crystal from within. At that moment, however, an obscure aura suddenly emanated from the deceased black widow, spreading through the ventilation ducts carried by the fierce wind of the campfire, infiltrating the 37th floor. In every hall, every room, every corridor, the female zombie that had been frantically escaping the parasitic entity through the ducts abruptly halted in place. The ashen pupils of her eyes radiated an inexplicable obedience, as if she were a statue, frozen in her tracks. Behind her, the male zombies, drawn by the warmth of her presence, lay prostrate on the ground, their ashen eyes wide and vacant, exhibiting an identical subservience as the female zombie, frozen in place. Such a scene was not confined to the ventilation ducts. Wherever this aura spread, zombies, whether howling, feeding, or searching for survivors, would instantaneously become statuesque. Under the influence of this aura, the entire 37th floor descended into silence. However, within a mere 10 seconds, all the zombies in the vicinity erupted into a collective roar, their gaze fixated on Tian and Lin Qingya, their dull eyes revealing a frenzied thirst for blood. Following the scent of that aura, they slowly began to encircle Tian and Lin Qingya. Unbeknownst to them, Tian and Lin Qingya remained oblivious to the impending danger. Chapter 35, Deeply Entrapped in Pursuit. At this moment, Tian had not yet perceived the change in the zombies trapped above him in the ventilation duct. Simultaneously, the nearby zombies outside began to exhibit increasing agitation. What is happening? Lin Qingya clenched her bone knife tightly, but in the next instant, a series of heavy thuds resounded from above. Thud, 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 thud. Initially, there were only a few sounds, but soon, all the noises coalesced into a thunderous cacophony reverberating through the ceiling, as if something were relentlessly battering the room's overhead structure. The plastic decorative panels began to tremble, subsequently cascading down to reveal the square ventilation ducts beneath. At this moment, the zombies within had succumbed to complete madness, their frenzied pounding causing the once smooth surface of the duct to bulge grotesquely. Boom! A loud crash echoed as the welded corner could no longer withstand the force and burst open, unleashing a cacophony of frenzied howls from within, as bloodied skeletal arms scrambled to escape through the newly formed gap, desperately tearing at the duct to widen the opening. Through the ever-widening crevice, Tian caught sight of numerous greedy eyes fixated on the two of them, their raw, insatiable desire to rend and consume sending a chill down the spine of even the battle-hardened Tian. Retreat. Tian swiftly pulled Lin Xingya back, just as a piercing sound of metal snapping and fracturing erupted above them. Clang, crack, creak. The ruptured duct could no longer bear the weight of the encroaching zombies, and the support panel below collapsed with a thunderous crash, causing a torrent of zombies to tumble into the room, at least a dozen of them. Kill. At Tian's command, the bone knife descended like a pale waterfall, cleaving the head of the zombie that had just risen in half, a spray of red and white erupting forth. The zombies behind it lunged at Tian mid-climb, but he deftly evaded their assault, and in a seamless motion, his pristine bone knife plunged into the eye socket of one of the zombies. As Lin Xingya withdrew the bone knife and raised her head, she was met with the sight of all the zombies lying motionless on the ground. The last two zombies were cleaved in half by Tian, their dark crimson intestines and blood spilling forth. Yet their hands still desperately clawed at the carpet as they crawled towards the two of them, trailing their innards behind them. With a swift motion, Lin Xingya drove her knife into each of them, pinning them to the ground, though the chilling sounds persisted. On the contrary, a wave of even more horrifying roars and howls emanating from the ruptured ventilation ducts was rapidly approaching. Without needing to look, both Tian and Lin Xingya could vividly envision the scene in their minds. Countless zombies, akin to hyenas, were frantically crawling through the corridor towards them. How many zombies could possibly be coming? Lin Xingya's heart raced, her palms growing sweaty around the hilt of her bone knife. Tian's brows knitted tighter, his gaze involuntarily drawn to the corpse of a black widow spider lying nearby. At that moment, the exposed ventilation ducts began to tremble violently, the screws securing the U-shaped support of the upper duct slowly being wrenched free from the wall. Suddenly, with a thunderous crash, the front end of the ventilation system could no longer bear the strain and collapsed heavily to the ground, resembling a slanted slide leading directly to the floor. The force of the impact twisted and distorted the duct, causing numerous fractures at the welding points. From within, the furious roars of the zombies echoed, and dark crimson ichor splattered out from the ruptures. In that instant, Tian's expression hardened. Grab your things, let's go. The two of them lunged towards their backpacks, hastily stuffing tools inside as dozens of zombie arms surged from every gaping crack in the ventilation duct, frantically pushing outwards. Once free, they began to tear and enlarge the openings. The jagged edges of the ruptured duct were merciless, lacerating their arms, which became a gruesome sight, resembling a colossal centipede drenched in black blood, writhing on the ground. Creaking and cracking echoed through the air as the already thin iron walls of the ventilation system were torn apart by the brutal force of the zombies' limbs. Dozens of bloodied heads and bodies spilled out from the openings, rolling onto the floor, but before they could regain their footing, they struggled to rise and lunged at the two. One particularly grotesque zombie howled as it charged at Lin Xingya, who had just slung her backpack over her shoulder and instinctively reached for the bone knife at her waist. Suddenly, a strong arm yanked her back from behind. Move. Don't linger. With a roar, the bloodied zombie missed its target, crashing violently into the office desk, its right eye smashing against the sharp edge, causing it to burst and blood to spray from the socket. Yet, it quickly regained its footing, continuing its frenzied advance towards Lin Xingya, its maniacal demeanor causing her right hand, which gripped the knife, to tremble involuntarily. Tian pulled the pale Lin Xingya towards the door. But just as he swung it open, a pair of bloodied claws, covered in bite marks, shot through the gap, aiming directly for his face. In a swift moment, Tian dismounted, his shoulder colliding with the iron mountain lean as he struck the chest of the zombie outside the door. A series of cracking sounds echoed as the undead creature was propelled away like a cannonball, crashing into 3 others behind it. It dawned on Tian that 4 zombies had encircled the door, and more were relentlessly charging from the distance. This delay allowed the first zombie to emerge from the ventilation shaft to leap at Lin Xingya. "Block them," Tian commanded, gripping Lin Xingya with his left hand before forcefully tossing her outside. As he exited the room, he slammed the door shut with his right hand. The door thudded ominously as the bloodied zombie inside collided against it. Following that were countless furious roars as the zombies pounded on the door, vowing not to relent until they devoured Tian and Lin Xingya. The arduous training of recent days had instilled in Lin Xingya a profound sense of obedience to Tian's commands, allowing his voice to quell her inner terror. As she was thrown out, she tightly gripped her bone knife, and upon landing, she rolled up and swiftly dispatched the first zombie with a deadly strike. Although she left a gaping wound in its chest, she bought Tian precious moments to escape. Tian turned and swept his blade horizontally, wielding strength akin to that of a lumberjack as he effortlessly felled all 4 zombies. "Move that way," he urged Lin Xingya, who heaved herself up, only to be yanked to her feet by Tian as they sprinted away. Suddenly, a tremendous crash resonated behind them. The office door collapsed, and the zombies surged forth. Many of the ones in front collided with the wall across the corridor, yet they quickly scrambled to their feet, pursuing Tian and Lin Xingya with reckless abandon. The scene instilled no thought of turning back to fight in either of them. With every ounce of strength, they ran, fortunate that the zombies, despite their frenzied dash, could not match human speed, allowing the distance between them to widen. Have these zombies been injected with something? They seem utterly deranged. Tian cursed inwardly. Yet in that moment, he could only focus on running forward, unable to spare a thought for anything else. "Xingya, help me figure this out," he urged. "I'm trying." Lin Xingya panted, occasionally glancing back at the grotesque shadows trailing them. Her mind was a storm of all the information encountered since their arrival: strange female zombies, the Black Widow parasite controlling them. It felt as if something was persistently flashing before her eyes, yet a barrier obscured the truth. Chapter 36. The nest of parasites. As Tian rounded a corner, he unexpectedly collided with a zombie, which stared at him with wide, bulging eyes before seizing him and biting down fiercely. Snap! Tian, unable to evade, forcefully struck the zombie's jagged teeth with his helmet. The intense collision caused the zombie's bloodied fangs to shatter, while Tian's right hand, wielding an eagle's beak fist, suddenly crashed into the zombie's temple. The force of 14 points surged into its brain, instantly turning its insides into a pulp. However, the true threat lay with the horde of zombies advancing rapidly behind this one, over 20 in total. "Stay close to me." Tian released Lin Xingya's hand, and in the blink of an eye, the desert eagle appeared in his grasp. He chambered around, raised the weapon, aimed, and pulled the trigger. Each motion flowed seamlessly, and Tian's gaze sharpened like a cold blade. Bang! 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 The merciless gunfire erupted in the corridor. 7 bullets shot forth, and within the throng of zombies, 7 heads exploded almost simultaneously. The desert eagle vanished, and in a flash, his hands transitioned into 2 bone knives. As he gripped the weapons, 2 glimmering blades sliced through the zombie horde. The right-hand long bone knife fell like a guillotine, severing 2 or 3 zombies with each strike, while the left-hand short bone dagger struck with the precision and venom of a cunning serpent, dispatching any encroaching zombies with lethal accuracy to their temples and eye sockets. Lin Xingya's vision was suddenly drenched in dark blood. She stared in astonishment, her cherry lips parting in shock. If the Tian of the past had been a tactician skilled in eliminating zombies, the present Tian had transformed into an unstoppable harbinger of death. Equipped with protective gear to safeguard against the splatter of viral blood, he now fully immersed himself in the art of slaughter for the first time. In this moment, Tian embodied the true essence of a demon slayer. A chilling aura of lethal intent enveloped every inch of his skin, surging forth from every pore. His speed of execution accelerated. Initially, Lin Xingya could keep pace, but soon she realized her eyes could no longer follow his ferocity. With 12 points of agility, Tian now moved at double the speed of any first-tier zombie, rendering their attacks as slow as molasses in his perception. Just as they prepared to bite, he was already there to intercept the mid-attack, Tian carved a path of destruction, leaving trails of black blood splattered on the walls and ground behind him. Yet it was not enough, still insufficient. Another wave of zombies surged forth, this time numbering over 40. His momentum faltered for a brief moment, but in an instant, the desert eagle returned to his hands. This was the moment to test the fruits of his prior training. With a swift motion, the spent magazine slid from the grip of the desert eagle, and as he switched to a new magazine, the old one was already passed behind him. Understanding. At this moment, Lin Xingya's focus was unparalleled. Her left hand swiftly caught the empty magazine, while her right hand reached for the special pocket at her waist, containing the 50 rounds of nightmare ammunition that Tian had entrusted to her. During the 2 days of training in the warehouse, she had honed her skills in dispatching zombies, leaving the remaining time dedicated to practicing how to reload bullets into an empty magazine. Even in her sleep, her hand remained tightly grasped around the Desert Eagle's magazine. However, after an extended period of rapid marching, Lin Xingya had nearly exhausted her physical strength. Drawing a deep breath to suppress her fatigue, she began to load the nightmare ammunition, though her arms trembled from weakness. Bang, bang, bang. After a volley of 7 shots, several zombies at the front were felled by Tian. The moment the empty magazine slipped from her palm, Tian felt a reassuring presence tapping on his shoulder. Well done. He received the magazine and clicked it into place, while Lin Xingya simultaneously retrieved the empty one. Another round of precise shots ensued, resulting in 7 more zombies being swiftly eliminated. Once again, the empty magazine fell, and the switch was made to continue reloading. In that moment, Lin Xingya functioned like a second pair of arms for Tian, addressing all the troubles he lacked the energy to confront. Gasping, she prepared to chase after him when her foot suddenly caught on a zombie's corpse, sending her sprawling to the ground. As she hit the ground, the fatigue accumulated from relentless running and fighting surged through her body all at once. Lin Xingya felt the weight of her backpack, as if a mountain were pressing down on her, making it immensely difficult to rise. Roar! A zombie, sensing a fallen prey, veered around Tian, its gaping maw lunging towards Lin Xingya. She could vividly see its jagged, bloodied teeth, having been torn apart from incessant biting. In that instant, a wave of despair enveloped her. But just then, thud! With a crisp sound of shattering bone, a sharp, white skeletal blade pierced through the zombie's mouth, pinning it in midair. The white blade halted just before Lin Xingya's helmet visor, splattering her face with dark, oozing blood. Tian quickly turned back, yanking Lin Xingya to her feet and instinctively delivering a sharp slap to her rear. What are you dawdling for? Move. Yet, Tian noticed that Lin Xingya appeared still disoriented. Although she was running alongside him, she seemed trapped in a haze. At this moment, Lin Xingya's mind replayed the image of the dark blood splattering her face, fragments of memories flashing incessantly. Suddenly, the images froze, transforming into a menacing 6-legged black widow, its sharp stinger aimed directly at her chest. In that instant, her mind buzzed with alarm. The 6-legged black widow favored parasitic wombs. But that did not mean it only resided there. Everything unfolded after they had slain that terrifying creature. These beings were likely all parasitized by the Black Widow, driven into a frenzy, much like wasps seeking vengeance for their kin. Upon deeper contemplation, Lin Xingya's complexion had turned a ghastly shade of ashen white. Why did those zombies prefer to be trampled rather than retreat from the 36th floor? Why was it that from the 40th floor onward, the presence of zombies was scarcely discernible? It was likely due to the parasitic mutants that infested the 37th floor. To avoid being parasitized, the only recourse was to flee in desperation. This 37th level had undoubtedly transformed into a veritable nest of parasitic mutants. Chapter 37. This is where we part ways, Tian. They have all been parasitized by the 6-legged Black Widow. Lin Xingya's voice, laced with terror, caused Tian, who was engaged in combat, to come to an abrupt halt. As the gunfire fell silent, both of them finally discerned the strange, incessant sounds emanating from behind them. Crackle, crackle, creak, creak. The sound of bones snapping and soft tissues being ruthlessly torn echoed ominously. Lin Xingya, horrified, turned to behold the nightmare that had haunted her for years. Behind her, the corpses of the long-dead zombies bore gaping, fist-sized blood holes, while the ground, the walls, and even the ceiling were smeared with the sanguine remnants of dozens of 6-legged Black Widows. They approached like silent assassins, their joints moving without a whisper. Suddenly, The lifeless body of a zombie that had just collapsed behind Lin Qingya began to convulse, and with a sickening squelch, a pair of barbed claws burst forth from its chest. As a continuous stream of claws emerged from between its ribs, a blood-soaked six-legged black widow squeezed its way out as if hatching from an egg. They were using the zombie's carcass to paralyze us, attempting to launch a surprise attack from behind. Trembling, Lin Qingya retreated step by step, her lips tinged with a faint shade of purple. Was this truly a first-stage parasitic entity, possessing such advanced intelligence? Tian's expression darkened to an extreme, for even in his previous life, he had seldom engaged in combat with parasitic entities. The rise of the mutant species led by the malevolent deity had caused other types of mutants, including parasitic ones, to be driven into distant territories. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The encircling six-legged black widows emitted sharp, piercing shrieks, as if enraged by the discovery of their impending ambush. In response to their furious cries, the zombies obstructing their path also roared back. Both sides began to advance upon Tian and Lin Qingya with great fervor. The combined forces of dozens of six-legged black widows and the zombies they had parasitized posed an effortlessly lethal threat. Yet, their intent was not mere slaughter, but rather parasitism, ensuring their offspring could fully inhabit the living flesh. Thus, these intelligent beings approached with deliberate slowness, leaving no opportunity for the two to escape. Tian's mind raced with countless combat scenarios, recalling the myriad predicaments he had faced in his previous life, desperately seeking a means to break through the encirclement. However, he failed. His experience in battling parasitic entities was woefully inadequate, and he had never once confronted a swarm of parasites. Tian's complexion grew increasingly grim. For no matter how he simulated the scenario, the likelihood of his successful escape remained below 50%. Only one method could elevate his survival rate to 90, leaving Lin Qingya as bait and fighting his way through the horde of zombies. Yet, this notion was swiftly banished from Tian's mind each time it surfaced. Abandoning a comrade? He could not bring himself to do it. Tian, what should we do now? Lin Qingya clutched the long bone knife tightly in her hand, her once rosy complexion now devoid of color beneath her helmet. She had grown accustomed to following Tian's directives in crucial moments over the past few days. However, Tian was lost in thought, oblivious to Lin Qingya's inquiry. The silence birthed a sudden thought in Lin Qingya's mind, causing her spirits to plummet. As astute as she was, she quickly conceived the most perfect solution, sacrificing herself so Tian could continue to live. It felt as if a fragile resolve within her shattered in an instant, and the exhaustion she had forcibly suppressed surged through her entire being. A bitter smile unexpectedly surfaced on her face as she turned and thrust a magazine filled with bullets into Tian's hands. Tian, I can't run anymore. You must hurry and escape. With me as bait for the zombies, you will surely break free. For reasons unknown, she uttered these words with a willing heart, fully aware of her impending demise. All she knew was that she wanted Tian to survive. This was the final resort. Upon hearing her words, Tian's heart sank. He suddenly realized that Lin Qingya was on the brink of collapse. Her chest heaved violently from overexertion, and her leg muscles trembled involuntarily, a clear sign of exhausting her strength. He had forgotten that this was not the past. Lin Qingya was now burdened with dozens of pounds, and had endured continuous battles and frantic runs. That she had persevered until now was nothing short of miraculous. Lin Qingya suddenly smiled. She lifted the wind shield on her helmet and cast a gaze at Tian that was infinitely complex. Yet all she could see reflected in the visor was her own desperate, bitter smile beneath her heavy breaths, along with the resolve in her eyes. Tian, I know your character. Had we just met, you would have turned and walked away without hesitation. The fact that you hesitate now because of me brings me great joy. I'm sorry, but this is where our journey ends. With that, Lin Qingya unexpectedly pushed against Tian's chest. He felt her hand instinctively move toward his waist. And instantly, something was missing. It was the second-tier nightmare crystal he had just extracted from the six-legged black widow. Lin Qingya. The wind shield on her helmet was brushed aside, wiping away the black blood while also clearing the tears of determination from her eyes. Tian had told her that the nightmare crystal contained unparalleled energy. Thus, shattering the second-tier nightmare crystal to unleash its energy should trigger an explosion. In that case, he would undoubtedly be able to break free. Beneath her helmet, Lin Qingya wore a serene smile as she tossed the second-tier nightmare crystal to the ground. Raising her long bone knife high, She summoned all her strength to cleave down towards the center of the crystal. This was all the energy she had left. Tian, promise me you will live well. Tian's countenance instantly turned as pale as death. In that moment, he felt as if time itself had come to a standstill. He had heard those same words countless times in his past life, and each time they signified the departure of a comrade. It felt as though something within him had suddenly awakened, overwhelming memories surging to the forefront of his mind. Though Lin Xingya was pitifully weak and had often lingered by his side, she had completely entrusted her faith to him, willing to sacrifice herself for his sake. Tactics can be taught, skills can be honed, but how many can truly learn to sacrifice for their comrades? Lin Xingya was worth fighting for. Tian's gaze transformed into one of unwavering determination. Beep. Lin Xingya's trust in the host is at 100. The host's trust in Lin Xingya has reached 100. The binding between the host and Lin Xingya is successful. Congratulations, Lin Xingya has officially become a member of the Demon Hunter Squad. When the captain's attributes exceed those of the team members, they will receive an attribute boost of 10 based on the captain's corresponding attribute value. Name, Lin Xingya. Role, official member of the Demon Hunter Squad. Strength, 4, 14, Agility, 5, 12, Stamina, 9, 11, Spirit, 15. Tian's heart leapt with exhilaration. The shared attribute of 10 was scarce, yet for Lin Xingya at this moment, it was a lifeline. With the additional attributes, she would surely have the strength to escape with him. Everything transpired in an instant, the system's bond instantaneously enveloping Lin Xingya. A look of disbelief flickered in her eyes, causing her descending bone knife to momentarily pause. Tian, did you do something to me? A sudden idea flashed in Tian's mind. His eyes brightened with an intensity that bordered on madness, his facial muscles taut with determination. He abruptly pulled Lin Xingya behind him. Let us go. I will lead you out. With me here, no monster can harm you. Chapter 38. Tian, wake up. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Behind them, 6-legged black widows lunged towards the pair like a swarm of fleas, their sharp claws extending like the grim talons of a demon. Yet Tian seemed oblivious to the danger, forcefully pushing Lin Xingya to the ground, while simultaneously kicking the second-tier nightmare crystal into the approaching horde of black widows. The barrel of his desert eagle was already locked onto the second-tier nightmare crystal. Ugly creatures, perish. Bang. The trigger was pulled, and the howling first-tier nightmare bullet soared from the chamber, colliding with the second-tier nightmare crystal in a fiery explosion. The first-order nightmare crystal, when polished into a bullet head, collided with the second-order nightmare crystal, shattering its stable energy structure in an instant. The energy contained within the crystal was ignited in a flash. A furious blue energy surged upwards, violently exploding and wreaking havoc in the corridor. Boom. The energy of the second-order nightmare crystal was fully detonated, equating to the force of a high-explosive grenade. The rampaging blue energy swept through half the corridor, causing chunks of the ceiling to crash down. As the radiating energy instantaneously obliterated everything within a 5-meter radius of the explosion's epicenter. 5 black widow spiders, positioned directly above the second-order nightmare crystal, were immediately engulfed by the tremendous explosive force and torn to shreds. But this was merely the beginning. As the 5 insectoid bodies were shredded, the fractured shells inevitably exposed the internal second-order nightmare crystals to the air. The residual shockwaves from the explosion continued to rage, igniting the newly exposed second-order nightmare crystals once more. One after another, the second, third, fourth, and fifth explosions erupted in rapid succession, triggering a chain reaction of detonations. Greater shockwaves surged towards wider areas, and the 6-legged black widows, previously untouched, sensed the impending doom and desperately sought to flee. Yet, their escape was futile, as they could not outpace the expanding explosions. Hiss, squeak. The 6-legged black widows, caught in the explosions, were as helpless as leaves in a tempest, destined only to be torn apart. An increasing number of insectoid bodies were shredded, and more second-order nightmare crystals were ensnared by the explosive blue energy, leading to even more violent sequential detonations. Like a domino effect, once the first explosion triggered by Tian commenced, this catastrophe became unavoidable. Unless all the 6-legged black widows were utterly exterminated, the explosions were fated to engulf the entire corridor. Tian promptly threw himself atop Lin Xingya, both embracing tightly, their chests pressed together. Thankfully, this explosion lacked the shrapnel of a grenade, but the shockwave still felt as if he were being pressed against a solid wall, his ribs creaking within his chest. The savage shockwave raged overhead, an unmatched force, as the zombies blocking their path were unable to escape, torn apart in the explosion. Dark blood and severed limbs splattering, transforming the corridor into a hellish nightmare. Subsequently, the six-legged black widows parasitizing the zombies were also exposed to the terrifying blue storm. With the explosions still raging behind them, another wave of indescribably fierce detonations loomed ahead. Lin Qingya felt as though she were soaring, the violent shockwaves reverberating through the corridor almost threatening to tear her apart. Yet, Tian's solid chest shielded her, his strong arms firmly encircling her back. In that moment, Lin Qingya felt as if Tian had become her protective shell. As long as the shell remained intact, she would incur no harm. This indescribable sense of security left her momentarily dazed. She felt the unwavering dedication emanating from Tian. Was this truly the same Tian she had come to know? Yet, the reality revealed to Lin Qingya that the past chilliness and ruthlessness were merely Tian's armor against the outside world. His heart was, in truth, an eternal flame of fervor. The shockwaves from the chain explosions reverberated through the corridor for a full 10 minutes before finally subsiding. Exhausted, Lin Qingya lifted her gaze, taking in the devastation that the shockwaves had wrought. Everything in the corridor lay in tatters. Even the walls were marred by numerous dents and countless fractures. Blackened blood and shredded insect exoskeletons littered the ground, and not a single complete corpse or limb could be found. All had been reduced to mere fragments in the chaos of the explosion. Beneath her helmet, Lin Qingya's lips parted slightly, her eyes filled with a myriad of complex emotions, before uncontrollable tears began to cascade from her eyes. They had survived, truly survived. Tian, do you see? We are alive. We have truly lived to tell the tale. Tears of joy welled up in Lin Qingya's eyes as she could not help but excitedly pat Tian, yet after a long moment, the motionless Tian showed no sign of response. Tian? Please don't frighten me, Tian. A flicker of panic crossed Lin Qingya's gaze as she turned Tian over and removed his full-face helmet, only to discover his complexion was unnaturally pale. Suddenly, a wave of fear washed over her as she recalled the intensity of the explosion. He had shielded her perfectly in his embrace, absorbing all the shock for her. The backpack on Tian's back had been shredded by the blast, and the violent impact had caused his heart to momentarily cease. While the force striking his head could undoubtedly induce severe concussion, such a blast capable of clearing the corridor in an instant could easily inflict fatal internal injuries on a person. Lin Qingya quickly pried open Tian's eyelids, revealing pupils constricted from unconsciousness. His life was in imminent danger. She swiftly crossed her hands over his chest, performing CPR with fervent urgency. Yet, Tian remained unresponsive. Tian, hold on. Can you hear my voice? Wake up, please. Tian showed no signs of life, but in the distance, the guttural growls of a zombie echoed. Though it was but one, its presence could summon a horde at any moment. A pallor washed over Lin Qingya's face as she glanced towards the opposite end of the corridor. If she were to abandon Tian, she would have ample time to escape alone. Yet, from the depths of her being, a resolute determination surged, and with all her might, she grasped Tian's armpits, dragging him towards the office. The explosion had obliterated all the office doors in the corridor. She sought not to fend off the zombies, but merely hoped that this fellow would notice the emptiness of the corridor and abandon his search here. Yet, Lin Qingya's wishes were destined to remain unfulfilled. A ferocious roar echoed from the end of the corridor. This zombie, rather than retreating, was consumed by an insatiable bloodlust. Though the prior explosion had left it disoriented, hesitant to charge recklessly into the corridor. Therefore, it advanced cautiously, its slow, deliberate steps producing a sickening, sticky sound as it traversed the corridor littered with flesh and dark blood. Lin Qingya, attuned to the noise, swiftly constructed a mental model of the zombie's behavior. Its calculated movements suggested that this creature too was a host, parasitized by the six-legged black widow, sending a chill down her spine. She could contend with ordinary zombies, but against the six-legged black widow, she stood no chance. Get up, Tian. Hurry, we must escape together. Lin Qingya hastened her efforts to revive Tian's heart, resorting to pounding her fists against his chest and removing his full-face helmet to administer artificial respiration. Yet, each blow felt like casting a stone into the abyss. With no response from Tian, and her lips, burning with urgency, could sense the chilling temperature of his own. Chapter 39. Near third tier nightmare crystal. This sensation plunged her into despair. The zombies in the corridor grew increasingly brazen, their once dull gray eyes now glinting with palpable malice. A guttural, greedy roar erupted from the leading zombie as it quickened its pace, charging towards the center of the corridor. The sound of its violent steps splattering through the viscous blood was chilling. The zombie finally lunged at the door of the office where the two were ensconced. And the moment it laid eyes on Tian and Lin Qingya, a frenzied desire to devour surged within its gaze. Simultaneously, Lin Qingya raised her desert eagle. Die! She screamed, squeezing the trigger. However, she struggled to control the immense recoil of the weapon. The force nearly wrenched it from her grip. The bullet struck the zombie squarely in the chest, delivering a tremendous impact that sent it crashing against the opposite wall of the corridor, creating a gaping hole the size of a bowl in its torso. Yet, even with its chest blown open, the zombie did not fall. Instead, it managed to re-establish its stance on all fours, a sinister glint of mockery flickering in its gaze. Bang! Bang! With two more shots, the zombie's shoulder exploded, and a substantial portion of its neck was obliterated, causing it to collapse to the ground, motionless. Yet, Lin Qingya's heart raced with dread, for from within the gaping wound, sharp claws had begun to extend outward. Those belonged to the six-legged Black Widow. Following the emergence of the front claws were the mid-claws, and finally, the hind claws. The six limbs grasped the flesh surrounding the bloodied orifice, steadily pulling the grotesque body from within. Hiss, hiss, hiss. This creature was significantly larger than the one Tian had slain previously, and a faint blue pattern was emerging along its spine, a harbinger of its imminent evolution to the next stage of its grotesque form. The six-legged Black Widow emitted an exhilarating hiss, its two sharp mandibles vibrating rapidly like the wings of a bee. After a brief silence, the creature suddenly lunged toward the two individuals with astonishing speed. Its tail, already unfurled behind it, arched menacingly, the sharp stinger poised like that of a scorpion, before it plunged down toward Tian. No. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Qingya threw herself onto Tian, shielding him with her body from the incoming stinger. Yet, contrary to her expectations of excruciating pain as the stinger pierced her flesh, a tremendous force instead hurled her aside, as if she were nothing more than a mere object. Lin Qingya's desperate act finally roused Tian from his stupor, but before her joy could blossom in her eyes, the horrific sound of flesh being pierced shattered all semblance of beauty. With a sickening squelch, the stinger had brutally embedded itself in the outer side of Tian's waist, causing a spray of blood that drained Lin Qingya's face of color. Tian, the six-legged Black Widow, let out a triumphant screech, and at the moment the stinger struck, its base began to swell, as though something sinister were about to flow into Tian's body. However, in that instant, Tian's powerful hand seized the midsection of the Black Widow's tail, preventing the eggs from being injected into his flesh. In the next heartbeat, gritting his teeth, Tian forcefully yanked the stinger out, blood gushing forth in torrents. Lin Qingya soon realized that while the stinger appeared as a mere spike outside the body, once penetrated, it unleashed a myriad of tiny barbs, akin to a ship's anchor, anchoring itself within. The brutal extraction left a gaping, bloody wound on Tian's waist, the sight of which twisted Lin Qingya's heart in anguish. Yet, the torment did not alter the intensity of Tian's gaze. On the contrary, he violently hurled the six-legged Black Widow against the wall, swiftly unsheathing a bone knife from his calf, and plunged it into the already bloodied wound on his waist, cleaving through flesh with brutal force. A significant chunk of his own bloodied flesh was brutally excavated, falling with a thud to the ground. Within, several small, maggot-like larvae writhed incessantly. Without a second thought, Tian crushed them underfoot, obliterating both his flesh and the worms into a grotesque pulp. Though his complexion paled slightly, the fierce glint in his eyes immediately locked onto the six-legged Black Widow, a palpable aura of murderous intent enveloping the room. Little pest, perish. The intelligent Black Widow emitted a sound akin to fear, its instinct sensing the impending doom brought by Tian's unleashed fury. It scurried frantically toward the nearest vent, leaving a viscous trail of slime in its wake. As the vent loomed ahead, a sharp gleam of cold steel struck first. Thud! The sharp bone knife shot forth, piercing the fleeing Black Widow and pinning it firmly against the wall. The creature let out a mournful wail, thrashing desperately in a frenzied attempt to escape. As Tian swiftly approached, he wielded his long bone knife with precision, cleaving the six-legged black widow in two. A brilliantly shining blue stone, larger than the typical second-tier nightmare crystal, fell to the ground, a precursor to a third-tier nightmare crystal. However, Tian had no time to collect it. As he collapsed onto the ground, blood soaking his waist. Fortunately, silence enveloped the surroundings. The six-legged black widow had drawn all the zombies of the entire floor to this spot, but with the sequential explosions, all the zombies and the black widow were now obliterated, rendering the floor relatively safe. Don't move, Tian. I'll bandage you. Lin Qingya hurried to his side. Placing her backpack on the ground, she unzipped the large pocket and frantically rummaged through it, her hands trembling from anxiety. Don't fret, I'm not dying. Tian replied with a faint smile, his pale lips curving softly, infusing strength into Lin Qingya at that moment. They were fortunate. The bandages, antibiotics, and medical cotton they had found in the warehouse remained intact in her backpack, untouched by the preceding explosions. Thank goodness you're all right. How annoying, making me worry like this. Do you have any idea I thought you were going to die? What would I do if you were gone? Lin Qingya twisted open a bottle of mineral water to cleanse his wounds, murmuring with each wash. Tian, both exasperated and amused, flicked her forehead lightly. All right, just bandage me up casually. I want to die. No joking around. I'm serious. Applying medicine would be a waste on me. I am serious. It must be done properly. Rest assured, my skills will not disappoint you, she insisted. At that moment, Tian realized Lin Qingya's technique was remarkably adept, and his eyes widened in surprise. First, she cleansed the wound with medical cotton, then used alcohol to disinfect the area surrounding it. Next, she opened the amoxicillin and evenly sprinkled the powder on the injury, folding the bandage to place over the wound, and began to wrap it meticulously, ensuring the pressure was just right, not too tight to impede circulation, nor too loose to allow the bandage to slip. Your nursing skills are quite professional. Where did you learn this? Tian inquired, astonished. Hee, you wouldn't understand. A secretary must be versatile, capable of organizing schedules and handling any emergencies that arise. My previous company's boss had health issues, so I privately obtained a nursing qualification. These are all basic procedures, she explained, her cheeks flushing as Tian scrutinized her closely. What are you staring at? She exclaimed. I'm just wondering if I've stumbled upon a treasure, he teased. Then you better keep an eye on it, or you might lose your precious find. Lin Qingya blurted out, only to realize the implications of her words moments later. Chapter 40. Upgrade. Activation of Enhanced Function Zoom. I've finished bandaging, Lin Qingya quickly said, darting to the side and handing the third-tier nightmare crystal, carefully wrapped in a plastic bag, to Tian. Tian gazed at Lin Qingya, a smile gradually blossoming in the depths of his eyes. However, a sharp pain in his waist abruptly yanked him back to reality. Oh, it truly hurts. This body must be experiencing such severe injuries for the first time. System. Expedite my upgrade. Each upgrade would restore Tian to the pinnacle of his physical condition. He had long since accumulated the necessary demon hunting points for the upgrade. Yet he refrained from proceeding, keeping a trump card up his sleeve. Should he sustain grave injuries in battle, the upgrade would instantly revitalize his vitality, akin to granting him a second lease on life. Thus, whether it was the explosion or the pain in his waist, Tian had never overly concerned himself. Even if he were to lose limbs in an explosion, as long as he drew breath, he would certainly not perish. Received. Initiating upgrade procedure. Congratulations, host has reached LV3. Awarded 4 free attribute points. Current system level LV3. Required demon hunting points for upgrade 987200. Exchange shop has increased items. Weapon enhancement function activated. Binding weapons can be enhanced using demon hunting points and nightmare crystals. Great risks entail substantial rewards. Having braved a series of explosions, the demise of nearly 100 zombies, along with the 6-legged black widow within them, yielded him a bountiful return of over 900 demon hunting points. The excruciating pain in his waist transformed into a tingling numbness, a result of the system upgrade invigorating the cells of his wounds, promoting rapid regeneration. Tian felt a refreshing power wash over him, filling him with a sense of ease. With a mere thought, he allocated all 4 free attribute points to his spirit. Name: Tian Strength, 14 Agility, 12 Constitution, 11 Spirit, 14 Gene Enhancement Level, First Stage Gene Unlock Level, None the sudden surge in spirit made Tian feel as though his mind had been rejuvenated, significantly enhancing his cognitive abilities and the intensity of his demon hunting state. However, these were not the most compelling reasons for boosting his spiritual attributes. As he opened the exchange shop, he could not suppress the smile that crept onto his lips, his eyes sparkling with euphoric delight at the newly illuminated exchangeable item icons. Just as he had anticipated, first stage gene unlocking potion, utilizing the potent gene fusion capabilities of the nightmare virus to impact human genes. It may unlock the first layer of gene locks with a certain probability once he obtained and utilized this item. Tian would officially unlock his first gene lock in this lifetime and advance to the first stage of evolution. Without hesitation, he exchanged 200 demon hunting points for a vial. Although the gene unlocking potion would not impose as severe a burden on the body as the gene enhancement potion, it nonetheless required about half an hour of rest. A luxury he could not afford at present. System, elucidate the weapon enhancement system's functionality. Weapon enhancement function, utilizing nightmare crystals and corresponding materials. Weapons that are bound can be upgraded at the expense of demon hunting points. Tian accessed the weapon enhancement system, where the Desert Eagle lay quietly within. Collector's Edition Desert Eagle. This formidable Desert Eagle pistol possesses significant power, yet its value as a collectible far surpasses its practical utility. Current status: Weapon Power LV1. Recoil Reduction LV1. Shooting Speed LV1. Magazine Capacity LV1. Enhancements available. Additional accessories: Silencer, Scope, Laser Sight, Melee Blade. Overall rating: Excellent. Upon observing these details, Tian found himself momentarily dumbfounded. The system's capabilities seemed to far exceed his expectations, as it could even alter the fundamental attributes of the Desert Eagle. Furthermore, it allowed for the addition of accessories to the firearm. However, upon seeing the astonishing costs of modifications, Tian's initial enthusiasm swiftly diminished. Each of the 4 primary enhancement projects consumed demon hunter points equivalent to that of upgrades. LV1 required 20, LV2 demanded 50, and LV3 necessitated a staggering 200 points. The previously amassed over 1,000 points were woefully insufficient for even 2 modifications. The addition of accessories was even more costly, each demanding a full 200 demon hunter points. This predicament implied that he would perpetually have to toil for the system. Tian could not help but engage in self-deprecation. Yet he recognized the urgent need to bolster his combat prowess. It was evident that a mere first-stage genetic enhancement would not suffice to ensure his safe ascent to the 35th floor. Thus, he resolved to proceed with modifications despite his reservations. The effects of these enhancements were immediate. For instance, increasing the magazine capacity by 1 round per level could prove life-saving in critical moments. Moreover, the human body, in comparison to mutated beings, was inherently frail. Even among entities of the same tier, humans found themselves at a distinct disadvantage in close combat, easily dispatched by mutated adversaries. Humanity's strength lay in the adept use of weapons and equipment. Consequently, while demon hunter points could upgrade certain basic attributes, Tian decided to prioritize weapon enhancements. As wielding a gun from a distance was significantly safer than risking infection by engaging in melee combat, he upgraded other attributes to LV2, increasing the magazine capacity to LV4, and added a silencer. Enhancement complete. Demon hunter points consumed: 530, remaining points: 257. Collector's Edition Desert Eagle. This formidable Desert Eagle pistol possesses significant power, yet its value as a collectible far surpasses its practical utility. Current status: Weapon Power LV2, Recoil Improvement LV2, Shooting Speed LV2, Magazine Capacity LV4. Enhancements available: Equipped accessories: Silencer. Additional accessories available: Scope, Laser Sight, Melee Blade. Overall rating: Excellent. Summoning the Desert Eagle from the system's repository, Tian noted that the magazine, which had previously snugly fit at the base of the grip, now extended, increasing its ammunition capacity from 7 to 10 rounds. A black metallic tube protruded from the muzzle, imparting a sense of added weight to the firearm. Other aspects would only reveal their efficacy in the heat of battle. With a meager 257 demon hunter points remaining, and accounting for the points reserved for upgrades, only 57 were left at his disposal. However, after some contemplation, Tian decided to expend 50 demon hunting points to procure a first-tier genetic enhancement elixir, intending to administer it to Lin Qingya at an opportune moment. Turning to Lin Qingya, he noticed her deep in thought, her complexion visibly darkening. Tian, I fear we may be in trouble. Do you perceive the scent in the air? Tian sheathed his desert eagle, his nostrils flaring slightly as he too detected the unsettling aroma. The air they breathed was imbued with a peculiar scent, reminiscent of an acidic secretion from some creature, making their nostrils tingle uncomfortably. This odor was released by the deadly six-legged black widow. Did you not wonder why these insects have been relentlessly pursuing us? I once read an informative post stating that many social insects release hormonal signals upon death, contaminating their foes, prompting their companions to converge and exact vengeance. The exhilaration Tian felt from enhancing his desert eagle evaporated in an instant. They surely bore the hormonal signature left by the first six-legged black widow, which was why these creatures were obsessively hunting them down. Given their recent slaughter of so many six-legged black widows, the scent upon them must have intensified to an unremovable degree. No matter where they ventured within this building, evading the wrath of the six-legged black widows would be impossible. How long does this signal typically persist? Tian's heart raced. Lin Qingya shook her head. I do not know. The post mentioned it could last several hours to even several days. This is troublesome. Tian sprang to his feet, hastily gathering all his equipment. We must leave immediately. Depart from the 37th floor. Yet, as they reached the doorway, a furious roar echoed from the corridor behind them. The sound crashed like thunder, reverberating through the hallway. As a violent whirlwind assaulted Tian and Lin Qingya, laden with the stench of blood. Chapter 41. The bloody giant of enhanced strength. The acrid smell instantly conjured the image of a colossal figure in their minds. Boom. A massive crimson arm emerged first from the corridor's corner, its 5 bloodied claws, akin to ivory, clawing at the surrounding walls. The sturdy structure crumbled like soft tofu under the might of this behemoth, as the enormous claws effortlessly sank in. Soon, a muscle-bound giant materialized within Tian and Lin Qingya's line of sight. It was none other than General Luo, now even more imposing than before. His once taut shirt had been shredded by his burgeoning muscles, hanging from his waist like a tattered rag. His mutated right arm had grown even larger, the grotesque, blood-red muscle fibers writhing like serpents, sprawling across half of his back, which was now grotesquely elevated, leaving only half of his form still recognizable as human. The spread towards other mutated trunks has commenced, marking the pinnacle of secondary mutation. Let us move. Tian swiftly seized the backpacks of the 2 individuals and forcefully propelled the now-dazed Lin Qingya forward. Although they were all second-tier zombies, the strength-enhanced variants stood as the apex among their kind, their formidable muscle fibers bestowing upon them the immense striking power capable of obliterating their peers in a single blow. Enveloped in taut muscles, they also boasted an impenetrable defense. These creatures resembled humanoid tanks, nearly invincible unless confronted with heavy firepower. Upon witnessing the lifeless gaze of the 2, a dark bloodshot hue began to seep from the corners of General Luo's eyes, his leg muscles swelling instantaneously, causing his pants to rip with a resounding tear. Roar! General Luo charged towards them, his massive right arm trailing behind like a colossal tail, each footfall resonating with thunderous echoes. Lin Qingya dared not glance back as she sprinted forward. Each tremor behind her caused the chandeliers overhead to sway violently, while dust and debris cascaded from the cracked walls, leaving both her and Tian covered in grime. The encroaching vibrations heightened her anxiety to its zenith. She felt as though the pursuer was not a zombie, but rather a rampaging rhinoceros. Wasn't this creature supposed to be on the upper level? How did it catch up to them here? Lin Qingya gritted her teeth and sprinted with all her might. Tian remained silent, yet the cold, murderous intent in his gaze surged to its peak in an instant. He was 7/10 certain that General Luo was the one who had been relentlessly pursuing them. Previously, so many 6-legged black widows had been present, preventing him from taking action. But now that they had been obliterated by a series of explosions, this fiend had seized the opportunity to strike at them again. Do not let me discover your identity. The murderous intent in Tian's eyes was as sharp as a frigid blade. Drawing his desert eagle, he pulled the trigger, and the muzzle, exuding an aesthetic of mechanical violence, erupted with blue flames. The nightmare bullet whistled through the air, striking General Luo. The enhanced power allowed the bullet to penetrate deeply into General Luo's hardened muscle tissue before detonating. Boom, boom, boom. Several blood holes erupted from General Luo's body, spraying crimson fluid. However, The wounds that would have left gaping holes on ordinary zombies only resulted in ping-pong-sized injuries on him, proving inconsequential against his massive physique. This creature's muscle tissue was too resilient. Without a headshot, it would not perish. Tian retracted the Desert Eagle, changing the magazine, his clenched teeth causing the muscles in his jaw to tense involuntarily. Then, let us employ a different approach. Switching magazines, chambering around, he pivoted and pulled the trigger. Each movement was executed with mechanical precision, devoid of even a millisecond of delay. Another volley of bullets was unleashed, but this time, Tian aimed for General Luo's lower body, where the thigh muscles had yet to fully mutate, still retaining a significant portion of human anatomy. Upon impact, the bullet erupted, creating a gaping wound, even striking Mr. Luo's right calf bone, shattering both the tibia and fibula amidst the explosion of the projectile. A thunderous thud echoed behind as Mr. Luo's colossal frame crashed to the ground, his massive weight fracturing the floor and exposing the deformed steel rebar within. Yet, the injury only fueled Mr. Luo's rage. He furiously propped himself up with his right hand and continued his relentless pursuit of Tian and Lin Qingya. His enormous claw clawed at the walls and floor, accelerating with ferocity, leaving behind a trail of sharp and menacing scratch marks. Tian fired incessantly, but this time, Mr. Luo raised his right arm, his immense and solid muscles acting as a shield, deflecting every bullet as though they were mere pebbles striking water, utterly ineffective. A roar erupted from Mr. Luo, infused with both derision and exhilaration. In the midst of his furious charge, he suddenly grasped a nearby bookshelf. The iron cabinet crumpled in his powerful grip as if it were a mere soda can, before being hurled violently towards Tian and Lin Qingya. Watch out! Tian, sensing the rush of wind behind him, instinctively shoved Lin Qingya down with a powerful push. A shadow loomed over them, and a deafening crash reverberated as the battered bookshelf obliterated the wall ahead, sending a cloud of dust billowing towards them. Get up, run! Tian shouted, pulling Lin Qingya to her feet as they plunged into the haze, sprinting onward. Fortunately, they wore full-face helmets. Otherwise, if the dust had blinded them, their fate would have been sealed. Mr. Luo's ecstatic roars echoed, growing ever more frenzied, and the delay allowed him to close the distance significantly. A grotesque, manic grin emerged on his half-transformed face, tainted by mutated muscles. He snatched at everything within reach as he ran, hurling them mercilessly toward the fleeing duo. Tian had no time to look back, gritting his teeth as he relied solely on the sound of the rushing wind to gauge their pursuer's position. Sweat beading on his forehead, only to be whisked away by the fierce gusts. Current stock of Tier 1 Nightmare ammunition in the system warehouse, 35, 34, 33, 32. As he ran, Tian hastily drew the lightning-fast ammunition from his waist. But the system's announcements weighed heavily on his heart. The relentless combat had left him with scarcely any time to extract the Tier 1 Nightmare crystals from the defeated zombies. His prior accumulation had already been transformed into Nightmare ammunition, and even that was nearing depletion. We're almost there. Just around the corner is the dedicated passage. Lin Qingya, panting heavily, pointed ahead as Tian deftly dodged a coffee table that came crashing down. However, Tian shook his head coldly. We cannot approach directly, otherwise, this fellow might charge in and obliterate the entire passage. What should we do then? Chapter 42, Mutation, Tier 3 Zombie. Let us circle around him and shake him off. Noticing that President Luo behind him seemed to be reaching for something, Tian swiftly loaded his magazine and, without looking back, fired 2 shots. President Luo hastily withdrew his right hand, which was reaching for a nearby chair, and raised it defensively. The bullets struck his robust forearm. Fortunately, this time, both bullets found their mark at the base of President Luo's right index finger. The enhanced power of the Desert Eagle caused the bullets to penetrate directly through the mutated bone near the base of his finger. Boom. The 2 Tier 1 Nightmare rounds exploded simultaneously, sending President Luo's fingers splintering into the air, and the horrific pale claw fell to the ground with a soft thud. Roar. Suddenly losing a finger, even without the sensation of pain, ignited a furious blaze within President Luo. His muscles trembled violently, and his running speed accelerated beyond its original pace. In that moment, he resembled a tank, capable of effortlessly crashing through even the thickest walls. Move to the right. Where does that lead? That way is the Human Resources Department. Their offices are interconnected in various sizes. But heading that way, There will be an abundance of objects he can hurl at us. We may not be able to manage that. Tian pulled Lin Xingya and swiftly turned towards the right. As they rushed, Tian caught sight of a black directional sign on the wall indicating the project department. Just 10 meters ahead lay the entrance. With no time to open the door, Tian aimed at the lock from a distance and fired a shot, the enhanced bullet instantly blowing the lock apart, allowing them to crash into the office. Inside the office was a perfectly square arrangement of cubicles, the bizarre design resembling a beehive, densely packed with desks. It was evident that there were at least 100 people working in this area, and a straight passage barely wide enough for two led to another large door ahead. The two dashed through the door without pausing, continuing their frantic sprint. Just a few meters out, a thunderous crash erupted behind them. The brawny President Luo barreled into the office, obliterating the door behind him and leaving a massive gaping hole in the wall. He continued his pursuit of Tian and Lin Xingya, but the narrow passage and the chaotic arrangement of cubicles hindered his progress. Roar! The transformation into a zombie had drastically diminished President Luo's intellect, and in his agitation, he bellowed loudly, furiously swinging his right arm as if sweeping away dust, shattering a swath of cubicles before him. However, the debris and the flurry of white A4 papers that erupted into the air floated like snowflakes, further obscuring his vision and amplifying his frustration. He began to swing his arm repeatedly to clear a path, but the more he did so, the more obstacles he encountered, significantly slowing his pace. It's working. Lin Xingya, flushed from exertion, displayed a faint smile of triumph. Do not rejoice too soon. This fellow is approaching. As Tian Gang finished speaking, a frantic roar erupted from behind. Roar! The combination of rage and the growing distance between the two prompted General Luo to emit a furious howl, the prominent veins on his forehead writhing like serpents. His gaze abruptly locked onto the two, and he charged forward, abandoning the entanglement of the surrounding cubicles, recklessly barreling through. Shattered debris and various objects flew before him. Yet General Luo seemed oblivious, his eyes fixated solely on Tian's back, his lips curling in a savage snarl, emitting an endless low growl. He seized an office desk, which would typically require two to lift, as though it were a mere matchstick. He hurled the heavy desk, crafted from dense materials, towards Tian, who deftly sidestepped the impending blow and continued forward, traversing the fallen shards of glass and wood. Ahead lay the end of the expansive office area. Beyond the turn was the rear exit. It was a tempered glass door, sturdier than a wooden one. Do not slow down. Sprint. Tian's voice resonated with commanding authority. Lin Xingya, poised to decelerate and open the door, instantly quickened her pace. Even though the door loomed close, to maintain her speed risked a perilous collision. Unbeknownst to her, Lin Xingya had developed absolute trust in Tian, which transformed into unwavering obedience to his commands. Bang! Bang! Suddenly, two gunshots rang out behind them. In her frantic dash, Lin Xingya heard the piercing whistle of bullets slicing through the air, the nightmare ammunition whizzing past her ears, striking the tempered glass door ahead. Crack! Crack! As the bullets penetrated the glass, the immense force splintered it into a myriad of crystalline shards. Just as Lin Xingya crossed her arms in preparation to collide with the door, she felt a powerful arm encircle her waist, lifting her effortlessly. Shrink and stay still. Tian's voice thundered above her. With a vigorous push, he leaped, using his back to crash against the shattered glass door. Boom! Crash! Bursting through. The tremendous impact was entirely absorbed by Tian's formidable physique. He rolled on the ground, utilizing the momentum to spring back up, pulling Lin Xingya along as they continued their flight. Boom! Mere steps later, another explosion resounded from behind. The door had only just been shattered. Yet under General Luo's relentless charge, the entire wall and all the tempered glass disintegrated. At this moment, General Luo was drenched in blood, the jagged remnants of the shattered materials slicing into his flesh, transforming him into a blood-soaked demon of carnage. Roar! Roar! The relentless injuries had elevated General Luo's fury towards Tian to its zenith. His bloodlust surged, causing the nightmare virus within him to proliferate with increasing speed. Crack! 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 As Tian's ears caught the terrifying sounds emanating from behind, a chilling sensation surged swiftly up his spine. He turned to behold a sight that caused his pupils to constrict in horror. The formidable figure of President Luo was undergoing a grotesque transformation before his very eyes. It appeared as though countless elongated vermin were writhing frantically beneath his skin. These aberrant entities, anchored by his fully mutated right arm, incessantly burrowed into the surrounding tissues, intent on devouring what little human form remained of Luo's torso. The frenzied writhing began abruptly and concluded just as swiftly as the horrific. Sanguine muscle fibers consumed the entirety of Luo's back, while a significant portion of his chest and face became utterly enshrouded in this monstrous tissue. Even the severed lower leg had grotesquely fused back together under the savage growth of muscle, transforming into a thigh of formidable girth. The bulging musculature on his back had risen perilously close to the 3-meter-high ceiling. At this moment, President Luo was nearly unrecognizable as a human. Only a third of his original torso retained any semblance of humanity, resembling an infant cradled in the arms of a beast, on the brink of being devoured. The nightmare crystal, once nestled in his palm, had expanded further, casting an ominous blue glow. Chapter 43, The Setup. Third stage zombies. Tian uttered these words through gritted teeth. The second stage zombies were merely enhancements of specific body parts or organs, whereas the third stage zombies had proliferated this enhancement into the surrounding tissues. Their combat prowess would multiply exponentially. He could scarcely contend with second stage peak zombies, let alone the colossal third stage abominations. Even the first stage nightmare bullets would likely fail to penetrate their dense muscle tissue. Lin Xingya had also witnessed President Luo's ascension, her delicate face now pallid as parchment. Tian fixed his gaze on his only escape route. At the end of the corridor lay an empty space, illuminated by brilliant tempered glass. This was a reception room, each pane of glass soaring over 3 meters high, offering guests a sweeping view of the entirety of Beijia City. A wild idea flickered in Tian's mind. With a thunderous roar, the transformation of President Luo was complete. His formerly wounded body had healed entirely. He charged toward Tian and Lin Xingya with furious strides. Bang, bang, crack. The massive muscle masses on his shoulders and back scraped against the ceiling as he advanced. Chandeliers shattered under the impact of his flesh, and the entire corridor seemed on the brink of collapse under the assault of this bloodthirsty beast. Run! Tian seized Lin Xingya's hand, summoning every ounce of strength to sprint toward the small reception area at the corridor's end. As they hurried, he swiftly loaded a magazine. His hawk-like gaze and raised firearm aimed at the tempered glass ahead. Regulating his breath and pace, Tian resolutely pulled the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. With a single breath, Tian discharged an entire magazine of 10 bullets. Yet through his exceptional marksmanship and meticulous adjustments in breathing and footwork, all 10 bullets struck a minuscule area on the tempered glass, no larger than the palm of a hand. Crack! The reinforced glass finally succumbed to the impact of the 10 nightmare rounds, splintering with a crisp shatter that radiated spiderweb-like cracks from the point of impact across the vast pane. Lin Xingya gasped softly. And the moment she rushed into the reception room, Tian forcefully propelled her to the side. He executed a tactical slide, decelerating while pressing the magazine release button on the grip. The emptied extended magazine fell away, and another fresh magazine, fully loaded with nightmare ammunition, was swiftly inserted by Tian. Click! The magazine switched, and the chamber was loaded. Tian, using one hand to support himself on the ground, elegantly rotated his body as he completed the slide, seamlessly adopting a standard kneeling shooting stance. The cold muzzle of the Desert Eagle pointed directly down the corridor, where his icy gaze reflected the image of a flesh-and-blood beast barreling towards him. Bang, bang, bang. General Luo advanced rapidly, nearly filling the corridor with his imposing presence, and the chandeliers above shattered one after another under his brutish approach. Tian squeezed the trigger, but Luo instinctively raised his right hand, and the bullet merely left a harmless wound in his arm, akin to a sting from a large mosquito. Ha ha! A glimmer of visible derision flickered in General Luo's ashen eyes, his lips curling back to reveal sharp fangs. Yet Tian's expression remained unchanged. Bang, bang, bang. He continued firing in rapid succession, each shot precise, yet imbued with a peculiar rhythm. Bullets struck Luo's body repeatedly, yet none inflicted any substantial damage, all being deflected by his robust forearm. This only intensified the exhilaration in Luo's eyes, his contempt swelling as the fear of his previously severed fingers dissipated. He raised his arm and charged forward with reckless abandon. At that moment, Lin Xingya's heart raced to her throat, breath held, and her complexion paled rapidly with Luo's approach. Yet Tian persisted with his shooting, undeterred by Luo's advance. What was Tian waiting for? Lin Xingya felt utterly bewildered, her despair mounting as she braced to close her eyes, knowing that Luo's entrance into the small reception area signaled their doom. But then, out of the corner of her eye, she caught a glimpse of something that left her astonished. If her memory served her right, Luo's right hand should have been securely shielding his head, yet now it revealed half of it. Just then, Tian pulled the trigger once more, targeting the still partially transformed torso. The bullet was once again intercepted, but Luo's arm inadvertently shifted downward as it blocked the projectile. Another gunshot rang out, and once again, Mr. Luo's arm lowered by half an inch. Lin Xingya instantly grasped Tian's tactical intent, her heart leaping into her throat, eyes rekindled with a blazing fire of hope. Boom! Mr. Luo finally burst into the small reception room, his immense force causing the very space to tremble violently upon his entry. Simultaneously, Tian squeezed the trigger. The ninth bullet aimed at Mr. Luo's left calf, which had yet to fully mutate. However, Mr. Luo was prepared. His massive hand descended like a shield, firmly guarding his leg behind it. A roar. The mockery in Mr. Luo's eyes peaked at that moment, excitement causing his muscles to writhe incessantly, and the pale gray of his pupils began to bleed black veins as he lunged menacingly toward Tian. But just then, Tian suddenly raised his gun, firing the last bullet from the chamber. Bang! At the sound of the gunshot, Mr. Luo's primal instincts sensed the impending danger, and in a panic, his right arm shot up to shield his face. Yet, the thrill on Tian's lips widened. For Mr. Luo had forgotten that his right index finger had been shattered by Tian earlier, leaving his vulnerable eye exposed to Tian's aim. Uft! The first-tier nightmare bullet struck the eyeball with precision, exploding instantly, and the entire eye socket erupted in a spray of blood. As the bullet was fired, Tian dove violently to the right. He soon felt a massive body rush past the spot he had occupied. Roar! The sudden blindness caused Mr. Luo's enormous form to lose balance, his colossal body crashing to the ground, with the momentum causing him to roll forward, slamming into the tempered glass at the end of the small reception room. Crack! The already shattered glass yielded to the force, and Mr. Luo was propelled out of the building, half of his body dangling in midair, plummeting from the 37th floor. Even his formidable third-tier zombie physique would be turned to mush upon impact. Tian could hardly contain his excitement, but just as Mr. Luo was about to fall, a thunderous crash echoed in his ears, and the entire reception room shook violently. That thick right arm suddenly reached in from outside, its sharp, bone-like claws digging into the floor, anchoring Mr. Luo's massive body to the outer wall. Chapter 44, The Puppet Master Revealed Roar. The tremendous roar mingled with the howling wind outside, reverberating back into the building. The joy and desperation expressed in the sound sending shivers down the spines of Tian and Lin Xingya. The ferocious winds outside the 37-story building could easily sweep a person away. However, with his half-ton weight and robust arms, Mr. Luo, suspended outside, seemed almost impervious to them. In his thunderous roar, Tian discerned the ecstatic joy of Mr. Luo's near escape from peril. Mr. Luo's right hand clung desperately to his body, while the massive muscle fibers visibly twitched, dividing into smaller bundles at an astonishing rate. These muscle strands, resembling suction-cupped creatures, climbed and spread along the exterior wall, exerting every effort to anchor Mr. Luo's imposing form against the gusts. Remarkably, the forcibly contracting muscles of his mutated hand were gradually pulling him back toward the 37th floor. Don't let him return. Lin Xingya's expression shifted dramatically as she scanned her surroundings, unable to conceive a method to bring this behemoth down. Then let me send you off once more. Reloading her ammunition, Tian positioned himself at the jagged edge of the shattered tempered glass. The fierce winds battered against his muscular frame, yet his feet remained steadfast as if rooted to the ground. He raised his hand, aiming the desert eagle at Mr. Luo's grotesque head below. Mr. Luo let out a thunderous roar, but his right hand could no longer shield his skull. For the first time, the bloodthirsty madness in his one remaining eye was subdued by a burgeoning fear. Roar all you like, it's futile. Die. Tian pulled the trigger repeatedly, unleashing a torrential barrage of bullets upon Mr. Luo's face. The only action left to Mr. Luo was to lower his head to protect his last eye. Yet this only resulted in his flesh being shredded by the Tier 1 nightmare ammunition. At that moment, His head became a living target for Tian, enduring wave after wave of relentless assault. Then, a sharp clicking sound pierced through Tian's ears. Damn it, I'm out of bullets. His expression darkened instantly. That had been his last fully loaded magazine, leaving him with merely 4 remaining bullets. Lin Qingya, how many bullets do you have left? I have 7. The sudden cessation of fire seemed to awaken Mr. Luo to his situation. The shredded flesh hanging from his face bore a bloodthirsty grin directed at Tian. Before Tian's eyes, the muscles of his right arm began to contract, slowly drawing his massive body back toward the 37th floor. A mocking roar emanated from his bullet-riddled throat, echoing like a banshee's wail beneath the howling winds. Tian's gaze turned frigid as he reached for his waist. It appeared he would have to waste another opportunity. Mr. Luo's ashen pupils reflected deep disdain, but suddenly, a plastic bag appeared in Tian's palm, which he swiftly inserted into the gap between Mr. Luo's right wrist and the floor of the living room. It was a nightmare crystal obtained from a Tier 2 bone spike zombie. Suddenly, it dawned on Luo that he comprehended Tian's intentions. He began to howl wildly, his furious cries reverberating through the exterior of the building, drowning out even the howling winds. Luo, driven by desperation, tightened the muscles in his right hand, striving to return to the 37th floor. Meanwhile, Tian, alongside Lin Qingya, took refuge behind the sofa, his icy gaze fixed on the second-tier nightmare crystal. Die, monster! He shouted. With a resounding bang, the Desert Eagle unleashed a torrent of blue, searing flames. The first-tier nightmare bullet striking true against the plastic bag containing the second-tier nightmare crystal. The resulting explosion shook the entire reception room, sending shattered bones and gory remnants careening through the air, staining the space in a macabre hue of crimson. The surrounding tempered glass panels shattered simultaneously, and the violent winds swept away the shards, threatening to evacuate all within the room in a tempestuous frenzy. Lin Qingya nearly succumbed to the gale, but Tian seized her, pinning her against him. Despite Luo's formidable musculature, it could not withstand such a cataclysm, while his palm and fingers remained intact. A significant portion of his wrist, flesh and bone alike, had been obliterated, leaving only a fraction of muscle hanging from his massive frame. For sharp nails remained embedded in the floor, yet such a meager remnant of muscle could hardly support the immense weight of the severed mass outside. Under the immense strain from both directions, the remaining muscle began to tear apart. Luo's roars echoed outside, laced with a burgeoning sense of fear amidst his fury. At last, with a resounding pop, the last thread of muscle snapped. His furious howls faded into the tempest, leaving behind only an arm, grotesquely mutated, still clutching the floor. After a prolonged silence, Tian heard a heavy thud from below. Ding! Killed a 3rd-tier strength-type mutated zombie. 1. Gained 100 demon hunting points. Current total, 307. Beep, beep, beep. A crimson light flickered overhead, and the alarm blared incessantly as a safety door descended, sealing off the small reception room from the raging winds outside. Tian collapsed onto the ground, finally exhaling a long-awaited breath of relief. Suddenly, a figure lunged into his embrace. You scared me. I thought we were doomed. Lin Qingya wailed, trembling as she clung to him. After she calmed slightly, Tian gently extricated her from his grasp, preparing to deal with the massive hand left behind by Luo. However, just as he rose, he instinctively sensed a gaze filled with malice upon him. Who? Tian snapped, his sharp eyes clashing for the first time with the shadowy figure behind the scenes. The shadowy figure lurked behind the corner at the end of the corridor, seemingly caught off guard by Tian's unexpected detection. However, after a brief moment of astonishment, it turned and fled. You cannot escape. Tian propelled himself forward like a cannonball, retracting his Desert Eagle while dragging a long white bone blade behind him, akin to a vengeful specter. In that moment, Tian embodied the essence of a relentless assassin, consumed by a singular thought: to kill and eradicate this entity, regardless of whether it was a monster or a human. Lin Qingya instinctively chased after him, yet the disparity in their physical capabilities was too vast, leaving her to watch helplessly as Tian distanced himself. Nevertheless, she pressed on with unwavering determination. Tian, now blinded by rage, recalled the repeated ambushes he had suffered at the hands of this individual: the bloodied arm, the second-stage zombie, Liang Hong, and even the earlier incident involving Mr. Luo, who had been lured from the lower levels to the 47th floor, all orchestrated by this malevolent force. With such a presence looming, Tian found it impossible to find peace. As he pursued, Tian's expression grew increasingly grim. The shadow ahead moved with astonishing speed. And despite unleashing his full agility, he found himself evenly matched. Clad in a voluminous cloth, the figure's gender remained obscured. He drew his Desert Eagle. But the last 2 bullets missed their target. Damn it, I should have retrieved the remaining bullets from Lin Qingya. Suddenly, he recalled her name, only to turn around and find no trace of her. In that fleeting moment of distraction, he could only watch helplessly as the shadow swiftly rounded the corner and vanished from sight. Tian, wait for me. Lin Qingya's breathless voice echoed from behind. Upon seeing Tian disappear before her eyes, she felt as though the world itself had crumbled. I am trying my best, but I cannot keep up with you. Her words were punctuated by heavy breaths, but the depth of her attachment and admiration shone through her gaze, igniting a warmth that made Tian reluctant to meet her eyes. All right, you fear I will abandon you. She blushed. Yes, that's true. Foolish girl, even without me. You could manage on your own. That is not the same. I can handle zombies, but those 6-legged black widows are another matter. At the mere mention of that name, a grave expression clouded Tian's features. Although he had narrowly triumphed over the strength-based mutated zombie today, the threats posed by the mysterious puppeteer and the 6-legged black widows remained unresolved. He had no idea when the tracking scent of the black widows would dissipate. However, there was a silver lining. The black widows had not yet appeared. Either they had all been vanquished or they were too intimidated by Tian. For the moment, they were free from immediate peril. Truly, it seems trouble follows one after another. Tian sighed deeply, giving his head a firm slap. Lin Qingya instinctively moved to the spot where the shadow had vanished, searching for clues, when her peripheral vision caught sight of several drops of crimson staining the floor. Tian, come quickly and take a look at this. It is blood. Chapter 45, Devouring Reason. Observing its still uncongealed state. It is undeniably the fresh blood of a living person. Infected zombies retain their vivid crimson hue only for a few hours post-infection. Thereafter, the blood gradually darkens to black. Given that the apocalypse has persisted for several days, this can only indicate a human. However, as Tian approached, he suddenly noticed something and swiftly pulled Lin Qingya back, who had reached out to touch the blood. Do not touch it. This blood contains a high concentration of nightmare virus. How is this possible? Lin Qingya exclaimed, her face a mask of disbelief. Yet, upon further inspection, she indeed saw a rich blue sheen on the surface of the almost coagulated blood droplets. Such a deep blue could only signify a high concentration of the nightmare virus. But how could a living person harbor the nightmare virus without succumbing to zombification? Lin Qingya felt increasingly bewildered, glancing at Tian, who wore a furrowed brow. As they made their way back, Tian remained deep in thought. Although they had uncovered a clue, it only served to deepen the enigma surrounding the mastermind behind these events. The pair scoured the entire 37th floor, and upon returning to the small reception room, their substantial findings had completely dispelled their earlier frustrations. The scattered corpses of the fallen zombies were meticulously dissected by Tian, yielding nearly 200 first-tier nightmare crystals for ammunition. While searching the combat corridor, they astonishingly discovered 7 nearly intact bodies of 6-legged black widows, all of which produced second-tier nightmare crystals. Tian combined 2 of these second-tier crystals to create 20 rounds of second-tier nightmare ammunition for his Desert Eagle, specifically prepared to confront formidable foes like Mr. Luo. However, the most significant discovery was the intact, massive right claw left behind by Mr. Luo. Tian and Lin Qingya devoted 2 hours to stripping away the flesh and blood from the claw, resulting in a 3rd-tier nightmare crystal for complete 3rd-tier zombie claws, and 1 2nd-tier claw from its peak condition. Both in hardness and shape, these were far more suitable as weapons than the rib bones of bone spike zombies. All materials were stored in their survival space, prompting Tian to forego some items and tools from their supplies. As Lin Qingya noticed the diminishing items before her, she understood Tian was once again engaged in his peculiar endeavors, but remained committed to her vigilance. From the inexplicable blue bullets to the sudden transformation of the Desert Eagle's appearance, the secrets Tian harbored increasingly transcended her comprehension. Could it be that Tian truly hailed from the future, equipped with unimaginable advanced technology? Lin Qingya bit her lip, her gaze continuing to scan the surroundings. Tian even selected several pieces of stripped 3rd-tier zombie flesh, carefully packaged them in a plastic bag, and stowed them in his mysterious gear. He sliced off a piece of flesh from his own body, threading it with a rope to hang around their necks. The scent may gradually fade over time. Yet in the coming days, these aromas will shield them from the active assaults of the undead. As another day drew to a close, Tian discovered a room with intact doors and windows. After securely locking them, he meticulously smeared the gaps with the flesh and blood of a third-tier zombie. After a moment of contemplation, Tian produced a first-tier genetic enhancement serum. Qingya, would you believe me if I told you I could provide you with something that would make you stronger? Is this what you speak of? Lin Qingya gazed at the syringe in Tian's hand, feeling an inexplicable mix of anxiety and a burgeoning anticipation within her body, as though her instincts yearned for this very substance. This is a first-tier genetic enhancement serum. It can significantly elevate your physical attributes by altering your genetic arrangement. If you trust me, I shall administer it to you. After explaining the serum's effects, Tian noticed Lin Qingya's eyes sparkled with increasing brightness. I believe you. Please administer it to me. Lin Qingya lay down on the ground, her eyes firmly closed. Taking a deep breath, she relaxed, though she felt a slight sting in her heart. In an instant, Tian plunged the syringe into her chest. Lin Qingya felt a sudden sharp pain in her chest, causing her brows to furrow instinctively. However, a cool liquid was swiftly injected into her heart, flowing through her bloodstream to her limbs, igniting a warmth throughout her entire being. After observing for 10 minutes, as the serum took effect within Lin Qingya, an inexplicable excitement welled up in Tian's eyes. Even without enhancement, Lin Qingya possessed a mental acuity of 15, her cognitive development rivaling that of some of the brightest scientific minds. Now, with the superior first-tier genetic enhancement serum further amplifying her potential, her mental attributes were destined to reach an astonishing baseline, paving the way for her future achievements to be limitless, perhaps even surpassing anyone from his former demon hunting team. Now, Tian needed only to await the awakening of this hidden gem. Unlike Tian's previous experience of a sudden high fever, Lin Qingya's temperature gradually stabilized after half an hour, maintaining at 38 degrees. Tian then lay down quietly and injected himself with the first-tier genetic unlocking serum. The icy liquid coursing into his heart brought with it an exhilarating sensation. He felt a powerful force rapidly permeating his entire being, engulfing him in a fiery warmth. Although Tian was psychologically prepared, the efficacy of the superior genetic unlocking serum far exceeded his expectations. As the liquid spread throughout his body, his consciousness began to blur. Tian fought to maintain the last vestiges of clarity in his mind, but once the serum crossed the blood-brain barrier, he suddenly experienced a deafening roar within his mind. As if a tempest of mental energy had been unleashed, his final awareness was tossed about in this storm, teetering on the brink of shattering. With an excessively heightened mental attribute, Tian's entire being was tense, desperately resisting the violent rift of the mental storm with his last vestiges of strength, clinging to the remnants of his consciousness. At that moment, a voice suddenly pierced his ears. Tian, I feel so hot. Lin Qingya. Tian felt a delicate figure collapse onto him, and with great effort, he managed to pry his eyes open, only to be met by the sight of vibrant crimson lips descending upon him. The mental storm erupted with a ferocity akin to a raging inferno, shattering the last fragments of his rationality like a butterfly caught in a tempest. All that remained in his ears were the heavy breaths intertwining in a rhythmic cadence. Chapter 46. First Stage Evolver. Tian's eyes flew open. His consciousness swiftly dispelled the chaos that had taken residence in his mind, revealing the pitch blackness outside the window, indicative of the early hours of the morning, around 2 or 3 o'clock. However, a bitter smile soon crept across Tian's face as he realized that he and Lin Qingya lay naked upon the floor, their garments reduced to mere shreds scattered around them, a testament to the ferocity of the previous battle. Lin Qingya lay on the ground, clutching Tian's arm, her lips constantly smacking. Her porcelain skin, illuminated by the moonlight, appeared as exquisite as flawless jade, instantly rekindling the warmth within Tian's body. This is dire. Tian wore a wry smile, fully aware that he would eventually succumb to Lin Qingya's allure, yet it seemed that, based on the remnants of his awareness from the previous day, he had unwittingly been devoured by her instead, and the manner in which he was consumed was rather overwhelming. He felt as though he had once been in control, only to suddenly find himself immobilized by some unseen force at the most crucial moment. Such humiliation. With a mixture of emotions swirling within him, Tian cast a glance at Lin Qingya before examining his own physical condition. Name: Tian Strength, 14 Agility, 12 Constitution, 11 Mentality, 14 Gene Enhancement Level, First Stage Gene Unlock Level, First Stage Comprehensive Level, First Stage Evolver Unlocked Abilities, Fortitude, Strength Attribute Enhancement, improving muscle contraction efficiency and reducing power transmission loss between muscles. Sharpening, Mental Attribute Enhancement, enabling the perception and manipulation of mental particles that adhere to melee weapons, augmenting their sharpness. To his astonishment, Tian discovered that he had awakened 2 abilities. Even in his previous life, he had never heard of anyone awakening 2 abilities simultaneously. Could it be due to the equivalence of his strength and mental attributes? Yet, there was no time for such musings now. Tian quickly rose to test his newfound abilities. Fortitude was something he had possessed in his past life. The amplification of muscle contraction allowed his strength to concentrate further, effectively enhancing his power while reducing expenditure. As for sharpening, he drew forth a long bone knife, and under the influence of his will, he could distinctly sense a particular aura enveloping the entire blade. Excitement surged within him. This was the essence of mental particles. The ability to manipulate mental particles with consciousness serves as the foundation for all mental enhancement capabilities. Tian gently swung a blade, effortlessly embedding it into the adjacent wall, the edge piercing several inches into the sturdy concrete support. However, simultaneously, he sensed a peculiar emptiness within his mind. Subsequently, he formed his right hand into a knife and struck down fiercely at the corner of the table, astonishingly cleaving it off entirely, as if the edge of the blade had simply sliced through. Yet, he also experienced an abrupt surge of chaos in his brain, which lasted for approximately half a second before returning to normalcy. It appeared that the consumption of mental particles varied each time. The sharper the attachment, the lesser the mental particles consumed, and conversely, the duller the attachment, the greater the consumption. This ability could only serve as a trump card. Nevertheless, this did not diminish Tian's excitement. The emergence of this sharpness completely filled the void in his combat prowess at that moment. If he were to encounter a muscle-bound brute like Mr. Luo again, he would now possess the means to retaliate. Yet, what was the cause of this phenomenon? Why had 2 abilities manifested? Unconsciously, Tian's gaze shifted to Lin Qingya. Name: Lin Qingya. Role: official member of the Demon Hunting Squad. Strength: 6, 14, Agility: 7, 12, Constitution: 11, Spirit: 21. Tian was taken aback by this data. A foundational spirit attribute of 21 points was unparalleled, exceeding that of most 4th-tier evolvers from his previous life. If she were to evolve further into a mental ability, the results would be astonishing. But wait, there was more. Tian continued to examine Lin Qingya's profile, and his mind buzzed. Gene Enhancement Level, 1st-tier Gene Unlock Level, 1st-tier Comprehensive Level, 1st-tier Evolver Unlocked Ability, Mental Projection, Mental Enhancement, projecting formidable mental particles around her body. A rare, formless mental ability. Lin Qingya had not injected the 1st-tier Gene Unlocking Serum, yet she had still managed to unlock her first gene lock. Tian suddenly recalled the intense battle that had transpired between them the previous night. It was likely that the residual 1st-tier Gene Unlocking Serum within him had entered Lin Qingya's body, successfully allowing her to become a 1st-tier evolver as well. The confinement he had felt yesterday had undoubtedly been the result of Lin Qingya's mental projection. It was perhaps under the stimulation of such powerful mental energy that he had additionally awakened the sharpness enhancement. They had mutually achieved greatness for one another. Lin Qingya let out a soft murmur, turning over as she opened her eyes. Their gazes met, and the simultaneously projected mental particles allowed Lin Qingya to instantly perceive the chaos surrounding them, as if she were witnessing it firsthand. In an instant, an awkward atmosphere enveloped them both. Lin Qingya said nothing, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson, biting her lip before finally mustering the courage to utter. If I were to ask you to take responsibility for me, that demand wouldn't be unreasonable, would it? Tian smiled gently. I am a man. For words encapsulated everything. Under the guidance of Tian, she commenced her journey in mastering the art of projecting her mental energy. However, Tian significantly underestimated Lin Qingya. whose formidable mental attributes at level 21 allowed her mental particles to surpass Tian's in intensity, density, and volume. Even with Lin Qingya's control, each release of mental energy resembled a torrential flood, uncontrollable and overwhelming. Everything within a 3-meter radius would be instantaneously obliterated. And even Tian had to exert every ounce of strength to remain steady against such shockwaves. Astonishingly, Lin Qingya could unleash this explosive power 4 or 5 times before feeling the slightest weariness. Her reservoir of mental particles was as deep as the ocean, invoking profound envy in Tian. Yet, what Tian envied most was not merely this strength, but the malleability of the mental energy projection. This ability lacked any fixed form. Continuous exploration could yield new functionalities. Presently, the explosive attack mode employed by Lin Qingya was likely just a rudimentary application of her capabilities. Tian couldn't help but curse inwardly. Having previously attained sharpness, she now felt utterly diminished in the face of Lin Qingya's prowess. After spending 2 hours acclimating to their newly enhanced physical abilities, the two embraced and peacefully drifted into slumber. That night, Lin Qingya slept soundly. Her hand nestled against the inner curve of Tian's arm, curled up like a proud little cat. The projected mental energy enveloped them, suspended within the room like silent sentinels. On the 38th floor, in the bathroom, the door was securely locked and barricaded with various mops and brooms. Yet outside, the zombies were fervently battering the door, the screws threatening to give way. Inside, a man's frantic roars echoed. He stood at the sink, obsessively scrubbing his body, seemingly indifferent to the impending breach of the bathroom door. With his only functional right hand, he scrubbed his face vigorously, oblivious to the gaping wound on his left arm. Severed at the elbow and wrapped in clothing that was already saturated with blood, flowing relentlessly like a turned-on faucet, pooling at his feet in a vivid crimson river. The most pronounced injury was a fresh gash on his waist, as if something had exploded within, leaving a gaping hole the size of a bowl. Yet, he appeared impervious to pain, frantically rubbing his cheeks as though attempting to peel the flesh from his face. The dim light flickered, casting shadows that revealed fresh scars across his knuckles. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Why won't it wash away? Get away from me, all of you. It's all your fault, Tian. You've turned me into this. Why won't you die? Chapter 47. Let Tian suffer as I do. The man's frenzied screams escalated to a point of futility, leading him to unleash his wrath upon the marble sink, pounding it repeatedly, seemingly oblivious to the pain. Boom. The entire marble wash basin shattered under the force of his fist, the resounding crash momentarily quelling his fury. The man slowly raised his gaze, and the reflection in the mirror revealed a grotesque and terrifying visage. The left half of his face retained some semblance of humanity, yet the right side appeared as if the flesh and muscle had been melted away, drooping like putrid clay against the wall. It was infested with worm-like creatures that writhed and swayed as they probed into the air, seemingly siphoning the rich nutrients surrounding them. This individual had become utterly unrecognizable. Upon glimpsing his current appearance, the man's expression froze in horror, a glimmer of hysteria igniting in his eyes, plunging him into a frenzy. Get away from me, you wretched things. He relentlessly clawed at the writhing fleshworms on his face with his only hand, each tug tearing away not only the grotesque creatures but also strips of his own skin, leaving his visage a bloody, chaotic mess. Yet, this was to no avail. Scarcely had he cleared his face when the grotesque growths began to re-emerge at an observable rate, sprouting anew from the very spots he had stripped bare. I do not wish to see you. I do not wish to see you. Leave me. With a resounding crash, he struck the mirror, shattering it. Yet in the fractured reflections, the grotesque creatures continued to surge forth from his face, beginning to spread down his neck, shoulders, and chest. The man felt an increasing itch enveloping him, and in a panic, he tore off his shirt. His bare torso writhed in horror, with identical fleshworms emerging from his skin, squirming excitedly in the air. I refuse to become a monster. I am human. I must return to my former self. You creatures, leave my body. The man, in a mad frenzy, collided with every object within reach, his right hand tearing, rubbing, and yanking at the fleshworms, yet their growth outpaced his attempts to remove them. Boom. Roar. At that moment, a deafening crash echoed from behind. The restroom door was finally breached by the encroaching horde of zombies. The initial wave surged in, a dozen or so ravenous undead lunging toward the man beside the wash basin. Yet, he bellowed in rage, Die? You all deserve to die? Suddenly, the fabric binding his severed left arm exploded, and 7 tentacle-like appendages sprang forth from the wound, shooting out like arrows, their tips as sharp as spears. The advancing zombies were effortlessly impaled by these appendages. Their hardened skulls crumbled like tofu before the onslaught. One by one, the zombies fell, and in the blink of an eye, the 30 or so outside lay vanquished, none able to offer even a modicum of resistance. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The man remained silent. Yet the 7 appendages, resembling 3-lobed gills, quivered rapidly in the air, emitting a hissing sound akin to that of a venomous serpent. Subsequently, their tips parted, blossoming open into 4 petals that lunged towards the corpses of the zombies on the ground. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. Surrounding him were sounds reminiscent of drinking. As the 7 tentacles began to greedily swallow, unknown substances pulsating from the zombies' bodies and continuously flowing into the man. In the depths of his fearful gaze, he witnessed the 30-odd zombies before him being entirely consumed by these 7 appendages, leaving behind nothing but skin and bones sprawled on the ground, while his abdomen swelled rapidly, allowing him to distinctly feel the influx of something within. Ugh, I don't want to eat. Spit it out. The man had already knelt on the ground, retching violently. But despite digging his throat until it bled, he could expel nothing but a bit of acidic yellow fluid. Once the feeding was complete, the 7 appendages retracted obediently back into the man's arm, and he numbly picked up his clothes from the ground, tightly binding his severed left arm. Why must I transform into a monster? He murmured, a shadow of malice gradually surfacing in his dark pupils, morphing into a sickly madness. Tian, this is all your fault. If it weren't for you, I would not have become this way. It is all your fault. I will kill you. I will kill you. Hiss, hiss, hiss. As if sensing the man's excitement, the entity concealed within his left hand wound emitted a hiss, seemingly in agreement with his sentiments. You agree, don't you? Then help me kill you, Tian. No, do not kill him. Let him be parasitized just like me. Let him suffer as I do. Hiss. The voice of the parasitic mutant rose sharply, akin to an excited serpent lifting its head to reveal its deadly fangs. The man's countenance, infused with a pathological madness, spread rapidly as he grinned wickedly, stepping out of the restroom and slowly making his way towards the nearest staircase. Tian, let us descend into hell together. After coating themselves with the flesh and blood of 3rd-tier zombies, Tian and Lin Xingya experienced an unprecedented night of peaceful slumber, devoid of even a single zombie's howl. Their relationship had deepened, and upon waking, Lin Xingya felt a surge of joy. After checking their gear, having breakfast, attending to personal hygiene, and finding 2 sets of clean clothing, they prepared to head downstairs 15 minutes later. Tian's commands, as precise as ever, had long accustomed Lin Xingya to a life as cold as military training. Once they finished their meal, Tian began making final preparations. They stowed away all their equipment into their spatial storage, retaining only the most basic weapons and tools. As they were about to enter the 36th floor, Tian wished to keep these items from prying eyes. He strapped a bone dagger to his calf, covering it with his trousers, while another axe, found in the warehouse and stained with zombie blood, was secured at his waist, leaving only 2 bottles of water and 2 biscuits in his backpack. Lin Xingya wore only a short skirt, cleverly concealing a bone dagger strapped to the back of her thigh beneath the hem. Subsequently, the 2 of them tucked away polished bone shards, smoothed by Tian, into the small of their backs, for they could serve as deadly weapons in dire circumstances. To the casual observer, they perfectly embodied the image of survivors. Descending through the maintenance passage to the 36th floor, they found the exit door locked from the inside. Yet there was no obstruction preventing entry. The ground outside was stained with dark, dried blood, suggesting that the area was regularly cleared of zombies to ensure a safe passage. Knock, knock, knock. Tian rapped on the door. Chapter 48. Arrival at the 36th floor with a rustle, the passage door opened slightly, revealing thick chains binding it shut. Even if a 2nd-tier zombie were to assault the door, it seemed unlikely that anything less than a powerhouse could breach it. Who are you? How many are there? State your identities. A cautious man peered through the crack, his vigilance palpable. There are 2 of us. I am Tian, an employee from the project department on the 46th floor. Behind me is Lin Xingya, from the secretary department on the 47th floor. We came here after hearing the message over the intercom. Tian displayed the walkie-talkie at his waist. Lin Xingya peeked around Tian, her beauty unmistakable. Even in these trying times, It was enough for the man to recognize her instantly. 46th floor? 47th floor? Tian distinctly heard an audible gasp from within. You came down from the top floor? Incredible. You are alive. Of course we are alive. Now, open the door. Lin Xingya feigned annoyance with a slight frown. Please wait. We need to report this. We cannot make decisions here, came the reply, followed by the sound of hurried footsteps retreating. In less than 5 minutes, Tian heard a cacophony of footsteps approaching, many individuals seemingly arriving in an orderly manner, 2 of whom appeared particularly excited, almost sprinting. Xingya, is that really you? Sister Xingya, oh my goodness, it truly is you. Wang Hui's face lit up with elation as he caught sight of Lin Xingya through the door's narrow opening. Behind him, Chu Weiwei covered her face with her hands, overwhelmed with joy to the point of tears. Yet Tian furrowed his brow, for at that very moment, several hostile gazes fixated on the pair. Upon closer inspection, he realized he had never encountered any of these individuals before. Quickly, let them in. Lin Xingya felt a surge of emotions upon seeing the 2 familiar faces. Wang Hui was her high school classmate, while Chu Weiwei was her new colleague in the secretary department, whom she had once mentored, making her a dear friend and a sort of protege. After so many days of the apocalypse, Lin Xingya had not dared to hope for a reunion with familiar faces. Yet, unexpectedly, she encountered 2 just as she arrived on the 36th floor, instantly lightening her spirits. Open the door, Wang Hui urged fervently, excitement evident in his voice as he implored the guard responsible for the entrance. However, it has not yet been confirmed whether they have truly escaped infection. Nor is it clear if we should inform Mr. Li. Enough of the chatter, let them in, and we shall conduct our examination. Wang Hui's words seemed to carry considerable weight among the group, causing the duty personnel to shrink back and dutifully open the door. With a clatter, the heavy iron chains were removed, and the passageway doors slowly creaked open, revealing the extreme caution of those behind it. Lin Xingya whispered softly into Tian's ear. The girl is Chu Weiwei. I was the one who ushered her into the company when she first arrived. The man is Wang Hui, the deputy director of the laboratory on the 35th floor. If we are to enter the lab, we may need to obtain the access card from him. Tian nodded slightly, retreating discreetly behind Lin Xingya. According to their plan, Lin Xingya would take the lead here, while Tian would strive to blend in as an ordinary person, avoiding drawing attention. However, their whispered conversation caused someone behind the door to furrow their brow slightly. Tian sensed a change in the atmosphere behind the door, yet upon closer inspection, he found nothing amiss. Lin Xingya, it is truly wonderful to see you, Wang Hui said, a friendly smile spreading across his face as he inclined his head towards Tian. This is Tian from the 46th floor project team. I owe him my life for rescuing me on the 47th floor. Otherwise, I would have been bitten by a zombie by now. Lin Xingya was visibly delighted to see an old classmate. Oh, so you are a colleague from the project team. Thank you for protecting Xingya all this way. You appear to be in excellent health. I wish I had a physique like yours. Wang Hui's gaze towards Tian was filled with envy. In this apocalyptic world, wealth and status held no value. Only a strong body served as the ultimate capital for survival. The crowd behind them, comprised of both men and women, also smiled warmly at Tian. He noticed that most of them were unarmed, dressed in what had once been luxurious brands before the world fell into chaos. In contrast, those wielding weapons and following Wang Chong donned ordinary attire, seemingly under the subtle leadership of Wang Hui and his group. If he remained here, he would likely become just another laborer wielding a weapon in the fray. Days passed, and the survivor camp began to exhibit signs of social stratification. Tian pondered. Thank you for saving my sister, Chu Weiwei said sincerely as she bowed to Tian, then turned to reach for Lin Xingya's hand. Suddenly, a man in a security uniform yanked her back, his gaze towards Tian and Chu Weiwei icy and penetrating. Weiwei, do not approach them. They have not yet dispelled the suspicion of infection. Jiang Huaqing, let go of me. Who gave you the right to touch me? Release me. Chu Weiwei, who had been smiling moments before, became hysterical, as if the mere brush of his hand had repulsed her. Wang Chong hurried to comfort her, while Chu Weiwei clung to his arm, her teeth clenched as she glared fiercely at Jiang Huaqing, her beautiful eyes glistening with unshed tears. The man's gaze momentarily flickered with a hint of malevolence, but he swiftly composed himself. Chu Weiwei, I am aware of your disdain towards me. However, as the captain of security on the 36th floor, it is my prerogative to safeguard everyone here. Until they have undergone a thorough examination, no one is permitted to approach. After speaking, Jiang Huaqiang's attention shifted to Director Wang Hui. Director Wang, you will undoubtedly support my efforts, just as everyone else does. His reminder immediately aroused the vigilance of the others, as the dozen individuals behind him brandished their weapons, sharpened iron pipes, makeshift clubs, and kitchen knives. Especially those with previously frosty expressions, who instinctively stepped forward. Yet, none dared to speak out, clearly acknowledging Wang Hui's considerable authority. Wang Hui offered a resigned smile to Lin Qingya and Yu Tian. Qingya, Mr. Yu, this is our protocol here. I must inconvenience you slightly. Please deposit all weapons into this bag. Before Wang Hui could finish, Jiang Huaqiang had already produced 2 plastic bags, worn and creased from repeated use. Lin Qingya turned to Yu Tian, and in that moment, their unspoken understanding conveyed their mutual thoughts. They obediently removed everything except their clothing. With Yu Tian even surrendering his backpack, everything proceeded smoothly until they revealed 2 bone daggers. Jiang Huaqiang's expression changed instantaneously. While Wang Hui stepped forward curiously to inspect the unusual weapons, this material is rather peculiar. It seems to be bone, yet ordinary bone is certainly not this resilient. Did you find these as souvenirs on a colleague's desk? Yu Tian smiled faintly. These are 2 ribs from a zombie, which I crafted into daggers. They are quite effective. Instantly, the corridor fell into a profound silence. Wang Hui, hands gripping the dagger, turned visibly pale at an alarming rate, struggling to muster a weak smile. Mr. Yu, this is hardly amusing. They must be mere crafts, correct? Yu Tian remained silent, maintaining his enigmatic smile. However, to the others, his smile suddenly appeared sinister. Unbidden, images of Yu Tian dissecting a zombie and severing its ribs flooded their minds. They even imagined the sound of a crack followed by retching. Several women who had come to witness the commotion leaned against the wall, gagging, while the esteemed leaders instinctively took a step back, their gazes shifting from disdain to palpable fear. This individual seemed unlike the others. He was no lamb to be easily commanded. Cough, cough, we will safeguard these items. Now, Chu Weiwei, please escort Qingyao for the inspection. Mr. Yu, kindly accompany us. The 36th floor resembled a vast dining hall, with few small rooms. As Yu Tian and Lin Qingya traversed the dining area, they observed other survivors preparing food for the day. A cursory glance revealed over 20 individuals, all of whom were women, while the men evidently had more pressing matters to attend to. Yu Tian and Lin Qingya were ushered into separate rooms, where Yu Tian methodically disrobed, shedding his coat and trousers one piece at a time, obediently turning thrice in front of Wang Hui and Jiang Huaqiang. Their gaze remained fixated on him, and perhaps it was the inherent rigor of scientific inquiry that compelled Wang Hui to jot down notes in his personal notebook as he observed. However, the penetrating scrutiny from both men left Yu Tian distinctly uncomfortable. The coldness and indifference emanating from their eyes sent shivers down his spine. Is that sufficient? Yu Tian feigned dissatisfaction, stepping forward while discreetly glancing at the notebook. Wang Hui quickly closed it, offering an apologetic smile. I apologize, Mr. Yu. This is merely a professional habit of mine. I assure you, it is not personal. I maintain detailed records for everyone within this tier. Yu Tian smiled faintly, signaling his indifference, yet the chill in his gaze intensified. In the fleeting moment when Wang Hui shut his notebook, Yu Tian caught a glimpse of a notation. Yu Tian, health status, excellent. He had no time to discern what followed. Upon exiting the room, Yu Tian discovered Lin Qingya had already completed her examination and was seated on a stool, playfully bantering and laughing with Chu Weiwei. It was evident that the two shared a close bond even before the cataclysm. Congratulations to both of you. You are now part of our 36th floor. Seeing Lin Qingya emerge from the room unscathed, Wang Hui's smile broadened as he approached her to extend his congratulations with a handshake. Now, allow me to introduce the personnel and regulations of our 36th floor. This is Jiang Huaqiang, our security supervisor, responsible for all security management. All men are required to participate in security duties on a rotating basis, and we hope Yu Tian will cooperate moving forward. Yu Tian frowned slightly, interpreting a hint of chilling disdain in Jiang Huaqiang's gaze, which extended not only towards him, but also towards Lin Qingya. This is Chu Weiwei, in charge of logistics management. All female staff on this floor are to heed her directives. Hee, sister, you'll have to assist me more in the future. I'm certain I can't measure up to your capabilities, Chu Weiwei winked at Lin Qingya, casting a playful smile towards Tian as well. As Wang Hui concluded his introductions and prepared to arrange accommodations for the two, the door to the largest private room in the cafeteria swung open, revealing two imposing men clad in black suits striding directly towards them. Director Wang, our Mr. Li has stated that as the number of people increases, a more stringent selection process is required. Effective immediately, all individuals, regardless of whether they return injured, must undergo a 24-hour quarantine. We cannot afford to repeat past mistakes. Past mistakes? The sensitive term immediately caught the attention of Tian and Lin Qingya. Wang Huaqiang's expression fluctuated, akin to someone who had just been struck, revealing his discomfort. Quarantine? Currently, we are tasked with dispatching teams daily to search for supplies and to inspect the defensive measures throughout the 36th floor. There is a pressing need for additional manpower. Moreover, we find ourselves without rooms, as the finest accommodations have been allocated to Mr. Li. I regret to say that this is a matter for Director Wang to consider. Our role is merely to convey Mr. Li's directives. The bodyguards exuded an icy demeanor, resembling mechanical sentinels. Without awaiting Wang Chang's response, they turned and returned to their previous chamber. The moment the door swung open, Tian was met with the sound of raucous laughter and muffled screams emanating from within, as if someone was being throttled. Wang Chang cast a troubled glance at the others, who promptly lowered their heads. A lavishly attired gentleman stepped forward, smirking. Director Wang, we previously acquired our respective rooms with hard currency. You wouldn't consider retracting them now, would you? Wang Hui's expression darkened further. The dining hall offered only a limited number of rooms, and these individuals harbored their own ulterior motives. At this juncture, the 36th floor could not be deemed an absolute safe zone, should any passage encounter a problem during the night. Those sleeping in the hall would be the first to fall prey to the zombies. Even the most inconsequential door could provide an unparalleled sense of security. Would anyone be willing to contribute their room? Ideally, 2 rooms should be isolated. Otherwise, one person's misfortune could jeopardize others, potentially escalating into chaos. However, these corpulent executives remained unresponsive, gazing blankly ahead, their silence deafening. Did none of you hear what I said? We need 2 rooms. If Mr. Li becomes enraged, you all know the consequences. The executives began to waver, and after some shuffling and bargaining, 2 clearly subordinate men, their faces drawn, offered. We are willing to relinquish our room. Behind them, the ordinary employees, armed and watching, wore expressions of amusement. After all, those who had rooms had already exchanged them for money. Now, in order to survive, everyone must heed Wang Hui and Mr. Li's commands. Seizing a moment while Chu Weiwei was tidying up, Lin Qingya pulled Tian aside, her previously ceremonial smile vanishing. Weiwei warned me to be cautious of Jiang Huaqiang, she said. I subtly inquired about any prior incidents involving Weiwei. Nothing significant, she replied, though her pallor suggested otherwise. Do you know who Mr. Li is? Tian glanced back. The others were oblivious to their conversation. Lin Qingya shook her head. There is no such figure in the company. I will discreetly inquire with Weiwei later. At this point, Lin Qingya fell silent as a man passed by them, both parties exchanging polite smiles. In the distance, Wang Hui was approaching with others. Tian quickly produced a few chocolates, some bread, and a small bottle of water from his palm. Everyone here seems a bit off. Be cautious. Do not consume anything they provide this evening, including the water. Rest assured, dear, I am also a first-tier evolver, Lin Qingya replied with a fleeting smile. Quickly sobering. You too, be careful. My instincts warn me that tonight will be anything but ordinary. Chapter 50, A Sudden Turn. Acidic liquid zombie Lin Qingya tucked her belongings into her pocket as both individuals were escorted into isolation chambers. The sound of the door locking echoed ominously, followed by the clanking of chains securing them. Once assured that the room was firmly locked, Tian summoned materials from his survival space, gradually crafting a 3rd-tier claw. His movements were gentle and nearly silent, meticulously cleaning up even the bone shards left behind. As he polished the weapon, Tian's mind wandered back to the expressions of everyone he encountered that day. Chu Weiwei's demeanor towards Jiang Huaqiang, the way Wang Hui and Jiang Huaqiang regarded each other, Wang Hui's notes, the ever-elusive Mr. Li, and the previous error that lingered in his thoughts. A strange, unsettling atmosphere permeated the 36th floor, with an air of mystery surrounding everyone. Once he managed to leave, he planned to devise a means to acquire the access card and escape the 36th floor swiftly. Unbeknownst to him, he had been polishing for hours, and as night fell, the first third-tier bone knife was finally complete. Tian gazed at his creation with satisfaction. Approximately 90 centimeters in length, the blade curved gracefully akin to a tang sword, its surface as pale as freshly fallen snow. The exceptionally high bone density endowed the third-tier knife with formidable resilience and hardness. With such a formidable weapon in hand, and provided he possessed a body immune to the virus, Tian would be nearly unstoppable in the early days of the apocalypse. Suddenly, the clanking of chains outside startled Tian, and just as he sheathed his third-tier bone knife, the door swung open. Jiang Huaqiang stood in the doorway, his gaze as cold and unyielding as marble. This lunatic went on a rampage a few days ago. We all thought he had perished outside. It's late, so you'll have to make do. A bumbling, portly man was shoved into the room, clad only in his underwear. Upon entering, he merely plopped down on the floor, grinning vacantly, drool trickling from his mouth as he emitted a series of foolish chuckles. Tian's brow furrowed in concern. You say make do? What if he turns into a zombie? Rest assured, he bears no wounds whatsoever. I have personally inspected him. Upon seeing Tian's scrutinizing expression, a flash of anger crossed Jiang Huaqiang's face, and he approached the man, delivering a harsh kick to his side. Lu Kong, stand up and spin around for inspection. Ha, amusing, Jiang Huaqiang remarked. Complying with the order, the portly man named Lu Kong wobbled to his feet and turned in circles, revealing that indeed he bore no injuries. However, as he spun, drool continued to flow unabated. Are you satisfied now? I warn you, follow my instructions without question in the future. Spare me your incessant chatter. With a resounding bang, Jiang Huaqiang slammed the door shut, followed by the unmistakable sound of chains locking it. Tian's brow creased slightly. From the moment he entered, he sensed an innate hostility in Jiang Huaqiang's gaze towards him, a hostility that seemed entirely unfounded. Jiang Huaqiang was the security chief responsible for the laboratory on the 35th floor, directly subordinate to Wang Hui, tasked with safeguarding the company's assets within the biological laboratory. Tian was part of the 46th floor project team, and until today, they had scarcely crossed paths within the building. Everyone here was perplexed. Tian let out a soft scoff when he suddenly heard the chubby man's gleeful exclamations. I've succeeded. I've succeeded. I shall no longer fear them. Taken aback, Tian inquired, what are you laughing about? Who are these them you speak of? The jovial chubby man suddenly adopted a contemplative expression. Them? I can't recall. Who are they? Ah, yes. They are little dogs. Woof, woof, woof. Woof, woof, woof. His words tumbled forth nonsensically as he swayed back and forth like a weeble. Eventually, with a thud, he collapsed onto the floor, drooling incessantly, and soon thereafter began to snore. Tian paid little heed to him. In this post-apocalyptic world, many fragile souls had succumbed to death upon encountering zombies, and countless others had been driven to madness. Such individuals would inevitably become fodder for the undead, making it a rarity to encounter those still alive. After all, death was an inevitable fate. For safety's sake, Tian reluctantly ceased crafting his second third-tier bone dagger and lay down to sleep, turning his back on the chubby man. As midnight approached, the room was filled solely with the chubby man's intermittent snores, but suddenly, silence fell. It was as if his throat had been obstructed by thick phlegm, producing a choking sound. The chubby man seemed to awaken uncomfortably, clutching his neck tightly, trembling all over, with saliva seeping uncontrollably from the corners of his mouth. His expression one of agony. At that moment, Tian's eyes snapped open in the darkness, alert and predatory, like a leopard in the night. Lu Kong, he whispered, his gaze fixed intently on the chubby man's every movement. The instant he spoke, the struggling chubby man abruptly froze, his hefty body swaying as he sat up. Then slowly turned to face Tian. In the moonlight, his eyes resembled ashen coals. Damn! Tian's hands instinctively clenched, and the third-tier bone dagger materialized in his grip. With a roar, the chubby man lunged toward Tian on all fours, propelled by an explosive force combined with his nearly 300-pound weight, resembling a bulldozer. Tian dared not confront him directly and rolled aside to evade the impact. The chubby man, with his gaping maw, crashed into the wall, leaving cracks in its wake. Yet he remained unscathed, unsteadily turning to face Tian. The tremendous force had caved in his facial bones, blood gushing from his 7 orifices, yet those lifeless. Ashen eyes remained fixated on Tian, each breath exuding a ravenous thirst for flesh. A chill suddenly surged up Tian's spine, sending shivers through the back of his head. The chubby man's head abruptly split open like a shell, and a spray of pale yellow phlegm burst forth with a splat. As Tian leaned back in a swift motion, a mass of yellow, viscous phlegm soared past his head, crashing against the wall behind him. Instantly, the wall erupted in thick smoke, releasing a pungent, acrid odor that assaulted Tian's senses. A stomach-enhanced zombie, secreting corrosive gastric acid. Tian quickly distanced himself, summoning protective armaments for his limbs while donning his helmet. Yet, in reality, these defenses were scarcely more effective than having none at all. The nightmare virus concentrated its effects within the zombie's stomach, excreting a high concentration of gastric acid, which was nearly impervious to any form of resistance. The higher the tier of the acid-enhanced zombie, the more formidable its corrosive abilities became. Even tank armor could be effortlessly reduced to scrap metal by the most advanced gastric acid. Human flesh, upon contact, would disintegrate. Thud. When the initial strike missed its mark, the rotund creature directed another stream of acidic fluid towards Tian. With agility, he rolled to the side, narrowly avoiding the onslaught as droplets splattered against the wall, ricocheting onto his back and creating numerous holes in his clothing, while a searing pain radiated across his skin. Tian's eyelids twitched involuntarily. From the intensity of the acid's corrosive power, he accurately deduced the level of this acid-spewing zombie. The creature's maw remained agape, continuously spewing clumps of acid towards Tian. He evaded with deft movements, maintaining a safe distance from the grotesque fiend. Yet, within the depths of his gaze, an exhilarating thrill emerged. He was a hunter, fixated on his coveted prey. Come on, continue to spew. Chapter 51. The utility of acidic zombies. The fierce battle immediately roused the occupants of the cafeteria hall. As the pungent odor of decay seeped through the cracks of the door, many were startled by the explosive sounds from within, releasing piercing screams of terror. The people inside had transformed into zombies. My goodness, such overwhelming power. It must be the fool Lu Kang. Hadn't he been checked for wounds? How could he still become a zombie? Does this mean that in the future, one could be unsafe even without visible injuries? Outside, chaos erupted, with screams ringing incessantly. We must go save them. Tian is still inside. A piercing shriek from outside was followed by hurried footsteps. Yet, just outside the door, someone brutally obstructed the way. Jiang Huaqiang, what are you doing? We cannot open the door. No one is allowed to pass. Have you lost your mind, Jiang Huaqiang? Tian is still inside. This is murder. Who knows if he is still alive? I must be responsible for everyone's safety on this floor. If we open the door and let the zombies out, will you take responsibility, or will I? Jiang Huaqiang's voice immediately sparked a flurry of whispers among the crowd. I suspect Tian is already dead. No need to speculate. He is surely dead. How could an ordinary person possibly contend with such a formidable zombie? Thank goodness Mr. Li implemented this safety measure today. Otherwise, we would be the ones perishing. Tian is simply out of luck. When misfortune strikes him, it is truly inescapable. Outside, only Chu Weiwei's anguished cries echoed, her eyes betraying a hint of madness. Have you all lost your minds? He is a living person. How can you stand by and do nothing? Are you even human? Yet, the surrounding crowd paid her no heed. Director Wang, speak up. In her desperation, Chu Weiwei pulled Wang Hui forward. His gaze flickered, torn between choices. But upon glancing at the tightly shut door behind him, he gritted his teeth, declaring, for everyone's safety, we cannot open the door. How can this be? Chu Weiwei covered her mouth, her expression shifting from shock to absurdity, ultimately settling into disbelief. Wang Hui, I never expected you to be this kind of person. Weiwei, this is for everyone's safety. Wang Hui attempted to reason with her, but she angrily shook off his arm. As Chu Weiwei scanned the crowd, she realized that every face around her bore an expression of indifference, as if they all silently proclaimed, this is Tian's fate. Wang Hui was no exception. You are all filthy executioners. Just like Jiang Huaqiang, you are all but executioners. Chu Weiwei suddenly erupted in hysteria, turning and sprinting into the enveloping darkness. Even after her departure, the hatred that lingered in her eyes instilled fear in the men present. Yet, despite their fear, none felt a shred of guilt. I suggest we immediately find planks and nails to seal the door. If that fat man turns into a zombie and bursts out, none of us will be able to stop him. I second that. It is the best course of action. We need to act quickly. If he devours Tian, he will surely charge outwards. The final speaker's words struck like a blow, tightening the hearts of all present. Indeed, we must seal the door at once. The room had become saturated with corrosive acid, the floor, walls, and ceiling drenched in a potent liquid. Tian's attempts to roll and evade had transformed into a desperate run, with very few places left to step. The splattering acid burned his skin, leaving behind a constellation of painful welts, resembling the horrors of urticaria. Huff, huff. Tian's breaths echoed in the room. Yet even the air he inhaled was laden with a pungent acidity, as if something were relentlessly scraping against his trachea. This was the first time he felt that even breathing had become a torment. However, he found himself increasingly exhilarated, for the fat man's belly had deflated, and what he desired was soon to arrive. Roar, roar. A volley of acid missed its mark, infuriating the fat man, who directed another massive glob of thick phlegm towards Tian. Yet, perhaps due to his deflated abdomen leaving him with insufficient internal pressure, the acid failed to reach Tian, even if he did not evade. Instead, Tian propelled himself forward with a powerful thrust of his right leg towards the fat man. The fat man seemed taken aback by the sudden aggression of the previously evasive mouse, but he still lunged, claws outstretched towards Tian. In that moment, Tian suddenly closed his eyes. Sharpness. Invisible spiritual particles enveloped the blade in an instant, and Tian's eyes flew open. With a decisive slash, the third-tier bone knife transformed in his grasp into a silver wave, encasing the rotund figure before him. The fat man's arms, wrapped around his midsection, were severed at the elbows with a swift, decisive motion. The resilient bones of a second-tier zombie offered no resistance to Tian's third-tier weapon. With the blade pressed down and a flick of the wrist upward, he executed a fierce ascending strike. The knife sliced through the fat man's abdomen on the right side, traversing across his chest and culminating at the left shoulder, cleaving him into two segments. Only the substantial muscle of his back remained intact, with the vertebrae sustaining significant damage from the blow. The fat man gasped desperately, but the weight of his upper body proved too much for his spine, which cracked audibly and collapsed, taking his bloated lower half with it. Tian's bone knife followed suit without hesitation. With a decisive thrust, the third-tier bone knife penetrated the fat man's eye socket, piercing through the skull and embedding itself into the floor beneath. The fat man, in his dying struggles, went rigid, viscous fluids bubbling forth from his mouth. Yet he posed no further threat to Tian. Ding. Killed a second-tier acid zombie. 1. Gained Demon Slayer points. 10. Current total. 317. What a fine blade. But soon it shall become even better. Tian closed his eyes and inhaled deeply, and upon reopening them, an uncontrollable excitement surged within him. He retrieved a bottle of mineral water and drank deeply, cleansing himself of blood and the corrosive acid that had marred his body. He then produced a bone dagger and began to dissect the fat man's corpse with fervor. 5 minutes later, fortunately, it remained intact. Tian's face beamed with exhilaration as he held a massive, swollen sack larger than a basketball, filled with a bubbling liquid. It was the fat man's stomach, mutated into an acid sack. Crafting a bone knife from the materials of high-tier zombies was indeed advantageous, but in his past life, Tian had deduced that if the acid from acid zombies could be diluted proportionately and used to soak the bone knife, its flexibility would be significantly enhanced, while also purging impurities from within the blade. However, this process demanded a high purity of the soaking acid. Only freshly secreted acid possessed such qualities, as older acid contained more impurities than the bone itself. Hence, Tian had been enticing the fat man to expel acid in his attacks, waiting for his abdomen to deflate so that a continuous flow of freshly secreted acid would emerge. This was the moment of Tian's harvest. After carefully creating a small opening in the sack, he filled 5 bottles with the acid, ample enough for him to dilute and reinforce 4 bone knives. Once he completed this task, Tian meticulously cleaned up all traces and chopped the fat man into smaller pieces, obscuring any evidence of the third-tier bone knife's cuts. Satisfied, he turned and delivered a powerful kick to the door. "Open up, you scoundrels." Chapter 52. Hostility outside. Wang Hui and the others had not slept through the night and were startled by the sudden knocking at the door. Upon hearing Tian's voice, each individual bore a countenance akin to that of one who had encountered a specter. "Tian, you are alive," Wang Hui exclaimed with exuberance. Yet he immediately regretted his words, hastily amending, "Tian, that is not what I meant. I was merely inquiring about the situation inside. That corpulent figure had transformed into a zombie, but I managed to slay it. A thunderous silence enveloped the minds of those outside, as they sensed the commotion within, accompanied by a nauseating, acrid stench. The fat man was not merely a zombie. He had evidently evolved into a more formidable variant. A few among them had witnessed firsthand the power of a second-tier zombie. Impossible. How could an ordinary person confront a mutated zombie unarmed? I do not believe you. You must be deceiving us. Yet those who spoke such words lacked conviction, their voices dwindling. If the zombie had indeed perished, how could Tian stand at the door, conversing with them in such tranquility? Everyone recognized Tian's voice. No zombie could ever replicate it so authentically. Wang Hui gritted his teeth. Very well. I shall open the door for you. The group collectively dismantled the wooden barriers on the door, after a cacophony of sounds. It took over 20 minutes for the door to finally yield. As it swung open, a wave of putrid odor assaulted them, and they beheld the grotesquely dismembered fat man. His remains strewn across the floor, intestines torn asunder, and his skull fractured. The atmosphere plunged into a profound silence, only to be shattered as everyone lunged from the room, collapsing to the ground in a fit of dry heaves. Tian, what have you done? Water, please. The sight of the nearly pulverized fat man inflicted an unprecedented shock upon them, their gazes toward Tian now brimming with awe and horror. Could such deeds truly be accomplished by an ordinary individual? How did you manage to kill him? The sanguine scene stirred violent waves of nausea within Wang Hui. Yet as a biologist accustomed to dissecting various creatures, he managed to suppress his urge to vomit. With a knife, of course. Thankfully. You returned my belongings before I was confined. Otherwise, I would have faced greater difficulty. Tian produced the bone dagger, remnants of flesh still clinging to it. At that moment, each person in the hall found it challenging to meet the gaze of the dagger. Recalling its origins, crafted from the rib of a zombie that Tian had slain. While some had previously doubted this tale, the current scene reignited feelings of revulsion and dread, directed both at the zombies and at Tian himself. Yet, a cold smirk suddenly crept across Tian's lips. Since I am not dead, can anyone explain why? In the dead of night, you chose to toss an infected individual into my room, and why you blocked the door? Were you truly intent on my demise? As his words fell, a violent aura surged forth, engulfing the entire hall like a raging torrent, causing the temperature to plummet in an instant. Every hair on their bodies trembling in silent terror. I apologize, but we did not intend to harm you. We were merely fearful that the zombie might emerge, leading everyone to lower their heads and stammer. Wang Hui's face shifted from red to pale, as he and the others hastily offered apologies to Tian. However, a cold sneer echoed from behind. We thoroughly examined the fat man's body, and there were no visible wounds, as you yourself have seen. Who could have anticipated his mutation? As for blocking the door, it was a collective decision made to protect everyone on the 36th floor. We cannot risk the safety of all for one individual. Jiang Huaqiang stood rigidly behind Tian, his gaze directed at him with unmasked disdain. No one wishes to encounter such misfortune, but if it occurs, it is merely your bad luck. The atmosphere in the hall seemed to solidify upon his words, as everyone stared at Jiang Huaqiang in horror. Everyone knew Tian was likely seething with rage at that moment. Yet Jiang Huaqiang dared to provoke him? If Tian were to unleash his fury, then I must genuinely thank you. A cold smile crept upon Tian's lips, yet it froze in an instant as a resounding thud reverberated in everyone's ears. A fierce kick struck Jiang Huaqiang squarely in the chest, catching him utterly off guard. He flew backward, skidding several meters across the ground before coming to a halt. All were taken aback by Tian's sudden outburst of violence. Was Jiang Huaqiang truly alive after that? Jiang Huaqiang, are you all right? Goodness, Tian, do you realize what you have done? To everyone's astonishment, the very executives who had been quaking in fear a moment ago rushed towards Jiang Huaqiang. Even those wielding weapons and performing hard labor sprinted over, frantically attempting to tend to him. Some even positioned themselves between the two men. Tian, let us speak calmly. Do not act impulsively. This matter is my responsibility. I ordered the door to be sealed, and it has nothing to do with Jiang Huaqiang. It was indeed for the greater good, so if you must place blame, let it be on me. Wang Hui, visibly anxious, quickly stepped in front of Tian, steeling himself to speak before bowing his head and closing his eyes, bracing for Tian's wrath. Tian furrowed his brow slightly. The concern these individuals showed for Jiang Huaqiang was rather excessive and abnormal. Ahem, ahem. Jiang Huaqiang coughed a couple of times as he rose from the ground. His eyes defiantly fixed on Tian. Everyone witnessed it. He just attempted to kill me. Had any of you been in my place, you would have perished instantly. Such a person cannot remain on our 36th floor. Jiang Huaqiang, be silent and speak less. Even the usually good-natured Wang Hui could not help but interject. Upon hearing Wang Hui's reprimand, Jiang Huaqiang swallowed his subsequent words, yet his eyes remained locked in a furious glare at Tian, filled with seething hatred. Jiang Huaqiang is simply of that foul temperament. Please do not take it personally. He is only concerned for everyone's safety. Wang Hui's feeble explanations fell on deaf ears as Tian's gaze remained fixed on Jiang Huaqiang, re-evaluating the individual before him. The force behind Tian's kick was unrestrained, aimed solely at incapacitating Jiang, for he would not tolerate any latent threats. Yet, to his astonishment, Jiang not only withstood the blow but emerged unscathed, showcasing a physical resilience that caught Tian's attention. It is noteworthy that even a first-tier zombie might not have endured such a strike. However, Jiang Huaqiang was now shielded by the collective, leaving Tian with no opportunity to act. Thus, the matter was set aside. He had no desire for further provocations. With many uncertainties still looming, Tian resolved not to sever ties with them just yet. He coldly uttered a parting remark before striding toward the room where Lin Qingya was isolated. As he approached, he encountered Chu Weiwei and Lin Qingya rushing toward him. "Brother Tian, you're safe. I thought Jiang Huaqiang had done you in," Chu Weiwei exclaimed, her voice thick with emotion. Her eyes brimming with tears as she glared at Jiang with a fierce intensity, wishing she could obliterate him with a single bite. "Your clothes are tattered, and you have so many wounds. No, you must take off your shirt. Let me tend to your injuries," Lin Qingya urged, her face etched with worry. Since the disturbances of the previous night, she had been unable to sleep, despite knowing Tian's formidable capabilities and the arsenal he possessed. Her concern gnawed at her, preventing any semblance of rest. Upon hearing from Chu Weiwei that Wang Hui had dispatched people to corner him, her anxiety escalated, rendering her incoherent. Completely forgetting their guise as destitute survivors, Tian quickly tapped Lin Qingya on the forehead. "Fool, we have no medicine. Don't worry, I'm perfectly fine." Realizing her oversight, Lin Qingya playfully stuck out her tongue at Tian. "Inquire about the backgrounds of these individuals, especially Jiang Huaqiang," Tian whispered, directing a subtle nod toward Chu Weiwei. Lin Qingya nodded in agreement and pulled Chu Weiwei aside. Just then, Tian sensed several icy stares directed at him from behind. Chapter 53. The true value of Jiang Huaqiang. Tian abruptly turned, observing the fearful expressions of those around him, yet the chilling gaze had vanished once more. This coldness felt distinctly different from Jiang Huaqiang's. Who could it be? Wang Hui. It dawned on Tian that both Wang Hui and Jiang Huaqiang were missing from the crowd. Moments later, he spotted Wang Hui emerging from his isolated chamber, deep in contemplation. Aware of Tian's scrutiny, Wang Hui hastened toward him, an apologetic smile adorning his face. "Tian, we acknowledge our missteps in this matter. As a form of restitution, I have discussed with everyone the provision of double the normal food rations for you over the next 7 days. And we shall grant you 2 days off to recuperate. I trust there are no objections?" The executives nodded in agreement, and the laborers wielding makeshift weapons were equally buoyed by the news. Tian, feeling the coldness of the atmosphere, curled her lips disdainfully. "Don't make it sound so appealing. You merely wish for me to remain on the 37th floor to serve as your laborer." Behind her, the expressions of those present reddened. Indeed, that was their intention. Or else they would not distribute supplies to her in such a piecemeal manner over 7 days. "Tian, you are exceptionally strong. We genuinely need you," Wang Hui stated candidly, cutting straight to the chase. "I accept compensation, but I demand all the food to be sealed." Wang Hui was taken aback and immediately attempted to persuade her. "Are you planning to leave, Tian? The outside is teeming with zombies. Wouldn't it be better to stay with us?" "Humph, there are those here who cannot accommodate me. I do not wish to be killed in my sleep for no reason." Tian's icy gaze pierced through to Jiang Huaqiang, who met her stare without flinching. However, under Wang Hui's warning glance, he refrained from speaking. Everyone exchanged glances, revealing a bittersweet smile of indecision. Tian's formidable combat prowess was evident. She could effortlessly dispatch mutated zombies alone, making the 36th floor significantly safer with her presence. Yet, it seemed that the rift between Jiang Huaqiang and Yu Tian was irreparable. Wang Hui scratched his head in exasperation. Yu Tian, why not stay for a few more days? I promised to keep an eye on Jiang Huaqiang and prevent him from causing trouble. Would that be acceptable? I am indifferent. If he provokes me again, I will personally snap his neck. A collective gasp echoed through the room as they silently watched Yu Tian depart. Lunchtime arrived, and none dared approach her. The 10-person table was occupied solely by Yu Tian and Lin Qingya. Qingya, may I sit here? Wang Hui approached, ready to take a seat. Director Wang, I am not accustomed to having someone beside me while I eat. Yu Tian's frigid voice rendered Wang Hui, who had just settled beside her, visibly uncomfortable. Wang Hui pointed towards his own table. Qingya, your former colleagues are over there. Why not sit with them and chat? No, thank you. I have matters to discuss with Yu Tian, Lin Qingya replied, prompting Wang Hui to leave with an awkward smile. What have you found out? Yu Tian took a bite of the slightly undercooked rice, which, at that moment, was a rare delicacy. Lin Qingya spoke as she ate. There are some clues. Wei Wei mentioned that an incident occurred here yesterday. A person who had returned from an outing passed through normal checks, but inexplicably collapsed during breakfast, convulsing and dying before turning into a zombie and attacking everywhere, ultimately being shot by Jiang Huaqiang. The sudden change in rules must have stemmed from this. As for the news regarding Jiang Huaqiang, it was rather startling. Wei Wei revealed that Wang Hui had commenced research as soon as the zombies appeared and had utilized the laboratory to create the first zombie virus protection serum, with Jiang Huaqiang as the subject of injection. What? Clatter. Yu Tian's spoon dropped into her plate unconsciously as she hurriedly lowered her voice. Are you certain? It took years to develop the nightmare virus vaccine in my previous life, and now, within just a few days, someone has achieved this? It's impossible. Vivi was quite certain that this was an open secret, and there were those who had witnessed Jiang Huaqiang being bitten by a zombie. The fact that he remained unharmed spoke volumes. It was precisely due to Jiang Huaqiang's remarkable ability that he had been appointed as the security chief of this level. Consequently, Wang Hui had also risen to a leadership position. He had taken a box of serum with him when he left the laboratory, and it was in his and Jiang Huaqiang's room. Many individuals had previously suffered bites and scratches from zombies, yet after being injected with Jiang Huaqiang's serum, they had not transformed into zombies. Such a phenomenon was astonishing. Yu Tian set down his spoon, pondering deeply. This revelation clarified everything. The vaccine contained the nightmare virus, which not only conferred immunity but also enhanced the physical capabilities of ordinary individuals, explaining how Jiang Huaqiang had sustained his injury and emerged unscathed. In his past life, Yu Tian had indeed heard of successful treatments using serums derived from immunized individuals, with some even evolving from ordinary humans into advanced beings. The deeper he delved into this matter, the more enigmatic it became. Yu Tian shook his head, dismissing distracting thoughts. We must not allow this to disrupt our rhythm. Our singular goal remains to enter the laboratory, leaving all else aside. I have learned that the access card has been in Wang Hui's possession all along. His sole focus now is to return to the laboratory, and the individuals he has dispatched recently are all aimed at achieving this objective. Yu Tian nodded. If that were the case, he could indeed collaborate with Wang Hui under the pretense of aiding him in clearing a path to the laboratory. Lin Qingya, observing their surroundings, suddenly nudged Yu Tian with her elbow. Yu Tian, why do the portions of food on these people's plates vary? Those few women have significantly more than the others. Yu Tian scooped a piece of potato into his mouth without sparing her a glance. The sixth ironclad rule of survival in the apocalypse is that all resources must be exchanged equitably. Do you truly believe those women possess something to justify receiving more food than the rest? Lin Qingya's face paled suddenly. Could they be like Sister Liang? This was the survival strategy of women in the apocalypse. If you accompany me in the future, you will witness far more, and it will be far from elegant. Just as she finished speaking, the door to the largest private room behind them swung open, and a bodyguard in a black suit emerged, scanning the four women laden with food before pointing at a beauty with long, wine-red hair. You come here. The beauty with wine-red hair jumped up joyfully, momentarily abandoning her plate of food. I'm ready. We can go now? Not so fast. You have 20 minutes. Clean yourself up and put on some makeup, mister. Lee prefers refined women. All right, I'll be quick. The beauty with wine-red hair dashed towards her sleeping area, retrieving a bottle of the precious little water she had and hurriedly making her way to the designated washing area. Yu Tian couldn't help but furrow his brow. unless one were a depraved libertine who would willingly subject themselves to such treatment. Why did this woman appear so eager? Forsaking her precious food and even depleting her dwindling water supply to wash up? Was it merely to please that Mr. Li? Has she lost her mind? In that moment, everyone ceased their dining, dozens of gazes converging upon the woman, each filled with envy and jealousy, even the executives, regardless of gender. After the bodyguard and the auburn-haired beauty concluded their words, they turned and strode directly towards Mr. Tian. Chapter 54. What lies hidden on the 35th floor, Mr. Tian? Mr. Li has entrusted me with a message, wishing to befriend you. Would you be interested in joining me for a drink? Alternatively, if you are inclined, we could explore additional options. Upon finishing, the bodyguard brazenly pointed towards several women seated beside the auburn beauty, their eyes glimmering with anticipation. Surrounding men and women displayed expressions brimming with envy. Surely, it was Mr. Yu's recent feat of single-handedly vanquishing a mutated zombie that had stirred Mr. Li's interest, seeking to recruit him, much like he had with Jiang Huaqiang. Yet, Tian did not raise his head, a cold smirk flickering at the corner of his lips. Apologies, but I have no interest in drinking, nor in engaging with women. Whispers erupted around him, a cacophony of reactions. Do not fret, Mr. Yu. You have merely arrived. With time, you will come to understand the true value of Mr. Li's friendship. With that, the bodyguard turned and departed, his arrogant demeanor causing Lin Qingya to bristle with irritation. What a disgrace. Tian, please do not entertain such notions. Those women are utterly vile. Tian raised an eyebrow, casting a sidelong glance at Lin Qingya. May I interpret that as a hint from you? Nonsense, there is nothing of the sort. Lin Qingya stammered, her face flushing as Tian drew closer. Brother Tian, you were truly impressive just now. That Mr. Li and his bodyguards are not to be trusted. Nor are those women. They shamelessly exchange their bodies for sustenance. I cannot fathom how they endure it. Chu Weiwei approached, laden with food, and seated herself beside Lin Qingya, her expression marred by disdain. Tian's gaze flicked towards Lin Qingya, who instantly grasped his meaning. Weiwei, do you happen to know the origins of this Mr. Li? I do not recall such a figure in our company. Chu Weiwei's annoyance was palpable at the mention of his name. Sister, you ought to be aware of Li's group. This Li Shaogang is the young master of that very establishment. Li Shaogang and Wang Hui were initially negotiating a collaborative project when the zombie crisis erupted, trapping them in the building. However, his uncle is the commander of the Yongjiang military district, and it is said that Li Shaogang has already contacted him. Soon, the military will come to his rescue. Wang Hui, leveraging the viral protection agent at his disposal as a bargaining chip, has secured Li Shaogang's promise. And now others are eager to ingratiate themselves with this golden opportunity in hopes of being evacuated. Tian scoffed. No wonder so many hold Mr. Li in such high esteem. Yet, given the current apocalyptic circumstances, the military is preoccupied with their own survival. They have neither the time nor resources to rescue such worthless individuals. It is futile to wait for salvation here. After finishing his meal, Tian sought out Wang Hui directly. Are you willing to join our exploration team? That would be splendid. Wang Hui clasped Tian's shoulders, his excitement rendering him somewhat incoherent. Tian shrugged off Wang Hui's hands and stated, I have 3 stipulations. First, I will lead the team. Second, Jiang Huaqiang is not permitted to team up with me. Third, I require the access key to the laboratory. Initially, Wang Hui's face radiated enthusiasm. But upon hearing Tian's third demand, a fleeting shadow crossed his expression. The third request seems beyond my capability, he replied. It's not that I doubt you, but I do not possess that access card. Tian scrutinized Wang Hui's eyes, yet found no ripples of deceit, only a persistent apology that suggested sincerity. At that moment, Wang Hui mysteriously shut the door and lowered his voice. Tian, tell me the truth. Do you want the access card because you've heard rumors that I possess a virus protection agent in the lab? Tian, struck by inspiration, nodded slightly. Indeed. I have heard of your success. Wang Hui sighed. Well, let me clarify. The virus protection agent is no longer available. Observing Tian's gradually darkening expression, Wang Hui bit his lip and added, however, I do have something comparable that can protect you from the fear of zombie bites. In a bid to retain Tian's attention, he hastily retrieved a slender vial from the refrigerator. This is an immune serum. Once injected, it grants immunity to the virus for a limited duration. Tian reached out to take it, but Wang Hui awkwardly retracted it, chuckling, you may not be aware. but the serum must remain refrigerated or it will quickly lose its efficacy. Moreover, its effects only last for a few hours. So it would be best if I kept it with you, and I could come to you for it when I am injured. A smile blossomed on Wang Hui's face. Indeed, but I assure you, I have no intention of threatening you. I merely hope you will stay on the 37th floor. Although the serum is in short supply, I can guarantee there will be a portion reserved for you. Suddenly, the door burst open with a violent kick, revealing Jiang Huaqiang standing coldly at the threshold. Wang Hui, I do not like this fellow. Do not bring him into our quarters again. Tian turned, and as their eyes met, sparks ignited in the air. Glancing downward, Tian noted Jiang Huaqiang donned a pair of disposable latex gloves from the lab, stained dark with blood, as if he had just returned from handling a corpse. Perhaps, Tian, you should rest a few more days. We can discuss this matter later. Wang Hui interjected with an awkward smile, attempting to mediate as he positioned himself between Tian and Jiang Huaqiang. At that moment, a commotion erupted in the hall. The sound of fierce shouting indicating that several exploration team members were embroiled in a scuffle. A group of young male colleagues struggled to restrain one man, who, as if driven by madness, screamed frantically, resisting their attempts to capture him. Tian narrowed his eyes. Recalling that the exploration team had been dispatched less than 20 minutes ago, why had they returned so swiftly? I'm not going. Whoever wants to go can go. I refuse to participate. Wang Yang exclaimed. Calm down. This is your job, someone urged. Don't talk to me about work. If you want to die, go ahead. I just saw Liao Fan. He was waving at me for help down below, and then he was snatched away by a monster right in front of my eyes. You are speaking nonsense. Liao Fan has already perished in an accident 3 days ago. All of this is merely an illusion. It is not an illusion. I truly witnessed it. Liao Fan spoke to me just before he was taken away. You must believe me. Jiang Huaqiang, having removed his gloves, strode forward and delivered a powerful blow to Wang Yang's abdomen, lifting him effortlessly into the air with one hand. The dull thud of the punch plunged the entire hall into an immediate silence. This is the rule we have established. Everyone here must contribute. Women handle logistics, while men are responsible for combat. If you do not wish to work, what right do you have to remain here and consume our resources? The previously deranged man, upon seeing Jiang Huaqiang, instantly wilted, his pupils constricting in terror. I do not want to go down there. There are indeed monsters that specifically capture people. What do you mean by monsters? Describe them. Tianling interjected, a spark of inspiration igniting within him. Wang Yang swallowed hard. The monster? I only caught a fleeting glimpse of its vague silhouette. It had enormous spikes that resembled blooming flowers, moving with incredible speed and capable of climbing walls. What utter nonsense. Blooming flowers? Climbing walls? Surely you are not suggesting this is from a science fiction film. Wang Hui chuckled derisively, interrupting him with a wave of his hand. I think you have watched too many horror films, causing your mind to conjure illusions. How about I join you all in descending today? Tian's lips curled into a slight smile, his peripheral vision honing in on a particular individual. Upon hearing Tian's words, the 4 members of the exploration team could hardly contain their excitement. Tian, you did not rest well last night, so it would be best not to trouble you. Wang Hui patted Tian's shoulder with a sheepish grin. Huaqiang, I must trouble you to take on this task. We cannot have Tian, who has just arrived and not yet rested, working. Who does not endure such hardships? Why does he receive preferential treatment? Jiang Huaqiang spat contemptuously, but he said nothing further and departed with the others. Tian's gaze remained fixed on Wang Hui, and at the moment he proposed to join the descent, a flicker of unease passed through the depths of Wang Hui's eyes. He could name the victim and provide a detailed description of the monster's form, his thoughts coherent. You dare tell me this is an illusion? Wang Hui, what exactly are you concealing down there? Chapter 55. The true Chiu Weiwei if there is nothing else. I shall take my leave. Tian nodded politely, making his way toward a pristine room designated for the general manager. Tian, that room is mine. The general manager exclaimed, hastily rising to his feet, forcing himself to speak. Oh, I apologize. It now belongs to me. You have 5 minutes to vacate your belongings. After 5 minutes, everything within will be considered my property. The general manager's face turned pale with fright, yet he wasted not a moment, racing into the room with a roommate to hastily collect his things. 3 hours later, the exploration team returned safely before sunset, all members exhaling a collective sigh of relief. The young man named Wang Yang also returned, bloodied yet evidently having vanquished numerous zombies. The earlier shadow of fear no longer etched upon his face. Meanwhile, on the other side, Wang Hui was engaged in jovial conversation with Lin Qingya, who was preparing a meal, seemingly inviting her to join him, only to be met with her polite refusal. After rejecting Wang Hui, he instinctively cast a gloomy glance toward Tian. However, upon noticing that Tian was also looking at him, he quickly replaced his expression with a light smile, nodded in acknowledgement, and returned to his room. In the stillness of the night, silence enveloped the space. Inside the room, Tian was engaged in an analysis of the information obtained over the past 2 days with Lin Qingya. I inquired about the matter mentioned by Wang Yang this morning. Liao Fan indeed went missing after an exploration, and no body was found at that time. In addition to his case, there had been 3 other incidents of missing exploration team members, with no bodies recovered. Tian nodded, the coldness in his eyes intensifying. He was convinced that something was amiss on the 35th floor, and it was directly linked to Wang Hui. Observing this, Lin Qingya shifted the topic. How about I try to obtain the access card from him tomorrow? Unexpectedly, Tian raised his hand and playfully tapped Lin Qingya on the head. You might as well confess first. What special relationship do you two have? Don't look at me like that. I'll spill everything. Lin Qingya blushed and raised her hands in surrender. He pursued me in high school, but it fizzled out after we entered college. He approached me today, urging me to leave you and join him, claiming he possesses a secret that would ensure survival in this apocalypse. I suspect his secret is the data for the virus protection agent in the laboratory. Once the military arrives, he can access the lab, and with the data in hand, he would become a hero throughout Huaxia. Is it really that simple? Tian shook his head, acknowledging that this was merely the surface answer. Why overthink it? It's time for bed. With a playful smile, Tian suddenly flipped over, pinning Lin Qingya beneath him. What are you doing? The soundproofing in this room is terrible. Before Lin Qingya could protest, Tian's warm lips sealed her stubborn mouth, and the two embraced in silence, the temperature rising rapidly. Just then, Tian abruptly released Lin Qingya. Shoo, someone is coming. No sooner had he spoken than a knock echoed from the door. Sister, are you asleep? It's me, Chu Weiwei. Oh, you're here. Lin Qingya shot a disgruntled glance at Tian, quickly inhaling deeply to compose herself before opening the door. Wrapped in a blanket, Chu Weiwei stood outside, her eyes slightly red. Sister, is it convenient for me to stay with you? Come in. Lin Qingya immediately smiled and ushered Chu Weiwei inside, casting a triumphant glare at Tian. Tian scratched his head, his face flushed with embarrassment. Now their evening plans were thwarted. To their surprise, once inside, Chu Weiwei began to weep, suddenly throwing herself into Lin Qingya's arms and sobbing uncontrollably. Sister, if you leave, please take me with you. I can't stay here for another day. What's wrong? Weiwei, please speak calmly. After a prolonged bout of tears, Chu Weiwei paused, her eyes battling internal turmoil, ultimately gritting her teeth and gradually revealing the situation to the two. At the onset of the apocalypse, this group of individuals congregated on the 36th floor. Initially, harmony prevailed among them. However, one fateful night, Jiang Huaqiang intruded upon Chu Weiwei's room and violated her. The following day, Chu Weiwei, filled with indignation, exposed Jiang Huaqiang's heinous act to the others, seeking justice from Wang Hui. Yet, the coldness in their gazes was palpable, and Wang Hui eventually revealed the necessity of Jiang Huaqiang's survival due to the reliance of the group on him for the protective agents and serum. Ultimately, Wang Hui could only offer Chu Weiwei certain privileges, assigning her responsibilities for logistical management as compensation, while turning a blind eye to the extra food and water she had reserved for herself. Such a situation was outrageous. Jiang Huaqiang was a scoundrel, and Wang Hui was no better, a pair of old rogues. Lin Qingya, having overheard part of the ordeal, was moved to tears. She consoled Chu Weiwei while casting inquiring glances at Tian, who shook his head in response. Lin Qingya's expression darkened, yet she showed no signs of dissent. After a lengthy period of comfort, Chu Weiwei finally fell asleep. In the dead of night, Lin Qingya rose to leave for the restroom, and scarcely had she stepped out when Tian sensed someone approaching. His expression turned icy as he confronted Chu Weiwei. If you have something to say, just say it. However, he soon realized something was amiss as the figure behind him suddenly embraced him, their skin smooth and soft, eliciting an involuntary reaction from him. Having failed to connect with Lin Qingya, Tian felt a surge of heat within him. Instinctively, he maneuvered to retreat, only to find Chu Weiwei standing before him in a state of undress, her expression one of disbelief. What do you mean by this, Chu Weiwei? He demanded. I mean no harm, Tian. I just want to survive. Chu Weiwei suddenly lifted her head, her crystalline eyes locking onto his. Tian, I wish to stay with you like Qingya, but I possess no skills, so this is all I can offer you. You Tian, bemused, replied with a cold laugh. Didn't you claim to despise the exchange of bodies? How does this differ from those other women? Tears began to flow uncontrollably from Chu Weiwei's eyes. She bit her lip, her nails digging into the pale skin of her thighs, leaving crimson marks. In an instant, she broke down in tears. I don't want this either, but I have no choice. I am just a woman. To live, I must make sacrifices. I cannot become like them. But if there is only one man, I can accept that. Tian, please take me. I do not care how many women you have. As long as I have a place in your heart, you will protect your women, one Tu, just as you protect Qingya. With that, she straightened her delicate form. While Chu Weiwei may not rival Lin Qingya in beauty, her physique was equally alluring, and in such close quarters, few could resist such a temptation. But Yu Tian was not among them. His gaze had turned utterly frigid. Enough, Chu Weiwei. Cease your theatrics. Tian, I fail to comprehend your words. Chu Weiwei's exquisite eyes widened inexplicably, and the tears cascading down her face seemed to freeze in an instant. Do not feign ignorance. You are well aware that, given their nature, they would never have opened the door last night. Yet, you were outside, bellowing so loudly, it was as if you were deliberately trying to reach me. If I were to perish, you would suffer no loss. However, should I miraculously survive, you would seize that opportunity to draw closer to me. You are no different from those other women. Your methods merely surpass theirs in cunning, seeking to secure a better bargain for yourself. Upon hearing this, the fragile demeanor in Chu Weiwei's eyes abruptly vanished. Under Yu Tian's frigid gaze, she composed herself, her earlier vulnerability replaced by determination as she declared, What of it? Everything Qingya can offer you, I can provide in abundance. I merely lack an opportunity. If you allow me to serve you, I assure you, I can surpass her. In that moment, Chu Weiwei bore no resemblance to her former lively and charming self, her narrowed gaze fixed upon Yu Tian, sparkling with an unwavering resolve. No one on the 36th floor is as uncomplicated as they seem. Yu Tian's eyes were now devoid of warmth, cold as a blade. I will grant you 2 minutes to vanish from my sight. Chu Weiwei, incredulous, retorted, Yu Tian, are you serious? I have spoken, disappear. Her lower lip was bitten to the point of losing all color as she resentfully donned her clothing, yet upon reaching the door, her steps faltered. You will regret this. Just then, a piercing scream echoed through the hall. What are you doing? Where are you taking her? No, she is dead. What have you done to her? Silence. Do you seek a beating? Ah, damn it, you wretched woman. Dare you harm me? In an instant, Yu Tian sprang from the ground, brandishing the bone dagger. He pushed past Chu Weiwei and dashed out. That voice belonged to Lin Qingya. Chu Weiwei collapsed to the floor, her face twisted with malice, watching Yu Tian disappear into the darkness. Others, alerted by the commotion, rushed toward the source of the disturbance. In the center of the hall stood 4 bodyguards, 2 of whom were hoisting a woman with wine-red hair, seemingly to relocate her elsewhere. She was scantily clad, her exposed skin marred with bruises and swelling, evidently having endured unspeakable torment. On her neck, distinct marks of strangulation were visible, unmistakably evidence of having been choked to death. Yet, even in such a state of suffering, an uncontrollable ecstasy lingered upon her face. Lin Qingya could not help but spit in disdain. Pervert. All who beheld the woman trembled with horror. When she had merrily rushed to serve young Master Li, she could hardly have imagined her fate would unfold in such a manner. Yu Tian, they have committed murder and intend to dispose of the body. Upon seeing Yu Tian, Lin Qingya immediately rushed forward, clutching the bone dagger, while a bodyguard ahead clutched his arm, blood seeping through his fingers. Are you unharmed? Yu Tian asked coldly. Lin Qingya shook her head and proudly raised the dagger in her hand, declaring, He tried to seize me, so I gave him a taste of his own medicine. Wretched harlot. The enraged bodyguard charged at Lin Qingya, ready to teach her a lesson. Get lost. Yu Tianho intervened, delivering a swift kick that struck the bodyguard squarely in the chest, sending him crashing into another bodyguard behind him, who remained incapacitated on the ground. At that moment, Wang Hui and Zhang Huaqiang finally arrived. Upon seeing Jiao Jiao's lifeless body, Wang Hui was on the verge of madness. The Li group must provide me with an explanation today, or we shall not let this matter rest. With an army backing him, Li Xiaogong's position had long surpassed that of everyone on the 36th floor. Typically, they sought to ingratiate themselves with him. However, this incident was akin to a bucket of cold water awakening them all. Could a man who so callously disregarded life truly depart unscathed? Li Xiaogong, come out. Under Wang Hui's lead, everyone gathered at the door of Li Xiaogong's room. Wang Hui pounded on the door, his voice rising to a hysterical pitch. What is all this ruckus? Li Xiaogong sauntered out, bare-chested, with a complexion that spoke of a life of luxury, clearly untouched by the hardships of the apocalypse. Behind him stood 4 bodyguards, each exuding a menacing aura. Li Xiaogong's cold gaze fell upon the auburn-haired beauty, sweeping across the lifeless face on the ground, utterly devoid of remorse. So what if she is dead? What is the big deal? There are plenty of women here. We can simply find another to play with. His icy words sent shivers through the other girls who had previously accompanied him, causing them to step back in fear, while flames of rage ignited in Wang Hui's eyes. Are you even speaking like a human? This is a life. Others chimed in, voicing their discontent. Li Xiaogong forcefully shoved Wang Hui aside, pointing at those who had just spoken. What are you shouting about? Do you want to go against me? At his words, the anger that had briefly flared within the crowd was extinguished in an instant. They all depended on the military support that Li Xiaogong commanded. It was foolish to risk everything for a dead woman. Wang Hui gritted his teeth but fell silent, and the surrounding individuals lost their fervor. Seeing this, Li Xiaogong grew increasingly arrogant, swaggering over to Jiao Jiao's body, crouching down with a sinister grin. Find a window and toss her out. Yet before he could finish, Jiao Jiao's lifeless form suddenly opened her eyes, her ashen pupils locking onto Li Xiaogong's. With a terrified scream, Li Xiaogong fell to the ground, panic-stricken, zombie. Suddenly transformed into a zombie, Jiao Jiao lunged at him. Li Xiaogong, in a frenzy, kicked her away, and chaos erupted as everyone scrambled to escape. The fallen Jiao Jiao's nose twitched, and, drawn by the scent of blood, she zeroed in on the bodyguard whose arm Lin Xingya had wounded, pouncing on him with frenzied desperation. You seek death. The bodyguard remained undeterred, seizing a nearby stool and hurling it toward Jiao Jiao. However, she suddenly became a blur, and by the time the bodyguard reacted, the stool had missed its target, and he found himself pinned to the ground by Jiao Jiao. Her crimson fangs glistened menacingly before him, as blood gushed from her mouth. Help! Help! Ah! The bodyguard, gripped by terror, attempted to push Jiao Jiao away. But fortune was not on his side. She clutched his waist with a vice-like grip and sank her teeth into his arm, the splattering blood bringing an overwhelming sense of satisfaction to her face as she ripped away a large chunk of flesh. Speed enhanced. Tian immediately pulled Lin Xingya aside and snatched a meat cleaver from a terrified individual nearby. Just then, Jiang Hua stepped forward, delivering a powerful kick to Jiao Jiao's waist, eliciting a sickening crack as her bones misaligned, sending her sprawling. On the ground, Jiao Jiao began to crawl grotesquely, baring her teeth at everyone around her, still gnawing on the piece of flesh she had torn from the bodyguard's arm. Everyone join in. Hold her down, Jiang Hua bellowed. But the surrounding individuals lacked the courage, scattering in panic. Even the exploration team members were hiding behind tables and chairs, fighting their own battles. Despite her dislocated bones, Jiao Jiao crawled with fervor, her speed enhancement allowing her to close the distance to the injured bodyguard in an instant. Save me. The bodyguard scrambled away, but Jiao Jiao leaped, seizing his ankle. Just as she was about to bite down, an exploration team member finally mustered the courage to leap forward, grabbing her calf and pulling her backward. Roar! Angered at the fleeing prey, Jiao Jiao let out a furious howl, but her lower body was immobilized, her claws clawing aimlessly at the ground, unable to find purchase on the hard marble tiles. Come on, everyone! The team member's actions ignited a spark of bravery in others, and they surged forward, pinning Jiao Jiao down. Jiang Hua took advantage of the moment, delivering a swift kick to her head, resulting in a sickening crack as her neck bent at a 90-degree angle, finally rendering her motionless. The frightened crowd slowly emerged from their hiding places, and within less than half a minute, the hall was drenched in blood. Li Xiaogong was completely paralyzed by fear. Recalling how he had just been flaunting his bravado in front of the zombie, an unbearable wave of nausea surged within him. Ugh! Li Xiaogong knelt and began to retch, expelling yellow and green bile onto the floor, unable to stop himself. Quick, save me. I need a serum injection. The bodyguard, clutching his torn and bloodied elbow, lay on the ground, crying out in terror. Help him up and take him with me. Jianghua, you handle the body. Everyone else, wait for my return. No one is to leave. The bodyguard assisted the injured bodyguard and Wang Hui into the inner room. However, no one was attending to Li Xiaogang, and only one bodyguard remained to pour him a glass of water, which he promptly knocked over with a slap. Get lost, all of you. Zhang Huaqiang commanded the exploration team to drag away Jiao Jiao's corpse, while Tian fell into deep contemplation as he watched her lifeless body being taken away. Yet another zombie with an elusive infection source. This was even more perplexing than the fat man from last night. At least the fat man had just returned from outside. Jiao Jiao, on the other hand, had secured ample sustenance through her own means, never needing to venture out in recent days. From where could she have contracted the infection? Suddenly breaking the silence, Tian addressed the gathered crowd. Where is that woman's corpse? I wish to conduct an autopsy. But Zhang Huaqiang sneered. The body has already been disposed of through the window. What? So soon? Of course. In this sweltering heat. Would you have it rotting in the room? The thought of such a repulsive scene made several people shudder involuntarily. 20 minutes later, Wang Hui returned, his expression grim. Everyone witnessed it. Jiao Jiao suddenly transformed into a zombie, catching us all off guard. The most pressing matter now is to identify the source of infection. Whoever has been in closest contact with Jiao Jiao in the past day should step forward and share if they noticed any peculiar behavior or consumed anything unusual. No one spoke, but all eyes turned towards Li Xiaogang and his few bodyguards. Chapter 57. Access card. What are you staring at? I haven't done anything to him. Don't look at me. Li Xiaogang bellowed hysterically, his complexion growing increasingly ashen. He understood that the suspicions were justified for the past several hours. Jiao Jiao had been with him, and he hadn't allowed her a moment of respite, even during meal times. Li Xiaogang, I must inspect your room. Wang Hui's voice caused Li Xiaogang's face to change dramatically as he stammered. I don't believe that is necessary. Yet, this time, the group's stance was unyielding. Even his connections could not sway them. After all, this matter involved the potential for inexplicable infection among them all, and if it were true, even the arrival of the military would be too late to save them. Wang Hui, Zhang Huaqiang, and several senior executives entered the room, with Tian seizing the opportunity to slip inside as well. Li Xiaogang was truly terrified, fearing that the raindrops outside might carry the zombie virus. He hadn't dared to open a single window crack in days. The air was thick with a noxious blend of smoke and alcohol, more sordid than a KTV booth after a night of debauchery. Kicking aside the numerous bottles strewn across the floor, they searched the entire suite but found nothing of significance. However, Tian noticed something amiss with Li Xiaogang, who sat nervously in the corner of the sofa. Why are your legs shaking? Tian's furious shout drew everyone's attention. I'm not. By the way, who are you? Who let you in? Get him out of here. Just as Li Xiaogang was about to call for his bodyguards, Tian leaped over the coffee table, forcefully bringing Li Xiaogang down to the ground, and retrieved a paper box from the crevice of the sofa behind him. Inside were neatly arranged ampoules, the clear liquid swaying within, labeled 8613. 8613. A drug. Every gaze directed at Li Xiaogang underwent a transformation. It was no wonder they were never allowed entry. It turned out that Li Xiaogang was, in fact, a drug addict. However, Tian's concern lay not with this revelation. He sneered. Have you also injected Jiao Jiao with this substance? Initially, Li Xiaogang seemed taken aback, but soon his expression morphed dramatically. He collapsed onto the ground, beads of sweat pouring from his forehead, and an alarming dampness rapidly spread between his legs. Both he and Jiao Jiao had been injected today, using the same needle. Regardless of how Jiao Jiao contracted the infection, since the zombie virus resided within her, Li Xiaogang could not escape the impending doom of infection. No, I refuse to become that lifeless creature. Wang Hui, hurry, give me the serum. Li Xiaogang seized Wang Hui by the collar, his veins throbbing in desperation as he screamed. Yet, Wang Hui's complexion turned grave. There is only one vial of serum left, and it has already been administered to your bodyguard. Li Xiaogang, stricken with fear, sank helplessly onto the sofa, then instantly erupted into a frenzy, lashing out at the bodyguard who had received the serum. You've doomed me. You should die for this. By what right do you take my serum? Spit it out now. This news quickly spread beyond, rendering the entire floor pale with dread. Was it true that Li Xiaogang was likely to transform into a zombie? Did this not spell doom for them all, shattering any hopes of the military's intervention? At that moment, Tian suddenly raised his hand. I have a proposal. We have a few hours before the virus spreads further. If we act swiftly, we can retrieve the frozen serum from the laboratory in time to save Li Xiaogang. I am willing to undertake this mission. As soon as Tian finished speaking, Wang Hui's gaze turned fierce, his previously amiable demeanor now laced with menace. No, was Wang Hui's immediate and decisive response. Yet this time, he could not simply refuse. Why not? Wang Hui, do you wish to see me perish? Let us go to the laboratory immediately. There must be more stock available. Li Xiaogang's eyes, filled with a mix of despair and hope, bore a near-maddening intensity as he fixated on Wang Hui. With a sudden crash, Li Xiaogang shattered a bottle against the coffee table, the sharp shards trembling dangerously close to Wang Hui's neck. Wang Hui, I warn you, if I die, no one will survive. Behind him, both executives and ordinary individuals rallied in support. Director Wang, please relent. At this juncture, holding on to your possessions is futile, otherwise, we all face death. Jiang Huaqiang, you too, persuade Director Wang. Wang Hui glared daggers at Tian, his fists trembling with rage. Tian's words had left him with no choice. Fine, but Tian cannot go. Let Jiang Huaqiang organize the team. No, Tian's combat prowess is evident. He is the fastest option to return. Wang Hui, cease your incessant provocation of my limits. Casting a glance around, it was evident that everyone had aligned themselves with Li Xiaogang this time. The expressions on Wang Hui's face fluctuated between dark and light. His gaze towards Tian seething with a ferocity akin to that of a famished wolf. Very well, I shall hand over the access card to Jiang Huaqiang. You are to organize a team of 8, and Tian will accompany you down. Upon witnessing Wang Hui extract a card from his inner garments and present it to Jiang Huaqiang, Tian's smile was unrestrained. After concealing it for so long, he had finally relinquished the access card. Jiang Huaqiang swiftly assembled a team of 8, comprised entirely of his trusted subordinates who had faced life and death alongside him in recent days, with Tian being the sole outsider. However, those chosen to descend bore expressions as dark as thunderclouds, reluctantly nodding only after Li Xiaogang assured them he would lead them out. Before their departure, Wang Hui approached Tian. Tian, I warn you, what lies within his mind, you would do well to behave. It may be hard to believe, but I have no interest in the rubbish you possess. With the mask of civility torn away, Tian saw no need to feign camaraderie any longer. He shouldered the bundle Lin Qingya had prepared for him and selected 2 long, sharp knives from the kitchen, readying himself for the venture. To his surprise, Wang Hui did not escort them through the dedicated maintenance passage. Instead, he led them to a security door. This was originally a storage room for the warehouse, but having remained vacant for an extended period, it had transformed into a repository for the laboratory's everyday supplies. From here, a staircase descended to the 35th floor, providing direct access to the laboratory's periphery. However, this place diverged from the usual paths they had scoured. The lower levels might be teeming with zombies, so exercise caution. Lin Qingya whispered from behind Tian, a flicker of concern crossing her eyes. Be careful upstairs. Do not allow anyone to lock the door behind you. I have concealed your bone knife beneath your blanket. Lin Qingya nodded silently. Rest assured, I am now a first-tier evolved being. Tian smiled faintly, his warm lips brushing against Lin Qingya's before parting. I must take my leave. Lin Qingya watched him depart, unaware that behind her, Wang Hui's expression had darkened to an extreme, though a twisted, sinister smile began to emerge at the corners of his mouth. Chapter 58. The laboratory unveiled, the security door swung open, and the 9 individuals entered in succession, with Tian trailing at the end. Distinctly hearing the door close and lock behind them, they proceeded deeper, traversing a room brimming with laboratory supplies, as they cautiously descended the staircase step by step, leading into a spacious corridor. After several days of exploration, the zombies that had once infested the 35th floor corridor had been largely eradicated, with only a few lingering in the offices, persistently clawing at the doors in a futile attempt to escape. Arriving at the laboratory entrance, they faced a massive, heavily fortified iron door, the contents of which remained a mystery to all. Zhang Ao, Li Hang, you two take the lead, the rest follow closely behind. Regardless of what emerges, maintain your formation, Jiang Huaqiang commanded, and the team adjusted their stance accordingly. Zhang Ao, and Li Hang stood resolutely at the forefront, their hands firmly gripping two shields fashioned from dismantled office compressed boards. Behind them were 5 comrades, 3 wielding sharpened iron pipes as makeshift spears, while the other 2 brandished kitchen boning knives. Each member's forehead glistened with beads of cold sweat. Jiang Huaqiang produced an access card to unlock the door, inputting a secondary password. The heavy iron door emitted a sharp click, slowly creaking open. As a narrow gap appeared, Tian's pupils constricted instantly. He heard the chaotic sound of footsteps within, accompanied by a chorus of feeble yet bloodthirsty growls. They were coming. Prepare for the onslaught. Tian bellowed, and in that moment, the door was violently thrust open, revealing a horde of snarling zombies, their grotesque faces contorted in a cacophony of madness, charging towards the group. The majority of these abominations were once researchers clad in white lab coats, now transformed into nightmarish entities beyond their wildest imaginings. The long-standing collaboration among Jiang Huaqiang's team allowed them to respond swiftly. Zhang Ao and Li Hang immediately bent their backs, reinforcing the shield with their bodies, while the 2 with knives pressed their shoulders against their waists and backs. The foremost zombie barreled through the lab's door, lunging at the erected shield with the force of boulders tumbling from a cliff. Thud, thud, thud. The relentless impact pushed their formation backward, threatening to scatter the entire line at any moment. Attack! Jiang Huaqiang commanded, and the 3 holding spears lunged at the fallen zombies with fervor. However, paralyzed by fear at the sight before them, their fingers trembled, and amidst the chaos, only Jiang Huaqiang's pipe pierced a zombie's nasal bone, while the others merely struck its shoulders and chest. The zombies that collided with the shield crumpled to the ground, but the encroaching horde maneuvered around, flanking the group from the sides. Fear dulled their reflexes, causing them to draw their weapons with hesitation. Yet, Jiang Huaqiang swiftly discarded his iron pipe, brandishing his knife and delivering a powerful kick that sent one zombie sprawling. Damn it, don't just stand there in a daze. Just as he finished speaking, a head surged from behind the shield, its gaping maw lunging toward Li Hang's right shoulder. In that instant, a flash of silver erupted from behind him, a blade slicing through the zombie's throat, causing its head to roll away. The headless body collapsed against Li Hang's shield, splattering blood, compelling him to hastily shut his eyes and mouth as he retreated. In the final moment before closing his eyes, he glimpsed a figure, dual blades in hand, vaulting towards the right. Tian charged into the throng of zombies on the right side of the shield, his twin blades swirling around him like whirling razor blades, transforming into 2 streaks of silver. Every zombie that approached was mercilessly felled. Each of Tian's strikes was precise, and within a single charge, 3 zombies lost their heads, while 2 others suffered devastating injuries to their Achilles tendons, collapsing to the ground in a futile attempt to rise. He then plunged his blades into the ground, targeting the zombies that shrieked at him. A sharp, resounding puncture echoed through the air. The blade precisely penetrated the eye socket, and as it was withdrawn, it brought forth a torrent of blood along with a decayed eyeball. The others behind were witnessing Tian slay a zombie for the first time, leaving them utterly astonished. What are you standing there for? Kill! Jiang Huaqiang's voice thundered in the ears of the other 7, prompting them to raise their knives and strike at the nearest zombies. However, their aim was vastly inferior to Tian's. It was likely that not even 3 strikes would find their mark. Yet, through their combined efforts, they managed to slay all the zombies that had been lurking behind the door, totaling roughly 17. Ding! Slain a first-tier zombie. 9. Acquired demon hunting points. 9. Current total, 326. Tian deftly used the blade to extract several first-tier nightmare crystals from the corpses, swiftly storing them in his survival space. Just as Jiang Huaqiang was finishing off the remaining 8 zombies, everyone noticed Tian's steady demeanor as he regarded them, his gaze laden with complexity. Zhang Ao, Li Hang, why are you dawdling? Move forward. Jiang Huaqiang appeared displeased with his subordinates being intimidated by Tian, his eyes filled with ire. Tian, since you are so capable, the right side is yours. Fine, just ensure that nothing goes awry on your left. Tian replied nonchalantly, inciting a flush of rage on Jiang Huaqiang's face. Meanwhile, Li Hang, who was closer to Tian, leaned in with a sheepish grin. Brother Tian, you're amazing. If we encounter anything we can't handle, please lend a hand. Tian merely smiled in response. In the distance, roars continued to echo. Zhang Ao and Li Hang, seasoned in their experience, cautiously advanced, intermittently striking their weapons against the walls. This tactic had previously drawn zombies from the corridors, allowing them to be slain in overwhelming numbers. They had been clearing the zombies on the 36th and 35th floors using this method, but when Zhang Ao struck a door on the left side, a furious roar erupted from within the laboratory. With a resounding crash, the laboratory door was forcefully flung open, and Zhang Ao was struck directly, sent hurtling like a cannonball against the opposite wall of the corridor. Dazed, he looked up to see a gaping maw rushing toward him. Help! The monstrous figure bit down on Zhang Ao's head, lifting his body into the air. The horrifying sound of crunching echoed repeatedly, and with a sudden snap of its massive jaws, Zhang Ao's head shattered like a watermelon within that gaping mouth. Blood splattered onto Li Hang's feet, startling him so much that he nearly dropped his spear. A mutated zombie. The creature's limbs had transformed into deadly claws, yet it retained a humanoid form. Its head had been entirely replaced by a colossal mouth, with eyes and nose vanished, while the skin on either side of its mouth had morphed into gill-like structures, quivering as if breathing in the air. As the monstrous being emerged, Tian immediately stifled his breath. The creature's form was evidently a manifestation of enhanced oral organs. Its visual capabilities diminished, yet its sensitivity to vibrations and sounds remarkably heightened. Indeed, the moment Tian suppressed his breathing, the giant-mouthed zombie diverted its attention towards a few distant screamers, seemingly unaware of Tian's proximity. Li Hang shield. Jiang Huaqiang bellowed. But the recent demise of Zhang Ao had left Li Hang paralyzed with fear. As he regained his senses, he caught sight of Tian holding his breath. Instinctively, Li Hang mirrored his action, remaining motionless. Chapter 59. The eerie Jiang Huaqiang. With a sudden roar, the colossal mouth of the zombie zeroed in on Jiang Huaqiang, a shadow shooting forth like a bullet through the wind. A tongue. Tian's pupils constricted sharply. Li Hang, you fool. In the midst of the piercing rush of air, Jiang Huaqiang hastily dove to the ground, but a fellow behind him was less fortunate. The serpent-like tongue, extending over 2 meters, ensnared the man's left leg. Ah! The man shrieked in agony, already being dragged swiftly towards the gaping maw of the giant-mouthed zombie. The surrounding individuals were paralyzed with terror, unable to move an inch. Gurgling sounds erupted from the creature as it emitted a croaking noise reminiscent of a frog, its gills pulsating with excitement at the prospect of savoring its imminent feast. Ah! No! Save me! The man clawed desperately at the ground, his hands flailing as he clutched the ankle of another individual beside him. Let go! The other shouted, gripping the railing along the corridor of the laboratory. His face drained of color from fear. A flash of malice flickered in his eyes as he raised his knife and savagely struck at the man's wrist. Release me. Don't drag me to my doom. Yet, focused solely on the act of severing, his right hand could not withstand the immense pulling force of the tongue. Before he could bring down the knife, his right hand slipped from the railing, and both men were pulled towards that monstrous mouth. With 2 agonizing screams, the first victim was devoured, his skull crushed like Zhang Ao's. The second man attempted to flee, but in an instant, the creature's jaws clamped down on his thigh. The monstrous mouth chewed violently, the sound of splintering bones echoing like a rapid-fire barrage within its cavernous maw. The second individual clawed desperately at the ground, frantically trying to escape, but the giant-mouthed zombie flung him into the air, and, with a horrific cry, his head collided with the ceiling, his brain splattering forth. Warm blood mixed with white matter splattered upon all present, jolting them from their paralysis of dread. Run! Run! We can't fight this. I refuse to die here. They had barely entered the laboratory when they encountered a second-tier zombie, resulting in 3 deaths. The previously low morale shattered completely. The 3 turned and sprinted towards the exit, driven by the primal instinct that only by being faster than the others could they evade becoming the next targets. The pounding footsteps reverberated, unmistakably marking the giant-mouthed zombie as a prime target. In an instant, the creature's head pivoted towards the fleeing trio, and with a ghastly shriek, it lunged at them. Jiang Huaqiang felt a shadow dart above him, then heard a blood-curdling scream from around the corner, akin to that of a slaughtered pig. Yet, his expression remained frigid as he suddenly rose and sprinted deeper into the laboratory. Tian, without uttering a word, swiftly followed suit, while Li Hang, shedding his shield, raced behind them in a frenzy. Jiang Huaqiang exhibited a remarkable familiarity with the surroundings, deftly navigating through 7 or 8 rooms, disregarding the zombies in his path as he skillfully wove through the throng. Each time it seemed a zombie would grasp him, he miraculously slipped away, always eluding capture by the narrowest of margins. Tian, trailing behind, instinctively furrowed his brow, sensing an inexplicable dissonance, but now was not the time for such thoughts. With a fully loaded Desert Eagle in hand, he awaited a singular opportunity to bring Jiang Huaqiang down. Jiang Huaqiang felt the icy intent behind him as he dashed forward. He toppled anything that could be overturned, the incessant troubles leaving Tian no room to ponder other matters. Yet, Tian's tactical evasion was not something Jiang could withstand, and the distance between them continued to diminish, darkening Jiang Huaqiang's expression further. Suddenly, a fierce glint ignited in his eyes. Die, he thought as he sprinted past a certain laboratory door, abruptly twisting it open. Instantly, 6 zombies surged out, their ashen eyes locking onto Tian. With a guttural roar, the zombies lunged towards him. Tian, having no time to squander on these creatures, accelerated suddenly, transitioning his stride into a tactical slide, swiftly gliding past the first zombie. Utilizing inertia, he sprang back up seamlessly into a running stance, vanishing around the corner before the zombies could react. The disoriented zombies stood frozen for 2 seconds. Then their gaze shifted to the last straggler, Li Hang. Under the frigid scrutiny of 6 pairs of eyes, Li Hang's steps faltered in despair, watching as the zombies bared their teeth and charged at him. No, don't come near me. In a panic, he collapsed to the ground, feeling a liquid dampen the space between his legs. Yet, in an instant, the fear in his eyes evaporated, replaced by a profound bewilderment and a mechanical indifference. As the 6 zombies lunged and sank their teeth into his flesh, he remained unfazed. Even as a considerable chunk of his shoulder was torn away, he felt nothing. Rising from the ground, he shoved aside the zombie gnawing at his arm and sprinted in another direction. The sign on the corridor wall read, "Experimental Quarantine Zone." The scent of blood, cascading down the corridor, drove the surrounding zombies into a frenzy as they surged towards the source of the aroma. Tian raced after Jiang Huaqiang, dashing towards the main laboratory. Upon entering, he beheld Jiang Huaqiang prying open a colossal freezer, set at a chilling -70 degrees. Jiang was extracting a massive metal drawer from within. "Jiang Huaqiang, you are courting death," Tian exclaimed, raising his firearm. Jiang hastily lifted the metal drawer as a gunshot rang out. The bullet struck the drawer with a resounding thud, ultimately halted by the frozen pathological materials inside. However, the force of the bullet caused the drawer to slip from Jiang's grasp. The contents, a white sample box and hardened biological specimens, tumbled forth. The box shattering upon impact with the ground, scattering dozens of pale blue vials that clearly contained Jiang Huaqiang's serum. Jiang collapsed onto the floor. Terror etched on his face as he watched Tian approach with his weapon drawn. "Where did you get that gun? Go ask the King of Hell." Without hesitation, Tian pulled the trigger. But in that instant, Jiang Huaqiang launched himself towards Tian with astonishing speed, colliding into his embrace. The bullet fired. Yet Jiang's head swerved with incredible agility, resulting in only a portion of his ear being severed. As both men fell to the ground, Jiang seized a half-box of serum and sprinted towards the laboratory door. Tian extended his hand to grasp Jiang, but only managed to snag his coat. Bang! Bang! Tian pulled the trigger again, yet Jiang evaded the attack with an uncanny swiftness, escaping through the laboratory door in a mere moment. "May you die here," Jiang taunted, laughter echoing in the air. Tian rose, retrieving a security card from the coat, and, after a careful inspection, tucked it into his pocket, his mind racing with thoughts of Jiang's inexplicable agility. In the moment he pulled the trigger, Jiang's form began to blur, evading at a speed that transcended human limitations. What on earth is happening? Could Wang Hui's so-called vaccine truly possess such pronounced enhancement effects? But now was not the time for contemplation. Tian cast aside such distractions and, stowing away his Desert Eagle, dashed towards the laboratory exit. Strangely, there was an eerie silence along the way. Wasn't I meant to die here? Where is everyone? Suddenly, a chill crept up Tian's spine, prompting him to leap forward in a roll. Thud! A deafening crash resonated behind him, as if a heavy object had plummeted to the ground. Tian swiftly pivoted, his eyes narrowing as he perceived a looming figure, drawing out a thin, dangerous arc of instinct. Chapter 60, Hand-to-Hand Combat, the second stage of the giant-mouthed zombie. Within the gaps of the giant zombie's sharp teeth lay strands of torn flesh, and Tian discerned 2 fabric scraps among them, belonging to 2 of the 3 who had fled. Cackling echoed ominously. The monstrous zombie's jaw began to emit a rhythmic sound, its enormous mouth fixated on Tian. Suddenly, Tian noticed his throat expanding violently. He leaped aside just in time. Wow! The massive maw opened abruptly, and a serpentine tongue shot forth, zipping past Tian's shoulder, even splattering a mysterious liquid onto his arm. Whether it was blood or saliva, he could not tell. With a swift roll on the ground, Tian summoned all the equipment from his survival space. Arm guards, leg protectors, a helmet, bone daggers, and that sharp, third-tier bone knife. He hesitated to use the Desert Eagle. Firing at such close range would be tantamount to courting death. The moment the bone knife appeared, the giant-mouthed zombie emitted an unprecedented shriek, seemingly recognizing the aura of the weapon, causing it to instinctively recoil. After all, it was a high-tier zombie, and before it stood merely a third-tier undead entity. However, this momentary astonishment was swiftly followed by a renewed assault from the giant-mouthed zombie. Yet, this was precisely the effect Tian desired. Even a brief pause could prove fatal. With a powerful stomp, the hard floor shattered, and Tian transformed into a blurred shadow, swiftly closing the distance to the giant-mouthed zombie. In an instant, the sharp bone knife executed a furious slash. There was no need for additional sharpness. The third-tier bone knife, enhanced by the acidic saliva of the zombie, effortlessly tore through the giant-mouthed zombie's abdomen, spilling countless chunks of flesh onto the ground, among which Tian spotted a complete forearm. However, his brow furrowed in concern. The head of the giant-mouthed zombie was fused with its body. He had aimed for the brain, assuming it resembled that of a typical second-tier zombie, which would have neatly bisected the creature's cerebral mass. Yet, the brain of this giant-mouthed zombie had inexplicably shifted due to mutation, now residing within a fleshy growth on its back, thereby evading Tian's lethal strike. Cackling incessantly, the giant-mouthed zombie frantically clawed at its abdomen, attempting to retrieve the spilling innards. However, having consumed too much, its insides continued to drop, with intestines spilling out in grotesque loops, writhing chaotically on the ground. Crack! The Desert Eagle reappeared in Tian's hand. Bang! 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 He repeatedly pulled the trigger, closing in as the bullets detonated within the giant-mouthed zombie, shredding its insides into disarray. Roar! Infuriated beyond measure, the giant-mouthed zombie lunged at Tian, dragging its disemboweled entrails behind it, creating a gruesome spectacle. Crack! As Tian swiftly retreated, he switched magazines and continued firing. The first-tier nightmare ammunition exploded upon impact, creating gaping holes in the giant-mouthed zombie. Yet it remained undeterred by its profound injuries. A colossal zombie, with a gaping maw, lunged towards Tian like a shark leaping from the water's surface. In a split second, Tian executed a sharp retreat, falling backward as the monstrous creature soared over him. As its massive form streaked above, he raised his hand, ready to aim and pull the trigger. However, before he could act, a grotesque mass collided with him, revealing itself to be the zombie's viscera trailing behind it. The searing, soft texture and the overwhelming stench of blood caused Tian to feel an intense wave of nausea, nearly inducing him to vomit. While his Desert Eagle was sent flying from his grasp, cursed be the black blood that splattered across his face, he fought to suppress the urge to retch. Gripping his third-tier bone knife tightly, though his hands were slick with the foul liquid, rendering the handle nearly impossible to hold. The colossal zombie, having missed its target, swiftly altered its trajectory, now fully prone on the ground, its immense mouth aimed directly at Tian. The two were locked in a tense standoff. Yet this silence was fleeting as the zombie lunged at him once more. This time, I will take your life, Tian thought, swiftly tearing a strip of cloth from his waist to wrap around the knife's handle, his gaze fixed intently on the zombie's every movement, his eyes glinting with a lethal determination that surpassed even the sharpness of his weapon. Once again, the zombie leaped, its cavernous mouth wide open, poised to consume Tian's head. In that critical moment, a deadly light sparked in Tian's eyes. He remained utterly still, his shoulders lowered as he firmly gripped the nearly 1 meter long third-tier bone knife at a precise angle. Die, he declared inwardly as the gaping maw closed in on him. Just as the mouth was about to engulf him, Tian executed a swift roll to the side, simultaneously driving the sharp blade of the third-tier bone knife into the space between the zombie's upper and lower jaws. The creature collided with the blade as if it were a wall, its tremendous momentum severing its mouth and chest. However, the slick handle caused the knife to slip from Tian's grip, and the zombie, propelled by inertia, crashed against the wall ahead. Though it did not perish, its body was grotesquely split open, leaving it too incapacitated to rise. Tian, drenched in blood, stood up and plunged the third-tier bone knife forcefully into the fleshy growth on the zombie's back, the blade piercing through to its chest cavity. With a powerful twist of his wrist, he drove the knife deep, rendering the creature's brain into a pulpy mass. The once struggling behemoth finally lay still. Ding! Slain a second-tier zombie. 1. Earned demon hunting points. 10. Current total, 336, with a swift motion. He withdrew the third-tier bone knife and turned to see an A4 sheet of printed paper on the ground behind him. He stepped forward to retrieve it, intending to clean the blood from the blade. But just a few steps in, he suddenly heard a gurgling sound emanating from the zombie's mouth behind him. Lowering his head in alarm, a shadow darted past him, landing on the ground some distance away. The sound of a relentless thud echoed, accompanied by a hissing noise. It was none other than the enormous tongue he had described. At that moment, the tongue coiled like a python, its blunt end splitting open to reveal jagged barbs within, adorned with strands of dark, fleshy blood. At the opposite end lay a mass of mangled flesh, unmistakably severed from a mouth, indicating a violent struggle. Was this a grotesque fusion of two mutated beings? The tongue's sharpened teeth lunged towards Tian with the swiftness of a bullet, but he deftly sidestepped. And as the tongue's body unfurled in midair, his third-tier bone knife sliced through the air, cleaving 3 arcs of light. Ding! Killed a first-tier mutant. 1. Gained demon hunting points. 1. Current total, 337. The sound of 3 slashes merged into one, and as the tongue hit the ground, it lay in 3 fragmented sections, thrashing violently before finally falling still. Just then, a distinct click echoed from afar, the sound of the laboratory's electronic lock disengaging. Chapter 61. The third-tier acidic zombie king. Tian's expression darkened as he sprinted toward the laboratory's entrance. However, before he could reach the corridor leading to the laboratory, a thunderous noise reverberated in his ears. The door was closing. By the time he dashed into the corridor, the door had already locked, the glaring no-entry sign illuminating the ominous warning. Tian produced his access card and pressed it against the scanner. Beep, beep. The password had been entered incorrectly 3 times in succession, causing the laboratory door to automatically lock. The access card was rendered invalid. Please try again in 30 minutes. Damn it, I was careless. It must have been Zhang Huaqiang who deliberately entered the wrong password 3 times after leaving, resulting in the system locking the door. He intended to trap me inside, letting the zombies within devour me. If that is his plan, he has severely miscalculated. Ordinary zombies are of no threat to me. Tian reloaded his empty magazine and circled back to the second-tier giant-mouthed zombie to extract the second-tier nightmare crystal. Just as he straightened up, a peculiar tremor emanated from the depths of the laboratory, capturing his attention. Rustling sounds mingled with thuds echoed through the air, resembling something being dragged across the ground or the heavy thump of footsteps. Tian's brow furrowed deeper as he replaced his magazine and advanced toward the source of the noise. As he rounded the corner, his pupils dilated in shock. Before him lay a horde of zombies, at least 30 of them. Moreover, at the rear of the horde, Tian could distinctly sense an aura of dread akin to an abyss. This was a presence he had only previously encountered in one being, the third-tier strength-enhanced zombie. What was a third-tier zombie doing here? At this moment, even Tian could no longer maintain his composure. He raised his Desert Eagle, unleashing a torrent of bullets towards the advancing horde of zombies. He needed to clear enough space for maneuverability before the third-tier zombies emerged. Otherwise, facing the overwhelming horde would leave him without any chance of survival. Bang, bang, bang. The enhanced Desert Eagle wreaked havoc upon the first-tier zombies, transforming their mere puncture wounds into gaping cavities, the explosive force of the bullets severing their bodies with ease. There was no need for headshots. Merely striking above the chest rendered a zombie incapacitated. However, Tian had only 2 magazines, totaling 20 rounds. And even the most skilled marksman could not guarantee a perfect hit with every shot. After dispatching 18 zombies, his magazine ran dry, yet nearly 20 more surged towards him. To make matters worse, he could feel the proximity of the third-tier zombie growing ever closer. With a swift motion, Tian drew his third-tier bone knife and plunged into the crowd of zombies, slicing through the first-tier zombies with the ease of cutting through vegetables. Yet, at that moment, the third-tier zombie finally revealed itself. The instant it appeared, Tian's pupils constricted as if pricked by a needle, an unprecedented tension and disbelief mingling within him, transforming his gaze into something perilously fierce for the first time. The third-tier organ-enhanced, acid-spitting zombie queen. Roar, roar, roar. The frenzied third-tier acid zombie was, astonishingly, a female clad in a white lab coat, emitting a deafening roar directed at Tian from a distance. The production rate of acid within her body was sufficient to sustain her offensive capabilities. Her abdomen, the size of an ordinary human's, bore an exterior of calcified acid sacs, rendering her impervious to first-tier nightmare ammunition and bullets of caliber below 9 millimeters. Her agility matched that of a typical zombie. Fortunately, her leg bore the mark of a fire axe, lodged in her thigh, causing her to limp and severely hampering her speed. However, she was flanked by 7 or 8 similar semi-second-tier acid zombies, their eyes widening in terror upon spotting Tian, and they charged towards him. Here they came. The third-tier acid zombie queen, from a considerable distance, unleashed a stream of yellow-green acid aimed directly at Tian. The moment he saw her throat convulse, he reacted instinctively, his agility reaching its peak as he deftly extricated himself from the throng of zombies. Yet this time, the third-tier acid zombie did not spray a glob of acid, but rather a continuous, pressurized jet of acidic liquid. The droplets cascading from above fell with a density surpassing that of a torrential downpour, causing the hairs on the back of Tian's neck to stand on end, while his feet quickened in an almost impossible burst of speed. At the last possible moment, he escaped the range of the third-tier acid zombie queen's attack. Roar, roar. The acid that splattered upon the ordinary zombies in front of him elicited terrified screams, as all those contaminated began to corrode and dissolve at a visibly accelerated rate, their flesh melting away until only bones remained. The foremost zombie, shrouded in a hood, was the most tragic of all. Its flesh had been entirely eroded, leaving behind only a stark white skeleton sprawled on the ground. Should a human come into contact with even a trace of it, a substantial portion of their flesh would surely decay. The relentless sound of gunfire echoed as Tian continuously distanced himself, his right hand deftly loading first-tier nightmare ammunition into 2 empty magazines. The third-tier acid zombie emitted a series of anguished howls, limping towards Tian, while the second-tier acid zombies under its command responded with fervor, swiftly surrounding him with their agile movements. In an instant, as they entered the attack range, their shell-like mouths opened wide, launching clusters of acid blobs the size of infant fists in a parabolic arc towards Tian. The splattering of yellow-green acid upon the floor sent tiny droplets hissing onto Tian's boots and pant legs. With lithe agility, he evaded the attacks, his gaze gradually transforming into pure rationality, while a growing intent to kill simmered beneath the surface of his eyes. Once the nightmare virus enters a biological host, it possesses infinite possibilities for mutation. Each infection can spawn entirely different branches. Thus, it is virtually impossible for identical zombies to congregate within a confined area unless the acid zombie's established nightmare virus is artificially extracted and injected into healthy individuals, enabling the stable production of the same type of zombie. Coupled with the earlier appearance of the corpulent acid zombie, Tian had nearly concluded that Wang Hui's research into the viral protector aimed to extract the virus from this third-tier acid zombie. Jiang Huaqing and Wang Hui had injected the foolish fat zombie with the virus, then deliberately tossed it into their own room, intending to eliminate themselves on the spot. In Tian's mind, a rough outline began to form. It was likely that a female zombie had broken free during an experiment, and Jiang Huaqing had injured her thigh with an axe to cover their escape. To conceal the truth, Wang Hui locked the laboratory, turning everyone into mere sacrificial pawns for his experiment. This explained the multitude of zombies amassed at the entrance. They had once been living people who could have escaped. Wang Hui and Jiang Huaqing sought to bury both themselves and the truth within these walls. Chapter 62. Slaying the Acid Zombie King. Wang Hui, Jiang Huaqing. You all deserve death. Tian pressed the final bullet into the magazine, swiftly loading it, chambering around, raising his gun, and aiming in one fluid motion. Bang! The first bullet struck true, piercing the eye of the first second-tier acid zombie. With a resounding explosion, its head shattered, acid and blood splattering in all directions. Then came the second shot, the third, and the fourth. Roar. The female acid zombie king emitted a chilling wail, as if enraged by Tian's slaughter of her subjects. The remaining second-tier acid zombies responded with furious growls, launching acid blobs relentlessly at Tian. Yet, with every few shots he fired, he immediately withdrew, his precise control of distance ensuring that the expelled acid was flung behind him. Unbeknownst to him, the distance between the acidic zombie king and the semi-acidic zombie was rapidly widening under Tian's swift maneuvering. Despite exhausting all her strength to spray acidic liquid, the acidic zombie king could no longer pose a threat to him. The acidic zombie king's attack range extended approximately 35 meters, while the semi-second tier zombie could reach out to 20 meters. Tian murmured to himself, calculating the distance even as he sprinted. Suddenly, after taking a decisive step, he twisted his waist, turned around, and with a flourish, unleashed a searing blue flame from his desert eagle. One after another, the semi-second-tier acidic zombies were obliterated. The deaths of her subordinates infuriated the acidic zombie king beyond measure. She seized the fire axe embedded in her thigh. With a fierce tug, she wrenched it from her flesh, casting it aside with brute strength. Black blood gushed from her thigh, yet the continuous contraction of her muscles visibly slowed the flow, causing the wound to rapidly close and heal. Tian's mind raced, given the rapid regeneration rate of the mutated muscles of a third-tier zombie. They were likely hastily reconnecting the severed bones and flesh. The opportunity was now. As Tian raised his hand, the last magazine fell into his palm. The deep blue bullets fully loaded with second-tier, nightmarish ammunition. His movements were executed with unparalleled swiftness, but just as he squeezed the trigger, the acidic zombie king suddenly became indistinct. Bang! The bullet whizzed forth, merely clipping one of her ears, while the projectile struck the wall behind her, erupting with a thunderous roar. The shockwave, akin to that of a small grenade, shattered the surrounding tempered glass. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The acidic zombie king let out a triumphant roar, as if breaking free from shackles, charging towards Tian with astonishing speed, swiftly closing the gap between them. He had merely 3 shots worth of time. Tian calculated the acidic zombie king's sprinting velocity, remaining calm as he pulled the trigger. Bang! The first nightmarish bullet merely grazed her shoulder. Bang! The second shot was deftly evaded as she turned her head, triggering another violent explosion against the wall behind her. Yet, Tian hesitated to fire the third shot. At that moment, the acidic zombie king had finally breached the critical 35-meter attack range, abruptly halting mid-sprint. The muscles in her throat contracted violently, unleashing a torrential column of acidic liquid aimed directly at Tian. Now was the time. As the acidic spray erupted, Tian pulled the trigger, firing his final bullet. Without a moment to assess the outcome, he hurled himself into the right-side laboratory. The bullet screamed through the air, striking the gaping maw of the acidic zombie king. The immense force drove the bullet deep within, followed by a resounding explosion that echoed throughout the corridor. The mouth of the acidic zombie king disintegrated in the blast, leaving only half of her head pitifully dangling from her neck. The headless corpse, swaying for a moment, collapsed to the ground with a resounding thud, its neck oozing a pungent, acidic liquid. The yellow-green acid splattered across the entrance. Yet, Tian rose from the floor, his face betraying no hint of triumph, as he silently replaced his desert eagle with a third-tier bone knife and re-entered the corridor. The soles of his feet made a sizzling sound against the acid-soaked tiles, reminiscent of cold meat being placed into a searing pan. The third-tier zombies were not so easily vanquished. Their mutations had propelled their bodies beyond the realm of humanity. The brain was no longer their Achilles heel. Instead, their vulnerability lay in a core of flesh within, akin to a heart. The acid zombie king lay motionless on the ground. Yet Tian's icy gaze remained fixed upon it, his grip on the knife handle tightening gradually. Suddenly, as Tian took a step forward, the acid zombie king lunged up from the ground with a hissing roar, its mouth, already blown apart, emitting a cloud of fine acidic droplets that splattered across the corridor. However, with its mouth entirely ruined, it had become akin to a deflated sprayer, incapable of unleashing another devastating jet of corrosive liquid. In fact, those fine misty droplets were the last remnants of its power. The area of the acidic spray rapidly diminished, the final vestiges of pressure within it dissipating entirely. With a guttural growl, the acid zombie king charged at Tian, its exposed trachea producing a series of gurgling sounds, while its sharp claws glinted ominously, resembling daggers in the darkness. Yet, Tian stood his ground, his hands firmly grasping the knife handle, the blade angled behind him in a peculiar manner. As if gathering strength, the acid zombie king barreled towards Tian, but the loss of half its head had rendered its external sensory perception nearly non-existent, causing it to collide drunkenly with the walls of the corridor, leaving deep scratches from its claws. Suddenly, Tian's eyes sparkled with intensity. With a decisive slash, the sharp third-tier bone knife carved a crescent arc from below, just as the acid zombie king launched itself at him, unable to evade midair. The knife struck with an indescribable velocity, slicing into the zombie king's chest and breaching the first layer of its ribcage in an instant. However, the protection over its vital organs was not limited to a single layer. It boasted a formidable three-layer rib structure, far surpassing that of an ordinary second-tier zombie. After penetrating 2 layers, Tian's blade finally became lodged in the 3rd layer, unable to advance further. The acid zombie king, sensing Tian's presence, swiftly struck downwards with its sharp claws aimed at Tian's head. In an instant, Tian ducked, simultaneously using his right arm to collide forcefully against the lower edge of the claw, with his left hand grasping at emptiness. Tian's right hand was disrupted by a fierce blow from his arm guard, sending his original trajectory into disarray. The sharp claws scraped against the robust iron plating of the guard, igniting a shower of metallic sparks. Seizing the opportunity, Tian tightened his grip on the hilt of his blade, as spiritual particles rapidly coalesced into the edge amidst his furious roar. With a sharp strike, enhanced by the razor's edge, the 3rd-tier bone knife unleashed an extraordinary force, shattering the final layer of the acid liquid zombie king's bony defense. Cleaving through its chest at an angle, within the thoracic cavity, a vividly exposed fleshy core pulsated incessantly, eerily resembling a heart. Exhausted from his previous exertions, Tian twisted his waist and executed a swift upward thrust. The moment his blade pierced the core, it erupted like a water balloon, black ichor splattering across Tian's entire being. Thud, thud. The severed remains collapsed to the ground. Though inexpressible, Tian could sense the vitality of the corpse swiftly waning, marking the true demise of the 3rd-tier acid liquid zombie. Ding. Killed a 1st-tier zombie. 46. Killed a quasi-2nd-tier zombie. 7. Killed a 3rd-tier zombie. 1. Gained demon hunting points. 216. Current total demon hunting points. 506. Drawing a deep breath, Tian forcefully expelled the stale air from his chest. A 1st-tier evolved being dispatching a 3rd-tier mutated creature was virtually inconceivable in his past life. This extraordinary feat was entirely due to his possession of the razor's edge and the 3rd-tier bone knife, not to mention the 2nd-tier nightmare crystal ammunition. In the early days of the apocalypse, each of these was an unimaginable luxury in combat. The 3rd-tier zombie, strictly speaking, was not truly vanquished by him, but rather obliterated by his equipment that transcended the mutated timeline. Tian excavated the 3rd-tier nightmare crystal from the acid liquid zombie king and gathered all the nightmare crystals from the quasi-2nd-tier zombies. While he paid little attention to the others, he noticed a nameplate affixed to the chest of the 3rd-tier acid liquid zombie, experimental assistant, Lena. Just as he prepared to turn away, a spark of insight flashed in his mind, compelling his gaze to drift backward. There lay a small office, its glass door wide open, revealing its contents in plain sight. The nameplate above read, Wang Hui. For reasons unknown, Tian's spiritual particles began to extend towards that location, as if guiding him to explore further. Estimating that the security lockdown would last for another 15 minutes, he resolutely stepped into the office. The space was in disarray, documents and files strewn chaotically across the floor, accompanied by various erratic footprints, evidently left by wandering zombies. After rummaging through the cluttered desk without finding anything of significance, a sudden flash of insight occurred. Following the fluctuations of the spiritual particles, he turned his attention to a corner beside the desk. There, he discovered a research log, inscribed with the name, Wang Hui. Chapter 63. Experiment Log. Tian, while rinsing the blood from his body with bottled water, swiftly skimmed through the entries. June 13, 2078. 2025. The sampling of the mice in experiment number 3 has officially concluded. The process went smoothly, yielding 30 complete spleens, which are currently being ground in the machine in preparation for subsequent experiments. Note: Lena mentioned she needed to go upstairs to close the window by her desk, as it seemed it was about to rain. She estimated her absence would last 20 minutes, and thus, I requested a 20-minute delay for the experiment, now scheduled to commence at 2100 hours. June 13th, 2078, 2045. Lena returned, drenched from the rain and complaining of itchiness, expressing a desire to take a shower. Note: I wonder if the male colleagues who just finished their shifts will seize the opportunity to invite Lena for a late-night snack. I recall the young fellows in the adjacent lab often found her intriguing. June 13th, 2078, 2110. Lena transformed into a zombie, and several individuals she bit followed suit. Fortunately, Jiang Huaqiang led the security team to eliminate them swiftly, capturing Lena alive. The prospect of obtaining such a precious primary sample exhilarates me. June 13th, 2078. 2255. The rainwater samples have been collected. Testing revealed the source of infection to be the rainwater, with an unfathomable concentration of the virus. One colleague, lacking adequate protection, turned into a zombie, with a mutation time of 3 minutes and 49 seconds. The resolution: execution. Note: the viral concentration in the zombies infected by the rainwater remains alarmingly high. According to the recollections of on-site personnel, those bitten by Lena mutated in under 20 seconds. Behind the door lies a plethora of records documenting the failures in inactivation and vaccine trials. Tian flipped to the last page of the records. Upon reading the first line, his pupils constricted to their limits, and his complexion visibly paled. June 16th, 2078, 220. All the mice in the laboratory have been exhausted. We lack biological experimental materials, yet we remain unable to replicate the miracle seen in Jiang Huaqiang. I suspect this may stem from interspecies genetic discrepancies, necessitating discrete trials with a few colleagues. June 16th, 2078, 7 o'clock. The first attempt failed. June 16th, 2078, 9:15. The fifth attempt failed. June 17th, 2078, 12:35. The seventh individual also succumbed to immunity failure, transforming into a zombie. Consequently, all personnel involved in the immunity trials have failed. Interestingly, they appear to have undergone a new transformation, strikingly reminiscent of Lena's previous process. I shall retain them for further observation. No further entries exist thereafter. Perhaps Lena finally lost control, prompting Wang Hui and others to hastily evacuate the experimental zone. A chill enveloped Tian, an agonizing cold that intensified with each line he read, leaving him increasingly unsettled. Wang Hui, astonishingly, resorted to using living subjects for experiments after exhausting the mice. The echo of the intercom involuntarily resonated in Tian's mind. We have established a temporary safe zone on the 36th floor, replete with ample water and food, and all zombies have been eradicated. We now call upon all survivors to converge here. At this moment, every word resonates chillingly in Tian's spine. It is no wonder that the 36th floor broadcasts daily, yet has never witnessed the arrival of any survivors besides themselves. It is no surprise that Wang Yang spoke of monsters lurking below, claiming that members of the exploration team were continuously disappearing. Each missing individual is likely a result of Jiang Huaqiang conducting biological experiments on the 35th floor under Wang Hui's directives. In other words, everyone on the 36th floor is merely a lab rat in Wang Hui's eyes. This endeavor could not possibly be executed by Wang Hui and Jiang Huaqiang alone. There must be others involved. A vision of a debauched and arrogant scion, hollowed out by vice, flashed through Tian's mind. After closing his notebook, it took him several seconds to regain his composure. Wang Hui, Jiang Huaqiang, Li Shaogang, you all deserve to perish. At this moment, Jiang Huaqiang had returned to the 36th floor, breathless, as he handed a half-empty vial of serum to Wang Hui. Excellent. Hurry and inject me. Upon hearing the news, Li Shaogang rushed from his room to Wang Hui, and after the injection, he appeared to be rejuvenated, laughing maniacally in place. The previously busy crowd gathered in the hall upon hearing the news, and seeing only one person return, their expressions darkened, indicating a significant loss of combat strength for the 36th floor, not to mention the loss of equipment. What transpired down there? Where is Tian? Lin Qingya spoke coldly, while Chu Wei anxiously clutched her arm in the shadows. The opening of the laboratory door was relatively smooth, but once inside, we encountered a second-tier zombie, resulting in the immediate deaths of 3 individuals, after which everyone scattered to save themselves. I ran swiftly into the main laboratory to obtain the serum. The last time I saw you, Tian, he was ensnared by that second-tier zombie, and I fear his fate is grim. After Jiang Huaqiang finished speaking, he began to gasp for breath, and a rotund manager hurriedly brought a chair for him to sit on. A fleeting glimmer of indescribable joy flashed in Wang Hui's eyes, only to vanish in an instant. The already suffocating atmosphere became even more oppressive upon receiving this news. Yet surprisingly, Lin Xingya remained remarkably composed. Bring me the keys. I must go down. Lin Xingya's voice was frigid and brooked no argument. As she spoke, her previously delicate gaze transformed into one as cold as steel. Sister, what is wrong? Chu Wei stood in stunned silence, having never witnessed such a side of Lin Xingya. Wang Hui was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of intensity flashing across his eyes, swiftly replaced by genuine concern. Xingya, now is not the time for impulsive actions. We are equally invested in Tian's fate, but the mutated zombies are exceedingly challenging to deal with. Moreover, from what Huaqiang indicated, they are particularly unique mutated zombies. We must consider our strategy carefully to avoid further casualties. Are you suggesting that we should consider those below, whether alive or dead, as already deceased? Lin Xingya's furious inquiry intensified the cold glare in Wang Hui's eyes, which now revealed an unmasked chill. Lin Xingya, it would be prudent for you to heed our counsel and refrain from reckless actions. A wave of astonishment washed over Lin Xingya as she observed a sudden shift in the demeanor of everyone in the hall. Apart from Chu Weiwei, who remained steadfastly by her side, the others instinctively gravitated towards Wang Hui. Their gazes, filled with a complex mixture of emotions, fell upon the serum in Wang Hui's grasp. Yet within each pair of eyes lurked a serpent of greed, slithering with abandon. Chapter 64. No intention of allowing you to survive. Are you standing with Wang Hui? Your colleagues and friends are also among those below. Will you simply watch as they are devoured by zombies? They are the backbone of the 36th level's defenses. Without them, your rotund figures alone could not hold the line for long. Lin Xingya's final words managed to sway some of the onlookers, particularly the higher-ups whose eyes flickered with uncertainty. Ha ha ha, young lady, I advise you to follow our lead. Your boyfriend is dead, and in these times, death is a common fate. Li Xiaogang had fully regained his previous arrogance. The despondency from his infection now evaporated. His lascivious gaze began to roam over Lin Xingya without restraint, and he could not help but lick his lips. With a face and figure like yours, it would be a shame to waste it. Why not accompany me? If you serve me well, once my uncle arrives with his troops, I will ensure you leave with me. What do you say? Shameless. He went down there for you. How can you? Regardless, he is dead. Being chosen by me is a fortune you could only dream of. Do not be ungrateful. With a mere glance from Li Xiaogang, two bodyguards stepped forward menacingly towards Lin Xingya. In his mind, one injection of 8,613 would suffice to reduce any virtuous maiden to a submissive figure before him. Yet, a hand suddenly seized Li Xiaogang by the collar. Wang Hui glared fiercely. Li Xiaogang, I have made it clear that she is mine. At that moment, Jiang Huaqiang also positioned himself behind Wang Hui, his icy gaze locking onto the two bodyguards, who defiantly returned his stare, filling the air with palpable tension. The others exchanged glances, retreating into silence. None wished to wade into murky waters. Throughout this ordeal, no one had inquired about Lin Xingya's own opinion, as if she were merely a resource to be utilized at will, devoid of any autonomy in her choices. Sister, Chu Weiwei looked at Lin Xingya with a sorrowful expression. This is the plight of women in a post-apocalyptic world. Once their support is lost, they are swiftly divided, leaving no room for choice. Wang Hui's chilling gaze ultimately began to sway Li Xiaogang's resolve. She is merely a woman, not worth jeopardizing our relationship over. I need you to escape, and you need me to produce the virus antidote and profit. Mutual benefit is essential for survival in this era. Take the woman you desire. I shall not contest it, Li Xiaogang declared, his statement alleviating some of the chill in Wang Hui's gaze. He turned to Lin Xingya, and beneath the coldness in his eyes, a trace of past tenderness emerged. Xingya, you must be aware of my feelings for you. Tian is now deceased. Your best choice lies in following me. Humph, Tian would never die. Even if all of you perished, he would remain unharmed. Lin Xingya retorted, turning to return to her room, where the bone knife left by Tian awaited her. Her singular focus was to descend and search for him. Then do not blame me. Jiang Huaqiang, confine her to my quarters. Jiang Huaqing swiftly extended his hand to grasp Lin Qingya's right arm. However, at that moment, a bone-chilling cacophony erupted throughout the 36th floor. Bang! Bang! The relentless thuds resounded as if a horde of zombies were battering down the door. Accompanying the thumping was a disconcerting metallic tearing sound, reverberating through the vastness of the 36th floor, sending chills down spines. What is that sound? What creature is it? A sense of dread enveloped the crowd. Had a formidable zombie descended from above? I do not wish to perish, they cried. Quickly, investigate the various entry points. Ascertain the source of the disturbance. Panic-stricken faces turned ashen, chaos enveloping them. Yet Wang Hui maintained his composure, though his expression was far from serene. The rotund leaders finally realized the inadequacy of their numbers, lacking the 7 crucial defenders. Reluctantly, they too grasped weapons, but as they attempted to advance, trembling, they found themselves unable to move even a step forward. Useless. Jiang Huaqing was compelled to abandon Lin Qingya and seized a weapon from the ground, preparing to patrol. At that moment, a bodyguard's face turned pale. I believe the sound is emanating from the door where Brother Huaqing just ascended. Could a terrifying entity have followed Jiang Huaqing's trail? Instinctively, everyone surged towards that direction, 6 men clutching their weapons at the forefront. They were Jiang Huaqing's last loyal subordinates, the final hope for the 36th floor. However, when they reached the doorway, it had become utterly deformed, with countless inward dents marring its surface, as though a ferocious beast outside were relentlessly clawing at it. Even Li Shaogong's visage turned ashen. He immediately pulled a bodyguard in front of him, his pupils constricting in fear, yet trembling uncontrollably. As the crowd reached the entrance, an eerie stillness suddenly enveloped the exterior, as if the entity outside had sensed the commotion within or was gathering strength for a final assault. In that moment, everyone instinctively held their breath. Before their wide eyes, a pale blade suddenly plunged through the security door with a resounding thud, sending the lock flying and skidding across the tiled floor to rest at Wang Hui's feet. With a resounding crash, the battered door was flung open by overwhelming force, revealing Tian, fully armed and wielding a 3rd-tier bone knife, standing defiantly behind it. The blade, drenched in dark blood, paired with a pitch-black full-face helmet and metallic gleaming arm and leg guards, presented a figure bathed in carnage, reminiscent of a formidable deity of death. The moment Tian appeared, an overwhelming aura of violence surged forth like a tempest, sending chills through the crowd as they collectively shivered at the bone-chilling coldness. Ah! A woman let out a piercing scream of terror, while the men tasked with defense attempted to raise their weapons. Yet, under the ferocious pressure emanating from Tian, their arms felt as though burdened by 1,000 pounds, trembling hands incapable of lifting even a fraction of their load. Tian, Lin Qingya joyfully rushed forward, closely followed by Chu Weiwei. The onlookers were taken aback by the stark transformation in Tian, unable to believe that this formidable figure was indeed him. As Tian lifted the visor of his helmet to reveal eyes brimming with lethal intent, all present staggered back in fright. Impossible. How are you still alive? Jiang Huaqing's facial muscles contorted in a grotesque display of madness. Of course, I am alive. Tian's words barely left his lips when his left hand, concealed behind his back, suddenly produced a desert eagle, aiming it squarely at Jiang Huaqing. Bang! Ah! In an instant, Jiang Huaqing attempted to lunge sideways, but the bullet grazed his left shoulder, causing him to fall to the ground, clutching his shoulder in agony. Tian, how do you possess a gun? What are you planning? Jiang Huaqing cannot die. Stop! Don't kill us! The crowd surged towards Tian, desperate to save Jiang Huaqing, their sole hope against the virus. Even Li Shaogong frantically pushed his bodyguard forward in an attempt to intervene, but it was too late. Tian coldly pulled the trigger a second time, the 1st-tier nightmare ammunition striking Jiang Huaqing's heart, obliterating not only the heart, but also shattering his shoulder and arm. Blood gushed forth, splattering those nearby. Everyone stood in stunned silence. The spray of blood startled Lin Qingya, yet she surmised the unfolding events based on Tian's demeanor. In a fleeting moment, her gaze met Tian's, and with a resolute bite of her lip, she declared, I will gather our belongings. We must leave at once. Lin Qingya was intentionally avoiding confrontation, unwilling to allow certain individuals to manipulate her presence and influence Tian's judgment. A cold smirk tugged at Tian's lips as he directed his 3rd-tier bone knife towards Wang Hui, deeming it unnecessary to waste bullets on the remaining foes. Qingya, please let me explain. You cannot leave. If you do, I am doomed. Wang Hui, in a panic, reached out to grasp Lin Qingya. Understanding that Tian sought to distract her, and once she departed, all hell would break loose. However, Lin Qingya swiftly rebuffed him, delivering a sharp slap to his face. You are fully aware of your own actions. Sister, I am joining you and Tian Ge. Chu Weiwei followed suit, and together, they stuffed their remaining supplies into their backpacks, even raiding the storage for additional resources. Yet at this moment, none dared to confront them. A cold smirk crept upon Tian's lips as the icy edge of his third-tier bone dagger lay menacingly at his feet, inching closer to Wang Hui and the others. What do you intend to do? I warn you not to act recklessly. Wang Hui's eyes brimmed with uncontainable rage, his voice trembling in a desperate, hollow roar. Yet his body instinctively began to retreat in fear. Yulot, come here. Hurry up. Now that the serum is gone, if I perish, the virus protector will vanish with me. Wang Hui shouted frantically, pushing his remaining 6 armed colleagues closer. The onlookers understood Wang Hui's significance, and several gritted their teeth and moved forward. Tian, we are unaware of what transpired between you two below, but given that Jiang Huaqing is already dead, there is no conflict of interest between you and Wang Hui. We do not wish to oppose you, but Wang Hui simply cannot die. Indeed, if Wang Hui perishes, no one will possess the virus protector. Spare his life, and we will detain him. You can lead us on the 36th floor, and we shall all heed your command. The cowardly leaders and women clamored to plead for Wang Hui's life, believing that sufficient incentives would persuade Tian to abandon his quest for vengeance. Recalling how the last acid zombie incident was resolved similarly. However, upon hearing these words, a cold smile flickered on Tian's lips. You fools. Even now you continue to defend Wang Hui. Yet Wang Hui had no intention of allowing any of them to escape alive. Chapter 65. The zombies have arrived. The chill in Tian's words sent a shiver down Wang Hui's spine, and the facade of indifference he had forced upon himself was on the verge of crumbling. A chubby manager forced a nervous smile. What do you mean by that? Tian, you can see for yourselves. Tian, using his body as a shield, produced an object and tossed it to the ground. It was Wang Hui's experimental log. Don't look. The moment Wang Hui caught sight of the log, panic and madness surged across his face as he lunged towards it. This was precisely the reaction Tian desired. Seizing the opportunity, he delivered a powerful kick aimed at Wang Hui, certain that with one chance, Wang Hui's demise would be inevitable. Yet, at the critical moment, someone unexpectedly pulled Wang Hui back from the brink of death. Tian furrowed his brow, for the individual who intervened was none other than Wang Yang, who had previously been hysterically unwilling to descend. For reasons unknown, Tian felt as if Wang Yang had transformed into an entirely different person. The plump leader picked up the experimental log, and other oblivious survivors began to gather around. The more they examined it, the graver their expressions became, until they reached the final page, leaving every face pallid and ashen. None of those who had reached management were fools. It was no wonder Wang Hui kept such individuals around. Even those plump male leaders could remain unscathed, enjoying the barest essentials without facing the zombies. It appeared that they were all merely reserve lab rats. Li Shaogang is far from a commendable character, without his associates. This experiment could not possibly proceed. Everyone cast fierce glares at the two of them, the flesh on the rotund man's face quivering with indignation. Curiously, however, Wang Yang and the other members of the exploration team appeared unfazed, as if they had been privy to the situation all along, as they protected Wang Hui, creating distance from the others. What are you staring at? Wang Yang exclaimed, brandishing his machete and glaring at the group. If you weren't of such value, why should we risk our lives down below while you comfortably enjoy the safety we provide from above? And yet you dare to bark orders at us. Each member of the exploration team glared back at the corpulent leaders, as Li Shaogang approached Wang Hui under the protection of his bodyguards. The expressions of the surviving faction of the overweight leader transformed from initial anger to subsequent panic, ultimately morphing into relentless despair. We refuse to be mere guinea pigs. Wang Hui, if you arm us, we are willing to fight. We beg of you. We were wrong. We will never shout at you again. Yet, the exploration team led by Wang Yang could only respond with cold laughter. With your ineptitude, giving you any weapons would be a waste. You might as well accept your fate. Thus, you are nothing but fools. Suddenly, Tian lunged at Wang Hui. His third-tier bone knife transforming into a streak of white light aimed at Wang Hui's heart, leaving the exploration team momentarily stunned. Wang Hui's terrified eyes widened at the sight of Tian's pupils. Just as Tian was about to strike, a chilling glimmer surged between them. With a clang, a burst of flames erupted as Wang Yang intercepted the blow. Tian, Jiang Huaqiang is already dead. Wang Hui is not involved in this matter. Tian's face was one of astonishment. Wang Yang's ferocity exceeded his expectations, and the tremendous force transmitted through the third-tier bone knife made Tian's palms tingle. Without further ado, they clashed, their blades producing a shrill metallic sound with occasional sparks flying. However, the machete Wang Yang retrieved from the kitchen was no match for Tian's third-tier bone knife, and amidst the fierce sparks, Jiang Huaqiang's weapon quickly began to crumble. Tian suddenly stepped back to evade a slash, his elbow crashing into Wang Yang's chest with force. Wang Yang coughed up blood and was sent reeling several meters before collapsing, twitching on the ground without the strength to rise. Instantly, the faces of everyone turned pale. It appeared that Tian was truly relentless in his intent to kill Wang Hui. Did not come any closer. At this moment, Wang Hui could no longer maintain a facade of bravado, hurriedly retreating behind Li Shaogang. "Li, save me, please." Yet, upon witnessing the murderous intent in Tian's eyes, Li Shaogang was rendered speechless. As the crowd was driven back in a frenzy by Tian alone, even the bodyguards dared not approach him. "Tian, prepare yourself." Lin Xingya and Chu Weiwei rushed toward Tian from a distance. Observing this, Tian smirked coldly, raising his blade to behead Wang Hui and Li Shaogang. But at that moment, a voice rang out, "Stop! Tian, if you dare to touch Wang Hui, I will kill her." A fierce shout erupted as Chu Weiwei's left hand unexpectedly seized Lin Xingya's neck from behind, while her right hand gripped a sharp fruit knife, pressing it firmly against Lin Xingya's throat. "Chu Weiwei, what are you doing?" Lin Xingya clutched Chu Weiwei's arm desperately, only to realize that her strength was utterly ineffective against Chu Weiwei's formidable grip. When did she become so powerful? "Lin Xingya, do not move, do not move." Chu Weiwei's face contorted with rage, her twisted gaze fixated on Tian, eyes brimming with venomous hatred. This animosity bewildered both Lin Xingya and Tian. "Ha! Weiwei, you did well." Wang Hui, who had initially been terrified, scrambled to his feet, a manic grin plastered across his face as if he had narrowly escaped death. "Chu Weiwei, what do you mean?" Under Tian's icy stare, Chu Weiwei's madness escalated to a hysterical pitch. "What do you mean?" "Because I hate you. I despise you. I took the initiative to embrace you, yet you treated me like refuse, casting me aside. All I wanted was to become your woman, to be protected by you. Is that so difficult? Why can Lin Xingya do it, and not me?" Lin Xingya's eyes widened in shock. "Chu Weiwei, you shut up." "Lin Xingya, I see clearly. Tian, you disdain me. You look down on me for having been with that scoundrel Jiang Huaqiang, for being unclean. It's fine. Wang Hui has promised to protect me in your stead, so now I belong to Wang Hui. If you dare to touch Wang Hui, I will kill Lin Xingya. Now, drop your weapons. Tian, put down your arms, or do not blame me for using the knife on Lin Xingya." Wang Hui coldly pressed a fruit knife against Lin Xingya's face. Li Shaogang grinned menacingly, directing his bodyguards, "Go, seize his knife." The standoff grew tense, the air thick with an almost suffocating weight. Just then, a strange breathing sound echoed above them. "Hoo hoo hoo. Ha ha ha." Everyone froze momentarily, then felt a rumble overhead, as if an earthquake were unfolding. "What is happening?" The portly leader anxiously glanced around, startled by the heavy thud of a mass dropping behind him. Turning to look, they saw a zombie tumble from a nearby ventilation shaft, writhing on the ground. Upon meeting their gaze, its ashen eyes widened in terror. The zombie crawled towards the crowd with alarming agility, like a lizard in rapid motion, before unleashing a frenzied roar. Roar. This cry was akin to cold water splashing into hot oil, instantly igniting chaos in the room. Roar. Ah! The ceiling began to tremble violently, with panels crashing down, revealing the labyrinth of ventilation ducts behind. "Let go of me." In a moment of shock, Chu Weiwei found herself startled as Lin Xingya suddenly broke free from the choking grip on her throat. In a swift motion, Lin Xingya retaliated with a resounding slap, pushing Chu Weiwei into Wang Hui's arms, nearly causing both to topple over. "We must go," Tian urged. grasping Lin Qingya as they charged towards the already breached security door. Just then, a cacophony of metallic distortions echoed above, followed by a thunderous crash as the screws securing the overhead ventilation system gave way, sending the entire serpentine ductwork crashing down. "Be careful," Lin Qingya shouted, yanking Tian down just in time to narrowly evade the falling ducts, but their path ahead was completely obstructed. Chapter 66. Follow me, alas. Two individuals, unfortunate enough to be directly beneath the ventilation shaft, met a swift demise. One woman, trapped by the weight on her leg, attempted to extricate herself, but the welding joint of the duct suddenly exploded, unleashing countless claws, grotesque and bloodied, that ensnared her, binding her to the ventilation system. "Help, please," she managed to cry out, only to have sharp, decaying fingers cruelly puncture her throat, tearing away a substantial chunk of flesh, blood gushing forth. As the claw withdrew, the interior of the duct erupted in frenzied howls of rage. Then, the massive duct burst from within, creating gaping holes. A relentless tide of zombies surged forth from the openings, lunging at the nearest prey. The four closest individuals were swiftly overwhelmed, their blood splattering across the faces and bodies of those nearby. "Ah, help! Where did these zombies come from? I've been bitten." Screams and wails filled the 36th floor, as the fallen debris scattered the survivors like headless flies amidst the billowing dust. A few portly individuals charged blindly into the throng of zombies, only to be torn apart in an instant. Others, having barely reached a staircase, discovered that the exit was already blocked by their own panicked retreat, helplessly witnessing their own dismemberment. In a mere heartbeat, what was once perceived as a sanctuary on the 36th floor transformed into a hellish nightmare. Despair reigned supreme. Roars erupted as the zombies swarmed over the lifeless bodies, feasting with the greed of hyenas, blood and entrails flying in every direction. Yet, the carnage provided a fleeting moment of respite for those still struggling. "Hurry to the escape route," urged three balding department heads as they sprinted ahead, their rotund forms moving faster than anyone else in their desperate bid for survival. Behind them, the ashen faces of Wang Hui, Chu Weiwei, and Li Shaogang trailed. Each wore an expression of dread, for in the blink of an eye, the 36th floor had dwindled from over 30 survivors to a mere handful. "Should we follow them?" Lin Qingya donned the helmet handed to her by Tian, lacking the time to equip her arm and leg guards. Tian brandished his blade, dispatching two approaching zombies. "Follow them. Only they know which path remains unblocked." Ahead, the frantic trio hastily turned the lock on the door, fumbling to remove the iron chains that encircled the handle, their eyes wide with terror as they beheld the oncoming horde of zombies. They were oblivious to the door beginning to bulge ominously inward. "All right, it's open. Let us go." As the three of them disengaged the chains, the door suddenly burst inward with a tremendous crash. Countless zombies surged into the corridor like a tide, overwhelming the trio, their cries of despair drowned by the frenzied gnawing and the splattering of blood, which was swallowed by the relentless swarm. "We can't get through here. It's over for us. We're all going to die." Despair etched on every face. Li Shaogang collapsed onto the ground, his legs trembling uncontrollably, barely supported by his two bodyguards. "I know another way, follow me." Chu Weiwei suddenly surged to the front, leading the way. With no time for hesitation, everyone followed her into a narrow corridor, where an unsettling stickiness clung to their feet, evoking a sense of discomfort. Wang Hui had no time to examine their surroundings, only able to inquire of Chu Weiwei ahead. "There's a small dining area, though there's no way down. We can barricade the door and find a way out through the window." Her suggestion met with unanimous agreement, but suddenly, an involuntary shiver coursed through Wang Hui. "But that place is where Jiang Huaqiang disposes of bodies. He always chops them up and tosses them out the window." Bodies, chopped, discarded. If it was a place for body disposal, then the increasingly viscous substance underfoot was surely the residue left by Jiang Huaqiang dragging the corpses. "Ugh, cough, cough." As soon as Wang Hui spoke, several people behind him nearly retched, while Li Shaogang, supported by his bodyguards, began to vomit, his pupils constricting violently. They had no choice but to suppress their revulsion. Ahead loomed a tightly shut door, but they had no alternatives left. In a panic, the group followed Chu Weiwei into the room, which was shrouded in darkness, the curtains drawn tight, a strong metallic scent of blood assaulting their senses as they entered. The floor slicked beneath their feet. As Wang Hui burst through the door, a look of horror washed over his face. He lunged for the doorknob, frantically attempting to close it. What are you doing? Chu Weiwei hurriedly rushed over to seize him, just as Yu Tian and Lin Qingya swiftly entered through the door. Yu Tian's icy gaze fixated on Wang Hui, as though he were on the verge of ending his life. Once everyone had entered, a member of the exploration team named Wang Yang frantically shut and locked the door, yet the terrifying roars of zombies echoed all around, with each person's taut nerves enduring the excruciating torment of every passing moment. You should have kept them outside. If he enters, I am doomed. Wang Hui clutched Chu Weiwei, screaming frantically, despair overwhelming him under Yu Tian's unyielding stare. Chu Weiwei forcefully pushed Wang Hui aside. You are the one who fails to comprehend. Do not forget the knife in Yu Tian's hand. If you provoke him too much, he may break through the door, and we will all perish together. Her voice silenced all others in the small hall, and Wang Hui, trembling in fear, took steps back, his eyes darting toward Yu Tian. Chu Weiwei positioned herself between the two, attempting to impede Yu Tian's advance. Yu Tian, let us speak rationally. We can escape first. Do not let us turn against each other, or we shall all meet our demise. Yu Tian remained indifferent, his cold demeanor unchanging, but at that moment, the recently closed door suddenly erupted with a thunderous crash. Bang! Bang! The horde of zombies that had been pursuing them had arrived, relentlessly battering against the door, although this door was sturdier than ordinary ones. Akin to reinforced fire doors in corridors and emergency exits, the cacophony of their assault resonated like a death knell in each person's heart, instilling terror within them. Everyone, stop dawdling. Quickly find something to barricade the door. Xiao Jin immediately dashed toward the corner. However, she sensed something was amiss. Apart from Yu Tian, Lin Qingya, and a few others, many individuals who had entered the room stood frozen like statues, utterly motionless. Among them were Wang Hui's companions, members of the exploration team, and bodyguards of Li Shaogang. Over half of them inexplicably remained paralyzed, as if they had stepped into a bizarre wax museum. What is happening? What is wrong with them? The sudden change sent shivers down Lin Qingya's spine, and a surge of mental particles instantly expanded outward, sensing the surroundings. Yu Tian drew his third-tier bone knife and severed the entire hem of a curtain in one decisive stroke. The blinding midday sun streamed through the window, illuminating the small hall. Bloodstains were everywhere, thick and sticky, all converging toward the sole private booth at the back of the hall, presumably the site of dismemberment and carnage. Yet these individuals remained utterly still, as if time itself had come to a standstill. A strange odor suddenly filled the entire room. Yu Tian flared his nostrils, momentarily unable to recall where he had encountered such a scent before. Lin Hong, why are you standing there? Hurry and help block the door. Xiao Jin, perplexed, irritably smacked the back of the head of a nearby exploration team member who had once been her subordinate and admirer, always compliant to her whims. Suddenly, after filming, Lin Hong turned to him, his previously vacant features transforming into a sinister grin filled with wicked desire. Chapter 67. Enjoy it thoroughly. What do you want, huh? Xiao Jin hastily retreated, but Lin Hong abruptly lunged at her, pinning her to the ground. With a tearing sound, he ripped a large portion of her clothing from her back, revealing her intimate garments and fair skin beneath. Help! Lin Hong, don't do this now. Let us talk after we escape. Lin Hong, listen to me. Yet, Lin Hong paid no heed to Xiao Jin's desperate pleas. In a panic, she kicked him away and clutched her chest, attempting to flee towards Wang Hui and the others. However, the other motionless figures swiftly turned to target her, forcefully restraining her on the ground. Lin Hong, in a fit of frenzy, climbed onto Xiao Jin's body. What are you doing? Are you all insane? The sudden turn of events startled Wang Hui, Li Shaogang, and the two bodyguards who could move. All those capable of action instinctively huddled together, their eyes wide with terror as they beheld the scene of violence before them. No one chose to intervene. However, Lin Qingya suddenly sensed something amiss, her gaze fixating on a specific spot. Chu Weiwei, what are you doing over there? Yu Tian's sharp eyes locked onto the target, revealing that Chu Weiwei had unknowingly approached the door of a private room at the back of the small hall, her hand gripping a bloodied doorknob. Chu Weiwei suddenly grinned. Join me, enjoy it. With that, she yanked the door open. Hiss, hiss, hiss. A cacophony of furious growls erupted from within as a relentless tide of zombies surged forth. They disregarded Chu Weiwei at the door, their lifeless eyes fixated hungrily on the living outside, revealing grins of insatiable greed. Fear paralyzed everyone, and Li Shaogang slipped, collapsing to the ground, his terror causing his lips to twitch uncontrollably. Yet, the most horrifying sight was yet to come. Kong Ning, weren't you dead? Liao Fan. The one snatched away by the monster downstairs. Zhang Yijing. Don't come over. Who are these people, and why are they here? In a flash, Tian pulled Lin Qingyao behind him, his own eyes brimming with uncontrollable dread. I recognize these names. They all went missing from the 36th floor. Weren't they captured by Wang Hui for experiments on the 35th floor? How could they be here? Just as Lin Qingyao finished speaking, a familiar figure suddenly appeared, causing Li Shaogang to scream in panic, his legs trembling uncontrollably. It was the very person who had died before everyone's eyes, Jiao Jiao, her spine having been shattered by Jiang Huaqing. Yet, her neck had inexplicably reconnected as she clawed at the ground, frantically crawling towards them. Enhanced by speed, this zombie was no slower than an ordinary one, even when using only her hands. Don't come closer, don't come near. Li Shao forcefully pushed the two security guards away, who swiftly engaged in combat with the zombies before them. However, Jiao Jiao suddenly lunged forward, her hands pressing against the ground as she tackled one of the bodyguards. Her sharp claws pierced through his shoulder in an instant, followed by a vicious bite. Gurgling sounds echoed as the bodyguard fell to the ground, struggling helplessly. Only those who had experienced the immense strength of a second-tier zombie could truly comprehend its overwhelming power, which was far beyond that of an ordinary person. His legs flailed futilely in the air, the force of his struggles diminishing with each passing moment. Others were desperately trying to slay the zombies, but the exploration team members, who once possessed experience in dealing with the undead, were now entirely preoccupied with the monsters assaulting Shaozhan. The remaining few, despite wielding weapons, were no match for the zombies. Soon, two more individuals were knocked down by the undead, blood splattering across the scene. Yet, Yu Tian and Lin Qingyao observed with increasing bewilderment. Among the 7 or 8 assailants targeting Shaozhan, they exhibited no reaction when the zombies emerged. It was as if these zombies were oblivious to their presence and refrained from launching attacks. More strangely, even when the zombies did bring down the survivors, they seemed to aim for non-vital areas rather than targeting the throat. This unsettling sight sent shivers down Yu Tian's spine, as a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. These zombies were intent on capturing the living. All the survivors still resisting looked towards Chu Weiwei in terror, realizing that she had deliberately lured everyone here to unleash these monsters for the purpose of capturing them alive. However, they could not fathom why these terrifying creatures obeyed her commands and refrained from attacking her. A dangerous glint shone in Yu Tian's eyes as Lin Qingyao prepared to charge at the monster, only to be halted by Yu Tian's grip. Wait, let's observe first. Chu Weiwei's smile widened, transforming into a grotesque and terrifying grin. All those capable of resistance had been knocked to the ground by the zombies, their injuries leaving them with little strength to lament their fates. Chu Weiwei slowly approached the survivors, with the zombies flocking towards her, some crouching at her feet, while others stood behind her. Jiao Jiao, who could only move her upper body, clung to Chu Weiwei's thigh, exuding a sense of contentment akin to a proud pet. Even the assailants who had overpowered Shaozhan stood up after their conquest, aligning themselves behind Chu Weiwei, as though she were a sovereign in this realm. All the monsters obeyed her command. The bloodied survivors seized the opportunity to regroup, each wielding weapons. Yet faced with the formidable force of dozens of monsters alongside Lin Hong and his companions, the remaining few survivors appeared exceedingly fragile. After being released from her ordeal, Shaozhan hurriedly ran towards the group, her legs trembling and wounds still bleeding. Strangely, all the monsters showed no intent to attack her, and even the zombies disregarded her blood with disdain. What sort of creatures were Chu Weiwei and her cohorts? What had she done? Wang Hui's trembling voice caught Chu Weiwei's attention. Who am I? Several hours ago, when you so wantonly called me little darling, did you not explore every facet of me? Or do you wish to indulge once more? I am more than willing to oblige. With that, Chu Weiwei audaciously began to disrobe in public. The already delicate dress slipped from her shoulders, cascading like a waterfall to her feet, revealing her flawless skin and alluring figure. Chu Weiwei even turned around twice before the crowd, asking, "What do you think? Is my body beautiful?" Previously, it is likely that 99 out of 100 men would have succumbed to her allure, but at this moment, even the lustful Li Shaogang felt no desire. As fear of Chu Weiwei consumed everyone's gaze, a cacophony of roars erupted from the creatures, as if responding to Chu Weiwei. their sounds tainted with mockery. Tian furrowed his brow. Amidst the monstrous howls, he discerned a strange submission towards Chu Weiwei, akin to a higher biological hierarchy's oppression. Moreover, both Lin Hong and the creatures reflected an indescribable loathing towards himself and Lin Qingya. Only Chu Weiwei managed to conceal her animosity to some extent, indicating her intellect and rank surpassed that of the other insects. This animosity felt eerily familiar to Tian, as though the answer lingered just within reach, yet remained elusive. Tian, save us. Let us collaborate to break free. Chu Weiwei has transformed into a monster. She is one of them. Tian looked up to see Wang Hui's desperate eyes, while beside him, Li Xiaogang wore a mask of despair, the last flicker of hope in his eyes frantically signaling to Tian. Yet Lin Qingya coldly grasped Tian's arm, insisting, "Do not comply. They are beyond salvation." "Have you not discerned what they are?" Lin Qingya glared at Chu Weiwei with seething hatred. "They are the six-legged black widows. And the creature parasitizing Chu Weiwei is likely the mother of all six-legged black widows." Chapter 68. The truth is far more brutal than it appears in that moment. The air seemed to solidify, and Tian's gaze ignited with a chilling sharpness as he brandished his third-tier bone knife before him. The surge of malevolent energy radiating from him caused the temperature of the dining hall to plummet. Li Xiaogang and the others appeared bewildered. Yet Wang Hui's face turned ashen. The term six-legged black widow unmistakably hinted at a certain type of insect, and the hierarchical demeanor of Chu Weiwei and her companions mirrored the natural order among insects. Chu Weiwei's smile widened into a maniacal grin, culminating in an uproarious laugh. "Ha ha! I never anticipated you would unravel our secret. Indeed, we are the six-legged black widows. However, we disdain such a label. We prefer to refer to ourselves as apologies. But human voices cannot articulate our true name." Amidst her sinister laughter, Chu Weiwei's exposed abdomen began to undulate, as if something within was stirring. Subsequently, a strange and spine-chilling voice emanated from her belly, as if proudly proclaiming its name. But to Tian and Lin Qingya, it sounded like a terrifying, piercing scream. "How did you infect so many people?" Tian's gaze, along with the three-tiered bone blade, locked onto Chu Weiwei. Lin Qingya also drew her own second-tier bone blade. Warily observing everyone except Tian, it was through Jiang Huaqiang that the infection began. He had already implanted his eggs within Jiang during the act of violation. The infected Jiang Huaqiang, by continuously providing serum to Wang Hui and the others, was also perpetually spreading the infection to others. Lin Qingya pointed at Lin Hong and the other living parasites standing behind Chu Weiwei. "According to the information I gathered, each of them has a history of serum injection." Hearing this, the faces of all the survivors turned pale, especially Li Xiaogang, who stared blankly at his arm, recently injected with serum just a few hours prior. Despair and terror engulfing him completely. No, I refuse to become a monster." Countless survivors emitted wretched cries of despair, while Wang Hui, pale, distanced himself from these individuals. At this moment, apart from him and the recently violated Xiao Jin, everyone else had already received serum injections. They were inevitably doomed to transform into monsters. "Ha ha ha, Lin Qingya. You are exceedingly clever. I adore you. I must make you one of us. I shall possess your body and commandeer your mind to serve us." Chu Weiwei's laughter was a hysterical cacophony, her facial muscles twitching grotesquely, even tearing in places. "You humans are truly creatures that think only with your lower bodies." I merely flirted with him a bit, and he rushed into my room that very night. How could I pass up such an opportunity? By infecting this reservoir of blood, I can continuously disseminate my eggs through the serum. If that is the case, everything becomes clear. The chilling gazes they felt upon arriving were from those parasitized by the six-legged black widow, for they had slain nearly 100 of these foes on the 37th floor, marking them as sworn enemies. Wang Hui trembled in place, and had it not been for him gripping the windowsill, he might have collapsed. What virus protectant? What serum therapy? It's all a deception. Jiang Huaqiang remains uninfected solely because he had already been parasitized by the six-legged black widow and will not mutate into a zombie. Wang Hui, while you call out to survivors over the intercom every day, I am the one truly reveling in joy. You think Jiang Huaqiang is assisting you in your experiments on the 35th floor, but in reality, all those individuals have become my living parasites. I shall establish my parasitic legion, transforming you all into obedient little creatures, just as you are now. Ha! Chu Weiwei's eyes brimmed with mockery as she gazed at Wang Hui, yet her gaze fixated intently on Yu Tian and Lin Qingya, as if appraising a priceless treasure. Let us fight our way out together. I implore you, Yu Tian. If we remain here, we are certain to die. It would be better to perish than to endure this. Wang Hui was almost brought to his knees before Yu Tian, while Xiao Jin brandished the only wooden stick she could find as a weapon to express her defiance. Yet, Chu Weiwei erupted in laughter, declaring, "You two are already one of us. Where do you think you can escape? I have not been infected, nor have I ever received the serum." Xiao Jin's frantic screams seemed more like a desperate attempt at self-hypnosis than an explanation. "But didn't my sons just inject you with the larvae?" "I did not." Just as Xiao Jin was about to deny it, a look of terror crossed her face as she glanced at her thigh. The blood seeping from her leg plunged her into despair. No, get out of me, get out." Suddenly, her legs gave way, and she collapsed to the ground, frantically pressing and pounding her abdomen. But it was futile. Nothing worked. Wang Hui's mind buzzed as if struck by a thunderbolt. Only hours earlier, he had just concluded an encounter with Chu Weiwei. "It's over." Wang Hui suddenly broke down, weeping uncontrollably. His gaze lost all focus as he slumped against the wall, eventually collapsing to the floor. Ha, you humans are truly foolish. Now, let the chaos begin." With Chu Weiwei's manic laughter, Lin Hong and the other living parasites eagerly lunged toward the women they had captured underground, while those infected women turned on the men. The severely injured survivors screamed and cried, desperately attempting to flee, but they were soon overwhelmed and pinned to the ground. One woman managed to escape and dash toward the exit, only to confront the already infected Wang Yang, who kicked her back down, and the frenzied parasites engulfed her. No, I would rather die than become a monster like you." In her despair, tears streaming down her face, Xiao Jin suddenly resolved to end her own life. She lunged headfirst into the sharp windowsill, her forehead caving in with tremendous force, inflicting severe damage to her brain. However, just as Xiao Jin died, her abdomen began to swell violently, escalating in intensity and horror. With a sickening pop, a six-legged black widow the size of an infant's fist burst forth, landing on the ground and gasping as if it were a newborn. What is this creature?" The survivors, still conscious but infected, were paralyzed with fear as they witnessed the gruesome spectacle of the six-legged black widow emerging from Xiao Jin's body. The splattering of blood shattered their fragile psyche in an instant. Yet, that was not the most terrifying aspect. The true horror lay in the moment the larval black widow erupted from her, as each survivor felt something writhing violently within their own abdomens. Some even screamed, seemingly calling out for their newly born kin. "My stomach hurts. They are truly inside me. I refuse to end up like that woman. I must escape. Escape to find a doctor and have my abdomen opened." In a moment of despair, Li Xiaogang unleashed a frail yet frenzied glow, abruptly rising to charge toward the door, with others hastily trailing behind him, as though this were their final chance for survival. Yet, behind them, Chu Weiwei let out a cold laugh. How naive. Chapter 69. Assimilation of spiritual particles. Hiss, hiss, hiss. A sound emanated from Chu Weiwei's abdomen, reminiscent of the chirping of a six-legged black widow. In response, a similar hissing echoed from within Li Xiaogang's own belly. Suddenly, the once frenzied Li Xiaogang doubled over, clutching his stomach as he collapsed to the ground. Writhing in agony and howling in pain, the others fared little better. One survivor, rolling in excruciating pain, abruptly fell into a stupor, lying there as motionless as those who had previously transformed into statues. In the next moment, his vacant gaze sharpened, and he mechanically rose to his feet. Expressionless as he walked towards Chu Weiwei's back, Liang thought, "No, he has transformed. He is no longer human. We too shall become like him." The survivors had plunged into utter despair. Chu Weiwei sneered, "Food must possess the consciousness of being food. Otherwise, I have no qualms about seizing your awareness immediately. If you wish to avoid having your consciousness taken, then remain quietly where you are." Lin Qingya's face turned pale. "Yu Tian. She is keeping these individuals to blend them into other survivor groups. Indeed, you cannot be deceived. You truly are my finest counterpart," Chu Weiwei cackled. "While seizing awareness grants me greater control, I find your human consciousness far too intricate. It is preferable for you to perform for your own kind." At that moment, the faces of all the survivors turned ashen. Xiao Jin perished beside Wang Hui, blood splattering over Wang Hui's face and hair. Just moments ago, Wang Hui had been paralyzed with fear upon glimpsing the six-legged black widow larva. Now, suddenly roused, he let out a frantic scream. In a flash, a cold glimmer crossed his vision, becoming the last sight he would ever behold. The third-tier bone knife sliced through Wang Hui's neck with unnerving swiftness. His expression froze for an instant before his head thudded to the ground. "You Tian, you squandered a valuable living specimen." Chu Weiwei's expression hardened. Wang Hui, a researcher with an exceptionally developed intellect, was valued by Chu Weiwei more than any other, which is why she had kept him alive. Yet Yu Tian forcefully shook off the blood lingering on the blade, an icy murderous intent enveloping the entire dining hall. "Lin Xingya, leave nothing behind. Just the two of you? Dream on. Seize them." Chu Weiwei barked, and the zombies controlled by the parasitic entity swiftly surrounded the pair in a fan-like formation. One second-tier creature, shrieking wildly, lunged towards Yu Tian, aiming to pounce upon him once again. However, in midair, it suddenly caught sight of a shadowy object in Yu Tian's hand pointing directly at it. With a resounding bang, a first-tier nightmare bullet shattered its right eye, penetrating the brain before erupting in a violent explosion. The entire body was hurled backward, its skull obliterated into countless fragments. Chu Weiwei's eyes widened in astonishment as she frantically searched her shallow memories for information about the weapon in Yu Tian's hands. "Is that a gun?" Yu Tian pulled the trigger repeatedly, instantly dispatching 3 zombies. At that moment, the zombies finally reacted, howling as they surged towards him. However, they collided head-on with Lin Xingya's poised second-tier bone knife. With a fierce strike, Lin Xingya, empowered by a first-tier gene enhancement serum, exhibited strength rivaling that of an adult male. The razor-sharp blade cleaved through the first zombie's arms, slicing its head cleanly in two. With Lin Xingya in front of him, Yu Tian felt emboldened to continue firing. Yet, the zombies continued to encircle them. Gripping the third-tier bone knife in a reverse hold with his right hand and firmly clutching the Desert Eagle with his left, Yu Tian transformed his focused shooting into a seamless blend of gunplay and close combat. He parried, fired, dodged, and executed lethal maneuvers with precision that could not be overstated. No matter how Yu Tian shifted his position, Lin Xingya remained steadfastly at his back, serving as his most formidable shield. Back to back. This was their most powerful combat stance. Roaring, Lin Xingya had just slain one zombie when another lunged from her blind spot. Without even glancing back, she swiftly ducked, while Yu Tian, with a flick of his wrist, rested the Desert Eagle on his shoulder and pulled the trigger without needing to aim. The bullet sailed through the strands of hair behind Lin Xingya's head, striking the zombie squarely in the forehead. Bang! The zombie fell backward, its head blown apart before it could reach Lin Xingya, who had already dashed to Yu Tian's rear, executing another diagonal slice that severed the arm of a zombie advancing towards him. The two of them spun around each other, alternating between being each other's support, either as a spear for offense or a shield for defense. Yet they remained perpetually back to back. Their movements were impeccably synchronized, as if they shared decades of battlefield camaraderie, intuitively sensing each other's intentions without the need for words. This left Lin Xingya in a state of bewilderment. Our mental particles have a harmonizing effect. As Yu Tian grasped this realization, his brainwaves simultaneously transmitted to her. The mental particles of the two were of a shared origin. Lin Xingya, through the intensity of battle, had dispersed high-density mental particles, becoming the conduit for the transmission of brainwaves between her and Yu Tian. This was a combat style uniquely theirs. The discovery ignited a spark of excitement in Lin Xingya's eyes as her gaze suddenly darted toward Chu Weiwei. Yu Tian kill. Almost in unison, they dispatched the surrounding zombies, with Lin Xingya continuing to fend off threats while Yu Tian delivered a horizontal slash with the third-tier bone knife toward the still-dazed Chu Weiwei. Startled, Chu Weiwei stumbled back, instinctively trying to shield herself with 2 approaching zombies. Yet any form of defense was futile against the blade of the third-tier bone knife. With a swift sweep, the 2 zombies were cleaved in 2 at the chest with a single stroke. As Yu Tian turned like a spinning top, Lin Xingya unleashed a long-awaited strike that descended upon her adversary. This icy cold blow was the true killing move aimed at Chu Weiwei. Damn it! Chu Weiwei hastily raised her hands, and with a crack, the second-tier bone blade brutally sank into the flesh of her palms. Unfortunately, it was thwarted by her resilient bones, failing to sever her hands. Yet, the force generated by Lin Xingya's centrifugal swing was formidable, slamming Chu Weiwei against the wall behind her. Witnessing the gruesome, bloodied wound on her arm, the triumphant smile on Chu Weiwei's face morphed into a chilling hysteria. How dare you ruin my precious body? You shall pay for this. Suddenly, Chu Weiwei's abdomen began to swell, and with her anguished scream, a shrill cry pierced the air, reverberating throughout the room. The glass in the windows shattered with a cacophonous crash. The living parasites waiting in the wings abruptly turned, their mouths agape, desperately responding as they seized nearby weapons and charged fearlessly at Tian and Lin Xingya. Concurrently, a thudding sound echoed from the ventilation ducts above, and with a sharp scraping noise, a vent cover was violently dislodged from within. Dozens of six-legged black widows surged into the dining hall, swarming the ceiling, walls, and floor in an instant. Their numbers surpassed even those encountered by Tian and Lin Xingya on the 37th floor. Chapter 70. The explosion of mental particles. What in the world is this? Survivors still retaining their consciousness while being parasitized recoiled in terror at the sight of the horrific six-legged black widow larvae. Suddenly, they felt something wet land upon their bodies and shoulders. Looking up, they found several six-legged black widows brandishing their stingers, ostentatiously settling onto their shoulders and heads. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The six-legged black widows, now alarmingly close, emitted sounds as if beckoning their kin. Ah, get away, get away. The parasitized individuals shrieked in a frenzy, swatting at the black widows clinging to them as they bolted toward the exit. But suddenly, an excruciating pain erupted in everyone's calves, as the sharp stingers of the black widows pierced through their flesh, accompanied by hissing sounds tinged with an indescribable mockery. Rustle, rustle, rustle. A six-legged black widow, its back faintly displaying blue stripes, leaped onto Li Shaogong's head, issuing a menacing hiss. Paralyzed with fear, Li Shaogong dared not move, yet the black widow, after intimidating him, screeched and led its brethren toward Tian and Lin Xingya. At that moment, Tian and Lin Xingya found themselves encircled by monsters, zombies, living parasites, and six-legged black widows. The place where they stood had transformed into a gruesome slaughterhouse. Even the time to switch the magazine of the Desert Eagle had already slipped away. Tian's third-tier bone knife swept through the relentless waves of advancing zombies, yet the monstrous horde seemed inexhaustible. He raised his hand and cleaved off half the head of a nearby zombie when a sudden hissing sound filled his ears, accompanied by an ominous shadow overhead. Two massive adult six-legged black widows leaped down from the ceiling, lunging toward Tian's back and face. 3 pairs of sharp, barbed legs unfurled, and their 2 lethal tails were fully extended, ready to inject their eggs upon contact. In a swift motion, Tian reversed his grip on the bone knife and thrust it upward, severing the descending black widow in midair. However, the explosive blue-green fluid from the ruptured insect splattered onto his helmet's visor, momentarily obscuring his vision and causing a slight miscalculation with his second strike. This blow severed the creature's sharp tail, but the diving black widow clung fiercely to Tian's face. Hissing with excitement, the black widow desperately sank its stinger into every inch of exposed skin on his chest and back. Yet, with the tail already severed, only the broken end flailed against Tian's body, while blue-green liquid gushed from the ruptured ovipositor. On the ground, countless pale larvae writhed and jumped in the fallen fluid, bewildered by the absence of nourishment around them. Li Shaojing and the others huddled together in terror, their desperate cries momentarily drowning out the black widow's hisses. Get off me! Tian bellowed as he tore the black widow from his helmet, wiping away the blue-green liquid that obscured his vision. He then noticed Chu Weiwei observing them with a brazen expression. At this moment, Tian and Lin Xingya found themselves completely surrounded by the monsters. Chu Weiwei's strategy was layered. The least valuable zombies stood at the forefront, while the black widows approached slowly from the walls and ceiling. The living parasites had retreated back to her side, each one a precious source of parasitic material, not to be wasted on Tian and Lin Xingya. With no escape in sight, Tian and Lin Xingya gasped heavily under the weight of the encirclement, revealing their dire predicament. Chu Weiwei's eyes widened with excitement, her wicked grin tearing at her facial skin and muscles, transforming her visage into a grotesque mask, as if her face were a porcelain vessel on the verge of shattering. Blood seeped from the cracks at the corners of her eyes, nose, cheekbones, and forehead, rendering her once charming face a ghastly sight. Only then did Chu Weiwei realize something was amiss, touching her face and noticing the blood on her hands. Yet, with disdain, she carelessly smeared the blood across her body. To her, this broken form was no longer of use. Lin Xingya's body was the ideal target for her parasitic ambitions. I shall grant you one last chance. Surrender, and allow me to inhabit you peacefully. I can assure you that even after your parasitism, you shall heed only my command. In fact, as long as you remain obedient, I might graciously preserve your consciousnesses. What do you think? The coaxing voice resembled that of a demon emerging from the abyss. Allow me to ponder this. Tian's heavy breathing filled the air, but at the moment his breath ceased, he suddenly raised his head. Not at all. He swung his left hand towards the lightning, and inexplicably, a cold gleam shot forth from his palm, piercing directly towards Chu Weiwei. Chu Weiwei was momentarily stunned, for she clearly saw that Tian had held nothing in his left hand moments ago. The bone dagger, concealed within his survival space, was suddenly hurled by Tian, embedding itself with a sickening thud into Chu Weiwei's abdomen. Blood gushed forth, mingling with a bluish-green viscous fluid. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The entity within Chu Weiwei's chest and abdomen writhed violently, causing the exposed bone blade to sway uncontrollably. Chu Weiwei suddenly crumpled to the ground, clutching her head, frantically tearing out handfuls of hair, her scalp bleeding profusely, before collapsing into convulsions as if plunged into a state of mental chaos. Capture them. Chu Weiwei managed to squeeze out those words through clenched teeth, and in an instant, the zombies were overwhelmed by murderous intent. With the six-legged black widow spiders lunging towards Tian and Lin Xingya from every direction. The onslaught was relentless, leaving no room for evasion. Any contact with a single black widow's stinger would seal their fate as hosts. Tian, Lin Xingya had already sheathed her bone blade. Yet Tian raised his right hand to stop her. Wait for my command. Just a moment longer. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The six-legged black widows on the ceiling and walls surged towards Tian and Lin Xingya, their outstretched claws resembling a net cast wide, while the zombies bared their teeth. Lunging at the nearest targets, Li Shaogang and the others huddled together, unable to bear the sight, closing their eyes tightly. At that moment, Tian's eyes widened as he withdrew his right hand. Act now. Tian swiftly retreated, pressing his back against the wall, while Lin Xingya stepped forward, her arms raised. The strands of hair protruding from her helmet swirling like a tempest. Mental particle explosion. Chapter 71. They are not human. Boom. A tempestuous force, akin to the tides of the deep sea, suddenly erupted from Lin Xingya, as high-density mental particles formed shockwaves around her, radiating outward in all directions. This time, Lin Xingya unleashed the mental particle explosion without any conscious restraint. The ferocity of the power was several times greater than during her previous attempts on the 37th floor. Tian, standing closest, was forcefully pinned against the wall by the shockwave, his feet nearly lifted off the ground. The first-tier zombies at the forefront were propelled into the air by the impact, only to be torn asunder by the subsequent tumultuous shockwaves resembling deep-sea currents. In the air, the six-legged black widow spiders were even more fragile than the zombies. The shockwave from the explosion sent them crashing against the walls, causing the second-tier nightmare crystals within them to splatter out, leaving them utterly lifeless. Under the onslaught, all of Li Shaogang's enemies were reduced to lifeless forms sprawled on the ground like salted fish. Two unfortunate beings, unable to take cover in time, were hurled against the wall by the shockwave. One was killed instantly, while the other was ejected through a window with a scream, its fall echoing for a long time before the sound of impact reached the ground. Be careful, do not detonate the nightmare crystals. Tian could only shout this one warning. Had it not been for his full-face helmet, he wouldn't have managed to utter even that. Lin Xingya finally emerged from the exhilarating force of the psychic explosion, hastily retracting her power. Many second-tier nightmare crystals were already exposed in the wake of the shockwave, clattering to the floor like scattered blue gems. Fortunately, there was no violent collision among them. Otherwise, a series of explosions more terrifying than those on the 37th floor would have buried everyone present. As the shockwave subsided, the dining hall transformed into a hellish scene, strewn with blackened blood and the viscous blue-green remains of the spiders, alongside severed limbs and shattered exoskeletons. A dozen six-legged black widows, reduced to half their former selves, continued to writhe in agony. In this psychic particle explosion, the zombies and six-legged black widows faced near annihilation, with only a handful of survivors left, each crippled and terrified. Retreating while screaming, their fear palpable even amidst the hissing of the spiders. Well done, Qingya. Tian rushed to support Lin Qingya, recognizing that such a comprehensive outburst inevitably left her drained. Yet, to his surprise, Lin Qingya leaned against his arm and smiled brightly. I'm not tired at all. Tian was left speechless. The psychic particle explosion, which had swept across 100 square meters, was akin to the ultimate release of a third-tier psychic ability. Yet Lin Qingya appeared entirely unfazed. He glanced at his own pitiful state. Even a simple strike left him dizzy. What on earth are you? It seemed that the earlier wound inflicted by Tian's dagger had genuinely struck a critical point, as Chu Weiwei, who had appeared just like any ordinary person, now spoke with a stammer, as if she could no longer fully control her human vocal cords. Her eyes displayed confusion mixed with a profound terror, as this power exceeded her understanding. Yet moments later, a glimmer of greed flickered in her gaze, rapidly expanding. Possession is mine. I want it all. The mother bug within Chu Weiwei's abdomen let out a frenzied hiss. Even though it was aware of its impending doom, the six-legged Black Widows responded with their actions. The limping zombies and Black Widows launched an attack against Tian and Lin Qingya, but this time they were scattered, no longer able to be ensnared in one fell swoop. Do not squander your psychic energy recklessly, Tian shouted as he dashed forward, gripping a third-tier bone knife in his right hand, while a second-tier bone knife appeared in his left as he spun into the horde of corpses, sending zombies tumbling down before him. The six-legged Black Widow screeched as it lunged at Lin Qingya, its tail stinger whipping through the air, aimed at her body. Yet, with a sudden outburst, Lin Qingya unleashed a concentrated surge of psychic particles. This time, it was a controlled, localized explosion. But the ferocity of the psychic energy swept across a radius of several meters with ease. Within a 3-meter radius of the darkened area, all the six-legged Black Widows were obliterated, while the scattered few were left pinned against the walls by the shockwave. Before they could fall, Lin Qingya swiftly dispatched them with a single thrust of her blade. With a squelch, the third-tier bone dagger pierced through the last zombie's mouth and emerged from the top of its skull. Tian withdrew the blade, shaking off the remnants of black, decayed brain matter. The dining hall was now devoid of any zombies or six-legged Black Widows, leaving only the bewildered living parasites that had retreated to the back. Glancing around in confusion, the once menacing six-legged Black Widows and zombies that had cornered everyone were now swiftly eradicated by Tian and Lin Qingya. Li Shaogang and the others, witnessing this scene in terror, suddenly broke into expressions of wild joy. Some even began to weep for joy. We are saved. Tian, you have saved us all. Let us charge out and rid ourselves of the monsters inside us. They surged toward Tian, while others rushed to Lin Qingya, each face practically radiating the words, saved from despair. Li Shaogang, elated and frantic, rushed toward Tian. You saved me. Once we get out, I promise to give you a fortune that you could spend a lifetime on. And any woman you desire, I will provide. But just as he stood to embrace Tian, the latter suddenly raised his hand and plunged the third-tier bone dagger into Li Shaogang's abdomen. Li Shaogang looked on in horror as he felt the blade pierce through his belly, bright red blood mixed with bluish-green viscous fluid oozing out along the dagger. Just as he opened his mouth to speak, Tian twisted his wrist violently and then executed a swift upward slash. With a squelch, the sharp bone blade sliced through Li Shaogang's abdomen, cleaving open both his abdominal and thoracic cavities, revealing the six-legged Black Widow inside, which was also split in two. Blood sprayed into the air, drenching the floor and walls like rain. Lin Qingya, do not let them near you. Tian's warning came just as two survivors charged toward Lin Qingya, their eyes suddenly vacant. The exhilaration of having escaped transformed into grotesque greed and savagery. They howled like zombies, arms outstretched as they lunged at Lin Qingya without fear of death. Get away. Lin Qingya swung her knife, cleaving one of them. But the second had already tackled her to the ground, pinning her hands down. This woman, once seemingly frail, now unleashed a strength surpassing that of an average man. She held Lin Qingya's hands firmly against the ground, while a horrific tearing sound emanated from her abdomen. A torrent of blood splattering onto Lin Qingya's lower belly, as the monstrous form within sought to break free from its flesh prison. The woman, now in control, pressed down on Lin Qingya with an increasingly malevolent expression. However, in the next moment, a football was forcefully kicked into the woman's waist, propelling her body through the air, her spine emitting a series of crackling sounds as if it were about to shatter and burst forth from her back under the immense force. The half-exposed head of the insectoid creature was obliterated by this kick, leaving a grotesque mixture of bluish-green and bright red goo splattered across her abdomen and on Tian's boots. I had just been deceived by these individuals, and fear rendered my complexion pale. Remember, in battle, your first instinct when anything rushes towards you should be to strike it down, for you can never truly ascertain whether it is human. Tian pulled Lin Xingya behind him, glaring fiercely at the last enemy. Chapter 72. The mutated insectoid. The remaining living parasites no longer dared to charge towards this side, instead gathering behind Chu Weiwei. With a clang, Chu Weiwei finally managed to control her body to draw the bone dagger from her lower abdomen. A mixture of bluish-green slime and blood flowed forth, though the wound rapidly closed as her muscles contracted. Now it is your turn. I have promised that I shall spare none of you. The third-tier bone dagger pointed menacingly at their feet as Tian slowly advanced, cornering Chu Weiwei and the living parasites. In his eyes, their humanoid forms were even less significant than those of zombies. Yet, Chu Weiwei's gaze remained fixed on the two, showing no inclination to retreat. Alas, what a pity! But it matters not. Chu Weiwei mechanically spat out fragmented words, a malevolent grin emerging on her blood-soaked face. Cracks had spread across her skin, her once alluring form now marred by countless gaping wounds, a testament to the mother insect within her losing control, unable to mitigate the damage wrought by the forced contractions of her muscles. Yet Chu Weiwei continued to smile, her grin growing ever more sinister. This body is of no use. Therefore, let us make the most of it. Suddenly, the mother insect within her emitted a greedy shriek, causing her entire body to tremble violently. The muscles throughout her body began to contract in bizarre and horrific ways, executing movements unimaginable to any ordinary human. Not only Chu Weiwei, but the same transformation was occurring among all the living parasites. As they trembled violently, they emitted cries akin to those of zombies. For although the six-legged Black Widow had completely taken control of their bodies, it had yet to adapt to the complexities of human vocal apparatus. Lin Xingya watched in horror as the events unfolded before her, her anxiety causing her to twist the hilt of her knife incessantly. Be careful. They are about to undergo a complete mutation. Just as Tian finished speaking, Chu Weiwei let out a frantic, anguished howl. The delicate frame of her body cracked with the sound of splintering bones, accompanied by the horrifying noise of flesh tearing. Two elongated, sharp claws, each over a meter in length, erupted from her shoulder blades with a sickening sound, resembling the claws of the six-legged Black Widow perfectly. From the waist and hips emerged two clusters of sharp claws, and with a sudden sound, a long tail spine sprouted, whipping through the air like a serpent. The creature's gaze fixated on the two individuals, its originally pitch-black human eyes revealing a chilling, deep blue hue. Then, as if undergoing cellular division, the eyes multiplied. One became two. Two became four. Four became eight, ultimately transforming into a pair of colossal compound eyes reminiscent of an insect. It was truly a gigantic Black Widow clad in human form. Blood trickled down from its back wound, the initially crimson fluid gradually shifting to a bluish-green, finally coalescing into a scab at the injury site. With a series of unsettling sounds, all living parasites morphed into the likeness of Chu Weiwei, their greedy gazes fixated on the two, as if willing to pay any price for their desires. The insectoid's mutated form was a dire warning. The complete manifestation of the parasite and its host represented the pinnacle of their combat prowess, and this creature's fighting strength could rival that of a second-tier zombie. Tian's brows furrowed tightly, his entire being taut like a drawn bowstring. Are we willing to sacrifice even other living beings for the sake of parasitism? Lin Xingya swallowed hard, feeling a chill run through her as she caught the glint of Chu Weiwei's eyes, reminiscent of a predator eyeing its prey. As long as you are here, everything is worth it. The fully transformed parasite, now resembling an insectoid, advanced step by step towards them, its compound eyes radiating primal greed. Attack! With a commanding shout from Chu Weiwei, 16 mutated insectoids lunged at Tian and Lin Xingya with ferocious roars. Two of the mutated insectoids extended their 6 sharp claws toward Tian, while another readied its razor-sharp tail for a strike. Yet, how could mere insectoid mutants stand against Tian? I leave the back to you. Understood. Lin Xingya's face paled, yet she gritted her teeth, encouraging herself. You can do this, Lin Xingya. They are not that terrifying. In Tian's hands, the third-tier bone blade transformed into a sharp curtain of knives, slicing effortlessly through the oncoming insect claws. The two mutated insectoids hastily recoiled, but Tian's third-tier bone blade transformed into an even more ferocious glint. The white blade of annihilation cleaved through the left waist of one mutated insectoid, continuing its path to the right shoulder of the other. With a single stroke, both insectoids were severed in half, their bluish-green blood splattering as the mutilated bodies writhed in a frenzy. At that moment, however, the air around Tian was disturbed by a sudden rush. 6 tail spines launched towards him, enveloping his entire form in a deadly barrage. Yet, Tian wielded the third-tier bone blade, spinning it into a white whirlpool. Crack! The speed was so swift that the 6 successive sounds of flesh being cleaved merged into one instantaneously, unleashing a chorus of wails among the mutated insectoids. Severed tail spines danced in the wind as bluish-green blood sprayed everywhere. However, the commotion was merely a feigned attack. A sharp tail spike shot forth like a released arrow towards Tian's lower back, wielded by Lin Hong, who had transformed into the most formidable of all mutant insect beings. The tail spike struck with the swiftness of lightning, catching Tian completely off guard. Tian, beware behind you, Lin Xingya exclaimed, her reflexes swift as she pulled Tian aside, wielding her second-tier bone knife to block the tail spike. However, the once fragile tail of the black widow spider, now metamorphosed into a mutant insect form, had become incredibly resilient. With merely 7 points of strength, Lin Xingya felt as though she had struck a thick iron chain. Rather than severing it, she was flung back by the immense force. Furious at the failed ambush, Lin Hong glared menacingly at Lin Xingya, as 2 icy claws from his back lunged cruelly towards her shoulder blades. Lin Xingya managed to parry the first strike, but could only twist away from the second, her movements a fraction too slow. The sharp claws grazed her arm. Without protective gear, her thin shirt offered no defense against the lethal talons of the Black Widow, leaving a gaping wound of several inches on her shoulder, blood gushing forth to saturate her shirt. Lin Xingya's complexion paled. She nearly succumbed to the overwhelming pain, her consciousness wavering. This was her first injury, lacking any prior experience. An uncontrollable panic surged within her. In this post-apocalyptic world, injury meant bleeding, and bleeding meant death. Chapter 73. Crisis. Tian is infected. An inexplicable terror enveloped Lin Xingya. Yet at that moment, a strong arm gently pulled her backward. As her vision dimmed, a mountain-like figure stood resolutely before her. Do not let your thoughts wander. As long as I am here, you will be safe. Tian's voice interrupted her spiraling thoughts. And upon seeing his imposing figure, Lin Xingya felt a renewed sense of security. Facing the encroaching mutant insect beings, Tian gripped his third-tier bone knife, steadfastly defending their front. Lin Xingya's injury sent shockwaves through her spiritual particles, a tumult of confusion, panic, fear, and an unwavering will to survive intertwining in a chaotic surge. Instantly captured by Tian, his fury ignited. You damned creature, begone. With a powerful kick, he struck Lin Hong squarely in the chest. The sound of bones cracking resonating as Lin Hong's entire chest caved in. Even bones of the same strength as a second-tier zombie could not withstand the wrath of Tian's strike. The propelled Lin Hong crashed into a multitude of mutant insect beings behind him, and Tian seized the opportunity to plunge into the throng. His third-tier bone knife transforming into a scythe of death, relentlessly reaping the lives of the mutant insects. A piercing scream escaped Lin Hong as Tian's knife cleaved him in two. Even as his insectoid essence attempted to flee, it was pinned to the ground by a throwing knife from Tian's left hand. The demise of Lin Hong instilled a sudden sense of panic and retreat among the other mutant insects. Tian swiftly drew his Desert Eagle, switching the magazine, this time opting for second-tier nightmare ammunition. Die! The incessant barrage of bullets relentlessly targeted the torso of the insectoid mutant, transforming any impact point into a grotesque display of mangled flesh and blood, even creating gaping wounds that pierced through from front to back. While this was not fatal for the zombies, the male hexagonal Black Widow had its essence residing within the torso, rendering it vulnerable to the explosive shockwaves regardless of where the detonation occurred. The air was filled with the horrific cacophony of insectal shrieks, causing the insectoids to scatter in panic. Just as Tian was poised to continue pulling the trigger, a voice pierced through the mental particle waves, warning him. Tian, danger! He sensed a chilling gust rushing towards his chest at an unprecedented velocity, compelling him to retreat instinctively. A massive tail spike crashed violently onto the floor, scattering debris in all directions. Chu Weiwei, cackling with blood-soaked fury, Chu Weiwei could no longer restrain herself. As she lunged towards Yu Tian, her right hand rose, and Yu Tian brightened, preparing to block her hand, only to find that the enormous, razor-sharp claw on her left shoulder shot towards him like a cannonball. Chu Weiwei's mocking cackle echoed in the air. "Get away!" Yu Tian, swift and precise, raised his third-tier bone knife in defense. Yet, this was merely the beginning. As her first claw failed to connect, the second claw immediately followed, then the third, fourth, and fifth. 6 sharp claws, akin to deadly razors, sliced through the air, threatening to rend the very fabric of reality. Yu Tian employed his third-tier bone knife alongside the metallic plates on his forearms to continuously block, creating a flurry of sparks that erupted from his body. For the first time since his rebirth, he found himself entirely at a disadvantage in combat. Lin Xingya, leaning against the wall and applying gauze to staunch her own bleeding, nearly succumbed to the urge to unleash another mental particle explosion upon seeing Yu Tian falter. "Don't move. I can handle this," Yu Tian exclaimed, only to suddenly feel a fierce wind slicing towards his shoulder, prompting his right arm to rise defensively. The sharp claw scraped heavily against his forearm, producing a grating sound while igniting a shower of sparks. Yet, in the fleeting moment before the sparks dissipated, a spray of blood erupted. With a sickening squelch, the claw grazed Yu Tian's shoulder, leaving a horrific bruise in its wake, the crimson blood staining half of his body. "Yu Tian, don't move. Just keep an eye on the other insectoid mutants." His gaze was fixed solely on Chu Weiwei. "Haha. You're wounded and infected with corpse blood. Only I can save you. Let me lay my eggs." Chu Weiwei's sinister laughter echoed, causing Lin Xingya's face to turn pale as she gazed at Chu Weiwei, who was now smeared with black corpse blood on her hands and claws. The wound she had inflicted on Yu Tian had already led to his infection. "Is Yu Tian going to die? You bastard." Lin Xingya's mind buzzed as tears streamed down her face, the excruciating pain in her shoulder momentarily forgotten. Grasping the second-tier bone knife, she rose, exclaiming, "Chu Weiwei, I will kill you. Step back. She is trying to provoke you." Yu Tian retreated a step, raising his hand to block Lin Xingya, assuring her, "Do not worry. I will not become a zombie." "Is that true?" Lin Xingya asked, to which Yu Tian nodded solemnly. A first-tier evolver possesses a certain degree of resistance to the virus. Even if infected, they can endure for at least 12 hours. If they can rush into the laboratory and create a virus antidote within that time, Yu Tian would be unscathed. They were now racing against time. The intelligence of the 6-legged Black Widow could not yet make connections. But from the calm expressions of Yu Tian and Lin Xingya, Chu Weiwei sensed an unsettling aura. "Give me your body. I will liberate you." Chu Weiwei charged at Yu Tian, her 6 sharp claws vibrating like chainsaws in the air, ready to strike at any moment. "Protect yourself. Do not let your wounds become infected." Yu Tian lunged at Chu Weiwei once more, a glint of cold light rapidly expanding in his eyes. At that moment, Chu Weiwei's speed surged explosively. She resembled a shadow, her 6 claws relentlessly clawing at Yu Tian, offering him no respite. Yu Tian sustained several injuries across his shoulder, waist, and arms. Despite his efforts to evade a direct hit from the claws, he could not escape being grazed in the fierce confrontation. The claws, lined with sharp barbs, could tear flesh even with a mere scratch, and soon, Yu Tian was drenched in blood. The two erupted into a fierce clash once more. But just as Chu Weiwei's eyes glinted with increasing madness, a series of crisp, decisive sounds pierced the air. In shock, she suddenly felt a sharp pain in her arm. Yu Tian, who had been forced to retreat, suddenly unleashed a white flash with his left hand. The second-tier bone knife appeared and delivered a vicious strike, severing Chu Weiwei's 2 thickest claws at the cost of another injury to his arm. Damn it! Chu Weiwei's compound eyes glimmered with manic ferocity. The previous skirmish abruptly halted, giving way to an eerie standoff. Suddenly, Chu Weiwei made a downward motion as if preparing to charge, causing Yu Tian's nerves to tense to their limits as he rapidly anticipated her every possible attack path. Yet, Chu Weiwei did not move. A sneer suddenly appeared at the corner of her eye. Before Yu Tian could decipher the meaning behind that sneer, an unprecedented shriek erupted from Chu Weiwei's abdomen. Chapter 74. The second explosion of psychic particles, the sharp, ultra-high frequency vibrations, approached subsonic levels, creating invisible sound waves that rapidly expanded outward in layered torrents. All previous actions had been mere bait. This was the true, deadly move. Tian and Lin Xingya were both on high alert, wary of Chu Weiwei's every movement. Suddenly, a piercing shriek assaulted their ears, not only rendering them temporarily deaf, but also leaving them disoriented and stripped of their sense of balance. It felt as though they had been abruptly plunged into the depths of a tumultuous ocean, tossed about uncontrollably by relentless currents. To make matters worse, the mutated insectoids that had been lying in wait received a sudden command. 8 of them unleashed their razor-sharp tails, hurtling towards the two. Chu Weiwei, with a sinister grin, surged ahead of the mutated insectoids, moving with a swiftness that made her resemble a colossal black widow with 6 legs. Yet her target was not Tian, but the injured Lin Xingya. Amidst the cacophony of the violent infrasound, Tian's vision began to blur from the influx of blood, and the unexpected waves of sound inflicted damage deep within his cochlea, causing him to lose precise control over his body. This was a dire situation. He swiftly retreated, turning to embrace Lin Xingya, prepared to shield her from Chu Weiwei's lethal tail. After all, she was the mother insect, capable of parasitizing only the wombs of zombies and living beings. As long as he remained alive, he could recover instantly through evolution. But if Lin Xingya were to be parasitized, there would be no turning back. However, the loss of balance had robbed him of even the most basic sense of direction. Struggling to reach Lin Xingya, he faltered, and in a moment of peril, he miscalculated and brushed past her. The inertia caused him to tumble to the ground at her feet, and a deafening buzz filled his mind. Not only had he failed to save Lin Xingya, but he had also inadvertently exposed her to Chu Weiwei and the mutated insectoids. Lin Xingya moved. Tian screamed in desperation, his eyes turning blood red within his helmet. Yet Chu Weiwei would not let such an opportunity slip away. Her sharp tail was already aimed at him. It's mine. Simultaneously, the other male mutated insectoids unleashed their tails towards Tian, intent on ensnaring both of them. At that moment, a sharp command rang out in Tian's ears, piercing through his daze. A tremendous surge of psychic energy began to coalesce like a tsunami. Tian, defend, as the words echoed. All that remained in his ears was a roaring tempest and a deafening hum. Another explosion of psychic energy erupted, this time with unrestrained intensity. The tail shot forth, mere centimeters from the two, yet within the explosive whirlwind, they could advance no further. In his blurred vision, Tian witnessed the mutated insectoids being violently hurled against the wall by the shockwave. He felt as if he had been thrown into the heart of a massive detonation. The explosive force collided with his chest, scattering himself and everything around him in all directions. As he tumbled through the air, his mind descended further into chaos, and his eyes struggled to focus. Yet, amidst the howling winds, he could faintly hear Chu Weiwei's furious roar, frustrated by the turn of events. As Tian rolled amidst the chaos, he heard the resounding crash of the mutated insectoid against the wall. The unmistakable sound of cracking bones piercing through even the wildest winds. Although their formidable physique prevented them from being torn apart like a first-tier zombie by the shockwave, such a fierce impact would undoubtedly inflict catastrophic damage upon their spines, the very foundation of their mobility. Tian, too, was not faring well. The shockwave propelled him into a relentless tumble, further clouding his already disoriented mind. Yet, amid this tempestuous force, he sensed a faint, delicate energy entwined around him. Struggling valiantly to shield his entire being, endeavoring to mitigate the shockwave's brutal assault. However, this meager defense was evidently insufficient. With a violent collision, Tian's back struck a wall within the room, the immense recoil nearly dislocating his spine. Yet this excruciating pain momentarily sparked a flicker of clarity in his mind. Simultaneously, he perceived the frenzied roars of zombies and the sound of pounding at a door from a certain direction behind him. There could be no zombies within the room, thus, his location must be near the entrance. This realization bestowed upon Tian invaluable positional information, and his heightened state of awareness allowed his mind to construct a three-dimensional representation of the entire hall, precisely locating himself within it. Concurrently, the shared mental particles between him and Lin Xingya also pinpointed her position. Tian forcefully twisted in midair, and as he landed, his gaze sharpened towards a specific direction. And indeed, his vision refocused right onto Lin Qingya. However, she was in dire straits. Her severe injuries had already destabilized her spirit, and during the eruption of mental particles, she was desperately striving to shield herself from further harm, placing an enormous burden on her psyche. Leaning against the wall, although Tian could not see her expression beneath the helmet, the violent heaving of her chest and the spiraling mental particles around her indicated that her condition was far from favorable. Even the slightest movement would likely be an insurmountable challenge. Moreover, Chu Weiwei had once again turned her greedy gaze toward Lin Qingya. Get away from her. Tian and Chu Weiwei dashed towards Lin Qingya simultaneously, but Chu Weiwei was closer to her than Tian. With eyes as cold as ice, Tian suddenly inhaled deeply as he raised his right hand. The muzzle of his desert eagle was already aimed at the swiftly moving Chu Weiwei. Bang, bang, bang. Tian squeezed the trigger repeatedly, 3 bullets soaring through the air. This was a first-tier combat technique, the tri-shot matrix. A martial skill only wielded by those with a robust physique of a first-tier evolver, allowing for rapid succession of 3 shots in a remarkably brief span of time. Targeting 3 distinct positions, no matter how one evaded, at least 1 bullet would surely find its mark. Roar. Just as the ferocious tail spike was about to launch toward Lin Qingya, an unprecedented sense of crisis enveloped Chu Weiwei, followed by the piercing wail of 3 bullets. Chu Weiwei scuttled sideways like a startled crab, yet her tail spike still shot towards Lin Qingya with fierce intent, unable to resist the allure of the delectable prey before her. However, the projected spike was intercepted mid-air by a second-tier nightmare projectile, whose formidable explosion shattered the spike, eliciting a wretched roar of fury from Chu Weiwei. At that moment, Tian had already lunged forward, positioning himself between Chu Weiwei and Lin Qingya. Roar. The fury coursing through Chu Weiwei compelled her to relinquish any semblance of human speech to provoke her adversaries. Without hesitation, she and her monstrous companion charged fearlessly into battle. Yet, Chu Weiwei soon found herself gripped by terror as Tian appeared to have transformed entirely, abandoning any defensive posturing and attacking with reckless ferocity. She, having lost the use of her 2 strongest claws, was being driven back step by step. You are already infected. Let us see who perishes first, Tian bellowed, casting aside any concerns about the infection that had clouded his mind, fully committing to the fight. In that moment of liberation, he elevated his demon-hunting state to its zenith. Tian had utterly metamorphosed into the embodiment of a demon slayer. Chapter 75. The complete form of the mother bug. The pent-up violent pressure within him erupted with a thunderous force, enveloping the entire dining hall in a heavy shroud of murderous intent, akin to a frigid current surging forth from the abyss. It was as if a raging tsunami had dragged the entire room into the depths of an unfathomable ocean. Lin Qingya, witnessing Tian in this state, could not suppress a flicker of astonishment upon her face. It was the first time she had laid eyes on such a version of him. His gaze had turned icy, devoid of emotion, and the blade in his hand seemed an extension of his very arm. Every breath, every step, and even the slightest adjustment of his fingers on the hilt was directed towards a singular purpose: murder. A potent aura of death loomed over Chu Weiwei, and the remnants of her humanity evaporated as an overwhelming fear surged from within her. Her enormous compound eyes locked onto Tian in panic, compelling her to abruptly halt her advance. With her hind claws planted firmly on the ground, she propelled herself backward in a frantic retreat. Yet, Tian's bone knife was swifter than her escape. Stay away. Chu Weiwei instinctively erupted in a hysterical, disordered scream, her 2 sharp claws suddenly launching from behind her waist towards Tian's abdomen in a near ambush. However, Tian did not even spare her a glance. His right hand swiftly shifted the 3-tiered bone knife from a conventional grip to a reverse hold, sweeping forth with a chilling arc of cold blade light. Empowered by its sharpness, the 3-tiered bone knife proved indomitable, cleaving through Chu Weiwei's claws as if they were mere sugarcane. With 2 resounding cracks, the central claws were severed, and a torrent of bluish-green ichor gushed forth from the severed stumps, leaving a trail of mixed blue-green and black blood in Chu Weiwei's frantic retreat. Have you lost your mind, Tian? Do you not fear we shall perish together? The intense aura of lethal intent pierced through Chu Weiwei's body like a chilling dagger. She screamed in hysteria, her muscles convulsing violently, causing her once handsome visage to contort grotesquely her features becoming a blurred and disarrayed mass. Within the flesh, two terrifying compound eyes stared unblinkingly at Tian. Yet, Chu Weiwei's anguished cries failed to instill any hesitation in Tian. Instead, he lunged forward, closing the distance to within half a meter. His left hand wielding a sharp second-tier bone knife, thrusting it mercilessly into her abdomen. The mother worm within her emitted a piercing shriek, prompting Chu Weiwei to instinctively cross her human hands defensively over her midsection. Blood splattered as the second-tier bone knife brutally pierced through her right hand, but in her terror, Chu Weiwei's frantic muscle contractions prevented the blade from advancing further. In a moment of frantic elation, she seized the knife's edge with her left hand. However, just as she tightened her grip, darkness enveloped her vision. Looking up, she found Tian had crashed into her embrace, their faces mere inches apart, allowing her to discern the rage-stricken pores on his face. Then, an enraged roar erupted in her ear. Die! Tian's left foot slammed down, his right knee crashing violently against the rear edge of the knife's handle. Chu Weiwei's human musculature was utterly incapable of resisting the force of Tian's strike, and the seized bone knife plunged deeper into her abdomen with renewed ferocity. A surge of excruciating pain electrified her entire being, and the confusion in her eyes transformed instantaneously into raw terror. With a sickening sound, the second-tier bone knife, having pierced through her right arm, forcefully penetrated her abdomen like skewered candied fruit, the immense power cleanly puncturing her body as the blade emerged from her back, oozing with bluish-green worm fluid. Chu Weiwei was sent sprawling backward from the brutal impact, crashing to the ground and kneeling, her remaining two claws flailing wildly, a mere convulsion of a severely wounded creature. The agonizing pain surged through her, the mother worm within her releasing a heart-wrenching wail that sent tremors coursing through her body. She gasped, expelling copious amounts of blood, which soon transformed into a viscous bluish-green liquid. Her remaining claws trembled, retracting inward as if her muscles were stiffening like a spider's in its dying moments. The shroud of death gradually enveloping Chu Weiwei. She was on the brink of death. Lin Xingyao rushed forward, brandishing the second-tier bone knife. But Tian raised a hand to halt her. Stay back, she isn't dead yet. Suddenly, Chu Weiwei began to convulse violently, her already torn lips splitting further as her muscles contracted uncontrollably, tearing through her entire face. An indescribable and rapid mutation seemed to be occurring within her, as endless screams erupted from her mouth, causing Lin Xingyao to instinctively retreat in fear. However, this was not the conscious voice of Chu Weiwei herself, but rather the forceful and violent breath of the mother worm within her, unleashed after a brutal mutation that surged into her trachea, producing a terrifying wind-like sound. It resembled the mournful wail of a fierce wind sweeping over a stony desert landscape, akin to a ghostly howl. Tian drew out his desert eagle intending to end Chu Weiwei, but he soon discovered that the gun was devoid of ammunition. "Help me reload," Tian exclaimed, tossing the desert eagle along with dozens of first and second-tier nightmare bullets into Lin Xingyao's hands. He scarcely had time to act himself. The moment the mutation began, Tian sensed an unprecedented and immense threat closing in on him, a feeling that began to eclipse even the formidable third-tier enhanced zombies and the third-tier acid liquid zombie king. It is crucial to note that even an ordinary six-legged black widow harbored second-tier nightmare crystals within. A fully mutated insect-human hybrid could rival a second-tier zombie. As a higher-tier motherworm, Chu Weiwei's mutated form had already reached the level of a third-tier zombie, and she was still striving for even greater heights. If she truly achieved the fourth tier, beads of cold sweat began to form on Tian's forehead. He took several deep breaths to maintain his demon-hunting state, directing his third-tier bone knife towards Chu Weiwei. With a piercing scream, one far more harrowing than any before, Chu Weiwei's abdomen erupted, the bone knife that had been embedded within her bursting forth, transforming into a massive insect mouth that tore vertically apart. The skin on her human hands began to shed like peeling paint, revealing sharp claws lined with barbs beneath. Chu Weiwei's face was grotesquely torn apart. The upper half of her head was violently ripped backward, causing the portion encasing her brain to plummet to the floor, spilling blood into the corners of the room. Subsequently, Chu Weiwei's slender body expanded rapidly as if inflated, her skin splitting along both sides of her spine. Her entire form metamorphosed, akin to a butterfly emerging from a chrysalis, sprouting two pairs of even larger, sharper claws. Once the size of a human, Chu Weiwei had now grown to a stature surpassing that of a bull, fully transformed into a colossal six-legged black widow. Her abdomen had evolved into the mother worm's thorax, and from her back erupted a brand new, massive insect abdomen, its transparent skin revealing countless writhing eggs within. Tian's eyes glinted with a dangerous light, although this creature's tier had not changed. Its immense size rendered its combat prowess no less formidable than the powerful third-tier zombies he had previously encountered. Chapter 76. The Weakness of the Mother Worm Roar. A deep, muffled growl erupted from the enormous vertical maw as the mother worm suddenly charged toward Tian. Tian pulled Lin Xingya and leapt to the right. With a thunderous crash, the massive body of the mother worm slammed against the wall, causing it to crack ominously, its forelegs piercing through the wall like sharp spears. Breaking into the outside, Tian seized the desert eagle from Lin Xingya's grasp, surveying his surroundings until he caught sight of a small private room at the far end. Xingya, take refuge inside while I deal with it. Lin Xingya uttered without hesitation, darting away. Her spiritual particles would be of no use against such a colossal creature. They would only serve as a hindrance here. The mother worm roared in fury, withdrawing its foreclaws embedded in the wall, its immense bulk and the weight of countless eggs causing it to stagger awkwardly. However, Tian had no time for mockery. The mother worm was now upright, its enormous maw gurgling ominously. This is bad. Tian took off running just as a viscous, blue-green slime was forcefully expelled from the creature's massive mouth. The spot where he had stood was entirely engulfed in the goo, although it showed no signs of corrosion. Its viscous nature suggested that a mere touch would render him immobile. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The mother worm relentlessly shot out slime from its abdomen, while Tian dashed around the room in frantic circles, narrowly evading the viscous projectiles. After 3 shots of slime, the mother worm seemed unable to sustain its colossal weight and reverted to a prone position. Seizing the opportunity, Tian's desert eagle roared to life. Bang, bang, bang. The size of the creature rendered aiming nearly unnecessary. The second-tier nightmare ammunition detonated against the mother worm, creating numerous gaping wounds and splattering blue-green slime everywhere. Hiss. The mother worm emitted a pained groan and charged at Tian once more. He prepared to dodge, but this time, instead of a reckless collision, the creature leapt mid-charge, crashing down towards Tian's head. Boom. The tremendous impact shattered the floor tiles, sending debris flying. Tian narrowly rolled out from beneath the mother worm's foot, propelling himself backward with a powerful kick to the ground, flipping back to his feet and continuing to pull the trigger. This time, he aimed not for the head, but for the mother worm's massive abdomen. Yet, just then, a hard, wing-like shell suddenly descended from the creature's back, deflecting all the bullets. The explosions of the second-tier nightmare ammunition merely left a few cracks on its hardened surface, a stark contrast to their intended devastation. The shell was rapidly hardening in response to the air. Lin Xingya's voice alerted Tian to the mother worm's changing state. Moments ago, when it had just hatched from Chu Weiwei's body, the mother worm had been soft and pale green. Yet, in a mere 5 minutes, its back and head had darkened significantly, showing signs of transforming into a chitinous armor. 2 more shots struck its head, but the power of the second-tier ammunition had now diminished to less than half of its original force. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The mother worm emitted a piercing screech, and Tian detected a mocking glee within its tone. It began to advance on him, its sharp foreclaws raised high. Suddenly, it swung a massive paw horizontally. The speed was too great for Tian to evade. He could only cross his arms defensively in front of him. Boom. Tian felt as though he had collided with a swiftly advancing war chariot, his entire being hurled against the adjacent wall, while the desert eagle slipped from his grasp and skidded across the floor. Had it not been for the bracers absorbing much of the impact, his hands would likely have been rendered useless. Dazed and disoriented, as he attempted to rise, an immense shadow loomed above him, a colossal mother creature lunging forward, pressing down upon him. Thud. Hiss. The creature's four-clawed limbs swiftly sealed off any potential escape routes, and it had yet to relinquish its intent to parasitize Tian. Its cavernous maw opened, revealing a sharp stinger that bore an uncanny resemblance to the tail of a black widow spider, instantly enlightening Tian to its nefarious purpose. In a moment of desperation, as the stinger lunged towards him, Tian executed a side roll, the impact resonating with a thunderous sound as the stinger forcefully struck the ground, shattering the tiles beneath. However, he was not unscathed. During his roll, his body collided with the hardened hind leg of the mother creature, the sharp barbs leaving him bloodied and wounded. The stinger relentlessly sought Tian, but he continued to roll within the confined space, narrowly evading its lethal thrusts, though blood streamed from his injuries. Get away from him! Lin Qingya burst from the room, retrieving the desert eagle from the floor, swiftly loading a magazine and aiming at the mother creature before pulling the trigger. The roaring second-tier nightmare ammunition struck the massive creature. Though its hardened body had previously withstood such attacks, it had unwittingly exposed its most vulnerable abdomen in its pursuit of Tian. The successive shots penetrated the translucent skin of its rear, resulting in a violent explosion that obliterated its posterior. The immense internal pressure expelled a torrent of eggs and visceral debris in all directions. The intense pain surged through the mother creature, sending it into a frenzied state. It desperately sought revenge, abandoning its quarry, Tian, in its madness. Die, gaining a moment to breathe. A glint of cold determination flickered in Tian's eyes as the third-tier bone dagger, previously stored in his survival space, materialized in his hand, plunging fiercely into the creature's maw. Nearly a meter of blade sank deep, nearly halfway in. The mother creature, poised to lunge at Lin Qingya, howled in agony, nearly collapsing to the ground. The relentless onslaught had driven it into a state of chaos, rampaging through the hall, its abdomen leaking a blue-green viscous fluid and eggs scattering everywhere. Tian gripped the dagger tightly, and as the creature charged again, he managed to slip from beneath it. At that moment, a wave of mental particles surged through the air. Catch the gun, Lin Qingya shouted, tossing the desert eagle low towards Tian. The synchronization of spiritual particles allowed Tian to almost instantly grasp the trajectory of the desert eagle's throw. As he rolled on the ground, he propped himself up with both hands, swiftly retrieving the desert eagle that had slid towards him from behind without looking back. With a deft twist of his wrist and a forward lean of his waist, Tian assumed a crouched shooting stance, already aimed at the mother bug as he raised his weapon. Bang, bang, bang. The muzzle of the desert eagle unleashed a merciless blue flame, the bullets striking the mother bug's abdomen once more. Without the protection of a shell, the bullets shot deeper into its body from the gaping wound created by the explosion. The successive detonations of the nightmare bullets finally caused the mother bug to collapse, its abdomen still relatively intact, yet its insides were likely reduced to a pulp. Lin Qingya rushed to Tian's side, stuffing a second fully loaded magazine of second-tier nightmare bullets into his embrace. Tian seamlessly switched magazines just as the mother bug struggled to rise once again. Chapter 77, Dead Hiss. The mother bug emitted a frantic roar, infused with a sense of weakness, yet the murderous intent within her voice sent shivers down the spines of Lin Qingya and Tian. Initially, the mother bug had intended to parasitize the two of them, but now only pure, bone-chilling malice remained in her sound. Her furious compound eyes locked onto them, and in an instant, the mother bug charged at them with a ferocious assault, akin to a small tank. Bang, bang, bang. The desert eagle roared back to life. The second-tier nightmare ammunition struck the mother bug's head. Even with its shell, it could not fully protect against such frontal assaults. After 3 shots, cracks appeared in the shell, and by the 4th shot, it was blown apart. Yet, the mother bug seemed to disregard the bullets striking her. Her terrifying compound eyes remained fixated on the two, an icy, murderous intent permeating every inch of her skin, every pore. But at that moment, all the malice emanating from the mother bug surged towards them like a tidal wave. The flames of ferocity erupted from her compound eyes, and her massive body hurtled uncontrollably towards them. Ah, Qingya! Tian shouted as he embraced Lin Qingya, diving to the right. They crashed to the ground and rolled away. A tremendous roar erupted from the spot they had just vacated, accompanied by the cacophony of crumbling stones and bricks. A cloud of dust enveloped the area, as the mother bug's enormous form crashed into the booth, shattering the thick walls upon impact. Behind her, a mass of entrails and insect eggs spilled forth, with immature black widow larvae writhing in the slime, while those that had freed themselves began to bounce frantically on the floor. Once separated from the protective slime, these fragile creatures would quickly perish. The mother bug's insides had already been obliterated. In her dying moments, she had aimed to drag them down with her. Lin Qingya, still overwhelmed with fear, could not help but clutch Tian's arm tightly. Stay here, and check if that flesh bug is dead. Be careful. Tian tightly grasped the third-tier bone knife and the desert eagle loaded with second-tier nightmare ammunition. Each step he took on the viscous surface emitted a squelching sound, while the mother worm's body still undulated with faint breaths, though it was evident that its time was short. Hissing in response to Tian's approach, the massive form of the mother worm struggled to contract twice, but this was the last vestige of its strength. The mother worm watched helplessly as Tian advanced, issuing a series of furious roars, yet at that moment, it was utterly spent, unable to lift even a single claw. Crack! Raising his hand, Tian aimed the desert eagle. Die! Bang! 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 3 bullets penetrated the shattered exoskeleton of the mother worm's head, infiltrating its brain, and with a soft pop, its head exploded, releasing a trickle of thin, bluish-green sludge. For good measure, Tian fired several more rounds at other parts of the mother worm's body. But the damage inflicted upon its brain was already fatal, ensuring its complete demise. Finally, it was dead. Lin Xingya suddenly collapsed to the ground. After an intense battle and the continuous use of large-scale psychic particle explosions, both her body and mind had reached their limits. Fatigue surged through her limbs like a tide, rendering her unable to stand. However, Tian did not pause for rest. He promptly replaced the magazine with a fresh first-tier nightmare cartridge and chambered a round with a crisp click. What are you doing, Tian? Eliminating future threats. Upon reaching the hall, he meticulously checked each corpse of the zombies and the mutated insectoids. All the zombies lay dead, but some of the insectoid mutants had merely sustained spinal injuries in the psychic explosion and were unable to move, lying in various corners of the hall, emitting desperate hisses upon seeing Tian approach. Die! Bang! 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 Tian methodically dispatched each monster, ensuring they were all finished off. He then commenced the dissection of the corpses, extracting the second-tier nightmare crystals from the insectoid mutants. Lin Xingya rose after a brief moment of rest. The previous psychic explosion had torn apart dozens of 6-legged black widows, scattering their second-tier nightmare crystals throughout the hall. Precious ammunition indeed. Had it not been for the fear of triggering a chain reaction that could obliterate everything, Tian could have easily devastated the sluggish mother worm by simply tossing out 2 second-tier nightmare crystals and detonating them. Once all the second-tier nightmare crystals were collected, Lin Xingya gazed at the pile in her hands with a mixture of excitement and trepidation. Tian stored all the crystals in his survival space before turning his attention to the most significant prize, the carcass of the mother worm. Yet, he did not hastily break open the mother worm to retrieve its nightmare crystals. Instead, he began at the mouth, meticulously using the third-tier bone knife to dissect the creature's body, leaving no organ structure overlooked. Having had little prior experience with the 6-legged black widow species, this was his first encounter with a mother worm. He understood that he must dissect it himself to uncover its weaknesses for future engagements. Moreover, the mother worm's corrosion-resistant exoskeleton, capable of withstanding second-tier nightmare bullets, presented an excellent material for crafting armor. The two individuals worked in perfect harmony, exchanging not a single word, yet achieving remarkable efficiency. Within a mere 10 minutes, the colossal carcass of the mother creature was meticulously dissected, pristine as though it had been stripped bare like a crab devoid of flesh. Lin Xingya carefully arranged the shell fragments in sequential order of size, labeling each one before Tian placed them into his survival space, necessitating the clearance of a considerable amount of his previous inventory. Suddenly, as they gathered their spoils, the previously steadfast door that had held back the zombies creaked ominously. It began to buckle inward, with signs of loosening screws evident around its perimeter. This door would not withstand much longer. We had to depart swiftly. Tian summoned Lin Xingya's arm and leg guards for her to don, and together they commenced their search for an escape route. After some exploration, they found themselves at the refuse passage behind the kitchen. Each floor featured an opening for waste disposal, through which they could ascend to the 35th level. They removed the curtains, cutting them into strips and binding them together into a makeshift rope, one end secured within the room while the other dangled into the garbage chute. One after the other, they climbed toward the 35th floor. However, just 5 minutes after their departure, a faint rustling emanated from the darkened corner, reminiscent of a crustacean shedding its shell. Chapter 78. Who is the master? Who is the servant? Chu Weiwei's half-rolled head in the corner began to tremble, and with a sharp crack, a pointed claw burst forth from her crown, followed by a second and a third. The sharp talons pierced through the skull, and soon, a fist-sized creature emerged, its large abdomen particularly conspicuous. It was a juvenile six-legged black widow mother insect. Hissing with delight, the juvenile black widow mother insect emitted a low growl, its leaps filled with the exultation of rebirth, intermingled with a palpable hatred. It swiftly charged toward the scattered innards of the mother insect, voraciously devouring them. Though its size was akin to a fist, it resembled an insatiable abyss, capable of instantaneously digesting whatever it consumed. Its body visibly expanded, completing its first molt within merely 10 minutes of feeding. Yet, even after this transformation, it continued to gorge itself, intent on growing back into a mother insect and reviving its species. At that moment, a thunderous crash resonated from the once-locked door, as though someone outside had delivered a heavy blow. The juvenile black widow mother insect froze in place, startled, halting its frenzied consumption. In less than a second, another resounding impact followed, and the frail door was pierced through. A sharp claw penetrated the door, thrusting inward. Upon sighting the claw, the juvenile black widow mother insect emitted a sound of sheer delight. With a third thunderous blow, the door shattered, and a towering figure strode into the dining hall. Drenched in blood, his entire body was rendered unrecognizable, devoured by the relentless undead, with his heart and right shoulder completely obliterated as if consumed in one savage bite. Yet, the 6 exaggerated claws protruding from his back were astonishingly robust, even more so than the mutated version of Chu Weiwei. It was, in fact, Jiang Huaqiang, slain by Tian. Behind him, all the zombies lay lifeless, reduced to mere fragments. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The juvenile 6-legged black widow matriarch scuttled to Jiang Huaqiang's feet, rubbing against him like an eager puppy seeking approval. They had failed, leaving not a single living creature behind. A cold voice emanated from Jiang Huaqiang, causing the juvenile black widow to shudder violently, squeaking in a frantic attempt to justify its actions. You mean to say they believed you were infected by me? Hence I am now quite safe? The juvenile black widow emitted a delighted hiss, nodding vigorously as if to take credit. Yet, in an instant, Jiang Huaqiang's gaze turned frigid. What does it matter? Since you have failed, there is no longer a need for your existence. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The juvenile black widow fell in a flurry, then frantically lunged toward the nearest ventilation duct. But after only a couple of strides, a sharp, powerful tail stinger pinned it to the ground, and Jiang Huaqiang grasped it firmly in his hand. The juvenile black widow emitted a sound of pleading, bubbles of bluish-green slime escaping its mouth. However, its entreaties were met only with the icy demeanor in Jiang Huaqiang's eyes. He glanced at his missing right shoulder and heart, his lips twitching in a peculiar manner. Tian, your body is as good as mine. Crunch, crunch, crunch. Jiang Huaqiang unceremoniously devoured the juvenile black widow, its hard shell crumbling in his mouth like a biscuit as he swallowed everything whole. But it was not yet over. He lunged for the remaining innards of the matriarch on the ground, shoveling the soft matter into his mouth with fervor. With each morsel consumed, writhing flesh buds surged from his wounds, frantically mending his injuries. In the silent dining hall, the only sound that remained was the voracious crunching of Jiang Huaqiang. Thud! Tian kicked open the debris-laden passageway and entered the 35th floor, bringing Lin Qingya along with him. The sound of the barrier being kicked aside echoed throughout the vast 35th floor, yet no traces of zombies could be found. It seemed that they had indeed cleared this floor thoroughly. However, before Lin Qingya could finish her sentence, Tian wore a wry smile and gestured upwards. Don't celebrate too soon. There are quite a few ventilation ducts here. Lin Qingya's face went pale, rendering her speechless as they quickly traversed the corridor. Upon entering the laboratory and securing the door, Lin Qingya sighed in relief. This was the only entrance to the laboratory, and the unique structure of the ventilation system, with its numerous fans dividing the ducts, ensured that even first-tier zombies could not infiltrate. After thoroughly cleaning the entire laboratory, Tian promptly rushed into the main lab and presented Lin Qingya with an extensive list. Help me find these items, and do it swiftly. Lin Qingya hurriedly rummaged through the laboratory, while Tian pondered for a moment before retrieving the third-tier nightmare crystal he had meticulously extracted from a third-tier strength-based zombie. The virus protectants come in various tiers. A first-tier nightmare crystal can only shield against first-tier nightmare virus infections, lacking efficacy against higher-tier nightmares. In contrast, a virus protectant derived from the powdered third-tier nightmare crystal grants immunity against all nightmare viruses of that tier and lower. Lin Xingya had gathered all the necessary materials for the virus protectant, and Tian instructed her to fetch 2 sets of the highest-grade biochemical protective suits for them to wear. With utmost caution, he drew out a pristine bone knife, unused until now, and began to gently scrape the powdered crystal from the 3rd-tier nightmare crystal. Every movement was executed with extreme care, as even the slightest error could cause the energy structure of the 3rd-tier nightmare crystal to shatter, potentially resulting in a catastrophic explosion. This was the most challenging step and the reason why high-tier nightmare virus protectants are so scarce, not merely due to the difficulty in obtaining nightmare crystals, but because a minor mistake could trigger an explosion. The consequences of an explosion from 7th or 8th-tier nightmare crystals would be catastrophic, capable of erasing an entire city with ease. After 3 arduous hours, Tian managed to grind out 50 grams of 3rd-tier nightmare crystal powder, which was sufficient. After some contemplation, he also ground several 1st-tier nightmare crystals into powder, placing them in separate containers from the 3rd-tier powder, and began to concoct the nightmare virus protectants according to the method prescribed by the system. As all steps fell into place, Tian exhaled in relief and began to appraise the spoils of battle. Dozens of 2nd-tier nightmare crystals, 1 3rd-tier nightmare crystal, and a sturdy mother bug shell. In addition to these, Tian had amassed a considerable amount of demon hunting points, totaling 2156. The majority of these points were accrued from the obliteration of 6-legged black widows during the explosion of mental particles, with several hundred more contributed by the 3rd-tier mother bug and its mutated forms, no longer needing to exchange for 2 types of potions. Tian felt emboldened to utilize all of these resources for upgrades or weapon enhancements. He immediately used 32nd-tier nightmare crystals to create 300 rounds of nightmare ammunition. Although this was not sufficient for a consistent offensive strategy, it would serve as a formidable trump card against 2nd-tier and 3rd-tier zombies. Level up. Congratulations, host has reached LV4, earning 4 free attribute points. Current system level, LV4. Demon hunting points required for next upgrade, 1, 956, 500. No new functions unlocked. Chapter 79. Something is damaging the ventilation ducts after allocating 2 points each to strength and spirit. Tian procured cotton thread and a needle from the laboratory to tend to Lin Xingya's shoulder wound. The recovery ability of a 1st-tier evolver far surpasses that of an ordinary person. This wound would heal within 2 days without hindering Lin Xingya's movement. After the 2 individuals attended to their personal hygiene, Lin Xingya cheerfully began preparing a meal. Thanks to Chu Weiwei's opening of the public supply warehouse, Lin Xingya was able to procure a considerable amount of fresh ingredients, allowing her to showcase her culinary skills. In addition to instant noodles, she prepared a hearty pot of beef and potato soup. The tender beef tantalized Tian's palate, offering a delightful reprieve after several days without the taste of proper meat. Eat slowly, Lin Xingya urged, serving Tian another bowl with a beaker. It's just the 2 of us here. I've taken a generous portion of beef, enough to last us a week. We can store it in your spatial backpack later. Tian nodded in agreement. At that moment, their bond had deepened to the point of unspoken understanding. Once the meal was finished, the production of the virus protection agents was completed by an automated device. This time, 10 3rd-tier virus protection agents and 21st-tier agents had freshly emerged. After meticulously examining each 3rd-tier agent, Tian selected the 2 of the highest quality to administer to Lin Xingya and himself. A refreshing chill coursed through his veins, inducing an indescribable sense of exhilaration. Ding. Current task: locate the laboratory, create the nightmare virus protection agent. Complete. Task reward: unlock rapid processing function for components. Once materials are acquired, they can be bound, allowing for quick processing of components at the cost of a small number of demon hunting points, with the expenditure assessed by the system. Detection indicates the host has injected the nightmare virus protection agent. The next phase of the main quest is released. Current task: acquire the 2nd comrade of the apocalypse. Task reward: domestic type 95 rifle and 3 magazines. Bound weapons can be enhanced through the existing weapon upgrade system. Tian was not particularly surprised by this task. In his previous life, his 2nd comrade was Chu Yu, a training instructor at a certain armed police training base in Beijiang City, located just a few blocks from the corporate building. After bursting out of the building in his last life, he had fortuitously encountered Chu Yu's unit, and all of his initial military skills had been imparted by her. Even without the system specifying the task, he would have sought out the armed police training base. Upon accessing the system functions and examining the rapid processing feature for components, Tian's eyes gleamed with excitement. This function was akin to a lifeline for his current situation. He still had 3 third-tier reinforced zombie claws stored in his survival space, which he could utilize through the system for swift refinement, thereby saving himself several days of laborious polishing. Binding third-tier ossified claw, can it be processed into a bone knife? Third-tier ossified claw can be refined into a third-tier bone knife. Cost of demon hunting points, 1. Third-tier bone knife can be repolished. Cost of demon hunting points, 1. Moments later, for sharp third-tier bone knives materialized in Tian's hands. He drew one, its blade exuding a chilling sharpness, and cautiously ran his fingers along its edge before delivering a decisive strike against the adjacent experimental table. With a crisp crack, the entire table was effortlessly cleaved in two. The blade fashioned from the materials surpasses even my own handiwork. Tian gazes at the battle knife with an unwavering fondness. The carapace of the mother worm has been meticulously refined by Tian to fit the dimensions and contours of both individuals, resulting in 2 sets of robust, yet simple protective armor: forearm guards, leg armor, shoulder plates, breastplates, and back armor, all providing comprehensive defense. As Tian becomes increasingly adept, his mind races with ingenuity. A spark of inspiration leads him to enlist Lin Xingya, and together they scour the entire laboratory, meticulously categorizing and preserving the flesh and bones of the acidic liquid zombie king and the giant mouth zombie. They also bring back numerous leg and arm bones from first-tier zombies. With the dimensions calculated in his mind, Tian begins to utilize the system to refine each material. Lin Xingya, unaware of Tian's intentions, observes as the raw materials transform rapidly into components under his deft touch. However, when he completes the assembly, she is taken aback by the sight before her: a medium-sized crossbow. The stock and bow arms are crafted from wood salvaged from a desk, while the remaining components and accessories are fashioned from the sturdy arm and thigh bones of second-tier zombies. The fishing line Tian previously used for the forearm guards has now become the bowstring, and he has even equipped the arrow slot with a rudimentary sight. "Is this for me? You are incredible, darling," Lin Xingya exclaims, unable to part with the crossbow, and she envelopes Tian in a heartfelt embrace. Eagerly, she takes it to the corridor for a test shot, using an arrow crafted from the thigh bone of a first-tier zombie, which easily pierces the skull of a first-tier zombie from 30 meters away. As Tian grows more skilled, he completes a crossbow for himself and begins to create even more advanced items. Yet, this time, his expression betrays no hint of ease. He first cuts the thigh bones of the first-tier zombies into segments measuring 13 centimeters, hollowing them out and sealing one end. He then processes a substantial amount of first-tier nightmare crystal powder using the system, shaping second-tier nightmare crystals to fit the inner edges of the hollowed thigh bones. Each segment is filled with these crystals, and a layer of ground first-tier nightmare crystal powder is sprinkled on top. A rolled-up piece of paper serves as a fuse, inserted into the powder, and finally, laboratory-grade agar is heated and cooled to seal both ends, creating a makeshift second-tier nightmare bomb. 8 in total are crafted, all stored safely within Tian's survival space. With these, he can avoid the tedious process of discarding second-tier nightmare crystals only to detonate them with a handgun, potentially saving his life in critical moments. Next, aside from reserving 500 Demon Hunter points for vital upgrades, Tian allocates the remaining points to enhancing his Desert Eagle. The firearm's power, recoil management, and firing speed are all upgraded to level 4, and he acquires a close combat blade and laser sight for the Desert Eagle. His Demon Hunter points dwindle to a mere 586. In this rare sanctuary reminiscent of a top-tier warehouse, Tian and Lin Xingya can reside with peace of mind, free from the worry of zombies breaching their haven. Over the course of 2 days, Lin Xingya became increasingly acquainted with her newly acquired third-tier bone blade and crossbow. She even crafted a set of crossbow pendants and quiver bags for herself and Tian, designed to be worn at the waist. During her remaining time, Lin Xingya sought to deepen her understanding of mental particles through meditation, yet her progress was minimal. However, Tian imparted to her the foundational breathing frequency from the Yun family breathing technique. With her brain operating at 21 mental capacity, Lin Xingya learned remarkably quickly, achieving a basic proficiency in the Yun family breathing technique within a single day. On the 3rd day, As the two were methodically finishing their breakfast as they had done before, an unusual sound startled Tian. It was a creaking noise, reminiscent of metal twisting and distorting under immense force. Initially faint, the sound grew more pronounced, as if a rupture had been torn open, echoing throughout the laboratory. It emanated from above. Could it be that a horde of zombies was descending from the ventilation ducts? A cold glint flashed in Tian's eyes. The large ventilation fan in the laboratory could not be breached by first-tier zombies. It was an optimal defense. However, the current commotion clearly indicated that something was deliberately damaging the fans within the ducts. Suddenly, a figure from his past treachery flashed through Tian's mind. This was a miscalculation. We must gather our belongings and leave immediately. Chapter 80. Continue onward without pause. Tian's space for survival had been filled with essential supplies, leaving only other materials to be stowed in their backpacks. A deafening sound signified the destruction of the fan blades, followed by the unmistakable noise of zombies clamoring within the ventilation ducts. Before Tian and Lin Xingya could secure their belongings, the slats of the overhead vent were already being pried open by the zombies. With a crash, a bloodied zombie fell from the duct, landing on the experimental table. As it attempted to rise, a flash of white light struck it. The sharp crossbow bolt pierced its decaying brain. Forget the cleanup. We must hurry. Tian strapped Lin Xingya's backpack onto his back, and the two bolted toward the exit. However, the main laboratory they occupied was situated at the deepest part of the experimental area, necessitating at least 5 minutes to reach the door. They had barely covered a third of the distance when the ventilation ducts above began to tremble violently, as if shaken by an earthquake. The zombies within the ducts were frantically thrashing against the walls, filling the laboratory with their roars and the sound of their assault. Fortunately, the ventilation system was well constructed. Those zombies continued to tumble into the corridor and laboratory from the ducts. As they approached the critical passage, the slats of the vent collapsed, causing a horde of zombies to tumble down in a cascade, resembling a deluge of dumplings. The area beneath the vent quickly formed a small mountain of fallen zombies, all struggling to rise and lunge toward the two. Fight through. Tian brandished the third-tier bone blade, leading the charge. It was not a matter of conserving ammunition. The Desert Eagle only had 3 magazines filled with nightmare rounds, and no one could predict how long it would take to fight their way out. If the battle were to continue unabated, Tian would scarcely have time to reload his magazine. It is precisely because the crossbow can be employed instantly that Tian has equipped each individual with one. Whoosh! 2 crossbow bolts swiftly struck down the foremost zombies, while Tian and Lin Xingya wielded their third-tier bone blades, cleaving through the remaining undead. The razor-sharp edge of the system-forged bone blades was unparalleled. Even Lin Xingya could easily sever the body of a first-tier zombie. Black blood splattered, severed limbs flew, and the duo quickly advanced through the ventilation shaft. Yet peril loomed ahead with a treacherous quarter remaining. Suddenly, a zombie dropped from the overhead vent, tackling Lin Xingya. Its teeth, stained with black blood, sank into her calf. Crack! The sturdy mother worm shell leg guards deflected the creature's vicious fangs, and with a swift motion, Lin Xingya dispatched the majority of the zombie's head. Rising to press onward. Upon reaching the laboratory's corridor, they found themselves drenched in black blood, yet the passage was tightly blocked by a dozen or more zombies. Shall I? Lin Xingya inhaled deeply, her mental particles swirling into a fervor, but Tian raised a hand to halt her. Do not expend your energy on these minor foes. There may be greater threats awaiting us outside. With that, Tian took a deep breath and plunged into the horde of zombies, his blade slicing through the air, severed limbs scattering in his wake. Beep! Lin Xingya provided cover from behind as Tian reached the laboratory's entrance, swiping his access card and entering the password. The heavy door creaking open. As a narrow gap appeared, the frenzied roars of the encroaching zombies flooded their minds. PSHH. One zombie attempting to squeeze through was struck down by Tian's arrow. He then kicked the creature and its companions aside, retrieving a second-tier nightmare bomb from his survival pack, igniting it with a lighter before tossing it outside through the gap. The moment it was thrown, Tian embraced Lin Xingya, seeking refuge in the door's inner corner. Boom! Before he could finish his sentence, a violent explosion erupted outside. A ferocious shockwave surged through the narrow opening, sending black blood and shattered limbs flying. The deafening roars of the zombies were momentarily silenced by the blast. As Lin Xingya followed closely behind Tian and rushed out, She turned to slam the heavy laboratory door shut, the cacophony of the undead fading from their ears. Outside, the scene was engulfed in a thick shroud of blackness. The ground was littered with black blood and dismembered corpses, while several zombies, their limbs blown off, struggled to crawl towards them. The crossbow bolts had pinned them to the ground. The duo sprinted towards a specific direction, navigating several corridors until they reached the descent passage. By estimating the time, it was evident that the zombies in the ventilation ducts had now invaded the 3rd to 5th floors below. To escape these creatures, they needed to reach the 30th floor before being completely surrounded by the horde. The 2nd-tier nightmare bomb had only quieted the area for less than a minute. Soon, the echoes of furious zombie roars resounded ahead, and a throng of heads appeared at the end of the corridor. Tian immediately noticed a towering figure among the horde of zombies, his pupils constricting in alarm. Caution! A 2nd-tier powerful zombie approaches. A furious roar erupted from the rear of the horde as a strength-oriented zombie, 2 heads taller than the typical 1st-tier undead, charged toward the two. The ordinary 1st-tier zombies in front of it scattered in disarray, while a few unfortunate ones were swiftly crushed against the wall by its robust hand, leaving a gruesome stain of black blood. Crack! As Tian drew his Desert Eagle, he swiftly switched to a magazine filled with 2nd-tier nightmare bullets, unleashing a torrential barrage upon the powerful zombie. The bullets struck its raised arms, creating a series of gaping wounds, yet the injuries were not fatal. Instead, they incited the zombie's rage further. Roar! The massive strength zombie lunged forward, attempting to embrace the two. Tian and Lin Qingya ducked under its armpit. And with a swift motion, Tian's sharp 3rd-tier bone knife carved deep into its foot, while Lin Qingya managed only a superficial cut. Tian, however, aimed directly for the tendons of the zombie's knee, and with a decisive strike, he shredded the skin, muscle, and tendons, dark blood gushing forth like a breached dam. The powerful zombie, howling in pain, collapsed heavily to the ground, its massive body creating a palpable tremor that resonated through the floor. Press on, do not stop. The furious roars of the strength zombie faded behind them. Tian forged ahead into the throng of zombies, wielding dual 3rd-tier bone knives with ferocious abandon. None of the 1st-tier zombies able to withstand his overwhelming 16 points of strength. Finally, the strength zombie rose again, its torn tendons hastily rejoined by mutated muscle, relentlessly pursuing them. Yet, its leg injuries hindered its ability to support its immense weight, causing it to lag behind. Tian and Lin Qingya had already traversed 3 corridors, on the verge of shaking off the pursuing strength zombie, when Lin Qingya's pupils suddenly dilated in alarm. Caution! She lunged toward Tian from behind, yanking him back from a side door just in time. Boom! A colossal figure crashed violently through the sturdy side door, slamming into the wall on the opposite side of the corridor, leaving a thick crack over a meter long. Tian's expression turned icy as he beheld the imposing strength zombie, realizing it had forcefully barreled through the office, now blocking their path as it relentlessly pursued them. Damn it, it's not over yet. Qingya, hold the rear, I'll take it down. Chapter 81. Captured on the 29th floor, Tian raised his left hand, aiming the Desert Eagle at the powerful zombie. The hulking creature instinctively raised its right hand to shield its face. However, this was merely a ruse. Tian seized the opportunity to charge forward, plunging a 3rd-tier bone knife fiercely into the zombie's kneecap. Down you go. Crack. At 4 o'clock, an overwhelming surge of power erupted. Tian, like a skilled oarsman, violently rotated the 3rd-tier bone knife around his knee joint, tearing apart the tendons on the inner side of his knee with the sharp and resilient blade, akin to a crowbar. Black blood splattered across Tian's face, and the sudden loss of vision slowed his reaction by 1/3 of a second. In that moment, he felt a tremendous force collide with his back. Tian, Lin Qingya, who was behind him, blocking a 1st-tier zombie, watched in horror as Tian was hurled away. At the same time, Tian twisted the 3rd-tier bone knife. The massive right hand of the power zombie struck Tian's back. He was sent flying against the wall, like a lightweight soda bottle smashed by a powerful hand. The full-face helmet shattered instantly, yet the sturdy mother insect armor shielded Tian from injury. Nevertheless, the force had momentarily disoriented his mind. A howl erupted. The power zombie knelt on one knee, but its mutated right hand continued to reach for Tian, intent on crushing him. Get away from me! Lin Qingya shouted fiercely, hurling her 3rd-tier bone knife at the power zombie. Startled, The power zombie raised its hand to block, but the blade plunged deeply into its right arm, embedding itself nearly a third of the way. In a desperate attempt to fend off the incoming bone knife, the power zombie's body leaned back, inadvertently transferring all its weight onto its injured knee joint. The knife lodged within emitted ominous cracking sounds, as if it were on the verge of breaking. Yet, being a third-tier bone knife, its hardness and density far surpassed the skeletal structure and musculature of the second-tier power zombie. A chilling sound of flesh and tendons tearing echoed. And instead of breaking the knife, the tremendous force completely shredded the knee joint of the second-tier power zombie. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of bones splintering was relentless, akin to throwing a hard diamond into a rapidly spinning gear. The knee joint of the power zombie shattered instantly, causing the enormous creature to lose its balance and crash to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Suddenly, a figure dashed through the dust, leaping towards the power zombie. Die! Tian, sprinting forward, pushed off the wall with his right leg, propelling himself high into the air. With both hands gripping a second third-tier bone knife in reverse, he aimed it fiercely at the power zombie's head. The chilling intent of murder enveloped the power zombie, eliciting a terrified howl as it frantically raised its hand to block. With Tian's own strength combined with the force of his descent, the third-tier bone knife pierced through the power zombie's robust right palm, emerging bloodily from its back. Ultimately, the blade failed to penetrate the zombie's head. However, undeterred, Tian quickly tightened his grip on the bone knife and executed a horizontal slash. The blade sliced through the power zombie's fingers, tearing its massive hand in two. As black blood gushed forth, Tian swiftly retreated while simultaneously pulling the triggers of his weapons. The injuries to its arm captured the power zombie's full attention, and by the time the whistling bullets appeared before it, it was already too late. Thud, thud. At long last, the first-tier nightmare ammunition breached the defenses, 2 bullets striking the jaw of the power zombie, and upon detonation, the enhanced force catapulted its cranial shell into the air. With its brain obliterated, the power zombie writhed on the ground, emitting erratic howls. However, this was merely an instinctive reaction of muscle contractions, a reflex of a body already devoid of life. Lin Qingya, propelled by urgency, unsheathed the Tier 3 bone blades from her knee and arms, and the duo continued their frantic dash through the corridor. With Lin Qingya no longer obstructing them, the horde of zombies behind surged forward once more. Yet, instead of lunging at Tian, they instead descended upon the fallen power zombie, ravenously tearing into its flesh like ants voraciously gnawing at candy. A visible transformation began to manifest on all first-tier zombies that had consumed the flesh. Their original wounds sprouted flesh buds, and once atrophied muscles began to twitch violently. These creatures, by devouring their more advanced brethren, were exposed to a higher concentration of the nightmare virus, hastening their mutation into the likeness of the devoured. Thus, I was reluctant to kill this behemoth. If more power zombies emerged from their ranks, even Tian would lack the confidence to escape. Suddenly, Tian halted and turned back, the cold muzzle of his firearm aimed at the exposed nightmare crystal on the power zombie's shoulder, his fingers squeezing the trigger in rapid succession. Boom. The instant the bullet struck, it incited a violent reaction from the Tier 2 nightmare crystal, causing the power zombie's massive form to erupt, engulfing all first-tier zombies clinging to it in an explosion. The corridor was instantaneously cleared, leaving only splattered remains and pools of blood. Just as Lin Qingya was about to exhale in relief, the haunting howls of zombies reached her ears once more, this time on a scale far greater than before. Her heart raced, for if these high-tier zombies were not eliminated, they would relentlessly pursue the pair. Yet, slaying them would only breed more high-tier zombies. Even detonating the nightmare crystals within them would merely attract larger hordes. It was a vicious cycle. Thus, it was best to avoid killing whenever possible during their escape. Quickly, let us depart, Tian urged, his expression darkening as he prepared to leave with Lin Qingya. However, she grasped his arm, her eyes suddenly alight with a spark of revelation. I have thought of a route. There will surely be fewer zombies there. After a frantic sprint, Lin Qingya led Tian to the elevator entrance, and he quickly grasped her intention. Well done. How did I not think of that? The pair swiftly pried open the elevator with their bone blades, fortuitously finding it halted on the 35th floor. They pried open the escape hatch above, climbing onto the top of the elevator with a metal ladder nearby, intended for maintenance, allowing for ascent and descent. At that moment, The relentless tide of zombies crashed at their feet, slamming against the elevator doors as dozens of avaricious pale eyes fixated on them above, their smooth walls offering no handhold. The zombies could only helplessly raise their hands, incessantly pounding against the slick elevator walls, leaving behind dark smudges of blood. Just as Lin Xingyao prepared to draw her crossbow to eliminate the throng, Tian raised his hand to stop her. Despite the current inability to ascend, should a zombie perish, they shall discover the means to utilize the corpses of their kind as a stepping stone to rise. Is this true? Do zombies possess the capacity for learning? Tian nodded. Zombies, in their relentless predation, continuously acquire knowledge. Thus, one must never grant them the opportunity to learn. A decisive strike is imperative. Lin Xingyao, alarmed, hastily retracted her crossbow. Tian carefully closed the escape hatch. And after replenishing their hydration and energy at the summit of the ladder, they reloaded their magazines. Following a brief respite of 10 minutes, they commenced their descent down the ladder. Tian led the way, with Lin Xingyao trailing behind. The vast elevator shaft loomed like an abyss of darkness, seemingly capable of consuming all within its depths. The echoing roars of zombies reverberated throughout the cavernous space, rendering it impossible for even Tian to ascertain the origin of the sounds. As they continued their descent, they finally reached the 29th floor. Tian pondered how to pry open the elevator doors to gain entry. Suddenly, a tremendous force was heard attempting to wrench the elevator doors apart from within. Zombies would never engage in such an act. Could it be that someone was inside trying to force the door open? A flicker of hope crossed Tian's face as he gestured for Lin Xingyao to remain still above. Cautiously, he leaned forward, pressing his ear against the door to discern the activity within. At that moment, a deafening crash erupted as the elevator doors swung open violently. Tian's pupils dilated as he felt something ensnare his feet and arms. Beware, a monster! He managed to warn before being yanked into the elevator, where an eruption of furious, frenzied roars ensued. Chapter 82. The Black Leech of Horror. Tian. Lin Xingyao's face blanched with terror from her vantage point above. She could scarcely discern what it was, only that it seemed to possess several tentacles, each adorned with a grotesque maw. In a mere instant, Tian was dragged into the depths of the 29th floor. Just as she prepared to descend, two tentacle-like appendages emerged from the upper right corner of the elevator door, each as thick as an adult's arm, glistening with a viscous substance and writhing like serpents in the air. Ah! Lin Xingyao screamed, her leg instinctively retracting as she took a step toward the descending stairs. The hissing sound immediately attracted the attention of the two tentacled creatures, their blunt, rounded tips pivoting toward Lin Xingyao above. The once smooth, wrinkled skin at the tips folded back, revealing sharp, beak-like mouths. With a rustling sound, the vicious mouths lunged toward Lin Xingyao, only to collide with her three-tiered bone blade. With a sharp crack, the jagged maw, lined with razor-sharp teeth, was severed by the bone blade. The creature possessed no bones. Its movement relied entirely on the contraction of mutated muscles, allowing the three-tiered bone blade to effortlessly cleave through it. With a shriek, the tentacle withdrew momentarily. Yet, as one retracted, three more tentacles surged forth from the elevator entrance. They appeared to possess a remarkably high intelligence, cunningly exploiting the lessons learned to infiltrate the crevices between the elevator shaft walls and the ladder, relentlessly closing in on Lin Xingyao. Hisses. As she gazed down, Lin Xingyao felt a chill of dread wash over her. She continued to ascend, but her speed was clearly insufficient to match that of the tentacled creature scaling the wall. With no escape upward and a dark abyss yawning below, it seemed imminent that she would be captured by this monstrosity. Yet, the fear in Lin Xingyao's eyes was swiftly supplanted by a flicker of determination, prompting her to make a bold decision. Hisses. A particularly robust tentacle lunged towards Lin Xingyao with alarming speed. She deftly evaded the lethal strike, but in a sudden twist, she seized the tentacle's neck. The slippery texture, akin to that of an eel, made her stomach churn. Yet her right hand unwaveringly plunged a bone dagger into the creature's taut, fleshy muscle. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Regardless of its monstrous nature, the instinctual response of any living being to injury is to retreat to its safest haven. The stout tentacle immediately began to withdraw towards the 29th floor, and upon reaching it, Lin Xingyao released her grip, tumbling to the ground. As she rolled, the terrifying hisses of the tentacled creature filled her ears. She sought to turn and assess her surroundings, only to find her palms slipping against the viscous slime that coated everything, causing her to lose her grip entirely. A gust of wind swept overhead, and Lin Qingya's expression shifted dramatically. Just then, she heard the sound of a blade slicing through flesh, followed by the creature's agonized wail. That strike had been executed flawlessly. Once helped to her feet, Lin Qingya's gaze fell upon Tian's reassuring smile. But the chaotic scene around her rendered any semblance of joy impossible. The area was saturated with slime, and dozens of tentacled creatures loomed, encircling the two with imminent hostility. 7 severed heads lay scattered nearby, a grim testament to the perilous nature of the battle when Tian had been dragged in. Lin Qingya attempted to locate their tails, but the elongated, serpentine forms extended endlessly, the tentacles emerging from the T-shaped corridor at the end, reminiscent of a plant's root system. Yet, Lin Qingya was certain these were no mere plants. They were a different breed of parasitic black leech. A grotesque mutation of sewer leeches capable of secreting a potent acidic digestive fluid. Upon entering an animal's body, they could dissolve all internal organs into a viscous slurry before consuming them, feasting on both corpses and living beings alike. Furthermore, it appeared that these creatures, like the 6-legged black widow, thrived in colonies. Lin Qingya's complexion had drained of color. Her long-standing fear of insects compounded by this string of encounters with parasites felt like a cruel twist of fate. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The tentacled creature Lin Qingya had struck was the strongest among them, thrashing wildly until, with great effort, it contorted its body to extract the bone dagger from its flesh. Infuriated, it fixed its gaze upon Lin Qingya before letting out a furious hiss. Hiss. Around 20 stout black corpse leeches lunged towards the two individuals. Tian swiftly drew his desert eagle and squeezed the trigger. For these creatures, devoid of armor and solely composed of muscle, the first-tier nightmare bullets acted like harbingers of doom. The impact of each shot erupted into gaping, football-sized wounds, with the unfortunate few being severed in half, revealing the second-tier nightmare crystals within. However, Tian's magazine contained only 10 rounds. Upon firing the 8th bullet, he let out a furious roar. Now, charge forward. Lin Qingya sprinted ahead, her path leading to a T-shaped corridor. To the north lay the source of the black corpse leeches, while to the south perhaps lay a means of escape. 2 leeches, each as thick as an arm, surged towards Lin Qingya. Biting her lower lip to quell the rising nausea, she wielded her 3rd-tier bone dagger without hesitation against the 2 creatures. The black corpse leeches offered no resistance as they were cleaved in 2, their severed bodies flopping on the ground like fish stranded on shore, while their headless forms retreated into the swarm, leaving behind a puddle of dark blood. Tian provided cover, firing at the advancing leeches while the duo raced into the corridor. Switching magazines and reloading with astonishing speed, Tian managed to maintain momentum. Yet the leeches seized the opportunity to strike. With a shrill cry, the stout leader of the black corpse leeches charged, followed by 5 others slithering towards the pair, aiming for Tian's back and shoulders. I knew you would come. Tian, still loading his weapon, suddenly brandished 2 3rd-tier bone daggers. With a swift twist of his waist and a turn, a flurry of razor-sharp blade shadows emerged, impaling the unsuspecting leeches and decapitating them in an instant. Ahead, Lin Qingya had already entered the corridor. Upon seeing the now dry ground, a flicker of hope surged within her, but just a few steps forward, she was met with the furious roar of a zombie ahead. In a small hall, a 2nd-tier strength-type zombie was locked in combat with the black corpse leeches. 1 leech clamped onto its shoulder, but the brawny zombie seized its mouth with its powerful right hand, brutally ripping it free along with its entire digestive tract. A gruesome and shocking scene. Yet, the strength-type zombie ultimately found itself outnumbered. After dispatching a dozen leeches, it was eventually overwhelmed, pinned to the ground by the relentless swarm. Despite its struggles, the leeches latched onto its body, their pointed mouths gnawing at the strength-type zombie's flesh, likely secreting digestive fluids into its wounds. The strength zombie's wails began to fade, its massive form visibly deflating like a punctured balloon. Lin Qingya stood frozen, her gaze filled with despair as she surveyed the scene before her, the ground littered with black corpse leeches,